In the quiet solitude of my room, I left behind a suicide note, a testament of my resolve, a farewell to my past life. At the tender age of 10, with hair barely grown, I embarked on a journey that would change my life forever. I joined the army, leaving behind the comforts of childhood. Months passed, and against all odds, I rose through the ranks. I became a military team instructor, leading an invincible team of female soldiers. My age and appearance belied my strength and determination, for I was a force to be reckoned with. The scorching sun is in the sky, and occasionally a gust of wind blows, which brings a blazing feeling, but all this can't resist the enthusiasm of the summer camp. Rising Star, Summer Camp Scene. This summer camp is different in that it is a summer camp based on military training, and it is also open to the public, and parents can come in and watch it during the specified time. In the stands, many parents are gathering together, staring at the simulated shooting range below. Bang! Bang! From time to time, gunshots rang out from the shooting range. Fan Tianlei crossed his hands on his waist, facing the scorching sun. His back was already soaked with sweat, and he helplessly watched a group of soldiers of different heights training and shooting, and wanted to fuck up and scold. From time to time, he turned his gaze to the parents in the stands. Fan Tianlei shook his head slightly inside. How can you say that you are the Chief of Staff of the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade of the Wolf-Tooth Special Operations Brigade, and let me be in charge of a group of little kids conducting military training? Isn't that a deliberate attempt to disgust me? In addition, the identity of these guys who participated in military training is relatively special, either the second generation of the army or the third generation of the army, and the red children of the seedlings are red. It happened to be summer vacation, and he said that he wanted to experience military training. Those parents feel good, they can exercise their children, and jointly ask the military region to be more real, but he Jijun directly sent Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei is aggrieved. He knew that since his comrades in arms died because of him, he Jijun, as a brigade commander, had always had opinions about himself. Like this time, the most obvious thing is that let the chief of staff of a combat unit conduct military training, or take primary school students for military training. Fan Tianlei feels that this is a very pill. Who knows if you're depressed? The parents in the stands were smiling when they watched their children practice shooting at the shooting range. It's worthy of being a baby of my Oldsher family, seeing that I have only been training for a few days, and the posture of holding the gun is more standard, which is not much worse than when I was young. Ha, that kid in our family is not bad, he actually played a 6-ring just now. These officers who hold important positions in the military region can't help but praise their children's good performance, and of course some children behave in an average manner and are not angry. After all, they are still young, and some have time to grow up. Fan Tianlei walked into the shooting range and swept his eyes. Suddenly, I saw a schoolboy in the crowd, with small arms and legs, and a pink face. This guy is quite energetic. A very standard green military uniform, with a shell gun on his waist, of course, is fake. What's the situation? Elementary school students are also coming? Whose children? I didn't have it on the list before, at least I had to be junior high school or above. A black line appeared on Fan Tianlei's forehead. Whose child is so nonsense? At this time, the parents in the stands also suddenly saw a child appear at the shooting range. Ha! Whose child is this? I guess it's only the 3rd grade of elementary school. Why did you send him here? What can you do to participate in military training at such a young age? The guns are all higher than him. Parents are too irresponsible, and Jackie Chan can't be in a hurry like this, right? What a handsome child, my dear. The concept of our Dink family, from this moment on, is shaken. A bunch of young couples have eyes full of little stars. Parents pointed fingers at this handsome child. Wang Tai, the captain of the military training camp this time, is in his 2nd year of high school, and among the children who participated in the military training, he is the oldest and the strongest student. Seeing a child suddenly appear in the team, he was slightly stunned. Didn't he see it before? When did it pop up? But it doesn't matter so much. He walked over quickly, domineering posture, and said with disdain, "Where did the little fart come from? Go out quickly. When you grow up, you want to be a soldier before your hair grows up. Do you have a high gun?" Chen Hanan looked around with slightly confused eyes. How could he be here? Shouldn't you be on the scene of a secret mission yourself? He vividly remembered a grenade exploding around him. And then inexplicably appeared here. What's even more tragic is that he turned into a child. Chun Haonan felt a little like crying without tears. I used to be a 7-foot man, and I was a special soldier in the army. Now he's a little kid. It's just a matter of crossing over, and he also crosses into a little kid. How can this make Chen Hao's male affection embarrassing? According to Chen Haonan's temperament, crossing will also be crossed, and it is not a big deal. He had nothing to worry about in his previous life, he didn't even have a girlfriend, and his parents died early, but when he became a child, he was depressed. Chen Haonan raised his eyes to look at the big boy who sarcastically mocked him. In Chen Haonan's eyes at this moment, it was a tall man and extremely strong. What about yourself? The small arms and legs, full of fire, can only be swallowed. Ding dong, congratulations to primary school student Chen Haonan, bound to the Young Soldier King system. Ding dong, the system issues the main task: within a month, enter the army as a soldier, otherwise, the host will develop an advance, as long as it is reflected in the male symbol. A series of women's prompts sounded in Chen Haonan's ears, which made him happy and sad. Chen Haonan shook the spirit, raised his eyes and looked around, making sure that there were no other girls around. Did I hear me wrong? Ding dong, get a newbie reward, invincible marksmanship. The woman's crisp voice rang in her ears again. This time, Chen Haonan didn't suspect that he had heard it wrong, and he settled down, but he was also a very bold product. What the hell? What is the Junior Soldier King system? Your sister, Lao Tzu, is only 10 years old now, and he hasn't graduated from elementary school. How can he join the army as a soldier? Still a soldier king? Invincible marksmanship, what the hell is it? Chen Haonan tentatively slandered in his heart. The Young Soldier King system is the most awesome system in the whole universe. The host is very lucky. You are the only one in the entire universe who has obtained this system. It can help the host become a super invincible little soldier king, and fight invincible opponents all over the universe. Chen Haonan swallowed his saliva. Is the system crazy? The so-called invincibility is any skill. Once you perceive it, the host will immediately reach the full level, and become the great master level of that skill. To others, you are an invincible existence. Host, please don't doubt the system. Invincible, start from a primary school student. If you want to be a soldier king, you must start from a teenager, become famous as soon as possible. If it's too late, the happiness is not so happy. This system is very Zhang Ailing. Chen Haonan's eyes widened. Real or fake? Try this invincible shooting technique first, and you'll know if it's a lie. Fusion invincible marksmanship. In an instant, I saw a white light flash into Chen Haonan's mind. Then, Chen Haonan's eyes showed a blazing heat, and at this moment, he had a feeling of hitting 100 shots, and his hands were itching, as if he had shot hundreds of thousands of bullets. You know, he used to be a special soldier, and his marksmanship was not bad, but he never felt like he was in control now. Now just give yourself a gun, even the most ordinary rifle, and you are guaranteed to hit the target within 800 meters. Chen Haonan was still intoxicated with excitement, and suddenly felt a big hand grab his arm, and at first glance, it was Wang Tai, who was not pleasing to his eyes. Wang Tai pushed himself out and said sarcastically, "Hurry up, go home to find your mother, and feed." "Oh, I'm still carrying this gun, it's kind of like the real thing, can I play?" "Walk around, this is not the place for you," Wang Tai said sneeringly while pushing Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan was unhappy, but unfortunately, his strength was not as great as that of the other party. Fan Tianlei didn't count it in the first place, but he was even more dissatisfied when he saw a little kid appearing in the shooting range, and shouted to Wang Tai, "Wang Tai, hurry up and drive the little guy out, it's your turn to shoot." "Yes." Wang Tai hurriedly shouted, turned his face and said unhappily, "Hurry up, don't hinder me from shooting." Chen Haonan coldly shook off Wang Tai's palm, ran to Fan Tianlei, and said coldly, "Chief, give me a few shots to get over my addiction, and I'll leave, otherwise, I'll lie here, it's not good for everyone." Oops. Fan Tianlei couldn't help laughing when he saw that a little kid was still a deputy adult, and then looked at his chubby little face. Wang Tai, who was coldly thrown away by Chen Haonan, chased after him, ran over angrily, dragged Chen Haonan with a hand, and said angrily, "Little rabbit cub, take advantage of my lack of attention, see how I clean you up." Wang Tai didn't want to throw Chen Haonan out, But who wanted this kid? His calf suddenly stretched forward, just stuck in Wang Tai's left leg, and his little hand suddenly twisted back, and his body coiled back. It was a move in the hands of the small snatchers in the troops, 4 or 2,000 caddies. Wang Tai didn't pay attention, poof, and a dog stumbled and ate. Fan Tianlei's face showed a hint of surprise. The little kid's skills are good, although the strength is a little smaller, but the posture of the move just now is there, and the movements are so skillful. Okay, kid, okay, let you shoot a few shots, Fan Tianlei said with interest. At this time, Wang Tai, who fell into a dog and nod, was annoyed and ashamed, and let a little kid fall, and lost a lot of face. Dare to sneak attack, see if I don't beat you all over the ground looking for pacifiers. Wang Tai rushed over angrily to teach this little kid who didn't know the height of the sky and the height of the earth a good lesson. Forget it, what's the name of a child? Fan Tianlei said, if you fall, you are also ashamed. But Wang Tai clenched his fists, and a black line appeared on his forehead, aggrieved. At this time, Chen Haonan pointed at Wang Tai Dao, let him come first, don't you want to challenge me? I'll give him a chance, let him come first, and I'll teach him how to behave. Domineering. But such domineering words, coming out of the mouth of a little kid, Fan Tianlei grinned when he heard it, and laughed loudly, little guy, your tone is not small, how do you feel that you are very powerful? If I come first, he won't have to fight, crushing the blow. Chen Haonan said. Fan Tianlei laughed, turned to Wang Tai and said, did Wang Tai hear it? Do you dare to compare? Cut. A little brat, don't pee your pants if you lose. Wang Tai said disdainfully. Wang Tai is an out-and-out second-generation army, often playing with guns when he has time. Among this group of children in military training, he is the most talented, and his shooting performance has always ranked first. Where did the little kid get the courage? I'm waiting to pee my pants. Wang Tai took the Type 95 rifle, stepped on, lay down, raised the gun, and aimed it. All the movements were very in place, although there were still many flaws. It was already very good for a 16-year-old child to master it to such a degree. Touch. Touch. Wang Tai fired 10 rounds in a row. 10 shots, 90 rings. The number reporter held up a sign with 90 rings. Worthy of the captain. I actually scored 90 rings, and I was able to score 70 rings, and I laughed a lot. Can you compare to the captain? I can't envy it. The teenagers in the team were so impressed when they saw Wang Tai's shooting results. Hearing the exaggeration of the team members, Wang Tai showed a little smugness on his face, and glanced at Chen Haonan with a little provocation. Kid, it's your turn. For this result, Wang Tai is quite satisfied, and there are 5 more rings than usual. Little brat, do you dare to compare? Fan Tianlei took the rifle and checked it again. Although they were all empty cartridges, he didn't dare to let a little kid open it casually. Wang Tai's super long performance hit 90 rings, which is a very good result. Even if the little kid could shoot, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a result. Quit when the going gets tough. 90 rings? It's just scum, you wait. Who knew that? Chen Haonan threw out a sentence, and then stretched out his hand to Fan Tianlei to ask for a gun. Fan Tianlei suddenly smiled bitterly, this kid is really crazy. Wang Tai snorted on the side, pretend to be a ghost. Fan Tianlei handed the rifle to Chen Haonan, but he did not relax his vigilance. Once he found out that Chen Haonan moved, he immediately stopped it. Curiosity is curiosity, this is not a joke. As a result, as soon as the rifle arrived, Chen Haonan's momentum changed suddenly. He stepped on one foot, crawled, pulled the gun, raised the gun, and aimed at the whole action extremely smoothly. At this moment Fan Tianlei seemed to see a veteran who was ready to shoot. This. Fan Tianlei shook his eyes, thinking that he was dazzled. The surrounding team members didn't have Fan Tianlei's vision, and seeing Chen Haonan's small body, dragging a gun, and aiming like a touch, it seemed very funny to them. How many rings do you say he hits? 50 rings? What kind of eyes do you have? A little kid can hit 50 rings, what is my 60 rings? It's good not to miss the target. Yes, indeed. The recoil of the rifle is so strong, it is estimated that the grip is unstable, and it is a fart. Wang Tai, who was standing on the side, clenched his fists, just waiting for this little kid who made him embarrassed to finish shooting, and then take it out and spank. Bang! 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 Fan Tianlei frowned. The shooting speed was so fast, the interval was not more than 3 seconds, and the shooting speed was already more than the shooting speed of ordinary soldiers. Is it indiscriminate shooting? I'll just say it, it must be that the fingers that won't pull the trigger when holding the gun forgot to loosen, and when I was nervous, I bumped, and the bullets ran out. The surrounding students laughed. Take it off, there's nothing to say. Wait and get spanked by the captain. 10 shots were fired. 10 shots, 100 rings. The reporter announced the results again. 100 rings? Invincible. The surrounding students were stunned, the parents in the stands were also stunned, and even Fan Tianlei looked at Chen Haonan with a puzzled expression. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked at Chen Haonan, a 10-year-old child. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent, winning the light of the little hero, and rewarding the body with a physical enhancement. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting an ant boost. Small body and big strength. Considering that the current host is still a young child, after strengthening, the host's physical fitness is now broken through the limit of adults. Is ant reinforcement now? Chen Haonan was slightly stunned, and then there was surprise in his eyes. There is such a good thing. Chen Haonan had long been dissatisfied with the weak body, and he had a little strength. When he shot just now, the recoil of the rifle was too much, and he almost couldn't control it, and his shoulder was still a little painful. The body is strengthened once plus the ant booster, and it comes in time. And ant power is recognized as the most powerful force in the world. Mechanologists have determined that an ant can lift more than 400 times its own body weight and haul objects more than 1,700 times its own weight. No creature could do such a horrible thing. My current weight is about 50 pounds, if it is expanded by 400 times, how much strength is that? Chen Haonan is excited when he thinks about it. Put the gun away, stand up straight, throw it to Fan Tianlei, and said coldly, look down on people? I'm training with you and challenging all of you. Come on, what other projects? Chen Haonan's immature voice, but it was an old-fashioned tone. How did he feel like an adult? This breath. It's no one anymore. A 10-year-old child still thinks that the other party is such a great person. The team members who had recovered from their shock couldn't help but laugh when they heard such an arrogant tone coming out of a child's mouth. Did you hear what he said? It's hilarious to train with us and challenge all of us. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, this is going against the sky. Wang Tai gritted his teeth with hatred, and glared fiercely at the little kid who came out of nowhere. Fan Tianlei showed a puzzled expression and said, next is the weight-bearing cross-country 5 kilometers for adults, 24 kilograms. The normal Special Forces weight-bearing cross-country is 10 kilometers, 27 kilograms, considering that some teenagers are junior high school students, and the largest is high school students, so Fan Tianlei lowered the next requirements, so it is also a very perverted cross-country training. Fan Tianlei originally wanted to abuse these children fiercely, make them cry bitterly, and end this boring military training as soon as possible. As for the little kid in front of him, it's a question of whether he can carry 48 pounds, let alone run 5 kilometers. When the boys around heard that the next assessment would be so perverted, their faces changed slightly, revealing a bitter face, and some even sprouted timidity. Who knew that? Chen Haonan nodded and said, no problem, I challenge all of you students. But let me go to the bathroom first. The more than 30 teenagers present laughed again after hearing this. I'm scared to pee my pants. Dare to challenge us? Wait a while, you must have run away while peeing. A little kid is a little kid. Wang Tai smiled the most happily, his chest was indescribably smooth, and finally saw the other party suffocating his forehead once, and shouted, get out. Fan Tianlei seemed to have known that this would be the case, and waved his hand to let Chen Haonan leave, thinking that it must be gone forever. However, he is indeed very talented in shooting, and he will go back and let people find out whose child it is. Everyone saw Chen Haonan holding his pants and running in the direction of the bathroom, and they all laughed again. And the parents in the stands also showed joking smiles. Whose child is this? Marksmanship is really talented, and he scored 100 rings, which is amazing. It's really remarkable. I'm only 10 years old now, and when I'm older, I'm entering the army, I'm training for a few years, and I have a good chance of becoming a sharpshooter. Although Chun Haonan's immature voice has a very domineering tone, it makes people feel bitterly smiling, but his real shooting level really surprised many people. As for the next cross-country assessment, no one believed that he would come to participate. He must have secretly run while he was in the bathroom. This little kid is really clever. Chun Haonan didn't want to slip away. He wanted to take this opportunity and feel the power of ants, otherwise according to his current body, he wouldn't be able to carry 54 pounds. When I came to the outside of the bathroom, a black line appeared on my forehead, and there was more than half a meter wide in the aisle? The calf almost stepped over, which made Chun Haonan too embarrassed. Pit children. Isn't it an international joke to ask a little kid to be a soldier? If it does, I'm afraid it will be the smallest Boy Scout in the world. But don't care so much for now, strengthen your body first, and then let Fan Tianlei notice yourself. Only then will there be a chance to enter the army, otherwise the normal procedure, the troops will not be accepted if they are killed. Make sure no one is around. Fusion. Suddenly, I felt that countless ants were crawling on my body, every nerve in my body was pulled, and my muscles began to undergo subtle changes. An indescribable subtle feeling. That's it. Chun Haonan only felt that he had infinite strength, and his clenched fists were full of majestic power. Throw a punch, and there is a snort. The right foot slammed into the ground with a dull thud, and a spider silk crack appeared on one of the tiles on the floor. Chun Haonan is indescribably cool. View your personal attributes now. Soldier, Chun Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 0. Root bone, 1. Spirit, 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 1. Skill, invincible marksmanship. Experience points, 0. System, the host is only 10 years old, and there is still a long way to go from an adult, but after strengthening, the root bones, spirit, and speed have reached the level of a normal adult. But the power is 10 times that of an adult. That's the horror of ant boosters. 10 times the strength of adulthood. Chun Haonan couldn't help but get excited. This is a world-class weightlifting champion. Host, this is your first ant strengthening, and as long as the host meets the conditions, the strength will reach 100. So horrible? 100 times the strength of adults. An astonishing picture came to Chun Haonan's mind. A primary school student can easily lift a car or even a house? How scary is that? Feeling the powerful power in his body filled Chun Haonan with confidence. After all, Chun Haonan was also a soldier in his last life. It doesn't matter if he becomes a soldier after crossing over. If he is arrested to be a primary school student, it will simply kill him. To be a soldier, you must be a soldier. Ding dong, the king of young soldiers randomly releases tasks, and the host wins the first place in off-road, bursts the eyeballs, and wins points. What does it mean to win points? Chun Haonan wondered. Host, the points can open the junior soldier king skill. The hostile wants to be a soldier, and the more skills he has, the better. Considering that the host is still a child, mentally incomplete, the system cancels the selection and the ability to draw lotteries. Each time the points accumulate to a certain amount, it will automatically give invincible skills according to the host's situation in local conditions, and the most effective way to help the host become the king of young soldiers. Chun Haonan was stunned. Mentally incomplete? Your sister. Doesn't the system know that Lao Tzu has crossed over? Also a soldier? Adapt to local conditions and give invincible skills? This is good. Chun Haonan's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that you are encountering a problem that you can't solve temporarily? As long as you have enough points, the system will provide corresponding skills according to the environment and so on? It's like I was going to have a shooting competition just now, and my marksmanship was not very good, and I immediately jumped out of an invincible shooting technique? How many points can I redeem? Junior Soldier King points, 100 experience for the first level, 200 experience for the second level, and 300 experience for the third level. And so on. The system will give the corresponding experience points according to the host's completion of the task. Considering that the host is still a child, there will be some care in the reward of experience points. All in all, a great deal. After Chun Haonan figured out the general details of the rules, he ran back to the venue with an excited face. The high school students were busy packing their bags with items for the rapid march, such as water bottles filled with water, sleeping bags, etc. Wang Tai raised his head just in time to see Chen Haonan running back again. His face sank, and then he laughed, and said, "Little brat, did you come back after urinating? Have you ever peed your pants?" I thought he wouldn't come back, but I don't think so. This little ghost is really kind. The surrounding students laughed. Chen Haonan raised a middle finger at Wang Tai and said, "Humph. You're ready to be abused, and next, I'm going to blow everyone's eyes out. I'll go." Wang Tai was shocked by such a domineering language. "You? Don't be funny, you still want to abuse me? Go home and eat more milk, and come back to me when you grow up." Wang Tai snorted coldly. He was provoked by the little kid 3 times and twice, and he was already angry. "Kid, you're back again?" Fan Tianlei couldn't be happier when he saw Chen Haonan. Deep down in his heart, Fan Tianlei remembered his dead child. If nothing happened, it was estimated that it would be so big. "Little guy, let's go. This is the training for adults to play, and you will come back to play when you grow up," Fan Tianlei said softly, his eyes slightly red. "Out come." Before Fan Tianlei could say anything, he saw Chen Haonan running to a pile of equipment, neatly loading the equipment, and his movements were quite fast. He first carried 2 satchels, then stuffed 2 cement bricks into them, and hung a green kettle full of water on his body, and then began to load his marching bag. Next is the firearm class, a steel helmet, armed belts, cartridge belts with empty magazines, and a 3.5 kg Type 82 rifle, for trainer grenades, pinned to the left and right shoulders, 2 on each side. All other equipment is stuffed into a large luggage, and then weighed, less than 24 kilograms, replace it with barbell plates, or stones, bricks, etc. In short, the final weight must exceed 24 kilograms. This made Fan Tianlei stunned. Evil door. Aren't these objects and steps the fastest and most scientific placement method that their special forces have researched? Where did he learn it? It is important to know that the space of a marching bag is limited, and if the objects are placed in the wrong order, it will not be able to hold all the items. "Okay, little one." This made Fan Tianlei a little impressed. "Just this hand, he has the level of a veteran." Chirping. Chen Haonan pulled the zipper, then turned his back to the marching bag, and stretched out his 2 small hands through the belt and put it on his shoulder. Obediently, the long marching bag was almost as tall as him, and he was on his back, and from behind, Chen Haonan only had 2 legs left. Fan Tianlei turned his head and looked at it, startled. Why did he finish loading so quickly? 2 minutes? 1 minute? He just looked at the other students, but when he turned his head and came back, Chen Haonan had already installed it. This speed is not weak in the slightest. Special forces. Where did you steal it? Watching too many Special Forces TV shows? Suddenly seeing Chen Haonan actually carrying a tall marching bag, Fan Tianlei was taken aback again, and hurriedly stopped. "Nonsense, put down the marching bag." Fan Tianlei is not confused. If the little kid is crushed, his parents will come to the door to theorize, and he will have to bear the heavy responsibility. Who knows who the parents are? What if it is the grandson of one of the leaders of the military district? Fan Tianlei didn't dare to take this risk, and ordered the other children to start running, and at the same time reached out to hold Chen Haonan's little hand, and said, "You're messing around, I'm really spanking you." At any time, Chen Haonan shook it hard, and Fan Tianlei only felt a huge force coming from his wrist, and he shook off his palm at once. Where does it come from, so much strength? Although he said that he didn't use 1/3 of his strength, but the other party's throw, even if he used 10 points of strength, he couldn't hold it. Who is Fan Tianlei? Chief of Staff of the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade of the Dignified Military Region. Will the strength be small? The next scene made Fan Tianlei even more dumbfounded. After Chen Haonan shook off Fan Tianlei's palm, he turned around and ran forward. From behind, if you don't look carefully at the legs, it's as if you see a marching bag running in mid-air. What's the situation? Fan Tianlei turned a huge wave in his heart. The little kid didn't fall, and constantly surpassed the people in front of him. Boy, I want to see how strong you are. The parents in the stands, seeing that Chen Haonan could run all the way with heavy loads on his back, their eyes widened, and they couldn't help but stand up in surprise. Awesome! Whose child is this? Amazing! It's so powerful at a young age, and it's definitely a good piece of material to be a soldier in the future. Look, he's more than one. The fourth. The stands erupted in applause, and everyone stood up. This is Astro Boy? As soon as Wang Tai turned around, he suddenly saw Chen Haonan catching up, still running wildly all the way, and the marching bag taller than him seemed to be floating. Holy! Where did you come from, little monster? You want to abuse me again? A lot of people are looking at you, how could I lose to a schoolboy? Wang Tai gritted his teeth and began to speed up. However, a gust of wind blew around him, and he saw only a marching bag floating beside him, and only the two legs below. Wang Tai was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Just a 10-year-old? Surpassing Wang Tai, Chen Haonan took the lead and became the leader of more than 30 senior children. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. There were fewer and fewer people in the back, and only a few people remained. When it was 3 kilometers away, Chen Haonan was left with only Wang Tai struggling to support him. Syllable. Wang Tai finally couldn't bear it anymore, he fainted on the ground, and for the last time before he fell unconscious, he saw that Chen Haonan in front of him was still rushing forward. 30 minutes. Ran wild for 30 minutes. When Fan Tianlei announced the results, everyone was dumbfounded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the random task of the young soldier king again, and rewarding 100 combat experience. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the random task of the junior soldier king again, and rewarding the second ant gene enhancement. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for reaching level 1 and getting a chance to extract skills once. Considering that the host is still a young child, the system will extract skills on behalf of you. Ding dong, the host has obtained invincible fighting skills and become the king of duels. With a series of tinkling prompts, Chen Haonan was almost stunned by the sudden and fruitful reward. This system is very bad at all, and I don't think about whether my little heart can withstand the joy of so many rewards. Ant gene enhancement. Invincible fighting technique. It's ant gene enhancement again, and the strength of the ant is strengthened tenfold at a time. How much does it get at one time? Is it possible to lift the car in one go? Hercules. How long does it take to comprehend the invincible fighting technique? Between breaths. Good. Feel the invincible fighting arts. Chen Haonan didn't want to think about it. A white light submerged into Chen Haonan's mind, and all kinds of fighting scenes suddenly surged, like movie screens, flashing one after another: how to punch, how to kick, how to use knives. A variety of fighting techniques. How to react when facing the enemy, how to judge the opponent's killing moves, and how to defuse the... Wait a minute. I don't know how much more than the martial arts I learned in the army before, and it is simpler, more direct, and more effective. To describe it in 5 words, simple and brutal. It's an invincible martial arts. Of course, after Chen Haonan's body is strengthened, his invincible fighting skills can be brought into play, otherwise he can't try it out if he is a 10-year-old kid with a little bit of strength and no ability. Chen Haonan hurriedly checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 1. Root bone, 1. Spirit, 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 1. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting. XP, 0/200. It takes 200 XP to level up until the next level, which doesn't seem like much. There are 100 points for completing a random task at will, which is really enough to take care of minors, and it would be nice to come to the task a few more times. Chen Haonan thought in his heart. The benefits of leveling up are obvious. Improving your physique and invincible skills are the necessary conditions to become the king of soldiers. In the past, his talent in the army was not good, but he was considered an intermediate level in the special forces, and he was far from the king of soldiers. Now that he finally has the opportunity to become a first-class soldier king, how could Chen Haonan give up? You have to keep getting stronger. Become the top soldier king and realize your dreams that you couldn't accomplish before. Can this send more random tasks? That way, I'll be able to advance a little faster. Chen Haonan said. Host, your main quest now is to be a soldier, and once completed, level up unconditionally. As for random tasks, this one needs to be triggered and is not controlled by the system. The system explained. Chen Haonan finally figured it out, and said that he had to be a soldier and complete the main task given by the system. Of course, Chen Haonan just wants to be a soldier, otherwise he has to be arrested and sent to elementary school. How boring is this? Knowing this, Chen Haonan ran towards Fan Tianlei with his calves, and when he passed in front of Wang Tai, he was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Report Chief, can I become a special soldier in your military region? Chen Haonan asked directly. Is clearly a child, but when he speaks, he is the same as an adult, and he is very arrogant, and he directly becomes a special soldier? What a breath! Fan Tianlei hasn't come back to his senses yet. 24 kilograms weight-bearing cross-country running for 30 minutes, the speed is no different from that of adults, and the physical fitness of the little kid is absolutely first class, which can be called a once-in-a-century encounter. I didn't find it any more powerful than him. When Chen Haonan stood in front of him again and asked, he came back to his senses and asked, "You want to be a special soldier?" "Yes. Come to me when you're older, I'll approve it." Fan Tianlei smiled, much more pleasing to the eye when he looked at Chen Haonan. Although he is young, his physical strength, endurance, and strength are not bad at all, and with his powerful marksmanship, Fan Tianlei, a veteran soldier, can't help but like it, but it's a pity that he is too young. Chief, I said now, not when I grow up. Fan Tianlei almost didn't laugh, and said, little guy, you are really good, but you are still too young. Go back to school first. Where are your parents? If you run around like this, they will definitely be worried. Chen Haonan said casually, my cousin brought me here, she was still at the door, and I sneaked in. Chen Haonan searched the memory in his mind. He also has a cousin named Yi Xuanxin, who is now studying at Tsinghua University and will only graduate next year. As for whether he will be a soldier in the future, Chen Haonan is not sure now. After all, after crossing over, I found that this Special Forces world was very different from the Special Forces world I knew. For example, when Fan Tianlei was doing military training for a group of children, Yi Xuanxin has long been a Fire Phoenix Women's Special Forces sniper, not a student at Tsinghua University. Chief, you must be a soldier now, and my ambition is to be a soldier. Could you please send me a letter of introduction for enlistment? Chen Haonan said solemnly. You little fellow, you even know the letter of introduction for enlistment. However, I won't write this letter of introduction to you. Go back and study hard, and when you are 16 years old, you will come back to me. After speaking, Fan Tianlei ignored Chen Haonan and ordered the team to assemble and prepare to end today's training. How could Chen Haonan give up so easily? He was pondering whether to kidnap Fan Tianlei and put a dagger around his neck to ask him to write a letter of introduction. Suddenly, I felt someone twist my right ear. Chen Haonan took advantage of the trend and retreated, without looking behind him, and swept back with his calf, and pulled his calf. Yikes! The woman exclaimed in surprise, and Yi Xuanxin, who was wearing a skirt, stumbled and fell to the ground. I was about to fall to the ground. Fan Tianlei's face changed slightly, and he wanted to reach out to hold it, but it was too late. But when he saw that the girl was about to fall to the ground, Chen Haonan, who was originally standing still, slid a step forward, reached out and grabbed it gently, just grabbed Yi Xuanxin's wrist, and pulled it back suddenly. Yi Cun was annoyed and embarrassed, snorted lightly, twisted Chen Haonan's little ears again, and said softly, let you go and see, why did you go for so long? Dare to plot against your cousin, is your ass itchy? She originally brought Chen Haonan over for a walk, but she didn't think that the doorman would not let her in. Chen Haonan sneaked in by herself, causing herself to wait blindly outside. Waited until the military training was finally over, and then hurriedly ran in to find Chen Haonan. That's what I just had. Fan Tianlei was shocked. He was a first-class master of martial arts. The layman looks at the excitement, the insider looks at the doorway. Yi Xuanxin doesn't seem to think anything, but in Fan Tianlei's opinion, it's completely different. First turned around and swept back, like a lion swinging its tail. The action was fast and sharp, and with a sense of ingenuity, obviously judging the identity of the other party. The strength was just right, there was no heavy foot. According to Chen Haonan just carried 24 kilograms of heavy objects, all the way to the 30 minutes of the little guy. The strength will be small? So this leg sweep is aimed at making the opponent fall, not hurting people. The last move, to hold at the last moment, will be a quick word. The action is lightning fast. Not everyone can do that. Chen Haonan's sweep and pull, like flowing water, in one go, is obviously a practitioner. And it's not shallow. Could it be that he started practicing martial arts from his mother's womb? Fan Tianlei became more and more speechless at the little kid in front of him who was going to become a special soldier, and he thought of the child who died in the hands of mercenaries again. Yi Zuanxin still wanted to nag a few words, but was patted by Chen Haonan's small hand, and he was slapped away, showing a look of surprise, and said in his heart, no, he didn't have the courage before. Why did he watch a military training and have such a big guts, and dare to fight back? However, Yi Zuanxin didn't think much about it, turned around and said to Fan Tianlei embarrassedly, I'm sorry to disturb you, I'll take him back. As he spoke, he grabbed Chen Haonan's little hand and said angrily, come off for so long, go home for dinner, and then do your homework. Then he pulled Chen Haonan and walked out. Standing not far away, Wang Tai stared at Chen Haonan's back, gritting his teeth with hatred. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Today he was so embarrassed by a 10-year-old child, he didn't clean him up, so let him go. How will he mix in the compound in the future? I said hello to a dozen playmates who are usually good. More than a dozen people have a very tacit understanding. Who have they, the second generation of the military, been afraid of in a group of people in school? Usually only they bully others. When did they get ridden on the head by others? Today, the boss was actually lost face by a little kid, and they are not happy. Just waiting for Wang Tai to say hello, more than a dozen people followed behind Wang Taixing and walked out together. Fan Tianlei pretended not to know anything, and after they all walked out, he quietly followed behind, intending to see how the little kid coped with it. As soon as he walked out of the gate, Chen Haonan shook off Yi Zuanxin's hand with one hand and said, you don't need to hold hands, I can walk by myself. Oops, how cold. I don't even let my little hands pull it. What a bullish elementary school student. Yi Zuanxin laughed softly, I think I'm a little adult, and I don't even listen to my cousin's words? I've grown up. Chen Haonan said. Chen Haonan is actually not disgusted with this cheap cousin. She has a good figure, a handsome appearance, and an aura. If Chen Haonan didn't feel anything before, but now Chen Haonan is no longer the Chen Haonan he used to be. A mature man with a mentality of already in his 20s. Let him be twisted by a girl younger than himself, and walk hand in hand, of course he is not happy. Our Chen Haonan has grown up. Yi Zuanxin said angrily and funny. At this time, Wang Tai and the others, who were catching up from behind, suddenly blocked the road of Yi Zuanxin and the others. Yi Zuanxin hurriedly protected Chen Haonan and looked at these young people vigilantly. Wang Tai also looked at Yi Zuanxin's beautiful heart, and then looked at Chen Haonan behind him, and smiled, beautiful sister, where are you going? Do you want us to send you? No, I don't. Yi Zuanxin said coldly. Beautiful women generally talk the opposite, and we stop by the way. We have something to talk about with your brother, but for your sake, I'll talk to you alone. Wang Tai Dao. Little brat, what's the skill of hiding behind a woman? Wasn't it arrogant just now? Why don't you say anything now? The young people around sarcastically. Wang Tai gave a look, and the two young men reached out and grabbed Chen Haonan. Humph. Chen Haonan snorted coldly, saw the young man reach out and grabbed his wrist, pulled it suddenly, and at the same time slammed his shoulder forward, and with a snap, this young man of about 100 pounds flew several meters and fell on his back. Chen Haonan followed with a leg sweep, and swept the calf of another young man. With a snap, the other party screamed, squatting on the ground and holding his legs in pain. The voice was so miserable. It's really right, just one face, and the other party was knocked down. Fan Tianlei, who was not far away, was shocked. Do you want a dozen of them alone? This kid is incredible. It's just a blink of an eye, and two of them are flipped. Fan Tianlei was very curious, and he didn't want anything to happen to the other party, so he followed. Then I saw Chen Haonan rushing towards the crowd. His little man stabbed into the crowd, and he couldn't see anyone. A horrific scene happened. The young man who was originally in a group fell down several people in an instant, and one of them turned over on his back and fell into a dog and chewed. The arrogant young man began to run away, only to see Chen Haonan catch up with the young man, suddenly raise his foot, and kick the opponent's buttocks. The other party rolled and crawled, rolling out 5 or 6 meters away. "Whoever dares to run, break your dog's legs!" Chen Haonan shouted, "Don't run away if you have a kind." The momentum suddenly overwhelmed everyone. The other young people who originally wanted to run away swallowed their saliva and didn't dare to run. Wang Tai was a little dumbfounded. How could this little guy be so able to fight? Immediately retreated, wanting to sneak away, but Chen Hao's male milk pounced on him fiercely. Wang Tai knew that he couldn't dodge, so he rushed forward head-on. He had practiced military boxing, and one punch hit Chen Haonan's small body. Chen Haonan easily avoided his fist sideways, grabbed his wrist with both hands, and pulled forward. Wang Tai immediately couldn't stand up and threw himself to the ground. Chen Haonan's calves followed closely, and Wang Tai fell to the ground with a bang. The belly snapped against the ground. Wang Tai felt that his belly was about to explode, and his stomach was turned upside down, almost vomiting out the gastric juice. Fan Tianlei stared at Chen Haonan in surprise. "This trick is beautiful. For 2,000 pounds, this kind of exquisite fighting technique, not everyone can comprehend. Amazing." Chen Haonan tripped Wang Tai and turned over and rode on him, slammed his small fist on his back, and said fiercely, "Sample, do you still want to flirt with a woman from a good family with this ability?" Wang Tai screamed in pain. "Why is this little guy's fist so hard? It smashes on his back, and it hurts so much that tears are about to come out." Chen Haonan hadn't enjoyed it yet, but suddenly Yi Tsuanshin stood up with his ears again, only to hear her softly, and said, "Rebellion, who do you say is a woman from a good family? Also, where did you learn that? Is this how the beating is done? Flirting with a girl from a good family should be beaten like this." I saw Yi Tsuanshin raise a kick and kick between Wang Tai's legs. Wang Tai immediately cried wolf and covered his crotch with his hands. Tears were about to rush out, and he shouted in pain, "Sister, I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore." Chen Haonan was slightly stunned. "So fierce? Say, have you done it before?" Yi Tsuanshin said sharply. A companion next to him swallowed his saliva and wanted to run, but Chen Haonan stared at him coldly, and hurriedly said, "I reported Wang Tai that he once committed violence against a female classmate in the class." A black line appeared on Yi Tsuanshin's forehead, and he suddenly kicked at the head of Wang Tai, who was getting up, and with a click, he fell to the ground and fainted on the ground. However, it did not work out. The classmate added, "Get out." Yi Tsuanshin said coldly, "Where did these young people think that such a beautiful cousin would be so ruthless, and that little kid? If you run away, where do you dare to stay longer?" Yi Tsuanshin turned his head to stare at Chen Haonan, his mouth wrinkled, and he said softly, "The little guy is here to compare with me." Chen Haonan was a little stunned. Yi Tsuanshin's 2 legs just now were awesome. The strength can be said to be just right. If the first kick is too strong and kicks Wang Tai's balls out, then the problem will be a big problem. But it was just right. Not only could Wang Tai die in pain, but it would not kick him out. A kick in the back was slammed hard, just a kick to stun. It seems easy, but in fact it is not simple at all. The strength must be very accurate, and if it is too heavy, it will cause a concussion or cerebral hemorrhage, and it will also kill people. Yi Tsuanshin is so powerful? In Fire Phoenix, she is good at sniping, and the fighting is also very good, which seems to be a bit similar to the plot. Yi Tsuanshin was even more surprised than Chen Haonan. Just now Chen Haonan singled out more than a dozen young people. If he went on his own, he would definitely be easy to deal with. But Chen Haonan is only a 10-year-old little kid. This makes people puzzled, and I haven't seen Chen Haonan practice martial arts before. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Yi Tsuanshin saw very clearly that when Chen Haonan was facing the enemy, the entire attack routine was extremely skillful, and he already had the demeanor of everyone. That's why I want to make a test to confirm. Ding Dong, the Young Soldier King system will release the mission, rob the assessment, and complete the reward of 100 experience points. A crisp voice came from Chen Haonan's ears. Where did the robbery come from? Looking around, I saw Fan Tianlei walking towards them with a briefcase. Chen Haonan's small eyes lit up. Isn't this there? Chen Haonan ran to Fan Tianlei, and Yi Zuanxin shouted behind him, "Chen Haonan, why are you going?" Who knew the next scene? Yi Zuanxin was dumbfounded, only to see Chen Haonan running past Fan Tianlei's side. His eyes were quick. He grabbed Fan Tianlei's briefcase, turned around and ran. Fan Tianlei was stunned. What is the situation? Robbery, snatched the head of the chief of staff of my dignified special brigade. Fan Tianlei's face sank, and he shouted loudly, "Rabbit cub, don't run. Eat the bear's heart and leopard gall." Fan Tianlei chased after Chen Haonan, finally catching up. Chen Haonan also glanced back at Fan Tianlei. Start sprinting with all your might. Fan Tianlei is a master, and his physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but Chen Haonan didn't dare to be careless. However, Chen Haonan is now proficient in martial arts, and with his small size, he is much more flexible than Fan Tianlei when running on the street. I saw Chen Haonan jump, his hands pressed down gently, his body gently floated over the railing of the road, rushed to the opposite road, and a small car was speeding towards him. Seeing that he was about to crash into Chen Haonan, the other party braked sharply, but Chen Haonan stepped on it, and his little hand turned over with the front of the car, and fell lightly on the opposite road. Stunned by the beauty who drove the car. Whose bare child is this? Stunned, I saw a soldier in uniform also rushing in front of him. What's the situation? Sticking his head out, he saw the officer chasing after the child. The street soon saw a child running nimbly in front of him, followed by an officer chasing after him. No matter how much the officer chases, he can't catch up with the child. What's going on? Such a big person, still a soldier, how can he not even catch up with a child? Now the quality of the soldiers is so poor? But they were looking at the child, and their eyes widened. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. How do you run so fast? Is this still a child? Yi Zuanxin chased after him desperately, and when he saw Chen Haonan crossing the road, he broke out in a cold sweat. If you know Chen Haonan's identity, if you really have an accident, the consequences will. Fan Tianlei ran wildly all the way, running very aggrieved. Almost ran to the bottom of the overpass in the suburbs, panting, sweating profusely, and when I looked up, I saw the little kid, sitting under the bridge pier, leisurely crossing Erlang's legs, with a sense of irony, and said, "You are really slow enough. Here you go, take it." Chen Haonan threw the briefcase to Fan Tianlei with a flick of his hand. Fan Tianlei took the briefcase, almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, and his dignified chief of staff of the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade made a little kid despise. This has to be passed on to the troops, so that the boys know that they won't be laughed at? Can I be a Special Forces soldier now? Chen Haonan raised his eyebrows, revealing a pride that was extremely inconsistent with his age. Fan Tianlei was slightly startled. This kid. Fan Tianlei ran really aggrieved. In terms of speed, he is much worse than the other party, but the other party is small in size, and his skills are extremely flexible, walking through the flow of people, like a small fish in the water, smooth and fatal. I have suffered a big loss in this regard. In addition, this kid is too good at using the advantages of his body. All of them are running to more chaotic places, all kinds of obstacles. He uses the advantages of his body, he can easily cross, and the speed is not affected at all. He has to spare it, the speed is slow, it was not easy to catch up with a large section, and he fell back. The more I run, the more depressed I get, and the distance is getting bigger and bigger. But this little kid is not simple. Not to mention the speed, the body is very flexible, and the endurance is amazing. The two of them have run nearly 10 kilometers one after the other. This is nothing to Fan Tianlei, but to a child, it is quite terrifying. And you have to bypass all kinds of obstacles along the way. The more Fan Tianlei looked at it, the more surprised he became. How did this kid practice? Schoolboy robbery, this is still a good thing? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the robbery assessment, shocking Fan Tianlei, and rewarding experience points of 100. This crisp voice is beautiful in Chen Haonan's ears. It's only 100 points away and you can upgrade again. Level up and you'll get new skills. Mom, Fan Tianlei is really the nanny who delivers milk. The invincible fighting technique obtained by upgrading before, Chen Haonan knocked over more than a dozen young people by himself. This feeling is particularly refreshing. In the past, he was also a special soldier, and in terms of fighting skills, he was not particularly top-notch, and he was sure to take down 5 or 6 first-class soldiers in one-on-one combat, but if he faced more than 5 people, he would only lose. In addition, after mastering the invincible martial arts, in the running process just now, he can easily exert himself, jumping, rolling, sliding, etc., which is extremely smooth, which is also one of the reasons why he can easily throw Fan Tianlei away for a long time. So Chen Haonan's current focus is to upgrade. Have more skills. Achieve the strongest young soldier king in the future. Fan Tianlei thought of Chen Haonan's amazing shooting performance at the beginning, then to the wild running of the cross-country with weights, and then to the performance of more than a dozen young people who were nearly 10 years older than him, and then to the present performance of running all the way for 10 kilometers, whether it is in terms of physical fitness or basic skills of special forces, it is undoubtedly first class. Elementary school students as soldiers? Fan Tianlei just smiled. This joke is indeed a bit big. Even if he agrees, the brigade commander will definitely not agree to it. Fan Tianlei saw Yi Zuanxin catching up. He didn't breathe, his face was just flushed with a hint of ruddy, and he couldn't help but show a look of approval, and said in his heart, "This girl is good, very suitable for being a soldier." Looked at Chen Haonan again, and asked softly, "Has your brother started practicing martial arts since he was a child?" Yi Zuanxin didn't say anything, and said, "I don't even know what's going on." She really didn't know. She felt that since her little cousin finished watching the military training, her whole person had changed. Bearing, the ability to fight, bearing. A complete change. Fan Tianlei smiled slightly and introduced himself. "I am Fan Tianlei, Chief of Staff of the Wolf-Tooth Commando of the Wolf-Tooth Special Operations Brigade of the East China Military Region, and I am not a bad person." Yi Zuanxin's eyes lit up and said, "Hello." Since she was a child, she has especially admired soldiers, especially special forces. The military region has begun to recruit female soldiers, preparing to form a women's special brigade. Your physical fitness is good. I will give you a letter of introduction, you can give it a try. Fan Tianlei continued. Yi Cun was overjoyed in his heart and said, "Thank you, Chief of Staff, I will definitely sign up." She has long had the dream of joining the army, and now that she has such a good opportunity and the opportunity to become a special soldier, of course she will not miss it. Chen Haonan on the side couldn't sit still, trotted over, pushed Yi Zuanxin away, and said, "Cousin, are you not kind to do this, steal the show?" Turning the immature little face, he crossed his small waist and scolded, "You can't see that I'm much better than her?" Ha ha! Fan Tianlei was amused, laughed loudly, and was not angry. What he said was indeed right, but it's a pity that the age is there, so deserved? Yi Zuanxin looked embarrassed, grabbed Chen Haonan, and said, "Don't make trouble. What kind of soldier are you, a little kid? You really want to be a soldier, and you'll talk about it when you grow up." Chen Haonan is not happy. If you don't become a soldier, you can't complete the main quest. How can you level up quickly? How to be a soldier king? You want me to go back to being an elementary school student, but there are no doors. Chen Haonan shook off Yi Zuanxin's palm and said loudly to Fan Tianlei, "Play me, right? Let's have a game, either promise me or you have to give me a letter of introduction." "You're going to do it with me?" Fan Tianlei said in astonishment. "What, you don't dare?" "I'm embarrassed to say that I'm a special soldier, but I don't have any guts." Chen Haonan's nose wrinkled. "I despise you." Fan Tianlei laughed. "It's not a small tone, okay? I'll play with you, but it hurts after a while. Don't cry your nose." "I thought you didn't have an egg, come on." These words were said by a little hairy child, which made Fan Tianlei cry and laugh. "Don't mess around, come back and do your homework with me." Although Yi Zuanxin said that Chen Haonan didn't want to mess around, she didn't really stop it, and she was also curious. "I'll let you make 3 moves first, come on." Fan Tianlei stood up and stood steadily. Chen Haonan's mouth curled slightly, and he said softly, "When I beat you up, don't feel embarrassed." As he spoke, his little feet suddenly kicked to the ground, his legs were slightly bent, and his body was like a half-moon, and he suddenly exerted his strength and rushed towards Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei saw Chen Haonan's pink punch, but he didn't pay attention to it at all. "Don't dodge or dodge, I plan to resist Chen Haonan's punch." A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Haonan's mouth, and he said in his heart, "What is it called, capsizing in the gutter?" Although his current physique is only that of an adult, his strength is 10 times that of an adult. It's pretty scary. Fan Tianlei's physical attributes are about 5 or 6 times that of ordinary people, which is equivalent to saying that his strength is 5 or 6 times that of ordinary people. This is a big difference from Chen Haonan's full outburst. No wonder Fan Tianlei is careless. Who is he? Once the king of soldiers. It's said that it's him. Even if it's an ordinary adult, if a child throws a punch, will he dodge? Not at all. Fan Tianlei just stabbed his horse a little and put on a shelf, knowing that this kid's attack was ingenious, and his strength should be about the same as that of an adult, so this punch, even if he hit him hard, would not have any effect on himself. This will make this little kid retreat. Syllable. Who knows, Fan Tianlei still had a little smile on his face, but when Chen Haonan punched him in the abdomen, he only felt a majestic force surging from his small fist. The stomach is like a river turning over the sea. Who knows, Chen Haonan followed his little shoulders closely, and hit him fiercely. The two forces were superimposed. Snap. Fan Tianlei only felt that he was under the power of Qian Jun, and he couldn't control himself. As soon as the chrysanthemum was released, his feet left the ground, and he fell the ground, rolling out 2 or 3 meters before he stabilized his figure. This made Yi Suanxin, who was watching from the side, stunned. Seeing that Chen Haonan still wanted to rush past the fat-beating Fan Tianlei, he hurriedly rushed up, twisted Chen Haonan's little ear with one hand, and said sharply, "Stop. Enough guts." Even adults dared to fight, and quickly apologized to the chief of staff. "We're competing." Chen Haonan was dissatisfied. Fan Tianlei was hit by Chen Haonan, his eyes were starry, and he was shocked in his heart. Why is this little guy's strength so great? What if he knew that Chen Haonan only used 7 points of strength and didn't scare off the big teeth? He stood up in embarrassment, patted the dust off his body, and showed an embarrassed expression. "Excuse me, Chief of Staff. My cousin is so naughty, I'll teach him a good lesson when I get back." Yi Suanxin hurriedly apologized. He lost. Chen Haonan emphasized, "If you lose, you have to meet my requirements." Yi Suanxin glared at Chen Haonan fiercely and said, "Shut up, the chief of staff is letting you, don't you know, like you little kid?" Fan Tianlei's ears were red, and he hurriedly took out a letter of introduction from his briefcase and gave it to Yi Suanxin, and said, "Your little cousin, you are amazing. When you grow up, you can consider letting him become a soldier. In addition, this letter is recommended by me to go to the military region." "For me? That's great." Yi Suanxin was so excited when he looked at the letter of introduction that he almost didn't cheer. "Great, I finally have a chance to be a soldier." Chen Haonan pursed his lips, very dissatisfied. After Fan Tianlei gave the letter of introduction, he immediately slipped away. Yi Suanxin, who was excited, completely ignored Chen Haonan's protests and pulled him home directly. "I'm not happy." Let go of Fan Tianlei and ruined his plan, but he couldn't beat her hard. So along the way, Yi Suanxin was very excited, Chen Haonan was very depressed, and the two of them went one after the other. Chen Haonan walks, pedaling like a little adult. Yi Suanxin was in a good mood following behind, so he ignored this little guy who seemed to be very angry. Back home. "Uncle, Aunt, we're back." As soon as he entered the door, Yi Suanxin shouted. Chen Haonan was silent, and after coming in, he sat directly on the sofa and turned on the TV and tuned to the military channel. "Why did you come back so late? Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Chen Haonan's mother came out of the kitchen and said. Father Chen Haodong heard the sound downstairs and walked down from the study. The second elder saw that Chen Haonan seemed to be really angry, watching TV by himself, or a military program, which was a little strange. "It's all Chen Haonan's ghosts." Yi Suanxin foamed at the mouth and said that Chen Haonan fought with the boys in the military region. "Uncle, Aunt, do you know how fierce he beats? More than a dozen children older than him, he dared to rush up and fight with others, and he was angry with me." Yi Suanxin complained. "Really? Of course it's true," Yi Cun said in his heart. Yi Suanxin was still thinking about who would be spanked this time. But who knows, my uncle and aunt ran to Chen Haonan's face, looked left and right, and grabbed Chen Haonan's little hands, calves, and faces a few times, and there were no scars on my face, so my uncle said excitedly, "Son, your courage has finally become fat, not bad, worthy of my species." This stunned Yi Tsuanshin. And encouraged the little cousin to fight with others? Chen Haonan didn't pay attention to them, and watched the military show by himself. This made the two elders look at each other a little, and they couldn't understand what was going on. Hurriedly pulled Yi Tsuanshin aside. "Tsuanshin, what's wrong with Chen Haonan?" Chen Haonan's mother, Zhou Shu, asked softly. "What else could it be? Didn't I take him to see military training today?" As a result, he said that he also wanted to be a soldier and a special soldier, and he happened to meet the chief of staff of the military region, so he had to pester others to become a soldier. As a result, people didn't take a fancy to him, but instead took a fancy to me, and only gave me a letter of introduction for enlistment, but didn't give it to him, so I got angry. Yi Cun said in his heart. Being a soldier? This is good. Chen Haodong praised on the side. Turned around and ran over to Chen Haonan and said encouragingly, "Good boy, ambitious. It's a man who grows up, and he goes to the army whenever he has the opportunity. However, how can you become a soldier now that you are only 10 years old? Don't be angry, study hard first, and then go to the army when you grow up. I'll give you 20,000 pocket money this month." Father Chen Haodong saw that Chen Haonan was silent and smiled. 30,000? 30,000 isn't enough, then 50,000? It's worthy of my son, well, 100,000 a month. Chen Haonan finally stretched out his little hand. "I want it now." "No problem." After less than 3 minutes, Chen Haodong took out a small pile of brand new huaxia coins from the safe and put them in Chen Haonan's hand, a stack of 10,000 yuan, exactly 10 stacks. Chen Haonan carried a bag of money and went back to the room to play. Yi Tsuanshin was stunned. This is to give 100,000 pocket money? This? How old is he? "Uncle, you love him so much, you will spoil him, and when the time comes, you will become a troublemaker who is not afraid of heaven and earth. What should I do?" Yi Cun said in his heart. Chen Haodong said disappreciably, "This kid has always been timid, and you don't know it. It's rare to be so brave today, and my uncle is not short of money, only a man, so if he becomes brave, 1,000,000 pocket money will not be a problem." "Ah, my son has finally become brave, good." Yi Tsuanshin was completely speechless. Chen Haonan returned to the room and took out the ant gene potion. Take a deep breath and swallow it in one gulp. The whole body felt like it had been bitten by an ant again, and the pain was incomparable, but this time the pain seemed to be slightly less than the last time. Thinking about it, this is normal. Chen Haonan's current physique has reached the physique of an adult, and of course his resistance is much stronger for the first time, and the pain is a little less corresponding. 5 minutes later. The pain in Chen Haonan's body faded away. With that comes an indescribable refreshment. Hurriedly view a person's attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level, level 2. Root bones, 2. Spirit, 2. Strength, 20. Speed, 2. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting. Experience points, 100 out of 200. Chen Haonan couldn't help but be happy. In addition to increasing the strength to 20 times, other stats are also doubled. Gently clench the palm of your hand, and immediately feel the majestic power coming from your arm. The power of the whole body is swarming. Chen Haonan jumped slightly, supported the ground with both hands, and did push-ups. I didn't feel the slightest bit of effort, and then changed to 2 fingers, which was very easy. 20 times the strength of ordinary people, it's really terrifying. I did hundreds of them in a row, and I didn't breathe, and I didn't sweat at all on my forehead. I try to bounce continuously and move. The speed is twice as fast as before. I saw Chen Haonan suddenly take a step or two forward, followed by a punch, and he actually let out a snort, extremely fierce. The dull fist gives an extremely heavy feeling. Great! The pleasure brought by this rapid increase in strength made Chen Haonan feel extremely good. It's a little painful when you take it, but it's worth it. We must speed up the upgrade, get more ant gene potions, and continue to strengthen the body. Chen Haonan clenched his little fists, felt tense all over his body, took off his clothes, stood by the mirror, and his eyes lit up again. Arms, upper chest, abdomen. It's all muscles, and it's extremely smooth, perfect assembly line. It looks like a strong force. The changes brought about by the ant gene potion, who can compare to this figure to participate in bodybuilding? Chen Haonan was appreciating his perfect body shape with satisfaction, when suddenly the door opened. Yi Zuanxin saw Chen Haonan at a glance, and his eyes widened suddenly. Is this a little cousin I know? When did his figure get so good? Although he is still small, his body is covered with assembly line muscles, which makes people feel comfortable and visually shocked, but it is full of manly texture. Tough guy. No wonder he was able to knock Fan Tianlei away all at once. What are you here to do? I haven't promised to forgive you yet. Chen Haonan turned around and said. Yi Zuanxin frowned. He always felt that Chen Haonan was very different from before, and his temperament had changed. He was not the little kid who would only follow his ass all day long, and often said, "Cousin, I will give you pocket money, you help me." Now it's more like an adult. Well, what happened during the day was that I was wrong, and I apologize to you. Chen Haonan snorted coldly, and didn't raise his head. If the apology is useful, what else do you want the police to do? Yi Zuanxin was stunned. How could this little guy say such profound words? In the following days, Chen Haonan lived a very dull life, training himself every day. I started to get up and run as soon as it was dawn, and when I returned to the back garden, I started to do all kinds of fitness applications and practice various martial arts. The parents were very happy to see such a big change in Chen Haonan, and immediately instructed the nanny to prepare the most sumptuous food every day. What made Chen Haonan a little strange was that Yi Zuanxin didn't go there, stayed at home all the time, and secretly observed him. Maybe because of the woman's curiosity and seeing Chen Haonan's earth-shaking changes. At first, I was extremely curious to run with Chen Haonan, but I found that I couldn't run Chen Haonan. Last time, I saw Chen Haonan running wildly on the street, and even Fan Tianlei couldn't catch up, thinking that it was because Chen Haonan was small, agile, and easily avoided various obstacles, but now it seems that this is definitely not the case. Even if there are no obstacles, he can't outrun Chen Haonan by running with all his might. This shocked Yi Zuanxin. Seeing Chen Haonan boxing in the yard, he had a clear eye and spoke fluently, and he couldn't help but want to talk to him, but in the end he couldn't let go. Fan Tianlei suffered in front of him, and he could get cheap by fighting him. It's just a fierce curiosity that is secretly watching. Chen Haonan didn't pay attention to it, she just watched it if she liked it. Anyway, if she asked, she said that she had no teacher, and no one could study it. In these 7 days, Chen Haonan also went to the summer camp, and strangely it was disbanded. Chen Haonan guessed that Wang Tai and others were beaten, lost in the hands of a child, and had no face to continue. The early morning sun shone on the earth again, and Chen Haonan had just come back from exercising, and found that there was a small apology report on his small desk. Glanced at it, and the above meant that he did a little too much last time, and asked for forgiveness from Comrade Chen Haonan. She will report to the barracks tomorrow. She will be a soldier in the future, and she will rarely meet. I hope Chen Haonan will study hard and grow up quickly. Leaving tomorrow? Time flies. To complete the main quest of the system, you must leave here and enter the barracks. No matter what, start running away from home. Chen Haonan said he would do it, secretly stuffed his small bag with 100,000 cash, and then found an excuse to run to the mall. Give me 2 sets of this uniform. 2 pairs of military shoes. A green backpack. Chen Haonan entered a military high-imitation store, pointed to what he needed, and his eyes didn't blink. Buy. Buy. Buy, not bad money. Prepare everything to the newly bought green marching backpack. When I returned home, I wrote a letter of leaving home. The child is determined to break through many levels, and if he can't learn to become famous, he vows not to return. Why bury his bones, and where is life not green? The next morning, it was still the same as usual, but this time it was different. Chen Haonan changed into a brand new military uniform and secretly left the house with his luggage. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to steal Yi Zuanxin's letter of introduction and train tickets. Come to the side of the road, take a taxi, and go straight to the train station. Little friend, why are you alone? The ant who checked the ticket asked suspiciously, what about you? Where are you going? My mom was in the back, and she told me to go in first and wait, and I'll come in later. Chen Haonan said calmly. Your mother is really cruel to you, willing to let you carry so many things. But kid, you're so good, carrying so many things on your back, like playing. The ant who checked the ticket felt sorry for Chen Haonan and asked him to go in first. Who made Chen Haonan so handsome and cute? Chen Haonan had just walked into the train, and suddenly there was a crisp prompt sound in his ears. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for entering the main quest of the young soldier king, ready to join the special forces, and reward 100 experience points. Ha! Isn't it not yet complete? How do you start rewarding? Wouldn't there be no rewards later? No, there will be a reward later. This is the reward host to finally start the task process. So good? Looks like it's going to be upgraded. Really? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 2 and getting a chance to extract skills once. Considering that the host is still a young child, the system will extract skills on behalf of you. Ding dong, the host gains invincible vision and becomes a 10-mile eagle eye. Chen Haonan was slightly stunned. 10 miles of eagle eyes? The eagle can indeed see the details of things at 10 kilometers, and so can he? Chen Haonan ignored it for the time being, and looked for his carriage and location according to the location of the train ticket. Please excuse me. Chen Haonan was carrying a large green duffel bag, walking through the aisle, and people who didn't pay attention only looked at the backpack moving, and couldn't see people. This kid is awesome, it's such a big backpack, and it has a lot of stuff. Terrible. I should still be a primary school student, so small, so strong, I will have it when I grow up. The passengers in the carriage gave a thumbs up when they saw Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan came to his place, and a middle-aged man named Swin stood up and said with a smile, little friend, I'll help you. Then he was ready to help Chen Haonan unload the backpack on his back. As a result, Chen Haonan's arm twisted, his right hand twisted, and the big green backpack was placed at his feet. Yes. The strength is not small. The middle-aged man praised. Uncle, help me put it up. No problem. The middle-aged man wanted to lift the backpack with one hand, and he could grab it with his right hand, but the good guy was so heavy that he couldn't hold it with one hand, so he hurriedly held his breath and put the backpack on the luggage rack. It is estimated to be 100 caddies. This scared the middle-aged man. This strength is no worse than that of adults. How old is he? Are all school children so scary now? Suddenly thinking that the baby in his house was the same age as him, but he was still playing with plasticine, and the middle-aged man had an urge to go back to the same room. Thank you, uncle. Chen Haonan said politely. Chen Haonan's strength is very large, but his height is not enough, so he wanted to throw it directly, but it seems too shocking, so he should be low-key. You're welcome. The two sat down, and the middle-aged man looked at this little strong man, dressed in a green military uniform, like a little soldier, and was even more curious. Little friend, where are you going? Chen Haonan smiled slightly and said, go and be a soldier. Being a soldier? Kids, you're really joking. Chen Haonan didn't argue, and said softly, Uncle, I'm a little tired, take a break. Okay, you rest first. Being so heavy with something so heavy would I have choked on it if I had been tired. The middle-aged man smiled. Where is Chen Haonan resting? He is ready to extract invincible vision. Fusion. In an instant, a white light flashed into Chen Haonan's mind, and in an instant, Chen Haonan felt that his eyes suddenly felt a coolness, indescribably comfortable. Open your eyes and look at the opposite position. Can't see through. Chen Haonan was slightly disappointed, and then turned his head to look out the window. 10 meters away, a beautiful woman has delicate little stud earrings hidden under her hair. 50 meters on, an old grandfather on a very deep wrinkle. A middle-aged woman at 100 meters has several gray hairs in her hair. The more Chen Haonan looked at it, his line of sight was still so clear. 500 meters. 600 meters. 1,000 meters. It's still stretching forward, as if you can't see the end. When I saw the skyscraper estimated at the farthest distance of 3,000 meters, through the transparent glass, I saw a young white-collar worker standing on the balcony with a delicate coffee cup, enjoying the scenery in the distance. Awesome! It's more awesome than a high-powered telescope. The importance of invincible vision on the march cannot be overstated. In the future, wouldn't it be like a fish in water to cooperate with your invincible marksmanship? Chun Haonan was excited when he thought about it. Chun Haonan gradually retracted his gaze, his eyes lit up slightly, and he saw 3 young people not far away coming over with luggage. Isn't this Yi Changwan, Wang Yunbing, Li Ernio? They also came to join the army? Chun Haonan showed a hint of doubt and looked back. I'll go. Isn't that Yi Tsunshin? Why did you come so quickly? Chun Haonan got up and hurriedly said to the middle-aged man, My mother is here, I will go to school, goodbye uncle. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. The middle-aged man came back to his senses and smiled, goodbye. He was still wondering how this kid could go out alone, it turned out to be like this. This kid is amazing and sensible. At the entrance of the station, Yi Tsunshin looked around, looking for Chun Haonan's figure. In the morning, she woke up and couldn't find her ticket, even the letter of introduction was gone, and finally went to find Chun Haonan, and found that Chun Haonan left a runaway report, and she was almost angry. This guy is getting more and more lawless. Dare to do such a ridiculous thing. Have you ever seen a little boy who is about this tall and handsome, about 10 years old? Yi Tsunshin asked the ticket inspector. See? You're his parent, right? You are really relieved to let such a small child carry so many things and let him be alone. He's already in, you should hurry up and find him. The ticket inspector said softly. Thank you. Yi Tsunshin hurriedly entered the station, relying on his previous memories to find his position. I found the carriage and went up. Ernio, you see that girl is beautiful, right? Wang Yunbing's eyes lit up, and when he saw Yi Tsunshin coming towards him, he laughed softly. It's really beautiful, but I think it's still the green flowers in our village that are more beautiful. Li Ernio cracked his mouth and laughed. I also said that you're Suihua, you look at the girl, how good your figure is, convex and backward, and handsome, how good it would be if you could be my girlfriend. Wang Yunbing's eyes kept rolling. He Changwan, did you say that she also went to be a soldier? How do I know? She didn't have the word join the army written on her face. He Changwan said lightly, but if she wears a military uniform, she will definitely look good. Ernio, listen, do you hear? Wang Yunbing sighed. Brother, are you saying that my sister is beautiful? Wang Yunbing turned his head to see a 10-year-old child standing beside him and said. She's my sister, she just said to me, I think you're pretty good, let me pass on a word to you, I want to know you, I think you're very handsome. Chun Haonan said softly. Really? Wang Yunbing was so excited, his eyes were round. I said I was handsome, no wonder the magpies kept calling in the yard this morning, it turned out that my peach blossoms had arrived. Wang Yunbing said excitedly. Big brother, I'm optimistic about you. Chun Haonan turned around and walked away from the other side. Ha ha. Wang Yunbing was so excited that he almost didn't jump up, hurriedly shook the clothes on his body, and said to Li Ernio, children can't deceive people, wait to see how I teach you to pick up girls. Yi Tsunshin finally found his position and wondered, what about people? The middle-aged man sitting next to him said, Are you the mother of the little boy? So young. He saw that Yi Tsunshin was only in his early 20s, the little boy was already old, the age was wrong, could it be that he was well maintained? A black line appeared on Yi Tsunshin's forehead. The middle-aged man explained, he went back to school by himself, and you, the mother, let a child run around? Yi Tsunshin almost didn't have a cigarette, and said fiercely, if you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you. The middle-aged man's face sank, and he said, why are you like this? I am kind enough to remind you. Your child is still young, and it is not good for his growth to let him carry such a heavy load. Yi Tsunshin couldn't bear it anymore, and said angrily, I don't even have a boyfriend, where is the child? If you talk nonsense again, don't think that if you are a man, I will not dare to hit you. Wang Yanbing, who had been paying attention to Yi Cun's heart, heard it, his eyes lit up, and when he saw the middle-aged man in the eastern Mediterranean, it was obvious that he was looking at the beauty of others, and deliberately found such a lame excuse to talk, and the opportunity for heroes to save beauty came. Besides, her brother didn't say that she had a good impression of herself. Did she think she was handsome? If you don't perform now, when will you perform? Wang Yanbing walked over, smiled at Yi Tsuanshin, and then pressed the middle-aged man's shoulder with a big palm, and said, "Dude, you are all old, why do you still use this kind of turtle method to be close to a beautiful girl? You can almost be someone's uncle, like an old cow eating tender grass?" The middle-aged man was first inexplicably threatened by Yi Tsuanshin, and now a thug appeared to suppress himself, and he was furious. "Whoever eats tender grass, don't spew blood, let go of your hand." Wang Yanbing was still afraid that the other party would not be angry, and said, "How did you get angry when the trick was exposed? Scoundrel! Let go." Wang Yanbing himself is a gangster, and he is a good hand at fighting. Seeing the middle-aged man stand up suddenly, he seems to want to fight. He clasped his hands back, pressed the middle-aged man, and said, "You have this ability, and you still want to pretend to be forced in front of me? I'm scolding, believe it or not, I'll throw you out of the carriage." The middle-aged man was pressed and couldn't lift his head, and his heart was on fire. Wang Yanbing looked proud, and then said to Yi Tsuanshin, "Hello, my name is Wang Yanbing. To deal with this kind of old rascal, you have to be ruthless, otherwise you won't have a long memory." Yi Tsuanshin stared at Wang Yanbing and cut off, "Let go of that, uncle, we just misunderstood, you are self-righteous, it's not right to hit someone. The script is wrong. Didn't that kid say her sister had a crush on me? Fake?" Wang Yanbing couldn't turn a corner, but he let go of the middle-aged man. As a result, the beautiful girl didn't even look at him and left the carriage directly. Am I being deceived by a child? Wang Yanbing was puzzled in his heart. Didn't you say that you have a good impression of me? How is this attitude? Everything that happened in the carriage, Chen Haonan could see it clearly. For the first time, Chen Haonan felt the wonder of the invincible 1,000 miles eagle eye. It seems that you can zoom in on the characters and see the shape of each other's mouths, expressions on their faces, subtle movements on their bodies, and so on. Seeing Yi Tsuanshin's face full of unhappiness, he got off the train. After getting off the bus, I looked around, but I still didn't see Chen Haonan's figure, so I went to find the previous ticket inspector again, and finally left with an ugly face. Chen Haonan saw Yi Tsuanshin leave, and returned to the carriage, still sitting in his original position with a calm face. The middle-aged man asked with a stunned face, "Didn't you go to school?" "My mom said to help me ask for leave, so I won't go to school first." Chen Haonan's face was calm. The middle-aged man was a little speechless. Could it be that he had just made the wrong person? "I think it's a mistake. How can there be such a young mother? I had a baby at the age of 10. He shook his head self-deprecatingly. Wang Yanbing saw that the little kid ran back again, a black line appeared on his forehead, got up and ran over, and asked, "What happened just now?" "Even big brother, you dare to lie, believe it or not, I'll beat you." Wang Yanbing put on a fierce look, "You little brat, tell me clearly, what's going on? Otherwise, you look good." Just now he was embarrassed by Yi Tsuanshin, and went back to let Li Ernie tell a joke, which was very unpleasant. "I was looking for the little bastard who started it, but I didn't find the shadow. Now it's popping up again. What do you want? The family is still a child." The middle-aged man couldn't sit still, and when he saw Wang Yanbing bullying people 3 times and twice, he spoke. "Shut up. Believe it or not, Lao Tzu will beat you again?" Wang Yanbing threatened, "Stay aside, no one will treat you as a dumb person." Chen Haonan unhurriedly took out a Terrence from his bag, sucked it slowly, and was not in a hurry to answer. "Hey, you kid, there's a kind." Wang Yanbing raised his eyebrows, and his anger became even greater. Chen Haonan didn't pay attention to it, and continued to dig out things, an Apple X. It's still the latest. Buried in the game, he didn't pay attention to him at all. Treat Wang Yanbing as heir. Holy tyrants! Wang Yanbing was completely ignored by one elementary school student. His lungs were about to be blown up, and his hands trembled in anger. "Little brat, pretending to be forced, right? Explain what the hell is going on." Suddenly, he stretched out his hand to the back of Chen Haonan's neck. But between the lightning and flint, Chen Haonan's movements were faster than Wang Yanbing's, and he grabbed his wrist with his backhand, pulled it, and at the same time grabbed it with his other small hand, grabbed the back of Wang Yanbing's neck, and pressed it on the table just right. Wang Yanbing's brain was clouded and he struggled hard, but his little hand pressed on the back of his head, and he couldn't move. Even the strength to eat milk is exerted. But the other party's little hands are like iron clips. Wang Yanbing was overwhelmed by a small hand. It's like 1,000 pounds of burden. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Is the little kid so strong? Took a strong pill? He Cheng Wang, who was squinting and sleeping in the front position, saw Wang Yanbing squatting on the ground, looking awkward, leaning forward a little, and seemed to be pushing up very hard, but he couldn't get up under the pressure of the heavy object. When I saw a little child's little hand pressed on Wang Yanbing's shoulder, a pink little face was flushed, but the expression on his face was a little cold. At this time, Wang Yanbing was squatting, the expression on his face was very complicated, and he looked a little painful. At first, I didn't feel anything, but the more I looked at it, the more strange it became, and Wang Yanbing seemed to be holding back his face red. What's wrong with you? He Cheng Wang shouted at him. It's okay, it's fun. Wang Yanbing is a very face-saving person. If he says that he can't get up when he is pressed by a little kid, won't he make people laugh off his big teeth? Bite the bullet and answer. You can play like this with a child? He Cheng Wang said with disdain. Wang Yanbing said in a low voice, Little rabbit, let go quickly, otherwise I will fight back. Chen Haonan's big watery eyes glanced at him, and the strength in his hand immediately increased by 1 point. Wang Yanbing only felt that the strength on his shoulders had increased again, and his feet began to tremble. If you can stand up. He Cheng Wang glanced at Wang Yanbing twice. Wang Yanbing was obviously struggling to support, but he still wanted to save face, estimated to press his legs, and smiled at He Cheng Wang pretending to be relaxed. I'll relax, Mimia. He Cheng Wang shook his head, and then squinted his eyes to sleep. Little bunny, when the hell are you going to let go? Wang Yanbing was in great pain, all the strength of his body was used on his legs, he couldn't free his hand, and reached out to grab Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan pursed his lips, with a disdainful expression, and said in a low voice, Apologize and admit your mistake first. The little hands have a little more strength. Wang Yanbing almost didn't collapse, and sat on the ground. Why does he still have the strength in his hands? Did he practice milk when he was a child? Wang Yanbing scolded his mother in his heart. How could he meet such a perverted little child? How big is this? His strength is so terrifying, and he will have it when he grows up. Chen Haonan doesn't have much affection for this little hooligan Wang Yanbing. He is a hooligan, and Lao Tzu fights this kind of person. The middle-aged man next to him saw very clearly that Wang Yanbing was pressed by this child and couldn't move. Terrible. Was pressed and intimidated by Wang Yanbing before, and he was dissatisfied with this young man who looked like a hooligan, and he was also suppressed by him, but now it is finally the other party's turn to be deflated, not to mention how happy. Was also shocked by the power of Chen Haonan, a child. Looking at the child's immature and cute little face, I can't see that I am very hard, and I admire it even more. Terrific! If the children in his own family can have half of his strength, he can steal fun in his dreams, and he can take care of the housework. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Yanbing with an aggrieved look, and couldn't help but secretly turn his face and laugh softly. The surrounding travelers looked at Wang Yanbing, who was squatting on the ground with a puzzled expression, bowed their heads and whispered. Is he sick? Such a big person, there is a place not to sit, but squatting. It's normal to look at. Young people nowadays are behaving a little weirdly. Wang Yanbing was bitter to the extreme, and he also remembered it, but he couldn't get up when he was pressed. I can only pretend to be very relaxed. A minute passes. 5 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. Wang Yanbing was still squatting like this, his legs were numb, and beads of sweat the size of beans began to fall down his forehead, and he was miserable. Chen Haonan, who was sitting on the side, still pressed Wang Yanbing's shoulder with one small hand, and played with his mobile phone with the other hand, watching the news. He Cheng Wang yawned, and when he raised his eyes, Wang Yanbing was still squatting in place. Strange. Looking carefully at the expression on Wang Yanbing's face, it was not easy at all. His teeth were tightened, and beads of sweat dripped down his chin. The strangest thing is that the little child's little hand is still pressed on Wang Yanbing's shoulder. The child looks calm, playing with his mobile phone, and does not take Wang Yanbing under the little hand as a thing at all. Could it be that Wang Yanbing can't stand up to be crushed by him? He Changwon looked puzzled. If that's the case, this kid will have a lot of strength, right? In the novel, Li Yuanba can lift 800 pounds of double hammers at the age of 10, and the child in front of him is pressing Wang Yanbing with one hand, not to mention 200 pounds, right? It doesn't seem like I've used my full strength yet. Isn't this more awesome than Li Yuanba in the novel? Ernia, you called Wang Yanbing over in the past. You are not tired of squatting. What are you kidding with a child? He Changwon said. Li Ernia was the most powerful of the three of them, and the strength of his arms can lift more than 200 caddies of rice bags. Li Ernia was knocking on the melon seeds, and he had already seen Wang Yanbing squatting all the time, and he didn't think much about it, thinking that Wang Yanbing was happy to do this. Medium. Li Ernia got up and walked towards Wang Yanbing, with a big grin, walked up to the two, stretched out his hand to grab Wang Yanbing's arm, and said at the same time, Wang Yanbing, what's good with children? When he reached out, a small hand grabbed his wrist. What's the matter, little baby? I want to compete with my brother. Li Ernia said with a smile. Chen Haonan didn't say anything. He crooked his neck, knowing that this second cargo has great strength, but Chen Haonan at this moment is stronger than him. Li Ernia shook his hand casually, wanting to shake off Chen Haonan's little hand, but he couldn't move. I increased my strength by 3 points, but I still can't move. He had already exerted 7 points of strength, and if he had been an ordinary adult, he would have been thrown out by himself. Li Ernia increased his strength again, but he still didn't move. He almost blurted out, my mother, what did you grow up with this baby? Why is there so much strength? Wang Yanbing thought that Li Ernia would be able to help him when he came, but when he heard Li Ernia burst out like this, he suddenly felt a sense of despair. Even Li Ernia is not his opponent? You must know that Li Ernia's strength is as big as a brute bull. If he couldn't help it, wouldn't he be a bitter turtle squatting like this? Li Ernia shook it suddenly. He didn't believe in this evil, and he swung 10% of his strength. This time he should have thrown the other party's hand away, right? But it still doesn't move. This really frightened Li Ernia. His wrist seemed to be clamped by an iron clip, and his blood was blocked, and he began to feel numb. Looking at this child, a handsome and cute little face, but it is heroic and proud. Whose child is this? That's awesome. Li Ernia didn't dare to be tempted, and said bluntly, I'm convinced, not as strong as you. Li Ernia's straightforward temperament, Chen Haonan still likes it, unlike Wang Yanbing, who has a slippery head. Then let go of Li Ernia. Li Ernia retracted his hand, rubbed it, and found that there were small handprints on his wrists. This baby's strength is really big enough. What's your name, whose child? Li Ernia became curious, and looked at Chen Haonan wearing a small military uniform, with small arms and legs, but he was full of spirit, a little soldier's style. Let's go. Chen Haonan waved his hand and asked him to go away. Don't get in the way of my intentions. Wang Yanbing watched Li Ernia walk away like this, but he still didn't have the face to beg. Li Ernia touched his wrist, walked back to Yi Changwon with a big grin, and said, that kid is like eating a big cow pill, which is greater than my strength. Yi Changwon was speechless for a moment. How could this thing lack a tendon in his brain? Didn't see that Wang Yanbing was pressed and couldn't stand it at all? However, Li Ernia couldn't fight hard if he tried his strength, and he couldn't fight with him openly in the past, otherwise others wouldn't regard him as a hooligan who bullied children? What's your name, little friend? Yi Changwon shouted with a smile. Chen Haonan glanced at Yi Changwon with big eyes. This guy is one of the pig's feet in the world of special forces, but Chen Haonan doesn't like it. Although he was not as slippery as Wang Yanbing, Chen Haonan was not happy to look at that arrogance. A seemingly cool little face just glanced at it, and then ignored it. Yi Changwon saw that Chen Hao's man was small, but his temper was not small, and he put on a face for him, a little crying and laughing. He gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up, and said softly, you cow. I'll see how long your tricks last. Wang Yanbing looked up and found that Yi Changwon had no intention of helping, and his heart twitched. Play with me? Do you want Lao Tzu to squat to the terminal like this? Wang Yanbing was crazy in his heart, but there was no room for resistance. At this time, the beautiful female ticket inspector in the aisle came over to check the situation of the carriage, and just took a closer look. She saw Chen Haonan. Isn't that the little kid the young girl was looking for? How did it end up here? Don't you say you can't find it? Chen Haonan also saw the sister who checked the ticket. It was the ticket inspector that Yi Tsuanshin asked, and he must have recognized herself by looking at the expression on her face. What to do? If she contacts her family and forces herself to get off at the next stop, it will be troublesome. Chen Haonan became nervous, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw his beautiful sister coming over, and before the other party could ask, Chen Haonan smiled slightly, and said in a childish voice, "Sister, you see this eldest brother squatting on the ground, he plans to peep at you." The ticket inspector wears a short black professional skirt. The ticket inspector only noticed Chen Haonan just now, and didn't pay attention to Wang Yanbing, who had been squatting, and looked down. Wang Yanbing's obscene posture, didn't he want a peep? The surrounding passengers looked at Wang Yanbing with their eyes. Is this the young man who has been squatting on the floor for so long? Is that what he wants to do? Looks like a dog. Why do you think about such a dirty thing in your head? The heart is separated from the belly. The surrounding aunts and uncles began to mumble, and there were several beautiful mushrooms around, staring at Wang Yanbing vigilantly. A black line appeared on Wang Yanbing's forehead, the conscience of heaven and earth. This little bastard is still a black-bellied man. I had hacked myself once because of Yi Tsuanshin's incident before, and now I came again. Wang Yanbing is out of the way, being laughed at. It's better than being treated as a voyeur man. If the misunderstanding spreads to the army, he won't be in the soup if he enlists in the army? I don't think it's a matter of face. Don't listen to this little bastard. I was pressed by him and couldn't get up. Wang Yanbing said. The ticket inspector's face sank, and he couldn't get up when he was pressed by a child? You're a 3-year-old, huh? Can you think of such a lame excuse? The surrounding passengers all looked with contempt. As soon as Chen Haonan let go, his two little hands waved and said, I didn't press him. It's been in again. At this moment, Wang Yanbing couldn't get up at all. He had already lost his strength all over his body, and his hands and legs were numb. When the ticket inspector saw that Wang Yanbing still wanted to look down, he was annoyed and angry, and said, What else do you have to say now? Shameless. Wang Yanbing was eaten by Chen Haonan, and he was holding back the fire in his belly, but the ticket inspector didn't say this, plus the strange eyes of the aunts and uncles around him, as if he thought he was a voyeur, and his lungs were about to be blown up. Miss, can you make it clear, who is shameless? Did that eye of yours see me peeping on you? Wang Yanbing was originally a gangster, and flirting with girls is his forte. You are really good looking, and your figure is okay, but if you want me to spy on you, it hasn't reached that level. Wang Yanbing said lazily. You? When has the beautiful ticket inspector been teased with such frivolous language, and in front of so many people? His eyes were red, his voice choked, he covered his mouth, turned around and ran away. This is shameless enough. Chen Haonan compared a middle finger. Wang Yanbing suffered a big loss. A belly of grievances. I have been out there for so many years, and it is the first time that I have suffered such a big loss. Even if I was singled out with a dozen thugs back then, I have never suffered such a big sin. It took half an hour before he recovered his strength and limped back to his position. Branded a voyeur for no reason. Wang Yanbing hated and feared Chen Haonan, and wanted to go over and beat the little kid, but there were so many pairs of eyes around him, and he was embarrassed to do it, and when the time came, he was charged with child abuse. Can only endure aggrieved. Chen Haonan didn't do anything, playing with his mobile phone, not to mention how comfortable. That's it, all the way to the same thing. 2 hours later, the train finally arrived. Chen Haonan stepped off the train with his calves, carrying his luggage bag, and saw a soldier holding a sign at the entrance of the Southeast Military Region for the enlistment registration point, and another soldier holding a big bullhorn in his hand and shouting, "Newcomers to the Southeast Military Region, please gather here. Newcomers to the Southeast Military Region, please gather here." He Chengwan, Wang Yanbing, Li Ernio and other 3 people rushed over excitedly to sign up. Wang Yanbing heard small steps behind him, and when he turned around, he saw the little kid taking small steps, following them all the way. Wang Yanbing gritted his teeth with hatred for Chen Haonan, and really wanted to turn back and slap him a few times. Back then, there were dozens of gangsters under his hands, and he bullied whoever he wanted. When was he bullied by a little kid to the head, and p? However, it is also an evil sect, since encountering this little thing, it is like encountering a disaster star. There is always no good thing, glared at Chen Haonan fiercely, and said, "Little boy, what are you doing with us?" Chen Haonan pursed his lips, stretched out his small fist, and said, "The road is not opened by your family. If you want to fight, just say it, I'll accompany you to the end, otherwise don't say anything in front of me." Wang Yanbing was choked up all of a sudden. The child's breath was paralyzed. Wang Yanbing is a and said uncertainly, "He took my letter of introduction, maybe he went to be a soldier." How? Chen Haodong was a little anxious at this time. He just thought that Chen Haonan was joking with them when he wrote this sentence. Only then did Ji Xuanxin tell the story of Chen Haonan's fight with Fan Tianlei. Chen Haodong then remembered that Chen Haonan swore that he wanted to be a soldier last week, but he didn't care at the time. How good the child's memory is, most of it was a whim, and now he stole the letter of introduction. Did he really run to be a soldier? And the speed of running has been accelerating. Everyone wants to surpass Chen Haonan, but every time they speed up, they find that the other party's speed is faster. It's almost once a day. In the end, everyone lost their temper, and they could only eat dust in the back. Assemble. After less than 10 minutes of rest, Lao Hei's instructor and instructor Gong Jian walked out of the jeep, and Lao Hei gave an order, and everyone gathered. The action was fast, and in tens of seconds, the team was assembled. After a month of rigorous training, these newcomers began to look like soldiers. Instructor Gong Jian looked much quieter than Lao Hei in the past, but he had a burly and upright figure, his eyes were focused, and his face showed a unique fortitude of a soldier. Lao Hei took a step forward and said loudly, "This is the end of the month's basic physical training today. Now I'm going to show you the most basic fighting technique in the army, the military body boxing. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting." Everyone's eyes lit up suddenly, and after waiting for a month, they could finally learn the skills of fighting. All of them showed excited expressions on their faces, even if Wang Yanbing, a little gangster who used to fight a lot, was full of anticipation. Li Ernia was even more excited, even Yi Chengwang was a little curious, although military physical boxing is also a routine of martial arts, but after all, this is in the army, and it is a fighting skill that evolved from fighting with the enemy. Chen Hanan's eyes were full of disdain. Military gymnastics? Can it compare to my invincible fighting skills? Chen Haonan pursed his lips slightly, with a look of disdain. Military boxing is a kind of boxing that is a combination of punching, kicking, smashing, snatching knives, snatching guns and other fighting actions. It is of great significance to cultivating the fighting style of soldiers who are indomitable, brave, and tenacious. In the wars of the future, we will face a ferocious enemy, not a lamb that will be killed at a restrained pace. In carrying out special tasks such as reconnaissance, anti-submarine, sentinel detection, and camouflage, as well as in righteous and courageous actions to protect the legitimate interests of the people from being violated, we often have to fight the enemy with bare hands. Lao Hei said loudly. Turn the body slightly to the right, and at the same time take a step forward to the right with the right foot. The feet are slightly figure eight, most of the weight falls on the right foot, the two hands are clenched into fists, pulled back and forth, the elbows are bent, the left fist and shoulder are the same, fist eyes inward and upward, the right fist is placed about 10 centimeters in front of the lower abdomen, the fist is upward, the chest is naturally straightened, and the eyes are ahead. Lao Hei slowed down the motion and explained at the same time, but every movement exuded a powerful killing intent. Yi Chengwang and the others were in a surging mood when they saw it. They had also seen the performance of military physical boxing on TV, but they saw that the military physical boxing played by Lao Hei was more lethal. However, in Chen Haonan's eyes, no matter how you look at it, it is pediatric, and he almost didn't fall asleep. General Lao Hei's body boxing action essentials are demonstrated in simple terms. After the demonstration, Lao Hei said, "The practice of military physical boxing needs to be accumulated over time and work hard to bring its essence into play on the battlefield. Next, let's get to the real fight. One-on-one, show your skills, don't hide it." Everyone suddenly became lively, and everyone wanted to show their skills and show themselves. Men in the army, who doesn't want to fight? Isn't there such a saying? The soldiers who don't want to fight in the army are all bear soldiers. Li Erniu. Zhou Shan. DQ. Old Black commanded. Li Erniu and Zhou Shan came out of the ranks, and the two of them put on a posture. Let's go. Li Erniu kicked the ground, his body bent forward slightly, and rushed towards Zhou Shan, which was his best Taizhan backing. Zhou Shan saw Li Erniu hit him headlong, but before he could avoid it, he was knocked out of 5 or 6 meters. There was a burst of cheers all around. Erniu is good. The strength of the two brute bulls is not as strong as yours. Zhou Shan weighed 170 pounds, and it was really scary to hit 5 or 6 meters away at once. Next, He Changwang, Zhang He. Lao He continued to roll call. Let's go. Zhang He attacked first, rushed to He Changwang and smashed a fist into He Changwang's chest. He Changwang swiped sideways, and he could avoid it. The opponent's right elbow swept towards He Changwang's back body. He Changwang seemed to abise behind him, bent over neatly, and at the same time swept his calf, snapped, kicked in the opponent's calf, and the other party fell directly to the ground. 3 moves. There was another round of cheers. Defensive attack, in one go, is estimated to be less than 10 seconds. He Changwang stretched out his hand to help the other party up, and then walked back to his place in a dashing manner. Gong Jian showed an approving look and said softly, "Yes, he is worthy of being the national youth martial arts champion, with flexible movements and decisive shots." Lao He nodded slightly, but didn't say much. He Changwang does have the ability. The last time he fought Chen Haonan, he didn't use all his strength. After all, Chen Haonan is just a child. Just wanted to teach a lesson. The afterglow of his eyes looked at Chen Haonan, but he didn't expect Chen Haonan to squint his eyes, as if he was asleep. The next competition continued, and it was all a 1-to-1 heads-up. When it was Wang Yanbing's turn, he also knocked down the opponent in 5 or 6 rounds and won the victory. After a quick lap like this, only Chen Haonan was left alone, and there was no opponent. Chen Haonan was originally added later, and everyone saw that he was a child and didn't want to do anything with him. There is no face to win or lose. Chen Haonan doesn't care. These little tricks, one finger can single out 3 or 4 at the same time. Lao He knew Chen Haonan's ability to fight, and he deliberately didn't say it. After a round of turns, he said loudly, "You still don't want to continue? Can't get enough of it? Let me tell you, martial arts is to keep crawling and rolling in actual combat, so that there can be continuous progress. It doesn't matter if you get beaten for the first time in training, you can stand up again and keep fighting. But if you're on the battlefield, you're likely to lose your life if you lie down once. Sweat and bleed a lot during training, so that you can have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield in the future." Lao He said in a sonorous voice. "Do you want to continue? Go on." Everyone was enthusiastic by Lao He's words and shouted. "Good." Lao He raised his hand and pressed it, letting everyone be quiet, glanced around, and finally his eyes fell on Chen Haonan and said, "Chen Haonan, Li Erniu, out of the ranks." Li Erniu was slightly stunned, and then, his eyes exuded a strong fighting intent. During this time, he has been practicing hard, and his desperate degree is higher than Chen Haonan, and his strength has increased a lot, which makes Li Erniu full of confidence again, and he should be able to argue with Chen Haonan. "Don't be small, let's shake hands first, what's up?" Li Erniu said. "Yes." Li Erniu's broad palm made contact with Chen Haonan's small hand, and he suddenly exerted force. "You?" Li Erniu's palm felt like it was gripping the iron clamp. How did he know that Chen Haonan's attributes had increased by 2 points, and his strength was stronger than before? I saw Chen Haonan's little hand scolding slightly, and Li Erniu suddenly screamed in pain, "Let go, let go." The soldiers all around laughed. Cut. Chen Haonan threw away his little hand and shook his little brain, as if to say, "You can't do it." Li Erniu retracted his palm and found that his fingers were about to be pinched and exploded, blue and purple, and tears were about to come out in pain. "Chen Haonan, your strength is greater than mine. I admit defeat and stop fighting." The recruits around him burst into laughter. "Just a handshake and throw in the towel on the spot? Is this Li Ernio mistaken? It's too interesting. A black line appeared on Yi Changwang's forehead, and he scolded Li Ernio, can you still be like a man? Don't always be a turtle with a shrunken head. Who knew that Li Ernio still shook his head? Why didn't he dare to compete with Chen Haonan? The crowd laughed again. Lao He also looked helpless. Li Ernio was born afraid of death. He was notoriously afraid of death in the new barracks. In the first tank crushing training, he saw the rumbling tank pressing over. He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants, got up and turned around and ran. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Hao was a small man, he got in and dragged him out and threw him on the tank rack. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death. At that time, the thrilling scene made the people around me break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he also marveled that Chen Hao was a small but flexible man, and he was bold. The key was his strength, which was indeed violent. A big living person of more than 170 pounds, with 2 small hands, and threw it on the tank. Everyone was dumbfounded. A recruit was tall and burly, and in terms of size, he was no weaker than Li Ernio. Strode out of the team, came to Chen Haonan, and said with a smile, "Don't be small, my brother won't show mercy. Your stamina is really strong when you run, but it's not stamina when you fight. It's really fighting, it hurts, but don't cry your nose." Chen Haonan skimmed him and said, "That's a lot of nonsense, I'll kill you with 1 punch, do you believe it?" The recruit almost got so angry that his stomach hurt, and said with a smile, "It's not a small tone, and there will be a time for you to cry." At this time, Kang Lei came over from a distance. He had been paying close attention to Chen Haonan's performance during this time, but he didn't expect Chen Haonan to stick to it and give him the title of Rookie King. "It's been exactly a month today, so come and see how it goes." Just approached, his eyes were stunned, and he saw Chen Haonan jump up suddenly, and his small fist smashed on the bridge of the nose of the burly soldier opposite him, and the other party let out a miserable scream, covering his nose with one hand, blood flowing, and shouted wailingly, "I admit defeat." Cut. You also want to talk to me about this little ability, and go back to practice for another 10 years. Chen Haonan pursed his lips and snorted coldly. His invincible fighting skills are not covered, and his physical attributes have reached 5, which is much stronger than the average adult, and it is not challenging at all to face this kind of big man who is strong in the middle. Everyone immediately looked at each other. This little bit is so ruthless. No wonder Li Ernio screamed so badly, and thought that he was pretending to be the majority, so he was grateful to Chen Haonan for saving him. This kid, he is quick and ruthless, and his strength is not small. Everyone muttered in their hearts, and at the same time considered themselves, if they were more certain than him, they would not be abused. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Chen Haonan? No, I'm starting to roll call. Next, Chen Tao. I throw in the towel. Lao He frowned. Why are all these people bears? Learn from Li Ernio. If you don't fight, you can admit defeat directly. They also have concerns. Fighting against a child, it is not disgraceful if it is hard, and it is even more embarrassing to lose, a lesson from the past. Simply admit defeat. He Changwang. Lao He finally shouted He Changwang, and everyone else admitted defeat, leaving him alone. At this time, Kang Lei walked up to Lao He and said, "Let the 2 of them fight." Yes. Lao He's face sank, and he said, "All those who admit defeat, carry a weight of 20 kilograms and go cross-country for 10 kilometers. Don't even dare to fight, are you all shrinking turtles?" Lao Tzu feels ashamed. He Changwang's eyes suddenly exploded, and he walked without any hesitation. Lao He's brow was slightly relaxed. "What do you mean, Chief?" Lao He was a little puzzled. "Don't you think it's going to be interesting for the 2 of them to fight? Which one do you think will win?" Kan Li smiled. "I think He Changwang's winning rate will be greater. He has won the National Youth Martial Arts Championship, and he has a deep Kung Fu foundation. If he really fights, Chen Haonan should not be an opponent." Lao He analyzed. "You forgot, when they were in the dorm?" Kang Lei said softly. "It's different. At that time, it was in the dormitory, the space was relatively small, and it was difficult to let go of his hands and feet, and He Changwang definitely did not do his best at that time. It's different now. He Changwang should know Chen Hao's male background better, and his shots will be more stable." "Oh? From this point of view, you think He Changwang will definitely win?" Calmly. "Yes. Gong Jian, what do you think?" Kong Lei turned his head and said to Gong Jian, I also think He Changwang will have more chances of winning. How to say where He Changwang's Kung Fu Foundation is, and crazy training during this time. As far as I know, He Changwang gets up at dawn every day to practice, and he hasn't fallen for a day. Gong Jian said softly. Then let's take a good look at who is more powerful. Conley rode. Ding Dong, the young soldier king is a random task released by the system, and the host defeats He Changwang and rewards 100 points. Chen Haonan couldn't lift any spirits, but when he heard the crisp voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. A powerful momentum suddenly erupted from his body. Followed another person, took small steps, and walked head-on towards He Changwang. He Changwang immediately felt Chen Haonan's strong fighting intent. He thought he was going to win? He Changwang is arrogant in his bones and never admits defeat. Let's go. The two are old rivals, so let's start fighting without saying a word. He Changwang knew Chen Haonan's strength, but this time he didn't take any care and let go of his hands and feet. With the force under his feet, taking advantage of his height, a split leg directly slashed at Chen Haonan's small shoulder, and the move was very powerful. Everyone exclaimed. If this kick hits Chen Haonan, the little shoulder must not be broken? Saw Chen Haonan's body turn, and at the same time his right hand clenched his fist, and the small fist smashed into the attacking kick. Smack! He Changwang only felt pain in his calves. Why was the guy's fist so hard? A kick bounced away, just landed, swept the leg tightly, swept to Chen Haonan's calf. The whole movement was extremely smooth, first on the plate, homeopathic to the next plate, in one go. It was pleasing to the eye. From time to time, some people can't help but applaud. But Chen Haonan's small arms and legs are not slow, and he can see the moves, and his small fists are fierce. In the blink of an eye, the two have already exchanged more than 20 moves. He Changwang has a lot of moves, but Chen Haonan's shots are all seams and needles, and he sees the moves, which is very concise. And the shot is extremely efficient. Sometimes, Lang Buting's counterattack dissolved He Changwang's fierce offensive in an instant. Old Hei's brows kept showing different changes, and finally showed a stunned look. What's going on? He Changwang lost. Lao Hei finally said softly. At this moment, Chen Haonan's small feet stepped on, and his small body seemed to turn into the simplest weapon, and he crashed into He Changwang's arms, and with a snap, He Changwang flew out of the distance like a swing and fell heavily to the ground. He Changwang turned over as a carp and stood back on the ground, his face full of anger, and he wanted to attack again, but he heard Lao Hei shouting on the side, He Changwang, you lost. I still have a lot of tricks to use, I didn't lose. He Changwang said unwillingly. He Changwang, although you have a lot of tricks, they are too complicated, many of them are redundant. With great performance, as long as these are improved, your future achievements will not be worse than Chen Haonan. Old Hei said in a deep voice. Although Chen Haonan doesn't have as many tricks as you, he is concise and never drags mud in water, which is his advantage. Lao Hei continued, I can't imagine it, you little bit, let me look away again. Now I declare that Chen Haonan is invincible in close combat for recruits. Ding Dong, the host completes the random task of the young soldier king system and obtains 100 experience points. Chen Haonan's heart moved, revealing a trace of excitement. It's finally here. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 2. Root bones, 5. Spirit, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye. Experience points, 100 out of 300. You're only 200 away from leveling up. Needless to say, the benefits of leveling up are the ability to gain new skills and at the same time gain strengthenings. These are all things that Chen Haonan wants to get very much. Only by obtaining these can you become more powerful, and you can be one step closer to becoming the strongest soldier king. This time the random task of the system was triggered, and Chen Haonan unexpectedly got away. That is, he was not afraid of your arrogance, but he was afraid that you were not arrogant enough. Once you understand this, it will be easy to do. After Lao Hei announced, those recruits who admitted defeat were all 10 kilometers off-road, and He Changwang applied to join the cross-country team by himself, which was very simple. He wanted to train himself to become stronger. Chen Haonan, on the other hand, was lying comfortably at the bottom of the tree, with his calves crossed and a dog's tail in his mouth, thinking about how to trigger random tasks and get more points, at least 200 points. Now a month has passed, level 1 has not been upgraded, and the speed is too slow. If it weren't for the fact that the ant gene enhancement liquid hadn't been digested and increased by 2 points, wouldn't this month be equal to a stagnant move? Thinking of this greatly stimulated Chen Haonan's desire to improve his level. At night, the stars were shining, and the barracks were quiet. Wang Yanbing got up to pee, and when he passed by Li Ernia's bedside, he rubbed his eyes and found that Li Ernia was not in bed. Where did he go? It can't be a deserter, right? Wang Yanbing was shocked, suddenly sleepy, pushed open the door, looked into the corridor, and didn't see Li Ernia's shadow. 3 watches in the middle of the night, where can he go? Is it really a deserter? Wang Yanbing retreated, ran to Yi Changwan's bedside, and woke Yi Changwan up. What do you want to do in the middle of the night when you don't sleep? Ernia is gone. What? Yi Changwan was also sleepy when he heard it, and said, when did it happen? I don't know, I got up to pee and found that the person was not there, outside the corridor. I also looked for it, but I didn't see it. This fool Ernia, is it? Yi Changwan and Wang Yanbing thought of going together. Hurriedly woke up a few roommates in the dormitory and said, Ernia occasionally has the habit of sleepwalking, I don't know where to run, everyone help find it. Yi Changwan didn't dare to call Chen Haonan, but there was so much movement in the dormitory, Chen Haonan woke up early. Sleepwalking? Chen Haonan was a little puzzled, this Li Ernia hadn't heard that he had the habit of sleepwalking. Thinking that this Li Ernia was not bad, Chen Haonan also got up to look for it. Yi Changwan and the others immediately quietly walked out of the dormitory and looked for Li Ernia everywhere. I searched everywhere around the barracks, but in the middle of the night, the lights around me were dim, and it was black, how could I find it? I searched for more than 10 minutes, but I couldn't find it. Wang Yanbing muttered, and said in his heart, it's bad, Li Ernia won't be brainless, he really becomes a deserter, right? How? Nope. Several people got together and said they couldn't find it. At this time, Chen Haonan yawned and said, come with me, I know where this guy is. Where? Chen Haonan didn't say anything, put his hands behind his back, and walked in the direction of the training ground. He had already discovered Li Ernia, his invincible vision was not blown, although it was dark around, it had almost no effect on Chen Haonan, his eyes swept away, and he immediately found it. When everyone came to the training ground, they only saw Li Ernia's vague figure, who was practicing at night, doing pull-ups, exhaling and inhaling, and making a heavy wheezing sound. Chen Haonan walked to Li Ernia's side with his little hands behind his back, and pouted, big stupid cow, you don't sleep in the middle of the night, is it interesting for you to come here to train? Tell you, if you violate your bodily functions and force yourself to exercise, you will ruin your body. Li Ernia exhaled a breath of muddy air and said, I was stimulated by you, if I don't want to surpass it, I will be wasted. This was all forced out by Chen Haonan. How many people have been stimulated by Chen Haonan's performance against the sky? How many people train like crazy during the day? However, no matter which project it is in, it still can't compare to Chen Haonan, this 10-year-old little kid. Therefore, Li Ernia thought of the training method in the middle of the night and caught up with him a little. You don't want to die, you can continue, don't bother to pay attention to you stupid cow. Chen Haonan threw down this sentence, turned around, smeared oil on the soles of his feet, and ran back to the dormitory to sleep. Li Ernia was finally pulled back to the dormitory by Yi Changwan and others to sleep. The growth of a person must have a process, and Chen Haonan can't evaluate Li Ernia anything. Anyway, not everyone is like him, an ant gene is strengthened, that is, the power of 10 attributes is enhanced, don't be too scary. It's normal for everyone to be stimulated. But Chen Haonan is still not satisfied, this is the era of cold weapons, a bullet comes, he can't dodge it, and he has to die. Gotta get stronger. The morning sun was shining again, and after completing the regular 5-kilometer cross-country, Lao He said, today everyone started training firearms. When everyone heard this, their eyes immediately became hot, and they were all extremely excited. As long as it's a man, there's no one who doesn't like to play with guns. Everyone has been waiting for more than a month, and finally has the opportunity to touch the gun, how can you not be excited? Great! finally you can play the thrill. I used to play chicken all the time, but now I can finally play with real guys. I don't know what kind of firearm, sniper rifle? Submachine gun? It would be nice to have a Desert Eagle. A group of newcomers couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Chen Hanan's big eyes showed a trace of disdain. Don't you just play with a gun, what's there to be excited about? If Chen Hanan had changed to before, he might have been excited, but Chen Hanan, who has invincible shooting skills, is basically not interested in firearms, but will he have the opportunity to earn experience points? Turn right. Shooting range. Run and go. Lao Hei led everyone to the shooting range. When I came to the shooting range, the firearms had been prepared, and the team was assembled, and the old black said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Today's training project is firearms training." Lao Hei casually took out the prepared pistol and said, "This is a Type 92 pistol, 5.8 mm caliber, using a steel core bullet. The external dimensions and internal trajectory are the same as the para pistol cartridge. The new pistol can use both the newly developed steel core bullet and the para lead core pistol cartridge." After the introduction, I saw Lao Hei click, dismantling the Type 92 pistol, and then said, "This is the magazine." As he spoke, he started to assemble the pistol. After that, semi-automatic rifles and sniper rifles were introduced one by one, starting from each part, and after the introduction, Lao Hei said, "Who wants to perform, disassemble, and assemble?" As soon as Lao Hei's words fell, Chen Hanan immediately raised his little hand, and He Changwang also quickly raised his hand. Everyone immediately looked at Chen Hanan with puzzled eyes. He Changwang raised his hand. What did Chen Hanan do with a child? Isn't it nonsense? It's playing with guns, racing and running, two completely different concepts. Lao Hei looked at Chen Hanan suspiciously, and said, "Chen Hanan, will you?" Chen Hanan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm a soldier, how can a soldier not play with guns?" Everyone was speechless. Naturally, you will compete with He Changwang to see whose hand speed is faster. Old Black smiled. Only treats Chen Hanan as a competitive little guy. He Changwang, you come first. Old Underworld. Yes. He Changwang came to the special table and grabbed the sniper rifle with the most complex structure. Sniper rifles? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Sniper rifle, Lao Hei did explain, disassemble, and assemble just now, but the mechanism of the sniper rifle is so complex, nearly twice as many parts as the Type 92 pistol, many people can't remember which step they started from. He Changwang chose the most difficult one at once. Had he practiced it before? Lao Hei was also a little surprised. According to the choice of ordinary people, at the time of the first training, start from simple, and then to complex, step by step. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Lei Zhan back then. When I practiced assembling a firearm for the first time, I also chose a sniper rifle, and the action was so fast that I didn't look like a novice at all. That's what it takes to have a strong memory and talent. Could it be that He Changwang is this kind of talented? Of course, it is not excluded that he has practiced before, and the imitation airgun on the market now is not much compared to the sniper rifle in terms of structure, and he has to practice disassembly often, and with his own demonstration just now, he can indeed complete the assembly. Let's go. The old black began to clock in. I only saw He Changwang Lisua remove his glasses and muffler. Everyone was shocked to find that his movements were very smooth and skillful, and the recruits who had a good memory found that He Changwang's dismantling project was in the same order as Lao Hei. That's amazing. If it's the first time to disassemble, it's amazing to be able to do this. One recruit said admiringly. He's starting to assemble. You pay attention, he doesn't make a mistake every time he takes apart. From the order of the beginning of the placement to the order of the new assembly, it seems to be clear in mind. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Hanan and they were impressed. Lao Hei couldn't help but show an approving look. It is very good that a new recruit can do this. A total of 50 seconds. After He Changwang's report was completed, Lao Hei announced the time. Wow! At this speed, I estimate that I can't do it after 10 days of practice. I don't even remember a step. He must have practiced before, right? Everyone was envious all the way. Li Ernia and Wang Yanbing gave He Changwang a thumbs up. Such a fast speed, look at Chen Hanan's kid, how can he chase it? Wang Yanbing muttered. Lao He looked at Chen Haonan and said softly, Chen Haonan, are you going to continue? Chen Haonan walked on his little feet, and without paying attention, he had already walked to the front of the stage, pouting, aren't you just a sniper rifle? So will I. This one. Chen Haonan said to Lao He. Lao He was stunned. Did the little guy think it was easy to see He Changwang disassembling and assembling so quickly? He also chooses a sniper rifle? Make no mistake. 80% thought it was simple. Children are just children, and watching adults play with it is simple, and I think it's easy. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Wait and see the joke. Everyone is not optimistic about Chen Haonan, a little kid, but he is just a playful heart, and he will definitely be deflated after playing twice. He Changwang sneered when he saw that Chen Haonan also chose a sniper rifle. Chen Haonan, are you sure it's this one? Sure. Let's start the timer. Let's go. Lao He doesn't say more. They knew that Chen Haonan was 5 times the root bones and spiritual power of ordinary people. This kind of simple disassembly and assembly was pediatric for him, and he would be able to do it at a glance, not to mention that Lao He was still assembling it so slowly. As soon as Lao He's voice fell, Chen Haonan picked up the sniper rifle, carried out the 2 small hands at the same time, and fired the bow left and right, and the hand speed was even faster than He Changwang. Those 2 small hands, swaying from side to side, were dazzling, and only the parts of the sniper rifle were heard, making a crisp crashing sound. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? The hand speed is obviously much faster than He Changwang, and the whole process is like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, the sniper rifle has been disassembled. Holy! That's God's speed. How many seconds? I didn't count, but in the blink of an eye, he had already disassembled the sniper rifle. If they knew that Chen Haonan deliberately slowed down his hand speed, only using 3 times the speed, if they all broke out, it is estimated that they would all see the afterimage. He Changwang was stunned for a moment, his heart trembled, but he could still keep calm. It was easy to disassemble the gun, but it was much more difficult to assemble. Lao He was also a little stunned. He wouldn't have played it before, right? And it's already the speed of a first-class sniper. Hell yes. But the next scene made people's eyes widen even more. Click. Click. Chen Haonan's assembly speed is no slower than when disassembled. 1 part, 2 parts. The order is not messed up at all. When he placed it just now, it was completely disorganized, and many people thought that he was in pursuit of speed, so he put it casually, but now it seems that it is not like that at all. He remembered them all. Done. A childish voice shouted. Everyone came to their senses. Lao He was really startled and said, have you ever touched a gun before? Chen Haonan waved his little hand and said meaninglessly, when I was a child, I often played with it, and this thing is no different from a toy gun. The people around were stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh. The toy gun you played with as a kid, right? Instructor, tell me how much time it took me. Chen Haonan asked. 47 seconds. Hey, slow. Chen Haonan shook his little brain and sighed. Everyone was drunk. 3 seconds less than He Changwang. He also said slowly. Is this still human? Lao He was stunned. How can professional firearms be compared with toy guns? But how can this be explained? If you say that you can disassemble and mess around, you may be able to remove the sniper rifle, but if you want to reassemble it, you need professionalism, and if you make a mistake, the sniper rifle will not be assembled. Moreover, Chen Haonan's speed has reached the standard of special forces, which is the hand speed that can only be maintained by special forces who have been trained every day. Disassembling and assembling this skill must be trained hard every day, and once you slacken, the speed will slow down. Lao He couldn't figure it out. Looking at Chen Haonan's little bit, he was almost taller than him when he lifted the barrel. Such a child was actually a master of assembling firearms. Lao He felt as if he had lived on a dog all these years. With a helpless expression on his face, he thought to himself that it might be Chen Haonan's natural strong learning ability and hands-on ability. Just look at it, and then said to everyone seriously, do you think you can't even compare to a child? I don't want to be looked down upon, cheer up, the assembly competition continues to start. The next one, Wang Yanbing. Sniper rifles. He Changwon couldn't figure it out even more. His speed just now was still 2 seconds faster than usual. How could he be 3 seconds slower than Chen Haonan in the end? Like Lao He, they are full of doubts. Sniper rifle disassembly and assembly competition. The newcomers saw Chen Haonan and He Changwon assemble so easily, but when it was really their turn, they found that it was not as simple as they wanted to see. They couldn't remember the steps, and it took a long time to disassemble the sniper rifle, but when they put it back together, they didn't install it for most of the day, and many people were depressed. It's really not even a child. The last place took 30 minutes, and the difference between Chen Haonan and the first place was 47 seconds, dozens of times. The sniper rifle can be a little difficult. Now try the Type 92 pistol. The old black ordered the game to continue. This time it was Wang Yanbing's first to play, although his movements were rusty, but there was no mistake in the whole process, and the speed was much faster than assembling a sniper rifle. Then came Li Erniu. Li Erniu was much more stupid. When assembling, the parts in his hand fell off several times, and everyone laughed so much that their stomachs hurt, and he was the last one in the sniper rifle competition just now. However, what everyone is most looking forward to is Chen Haonan and He Changwon's recontest. The kind of sophistication that He Changwon began to show was confident, and it was obvious that he had practiced in front of him, and his results were not bad. Chen Haonan makes more people think of his shocking learning ability, playing with real guns before the age of 10. It is almost possible, after saying that guns are banned in China. Of course, there are also rich people who secretly go abroad to play guns, but after all, they are a minority. After saying that, even if there were, parents would definitely not approve of a little kid playing with guns. He Changwon. It was He Changwon's turn to play again, only to see He Changwon come to the table, take a deep breath, and then quickly grab the pistol, unload the magazine, and plug in the insurance. Try the gun. The whole process seems to be done in just one breath. Well done. When the crowd came to their senses, they exclaimed again. This time, He Changwon was engrossed and played the fastest speed. He shouldn't be as fast as himself this time. He Changwon couldn't help but look at Chen Haonan, but saw that the other party was like before, squinting his eyes as if he was asleep. I don't believe it. Lao He nodded with great satisfaction. Next, Chen Haonan. Everyone looked at Chen Haonan again, only to see Chen Haonan open his eyes at this time. He seemed to be standing and asleep just now. He didn't watch He Changwon's performance just now. Does he think he's winning? Ignoring all opponents? It's too much of a bully. This time He Changwon's speed is super fast. Chen Haonan can't win it. Let's go. Chen Haonan's little hands began to move quickly again, brushing, disassembling, and assembling. It doesn't seem to be slower than He Changwon's. Scary. Did he play with all kinds of guns? The scene suddenly became quiet, only Chen Haonan's small hands, moving quickly from side to side, and there was a slight impact sound from the parts of the pistol. Click. Chen Haonan neatly placed the pistol on the countertop. Everyone came back to their senses in shock. Next. Old Black shouted. There was a strange look on his face. The competitions continued one after another, and Lao He silently recorded each of the results on the side until the last record was completed. Now I'm going to announce the results. Wang Yanbing 1 minute and 20 seconds. He Changwon 40 seconds. When he said He Changwon, Lao He paused, and there was an exclamation around him. In such a short moment, he must have practiced before, and he didn't see how skilled he was when he held a gun. First this time, definitely him. Chen Haonan, time 39 seconds. Hell yes. How can it be 1 second less than He Changwon? Damn. It's against the sky. When He Changwon heard this achievement, he was also stunned for a moment. He was full of confidence just now, but clenched his fist slightly. He was unwilling. I started practicing firearms since I was a child, participated in various firearms clubs, and when I was assembling in competitions, I never lost, and today I lost twice in a row, and I lost to the same person. Still a little kid. How could He Changwon not be annoyed by this? Chen Haonan felt a strange look from everyone, curled his lips, and said, I told you everything. I have been playing with guns since I was a child, and you can't compare. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Collectively struck. Lao Hei was also not lightly injured. Before the age of 10, when you play with toy pistols, you can play with them as real guns, and everyone is drunk. But that's what we're looking for. Lao Hei didn't say much, and continued, now start training shooting. This gun is called a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, 1025 mm long, 10 bullets, empty gun, 3.105 kilograms. After Lao Hei carefully described, and then rehearsed, crawling movements, and the main points of shooting, etc., everyone began to get excited. It's finally time to start shooting. At this time, Lao Hei said to Chen Haonan, this time it is a live shot, the recoil of this gun is very strong, and you are not much taller than the gun. I am afraid that your muzzle will accidentally be aimed at your comrades, so this shooting, you can just watch it from the side. In addition, even if you know how to shoot, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters will not want you, and by the time this summer is over, you will almost have to go back to school. As soon as Lao Hei said this, the recruits around him became much more comfortable, and he almost didn't laugh out loud. It's finally been struck once. Shooting is not the same thing as disassembling and assembling a firearm. Chen Haonan is so powerful in assembly, it is also hands-on ability. Shooting is definitely a technical job, especially live ammunition shooting. The recoil is amazing when the bullet is fired. Aiming, shooting, etc., rely on strong technology, and it is not comparable to being able to shoot an airsoft gun. But the crowd immediately heard a very important message. The 4th Company of Sharpshooters will be selected among the newcomers. Although they are new recruits, the name of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is already thunderous. This is a heroic company with a glorious history, fine revolutionary traditions, and outstanding military achievements. After the War of Resistance against invaders, the War of Liberation, and the War of Resistance against Rice-Aid Korea, a large number of heroes have emerged. It is famous in the East China military region and even in the major military regions of the country. When it comes to the East China military region, it will definitely talk about the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and it will definitely give a thumbs up. Therefore, as a new recruit, if you can enter such a company, it will be of great benefit to your future growth. It's like the college entrance examination. The difference between being admitted to a first-class school and an ordinary college is almost equivalent to a carp jumping into the Dragon Gate. I didn't think I would have a chance. Lao Hei continued, here is a piece of information for you. 10 days later, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters began to select the best recruits to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. When everyone heard this, their faces became excited. Every one of you has a chance. Of course, the selection conditions for the 4th Company of Sharpshooters are quite harsh, and one of them is shooting. So to tell you, every soldier in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is a sharpshooter. Lao Hei began to introduce how good the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters are, how accurate their marksmanship is, and if you have the opportunity to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters in the future, you will get the best training and become the best soldiers. Every newcomer was excited, and He Changwang and the others were also hot-eyed. Chen Haonan trotted over with his calves, grabbed his rifle, snorted coldly, and said, Instructor, don't you look down on elementary school students? I challenge everyone here, and if I lose, I'll go back to school right away. Put the butt of the gun on the ground, and sure enough, it was about the same height as him. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw this. Chen Haonan, will you shoot? This isn't your toy gun. One of the recruits couldn't help but shout with a smile. Chen Haonan snorted coldly and said, who dares to compare with me? The battle of words is not interesting. A bunch of people asked, and they hadn't shot real guns. Airsoft has been played by many people. Report. He Changwang shouted. Speak. I can compare to him. Lao Hei looked at He Changwang, then at Chen Haonan, a little bit, and said, yes. He Changwang quickly walked out of the camp. The opportunity to raise your eyebrows has finally come. This month's physical training was crushed by Chen Haonan, and now he has finally reached his strength. He Changwang is not only proficient in martial arts, but also has a very high talent for shooting, and participates in various shooting clubs whenever he has time, and he has achieved good results, and is called a little shooting god in the circle. Because of his military background, he began to come into contact with real firearms since he was a child, and often had the opportunity to shoot in special places, which is why he is so familiar with real firearms. 1,000 meters of bunting, one shot, see who can interrupt. He Changwon said. 1,000 meters? Colorful flagpoles? Everyone looked at the colorful flagpole at 800 meters on the shooting range. I saw the colorful flags fluttering, but the thin flagpole could only see a little shadow vaguely. Can this be hit? Not kidding, right? Everyone looked at He Changwon suspiciously. I'll come first. I only saw He Changwon, holding a gun, knocking down, aiming. The whole action is done in one go. Where does it look like a recruit? It's clearly a veteran. Lao He also showed a surprised face. The layman looked at the excitement, the insider looked at the doorway. He Changwon's hand did have the ability, maybe he could really hit the 1,000-meter colored flagpole. Touch. The 1,000-meter bunting fell. Cow. If you change me, let alone 1,000 meters, 100 meters may not be able to hit the flag is almost the same. The crowd cheered. There are very few of them here who can shoot, and even if they can, they will fight indiscriminately. When Chen Haonan proposed the challenge just now, everyone was thinking, Chen Haonan, this kid is really good at taking advantage of loopholes, knowing that everyone is a recruit and can't shoot, isn't it bullying to challenge at this time? Now He Changwon stood up and shot and broke the 1,000-meter flagpole, which was tantamount to giving them a bad breath. The little kid is finally leaving. Chen Hao's boy's boots, it's up to you now, can you try it? Do you want me to move the bunting closer? Let you play better. Chen Haonan glanced at them and said, you watch, let you know what marksmanship is. 1,000 meters away? Chen Haonan's 10-mile eagle eye, at a glance, the thin-colored flagpole became extremely clear, and as soon as he lifted the gun, he didn't even have a lying posture and didn't aim at the crosshairs, so he pulled the trigger. Touch. The 1,000-meter bunting fell to the ground. The smile on the recruit's lips, who was still waiting to see the joke, had not yet dispersed, and immediately turned into a shocked expression in a second, and rubbed his eyes. What's the situation? Everyone looked at Chen Haonan with a strange expression. The other party didn't even aim, and he was shooting with a head-up gun. I'll go. I actually hit it. The distance of 1,000 meters is really trivial for Chen Haonan. His physical attribute reaches 5, which is a mess stronger than ordinary people, and can fully withstand the recoil of the butt. It's not like the first time I shot before, my arm still hurts. In addition, Chen Haonan has invincible shooting skills, plus 10-mile eagle eyes. Such a short distance of 1,000 meters, if he can't hit, it will be unreasonable. Lao He was also waiting to see the joke, but he was also taken aback by Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, how did you do it? Chen Haonan put down his rifle, with a slightly immature face, and said in a milky voice, when I was a child, I often played balloons in the park, and the distance of 1,000 meters was a so-so. Old He looked surprised. Can practicing balloon shooting be compared to playing with real guns? Old Black was speechless. Lao He originally wanted to let Chen Haonan retreat and suppress his arrogance casually, but who would have thought that his marksmanship at such a young age would be so weird, beyond everyone's expectations. Chen Haonan's curiosity is getting heavier and heavier, and he wanted to ask what is going on, but Chen Haonan's answer is not leaky, and he can't be exquisite, so he can't ask why. And finally he can only say, okay, you practice by yourself, it's right. That's no way. Who made Chen Haonan a sharpshooter at a young age? Born little sniper. Roger. Chen Haonan walked back to the team. The crowd was speechless for a while. How can this little kid do anything? He Changwon's face fluctuated, and he wanted to pull back a game, but as a result, Chen Haonan raised his hand and shot it, and he didn't even aim and interrupted the colored flag. There is no confidence to compete again. However, it was not because of this discouragement that entering the 4th company of sharpshooters was his goal. During this time, I will train hard to shoot, and I hope that after 10 days, I hope that any of you can stand out and successfully join the 4th company of sharpshooters. Lao He finally said. Then schedule the training. Joining the 4th company of sharpshooters is the top priority in everyone's minds, and as for Chen Haonan, no one will pay attention to him soon. Yanbing, Ernia, you two are fine, joining the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is the first step before entering the Special Forces, so cheer up, I hope all 3 of us can enter together. He Changwon then said to the 2 of them while resting. I will definitely work hard, I was born from my Special Forces. Wang Yanbing said with confidence that he is also very talented in firearms, and after only half a day of training, he found a trick that suits him, and he is the fastest improving among everyone. Li Ernia didn't have much confidence, and said, I'm stupid. Dead bullhead, you want to give up? Do you want to lose even shooting to Chen Haonan's little point? Wang Yanbing pried Li Ernia's head, saw Chen Haonan on the side, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, got up and walked over. Squatted down with a proud face, and said to Chen Haonan, little hairy boy, envy, right? A few of us are going to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and we will be the strongest special forces in the future. As for you, no matter how strong you are, it's useless, people won't want you. When you're older, come back. Ding dong, the Young Soldier King system has released the main quest. The host finds a way to join the 4th Company of the Sharpshooter, and will get experience point rewards, and intermediate genetic modification. The mission fails, and only JJ develops. Chen Haonan was about to fight back, but he didn't expect a crisp prompt sound to sound in his ears at this time. Finally the quest has been triggered. But then the little face sank. What happened? It's normal to gain experience points, but why is the ant gene still intermediate? The key is that the mission fails to develop only JJ. What does it mean to have intermediate genetic modification in ants? Host, you have taken it before with ant primary genes, which will enhance your physique, mainly to improve strength. The intermediate gene will be more powerful. Not only will it make the host more powerful, but it will also allow the host to grow up quickly, especially for JJ. A picture immediately appeared in Chen Haonan's little head, a primary school student dragging a Big Mac, and the entire crotch was stuffed. Thinking of this, Chen Haonan's hairs stood up. It's horrible. Must join the Sharpshooter 4th Company. But this difficulty is indeed a bit big. I have worked hard, tossed so many things, and there is a lot of luck in it, so I entered the new barracks of the military region and entered the Iron Fist Regiment, and now I want to change to a more powerful part. It's not ordinary. Wang Yanbing was stunned when he saw Chen Haonan, as if he had been hit, and he became more and more proud, and finally he was able to see this kid aggrieved. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, Chen Haonan suddenly patted his little ass and stood up, pouted softly, and said, Is it another fight? Wang Yanbing was so frightened that he hurriedly walked away. No, it's just the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, I really don't believe it, Lao Tzu can't get in. Wang Yanbing vaguely heard Chen Haonan popping up behind him. Lao Tzu? Wang Yanbing was speechless. What kind of child is this? His tone is worse than his own. The next training is mainly based on shooting training, and after 1 or 2 hours of weight-bearing cross-country in the morning, it is shooting training. He Changwon has worked hard, of course, he also has a great talent for shooting. Lao He can understand it at one point when he is guiding, which makes Lao He full of praise. He is indeed a very good seedling. When he fell in love with Wang Yanbing, he was also full of energy, and his hard work was no worse than He Changwon. As for Li Ernia, he is a little stupid, but he has a strong spirit, and he doesn't look back even if he hits the south wall. While others were resting, he was still training, harder than anyone else. Lao He couldn't look past it, so he asked him to rest, but he wiped the sweat off his face, opened his big mouth and said, I want to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and I can't let a little kid underestimate us. Old Black smiled wryly. When he looked at Chen Haonan, he found that the kid was lying under the shade of the tree, squinting and sleeping, looking at himself from time to time. These recruits were hit hard by Chen Haonan. The scorching sun was shining. He Changwang and others were under the scorching sun, prostrate on the ground to practice aiming, all sweating like rain. Lao He stood in the shade of the tree. At this time I saw Chen Haonan walking on his calves and trotting over. Report. What's the matter? Chen Haonan rarely showed a childish smile and said, Instructor, if you want to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, who is going to say it? Lao He raised his eyes and looked at Chen Haonan, and said suspiciously, Head Kong. What's wrong? What do he like? Lao He grinned and said, his hobby is drinking. Salute. Thank you. Chen Haonan held a standard military posture with his small hands, then turned around and walked away with his calves. This made Lao Hei feel a little inexplicable. What does this little guy want to do? However, no matter what he wants to do, he will definitely not be able to enter the fourth company of sharpshooters. Lao Hei pondered, not paying attention to Chun Haonan, but concentrating on training recruits. Strive to have a few more people join the fourth company of sharpshooters. The early morning sun once again shone on the entire barracks, and at this moment on the shooting range, the recruits were extremely excited. Today is the time for the fourth company of sharpshooters to be assessed, and all of them have enough spirit to give full play to their best strength when the time comes. He Changwang adjusted his state to the best state, and he believed that he was sure enough to pass the assessment today. In this 10-day crazy training, my shooting ability has improved greatly, which is much higher than before. The afterglow of his eyes secretly looked at Chun Haonan and the team, and said in his heart, "Today, let you see what a real sniper is." The team was assembled, and it wasn't long before a military jeep drove in from a distance. The car stopped, and the regiment commander Kong Lei jumped out of the car in military uniform. Lao Hei's standard running posture, saluting, sonorous and powerful voice, said, "Report to the regiment commander, the new barracks have been assembled, please ask the regiment commander to instruct." Commander Kong finished with a simple military salute, and then walked to the front of the team with vigorous steps, his eyes scanning everyone. With a tall figure, sword eyebrows, and a pair of piercing eyes, he said sharply in a slightly hoarse voice, "Comrades, have you all heard of the fourth company of sharpshooters?" "Heard." "Very good, naturally you know the fourth company of sharpshooters, then you should know what kind of team the fourth company of sharpshooters is. It is a team with a glorious tradition, but a team that can fight, and it can win battles. You should be proud to be part of the fourth company of sharpshooters, and in the same way, for the sake of this pride, to uphold the honor of the fourth company of sharpshooters. However, not everyone can enter the fourth company of sharpshooters, but each of you has a chance, see if there is any. 10 shots, as long as you can break 9 buntings, you are a member of the fourth company of sharpshooters." Everyone looked into the distance, only to see a row of colorful flags planted in about 1,200 places, fluttering in the wind. Quite a few gasped. At such a long distance, 10 bullets can break 9 pieces, which is too difficult. We're still recruits, and we've only been training for 10 days. A lot of people are desperate. It's too difficult to be selected for the assessment like this, no wonder every member of the fourth company of the sharpshooter is so powerful. Chun Haonan glanced at the colorful flags 1,200 meters away and said in a low voice, "It's so simple?" After the speech of the head of the group, the assessment officially began. "Zhang Yishan, out of the ranks!" Old Black shouted. Zhang Yishan nervously walked out of the team. Everyone wanted to join the fourth company of sharpshooters, but everyone was a sharpshooter. Plus there is only one chance. Bumper. 10 shots in a row, not a single bunting fell. Next. More than a dozen people in a row, the best one, luck broke one, and none of the others hit. He Changwang. Finally it was He Changwang's turn to play, and Lao Hei had the greatest expectations for He Changwang. Touch. The first shot interrupted a colored flag, which made a waiting Kong regiment leader finally arouse a little interest. Touch. Another one breaks. Then 8 shots in a row, all of which broke the bunting. Head Kong nodded, and finally found a good seedling. Report. He Changwang said loudly. Speak. The 1-200M is too easy, I'm going to challenge the 1-600M. He Changwang said. There was an uproar all around. The distance of 1,200 meters is already daunting. He Changwang actually proposed 1,600 meters. After 10 days of training, they are no longer rookies who don't know anything. Don't look at the difference between 1,600 meters and 1,200 meters, it's only 400 meters, but there are too many things to consider to hit the target. Little Master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. The humidity of the air, the direction of the wind force, etc. must be taken into account, and at a distance of 1,600 meters, it is impossible to see clearly, let alone hit the pole. He Changwang is so sure? Presumably, look at his confident look. I think it's a bit hanging. Anyway, it doesn't matter, he has completed the assessment, and now he wants to give it a go, probably because he wants to leave a good impression on the head of the regiment. The regiment commander Kong Lei and Lao Hei, who were standing on the side, looked surprised. They are all old birds, and of course they know how difficult it is to snipe at a distance of 1,600 meters. It's kind of interesting. Regiment Commander Kong nodded and said, Lao Hei, let him try, I like soldiers who dare to fight. It doesn't matter if you can do it in the end, but if you work hard, this is a kind of courage. After Yi Changwon got permission, he went back to the same place, and the 1,600-meter colored flag had been placed. The air humidity is about 25, the southeast wind, the wind force is 4. Yi Changwon kept observing, judging the wind strength, wind speed, etc., all of which he considered. The scene was suddenly quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Changwon. If he hits, he might set the best record in the boot camp. Chen Haonan squinted his eyes, he was about to fall asleep. Wasn't it just 1,600 meters away? As for aiming for that long? As the clock ticked by, many people craned their necks. A minute later, Yi Changwon's eyes showed a trace of firm light, naked eyes, crosshairs, and the 3 points of the target were connected into a line. Right now! Yi Changwon pulled the trigger fiercely, and at this moment, he raised the muzzle of the gun slightly. Touch! 1,600 meters of colored flags, broken when you hear the sound. Everyone was silent. The crowd couldn't help but burst into warm applause. Holy! This can be hit, worthy of being a natural sniper. I saw that. A recruit who was in hindsight said excitedly. Finally a breath of air for our new barracks. Head Kong finally showed a long-lost smile and said happily, not bad. Not bad. Finally found a good seedling, with the potential to be a good sniper. Lao Hei, I'm going to decide this soldier. Before Lao Hei could answer, he suddenly heard a childish voice shouting, report. I have something to say. Head Kong followed the voice and saw a heavily armed elementary school student stand up, and suddenly, a little dumbfounded, said, Old Hei, what's going on? Lao Hei said with an embarrassed face, Regiment leader, have you forgotten him, that elementary school student a month ago? You personally gave the order, you can keep him down to try. Kong Tuan was stunned for a moment and patted his head. It seems that it is, I have forgotten. Aside from this fact, primary school students cannot participate in the assessment, and the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is not a recruit camp, not a joke. Lao Hei didn't know where to put his old face, and said in his heart, he's been messing around for more than a month. Have you confessed? Don't even dare to let me finish my sentence. Chen Haonan shouted in a milky voice. It's a big deal about whether or not he can complete the task of the system, and he doesn't want to drag a big JJ stuffed into his crotch around in tow. What is Yi Changwon's 1,600-meter sniper? The recruits around couldn't help laughing. For the first time, they thought this little guy was so cute, and they didn't have to think about it to make trouble again. Before, he raised his hand and broke the 800-meter colored flagpole with one shot, and it was easy. However, the distance of 1,200 meters or even 1,600 meters is not so simple. He wants to try it too? Yi Changwon's face sank, and he said in his heart, nonsense. Captain Kong was interrupted by the milky voice. His heart was dissatisfied. There were no rules at all. If he was a recruit, he would definitely be reprimanded, but the other party was a child. Looking at Lao Hei's embarrassed appearance again, it seemed that this little recruit was not small, and said loudly, you say. Chen Haonan straightened up his small shoulders, raised his voice and said loudly, Yi Changwon has been aiming for too long, and the enemy is not a fly, such a big person. In addition, they are not stones, standing still where they are. How can they let you aim for so long? The recruits around looked at each other, with strange expressions on their faces. What does this little guy want to say? Aiming for a minute, hitting the 1,600-meter colored flagpole, such a shooting speed is already fast, he actually said slow. Yi Changwon is a little unsettled. Long-distance shooting needs to consider various external factors, looking for the best time to shoot, not that you want to shoot immediately. Then you say, what kind of fast? Well, within 10 seconds, the sloppiness is okay. Head Kong laughed and said, you little baby, your tone is not small. 10 seconds? Do you know what you need to take into account when shooting at a distance of 1,600 meters? Little one, go back, just take a look at the side, don't get mixed up. Chen Haonan was willing to give up, raised his voice, and said, "You underestimate primary school students. In this way, if I play the 2000-meter colored flagpole, if I keep fighting, I will admit defeat and not enter the 4th company of sharpshooters." A black line appeared on Captain Kang's forehead, and the baby's tone was not small, as if he had entered the 4th company of sharpshooters. Also 2000 meters away? When he is 2000 meters, is it 2 meters? Joke. The recruits around him wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Captain Zhou's face was ugly, and it was unnatural for Lao He to be on the side. This little bit would really cause trouble. Head Kang's face sank, and he said, "Fooling around, don't hinder us from continuing the selection." Chen Haonan said reluctantly, "Leader, you are not coercing, let me try." When has Chief Kong ever been squeezed like this? A little boy didn't know how thick the sky was, and his anger suddenly came up, and he said, "Okay, if you can really hit the colored flagpole 2000 meters away, I'll let you join the 4th company of sharpshooters. If you can't hit it, I'll let people spank you. It's a deal." A strange smile appeared on the corner of Chen Haonan's mouth. Lao He was really crying and laughing on the side. Chen Haonan was messing around, and the head of the regiment actually agreed to let him participate in the assessment. But at a distance of 2000 meters, how to fight? Order the recorder to move the flags to 2000 meters, and look at the past from afar, not to mention the flagpole, even the flags can't be seen clearly. There was a smile on the corner of the mouth of the recruits around him. How is it possible? How can a child's words be taken seriously? The distance of 1600 meters is already the limit of the naked eye's vision, and now 2000 meters, it will be hellish if you can hit it. The recruits muttered quietly. He Chengwang glanced at Chen Haonan. In the confusion of everyone, Chen Haonan clenched his rifle, ran to the shooting point with small steps, lay prone with a sharp rope, pulled out the rifle, and put it on the sandbag. The whole process was extremely smooth. Head Kong was slightly stunned and said, "Good standard movements." If it weren't for seeing Chen Haonan's small body moving, I would have thought that he was a veteran of 100 battles. Lao He's performance towards Chen Haonan has long been commonplace, and he is not surprised, and he said in his heart, "Commander, the longer you get along with him, you will find more strange things." Chen Haonan adjusted his breathing, held the trigger with his right index finger, aimed with his left eye, quickly adjusted the angle, controlled the breathing rhythm, and achieved a realm of integration of man and gun. That's the magic of god-level shooting skills. At the same time, Chen Haonan's pupils contracted sharply, and the clarity of his vision continued to expand. 500 meters. 1000 meters. 1500 meters. 2000 meters. The advantages of god-level eyesight were fully exerted. Even the flagpole the size of an index finger was extremely clear in Chen Haonan's eyes. Gust 3. Humidity 25. A series of data flashed in Chen Haonan's mind. The whole process seems to be long, but in fact, in Chen Haonan's mind, it is just a blink of an eye. Proper shooting. At this moment, Chen Haonan's little finger pulled the trigger fiercely. Touch. Everyone let out a cry of surprise. Shot so soon? The whole process takes up to 3 seconds. Did he see the target clearly? Everyone was stunned. But in the next second, everyone was dumbfounded, and the 2000-meter colored flag fell to the ground. What's going on? The recruits were dumbfounded. He Chengwang frowned, looking incomprehensible. Even Lao He showed an inexplicable expression. Even the head of the regiment, Kong Lei, was stunned. Can this be hit? Luck is too. Conley shook his head. It was a miracle. Lao He was really taken aback. The last time he hit 800 meters, he had already judged Chen Haonan's terrifying sniping ability, which allowed him to practice alone, but he didn't expect his sniping ability to reach such a terrifying level. 2000 meters distance, aiming time 3 seconds, such a speed against the sky. First against He Chengwang 1600 meters, the time is 1 minute. He Chengwang is not very good. No wonder Chen Haonan jumped out and said that He Chengwang was so slow. People really have the ability to do this. He Chengwang rolled his eyes, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The distance of 2000 meters is indeed something he dare not think. The key is that he can't see clearly. How to fight? Wang Yanbing muttered on the side, obediently, this little point is not good, can it go against the sky? Chen Haonan put away his gun, carried a rifle almost as high as his body, trotted to Commander Kong, and saluted, Commander, I have one, and I can enter the 4th company of sharpshooters. What? Kong Lei only reacted at this time. Captain, you don't want to cheat, do you? Chen Haonan's big eyes stared at Kong Lei. Kong Lei avoided Chen Haonan's eyes and said, your situation is quite special, it's okay to train in other departments, but it's not appropriate to go to the 4th company of sharpshooters. Where did Kong Lei think that Chen Haonan's shooting ability was so strong? It felt like he was in his designed pocket. This little kid must not be allowed to enter the 4th company of sharpshooters. The 4th company of sharpshooters is a veteran of 100 battles, and they have long complained about the selection of people in the new arms. If they are getting a little child in, what do they think? Not to mention the self-propelled back door? I can't figure it out, and I still say that Chen Haonan is my illegitimate son. Chen Haonan must not be allowed to go to the 4th company of sharpshooters. I made up my mind to pay attention. No matter what Chen Haonan said on the side, it was a bite to say that Chen Haonan was not suitable. Don't mess around. Tell you, the 4th company of sharpshooters is not a place for a little kid to come back when you grow up. Head Kong insisted that Chen Haonan would not let go no matter what he said. Lao He was speechless on the side. Whoever provokes a child who goes against the sky will attract a commotion. Commander, your words don't count. Chen Haonan threw the rifle to the ground angrily, took off his military uniform neatly, threw his little hand and threw it to the ground, stared at Kong Lei with wide eyes, and said, a mouthful of spit and a nail, the soldier's words don't count, Lao Tzu looks down on you. Leaving this sentence behind, he turned around and took small steps and ran away. Everyone immediately looked at each other. The little guy really has a personality. He said that running is running, and he even lost a military uniform. But what he said was right. Just now the regiment commander did say that if he hit the 2,000-meter colored flagpole, he would let him join the 4th company of sharpshooters, and now he said no, it was indeed a trick. If you were to be yourself, you would definitely be angry. What's more, it's still a primary school student who turns his face when he says it. Kong Lei smiled wryly, looking at Chen Haonan's small back running away. He felt a little embarrassed. But what can be done? The 4th company of sharpshooters is a veteran company. How to let a small one join? Lao He also looked embarrassed on the side and sighed. Chen Haonan's performance against the sky is too suitable for being a soldier, but his age is there. Commander Kong understood Lao He's mood, and could see that Xiao Budian was very awesome, and he would definitely be an excellent soldier when he grew up, so he sighed and said, Lao He, if he was growing up, I would definitely let him join the 4th company of sharpshooters, but now it is really inappropriate. Lao He smiled helplessly and said, Regiment Commander, it's not appropriate for him to enlist in the army at this age. Chen Haonan is just an episode in the assessment, and the assessment continues to begin. However, there are more than a dozen in a row, not to mention 2,000 meters, and 1,200 meters have not hit a single one. When it came to Wang Yanbing, he finally gave Commander Kong a little surprise, and at a distance of 1,200 meters, he knocked out 9 in one go, and the last shot missed. That's a pretty good result. Captain Kong looked at these recruits, and Chen Haonan's small shadow always appeared in his mind, carefully recalling his shooting movements when he shot, and his keen judgment of the surrounding environment. It's remarkable. I have been a soldier for decades, and it is the first time I have met such a child, and I like to be a soldier so much. When he was only a primary school student, he dared to break into the barracks. Couldn't help but ask Lao He about his personal situation again, but he didn't expect Lao He to say that he was the rookie king. Hung up the curiosity of Head Kong. Number 1 in rookie cross-country, number 1 in martial arts, number 1 in courage training. The title of the rookie training program all fell to this little one. No wonder Lao He would agree to him to participate in the assessment of the 4th company of sharpshooters. In the end, Lao He also said, if he grows up, I kneel and beg him to be a soldier. A mouthful of spit and a mouthful of nails, how a soldier speaks doesn't count. Thinking of this, Head Kong felt uncomfortable. No one has said anything about themselves yet. After the assessment was completed in the afternoon, because he was in a bad mood, Head Kong returned directly to the dormitory. Isn't this Chen Haonan? On the way back, Kong Lei saw that on the lawn on the side of the road, Chen Haonan's small body and small hands were holding a bottle of 49-degree high-grade second pothead, and he poured it into his mouth from time to time. Good guy. Stop. Head Kong jumped out of the car and walked quickly towards Chen Haonan. At this moment, it is close to dusk, the sun is setting, and the golden glow is shining on the lawn. Chen Haonan, a 10-year-old child, is holding his second pothead in one hand, looking up to the sky and drinking, and there are 7 or 8 bottles around him. It can only be described in one word: cow. What's going on? Kong Tuan was so shocked that his eyes were about to fall. Head Kong came over and asked. Chen Haonan was already full of wine at this moment. You don't have to pay attention to me, I'm going to get drunk alone. Chen Haonan said, the second pothead in his small hand, poured it into the small mouth, and took another big mouthful, as if the second pothead at 49 degrees was boiled water. Head Kong suddenly couldn't cry or laugh. Nonsense! You elementary school student, what to drink? Head Kong was about to reprimand him righteously, but when he saw Chen Haonan's dejected appearance and thought of the day's events, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty in his heart, and stopped talking again. This baby is really good, but it's a pity that he is too young, otherwise, he will definitely join the 4th company of sharpshooters. Chen Haonan's small eyes widened, and his little hand grabbed the second pot next to him and threw it to Kong Lei. Drink. I don't blame you for the day's events, you drink me, I admit it. Head Kong took the second pothead with one hand, and immediately cried and laughed, and then said with a serious face, one of the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention for soldiers is not to drink. Who knew that? Chen Haonan's little hand twisted slightly. Ba unscrewed the lid of the second pothead, stretched it out to Kong Lei, and said, there is so much nonsense. If you are a soldier, just be a little bit, don't be a mother-in-law, like a girl. This kid is poisonous. When Kong Lei smelled this, he immediately smelled a rich aroma of wine, and the taste was pure. Kong Lei, who has always been a good wine, knew that this was the Red Star second pothead in the middle when he smelled it, and there was definitely no counterfeit product. Swallowed his saliva, and forgot Chen Haonan's identity as a child. You can't do this, come to my office, I have to give you a good political education class. Kong Lei dragged Chen Haonan to his office and brought the wine with him. Head Kong put the wine on the coffee table and said, can you tell me what the situation is? Chen Haonan shook his little head, and his small body straightened. Leader, let me tell you, I really don't want to study. And I won't be able to study for the rest of my life, I just want to be a soldier. I felt that only in the barracks could I find a place to play to my strengths, so I wanted to be a soldier. Leader, I won't tell you, my family is very rich, tens of billions of family assets, but I don't want to go back to inherit like this, there is no challenge at all, what's the point? Don't look at me as young, but my ideals are not small. Kong Lei was stunned when he heard this. He dared to love this little guy is still a gold owner. With tens of billions of family assets, he is not worried about eating and drinking for several lifetimes. What kind of school is he going to? Thinking of myself, didn't I enlist in the army because I didn't want to study? This kid is very similar to himself. However, this kid is worth tens of billions, and his family background is not as rich as his, no wonder he can get such a pure second pot. Touch 1. Chen Haonan grabbed the wine bottle with his 2 small hands at the same time, and stretched out a bottle in front of Kong Lei. Without waiting for Kong Lei to disagree, the bottle in his hand touched it lightly and poured it into his small mouth. Kong Lei hesitated slightly, but finally couldn't help it, took the wine bottle, and took a sip. The taste is pure enough. After a few sips of strong wine, Kong Lei gradually let go, and became more and more curious about Chen Haonan, and this kid became more and more interested in his appetite, and asked, how did you practice your sniping skills? Chen Haonan drank the liquor and said in pain, Regiment Commander, I really like to be a soldier, and I didn't lie to you at all. Do you know how obsessed I am? In order to practice marksmanship, I used all my pocket money, went to the park every day to shoot balloons, and hit the field. Hey, regiment leader, it's done. Kong Lei was skeptical, but it didn't look like Chen Haonan was telling a lie. The so-called fairy words are unscrupulous, it is estimated that they can't be fake, they really want to be a soldier. Looking at Chen Haonan's annoyed look, they clinked glasses with Chen Haonan again and again. 2 sentences and a small mouthful, 3 sentences and a large mouthful. Kong Lei drank so comfortably, he liked to drink in the first place, and his ears met such a thing and his appetite, gradually, he drank high. Brother Chen Haonan. Let me tell you, when I was a child, I also liked to be a soldier. Cheers to the soldier you like. Chen Haonan and Con Lei walked another. At this moment, Con Lei was already drunk and confused, and Chen Haonan seemed to be drunk, but his mind was actually very sober. 5-point physical fitness, a few bottles of 52-degree two-pot head, can you get drunk? Let's have fun. Chen Haonan looked at the drunken Con Lei, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and asked, Commander, in fact, I know your difficulties, let's not talk about it, do it. After a few big mouthfuls in a row, Chen Haonan saw that it was almost there, and took out a voice recorder from his pocket. He secretly brought this thing from home, but he didn't expect it to come in handy this time. Gently pressed the button to start recording. Commander Con Lei, my recruit Chen Haonan wants to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. If you agree, we will do it. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. At this moment, where can Con Lei hear clearly what Chen Haonan said? Without saying a word, it's done. Who regrets who is the grandson? Head Kong is full of promises, he will never lie to me, this little brat, do it. It's done. Chen Haonan finished recording, and then secretly ran to the bathroom, played it back, and after confirming that it was very clear, he put it back in his pocket with satisfaction, walked out with his little feet, and continued to drink with Con Lei. The morning sun, exceptionally soft, shines through the window into Con Lei's office. Con Lei muttered in a deep voice, opened his eyelids, shook his head, made himself clearer, and raised his eyes to see Chen Haonan lying on his office chair, and himself, lying on the ground, seemed to be kneeling down to Chen Haonan. This posture. Con Lei shuddered, completely sober. Slapped his head and said in a low voice, greedy cup mistake. Greedy cups and mistakes. What if Chen Haonan is drunk? Chen Haonan, boy, wake up, wake up. Chen Haonan actually woke up a long time ago, deliberately pretended to be asleep, pretended to open his little eyelids slowly, and said, Leader, are you awake? Are you all right? Con Lei looked at the pile of empty wine bottles on the ground, and didn't think that he had drunk so much yesterday. Chen Haonan jumped up, patted his little chest with his little hand, and said, It's okay, I'm very energetic. You can go to the Sharpshooter 4th Company at any time to report. Wait, what did you just say about the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? Con Lei wondered. Yes, you promised me to let me enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and I drank with you. Chen Haonan said. Con Lei couldn't think of it at all, and waved his hand. Nonsense, when did I say it? Chen Haonan's small hand reached into his pocket, took out a voice recorder, and opened it. Chen Haonan, Commander Con Lei, my recruit Chen Haonan wants to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. If you agree, we will do it. Con Lei, it's done. Who regrets who is the grandson? Con Lei. A black line appeared on Con Lei's forehead and slapped his head. No, it's not my voice. Con Lei said and raised his hand to grab the voice recorder, but Chen Haonan's eyes were quick. He put it in his hand, and said, Regiment Commander, you don't admit it, I'll go back and play it once for everyone in the military region, so that they can hear if it's your voice. Where did Con Lei think that this kid was so scheming? It was clear that he had dug a pit and let Lao Tzu jump into it. What he said was not important, the important thing was to fight with a little kid in the military area. This matter should be spread to the ears of the above, and he would not peel his own skin. With a wry smile on his face, he said, This matter? Okay, you go back first and wait for the notice. Yes. Chen Haonan straightened his waist, saluted Con Lei, and then walked out of the office with neat small steps. Con Lei was annoyed. How could he be planted in the hands of a little kid? Or do you want to explain to those veterans? At the moment, the boot camp dormitory. Ernio, don't be upset, you see how lucky we are, the new barracks of more than 300 people, just the 3 of us were selected, how to say that it is 1 in 100? Although you are in the cooking class, you are also a member of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Much better than the others. Wang Yanbing comforted the depressed Li Ernio on the side. The selection and assessment is over, although it has not been officially announced, but the results are probably already known. He Chengwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Ernio were selected. Li Ernio had a lot of luck when shooting, and he played at a super level on the spot, and his luck was so good that the 9th broken flagpole was strictly said to have been blown down by the wind. The bullet pierced half of the bamboo pole, and then a gust of wind blew the flagpole down, and if it was announced in a few seconds of the night, the sharpshooter 4th Company would have nothing to do with Lee Erniu. Finally, taking into account Lee Erniu's achievements in the past month, Lee Erniu entered the sharpshooters 4 Company cooking class. To put it bluntly, it's just a fireman, what can he do? Lee Erniu said depressedly. Erniu, you're wrong to think so. I've heard that all 4 sharpshooters are bulls, and many of the cooking classes are also sharpshooters, and they are all the same. The only difference is that your training time may be shorter than ours. He Changwang also encouraged, many people are envious, but they can't envy it. Yes, the 3rd rank officer in front of the Prime Minister, no matter how bad it is not comparable to other companies. Erniu cheers up, I am optimistic about you. Wang Yanbing said. At this time, Chen Haonan's small body appeared at the door, took small steps, and walked in with great spirit. Wang Yanbing took a look at it and said with a smile, Hey, who am I? It turns out that our little soldier king is back. Why didn't you run away in anger and don't plan to come back? Where did you go last night? Chen Haonan didn't return last night. Wang Yanbing and others thought that Chen Haonan was angry and left the barracks. Chen Haonan sat on the bed with his little buttocks, snorted, and said, I got some wine and went to drink with the commander of the 4th Company of sharpshooters, and then I was also admitted. Do you believe it? Who believes? Wang Yanbing pouted and smiled. You're a little small, and you're still looking for the head of the regiment to drink, and you are as idle as the head of the regiment as you hurt? Believe it or not. Chen Haonan didn't explain much. Dao's Lee Erniu next to him sniffed with a sensitive nose, and shouted in surprise, Ah, he really smells of alcohol. Chen Haonan, have you been drinking? Chen Haonan ignored this stupid cow, picked up his basin, towel, brush, and hummed a little song to take a bath. It's strange, did he really go to drink with the regimental leader? Lee Erniu and Erjong muttered at a loss. Fart, do you take what the little fart kid said seriously? I also want to say that I drank with the commander of the military district, do you believe it? Wang Yanbing scolded with a smile. But he did drink. Who knows what he's up to? Ignore him for now, and when it is officially announced today, won't it be clear? Wang Yanbing said. It should be unlikely. The head of the regiment made it clear in front of so many people that he would not accept Chen Haonan. He Changwang also said. He Changwang was hit hard by Chen Haonan, not only him, but the entire recruit camp was hit, especially in the shooting line. 2,000 meters away. One shot interrupted the colored flag, out of Chen Haonan, who can do it? They are big men, they can't run and run away from others, and in the end, they can't even play with guns. Everyone feels like they've been living on dogs all these years. Chen Haonan came back from a bath and went to sleep, but no one cared. That recorder, he put it away well. I hope that Kong Lei will keep his promise, otherwise, Lao Tzu will go to find a radio and broadcast it 100 times to see who was in a hurry. Speechless all night. As usual, after the regular 5-kilometer cross-country was completed, Lao He ordered everyone to gather, then took out a blank piece of paper and said, The final assessment results of the 4th Company of sharpshooters have come out, and the comrades whose names are named will report to the 4th Company of sharpshooters. In fact, everyone already knows that they have not been selected. Why don't they know? I have been mentally prepared in advance. He Changwang. Wang Yanbing. Lee Erniu. When everyone heard these 3 names, they all showed envious eyes. When they were assessed yesterday, they had basically guessed it. The results of the 3 of them in the recruit camp have always been at the top. He Changwang has accurate marksmanship and great skills, Lee Erniu has great strength and excellent physical fitness, and Wang Yanbing moves quickly and has a flexible brain. These 3 people have their own advantages, and they can be selected by the sharpshooters in the 4th Company, and the Tao is really deserved. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Wang Yanbing looked at Chen Haonan with a smug face, and muttered, Let's show the stuffing, and said that drinking with the head of the regiment will save face. It is not surprising that everyone can't hear Chen Haonan's name. After all, the head of the regiment made it clear yesterday that Chen Haonan is too young and inappropriate. However, when everyone thought it was over, Lao He suddenly said as if he had eaten a fly, Chen Haonan? Sharpshooter even drinking class? As soon as Lao Hei's words fell, everyone was stunned. Wang Yanbing's mouth opened even wider, and his fists could be stuffed into it. Isn't it said that age is not enough? How can it be? Everyone looked at Lao Hei in unison, waiting for Lao Hei's explanation. You must know that the head of the regiment said it that day. Everyone, as you look at me, I look at you, and finally look at Chen Haonan and Lao Hei. Chen Haonan said, it's Kong Lei's interest. When everyone was puzzled, Lao Hei added, the 4th Company cooking class of the spear. Cooking class? The originally silent team burst into laughter. The cooking class is a fireman. What can be done as a soldier and a fireman? Originally, I was still envious that Chen Haonan could enter the 4th Company of sharpshooters, but now I don't envy it at all. Awesome, firehead. I suddenly thought of Shuirenggui of the Tang dynasty, who was also born in the Huado army, and finally became a marquis, and became a generalissimo. Chen Hao's boy's shoes, I am optimistic about you, you must be good. Shut up. The old black roared. Don't look down on every soldier in the 4th Company of sharpshooters, even if they are cooks, they are all sharpshooters. Pulling out any one of you is enough to kill each of you in seconds. Old Hei reprimanded sharply. Well, farewell to our best comrades. Salute. Lao Hei took the lead in saluting Chen Haonan and the others, and the recruits behind him also saluted. As Lao Hei said, there is no weak person in the 4th Company of sharpshooters. Lao Hei looked at Chen Haonan's small body, and he was actually a little reluctant in his heart, but looking at Chen Haonan, he seemed to be very unhappy. What was going on? Didn't he already join the 4th Company of sharpshooters? Why are you still very unhappy? Is it because you are dissatisfied with entering the cooking class? Lao Hei had a wry smile in his heart, which annoyed Chen Haonan, and he could only pray for the 4th Company of sharpshooters. I also muttered in my heart, what does the head of the regiment mean? If you don't want it, you don't want it. If you want it, you throw it into the cooking class. What kind of fame? The 4 returned to the dormitory to pack their luggage, and then went to report to the 4th Company of sharpshooters. Chen Haonan and Li Ernia went to the cooking class, He Changwang and Wang Yanbing went to the 3rd class, and several people parted ways. Wang Yanbing's feet are fluttering. The 4th Company of sharpshooters, how much face does it have to say it? A company that only the elite can enter. Chen Haonan's kid, I didn't expect to be able to get in, but fortunately, he entered the cooking class, and after a while, he definitely couldn't stand it and ran away by himself. Wang Yanbing said proudly. He Changwang didn't think so. Seeing Wang Yanbing's somewhat complacent expression, he reminded, Yanbing, our 2 elites together, we may not be able to do the children in the cooking class. Wang Yanbing was stunned for a moment, his face twitched a few times. Indeed, from the competition with Chen Haonan on the train, to the training of recruits, and then to the assessment of the 4th Company of sharpshooters, there is really no time that he has won against Chen Haonan. I'm still proud. When I enter the company, I will definitely train hard. I don't believe that I can do it as a little kid. Wang Yanbing said fiercely. Chen Haonan and Li Ernia came to the door of the cooking class. The back kitchen was filled with a strong smell of oil smoke, and all kinds of fresh vegetables were piled up in the yard. Chen Haonan's little face was tense, and he scolded Kong Lei along the way I don't know how many times. Report! Li Ernia shouted in the courtyard. I saw a medium-sized old horse, coming out of the kitchen, wearing a white apron, with a simple appearance, saw Li Ernia, and said, I am the squad leader of the cooking class, and everyone calls me Lao Ma. New to the new arrival? Squad leader, Li Ernia came to report. Okay, put the luggage away, come over to help wash the vegetables. The cooking class is all sharpshooters, but the washing of vegetables is also fast. This is called 2 true. Hey, didn't you say there were 2 people? Why are I only seeing you? The old horse wondered. Li Ernia was also tall and big, and the old horse is a little shorter than him, so he raised his head to speak, and didn't notice Chen Haonan, who was small next to Li Ernia. Report to the squad leader, Chen Haonan is here to report. A milky voice sounded under the old horse's nose. Lama lowered his head, looked down, saw a new book that looked like a primary school student, stood aside, was stunned, and then laughed. Isn't this a primary school student? How can you also come to the sharpshooter 4 company? Is there a mistake? But the name seems to be right. Little friend, you. Forget it, put your luggage away first, and hurry up to help. From now on, this will be your battlefield. The action must be fast, just like a sharpshooter, not only not fast, but also accurate. The old horse kept nagging. Time flickered, and 3 days passed. Lama walked out of the kitchen and saw that only Li Ernie was washing the vegetables again, and said in a dissatisfied voice, "Where did Xiao Buddy and run away? People work even when they are small, and they can't see a shadow all day long, so they want to rebel?" Li Ernie was peeling potatoes and said, "He runs into the grove behind him every day, who knows what he is doing in it?" The old horse hid a spirit, and he won't. A black line appeared on the old horse's forehead, and said, "Outside the grove is the women's dormitory, what does he want to do? A little kid is bad at school? Female soldiers' quarters?" Li Ernie was surprised. "Peel your potatoes." The old horse hurriedly took off his apron and hurried in the direction of the lower grove. He said in his mouth, "It's the other thing you do, you don't do serious work. What do you want to do when you run down the grove every day? How old is this? I just miss a woman." Li Ernie was so big, and his courage is not as big as yours. Lama has long been dissatisfied with Chen Haonan, and he came to report on the first day, but he didn't do any work, but he didn't know where he ran, and he only saw people at dinner. The next day it was still like that. Lama asked for an immediate change, to report the situation to the superior leader. "This kid is terrible, a thorn soldier, a small man with a big temper, he doesn't work all day, or runs around." However, 2 days have passed, and there is still no news. Is this going against the sky? The old horse's nest is on fire. Now I finally know where this little point is going, and I will catch it and report it to the head of the regiment, and when the time comes, I will go back from where I came from. In a clearing in the dense grove, Chen Haonan leaned lightly against a thick pine tree with a thick bowl on his forehead, fluttering. The pine tree shook violently, and the dry pine leaves fell one after another. "Follow." Chen Haonan's little foot kicked back suddenly, his small body arched forward slightly, and his feet suddenly exerted force. His body was like an arrow off the string, ejecting out, and Chen Haonan in midair struck down and split his legs. It's amazing. A whirlwind blows. Can fall to the ground. The figure swirled, clenched his fists with both hands, and his right fist slammed out. It looks like a small fist, but it feels like it contains 1,000 powers. After that, punches, kicks, sweeps, hand knives. All kinds of subtle and domineering fighting techniques are presented little by little in Chen Haonan's small hands and feet, and they are more flexible and changeable. Spit out a breath of muddy air. Chen Haonan believes that according to his current strength, if he fights with He Chengwang again, the other party will definitely not be able to hold on to 10 moves. Then I looked at my personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 2. Root bones, 5. Spirit, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye. XP, 200/300. It's still the same as 5, but the experience has increased to 200. Although his attributes have not increased, Chen Haonan is more skilled in the use of power. Don't look at Chen Haonan's small arms and legs, but in the case of sudden force and unpreparedness, it is enough to make many people who underestimate it suffer. This is not conducive to Chen Haonan's meditative exercise in the past few days, and he vents his dissatisfaction with Con Lei in this way. Otherwise, according to Chen Haonan's temper, he would have gone to trouble that despicable guy a long time ago. Chen Haonan thought of Con Lei throwing himself into the cooking class, and the anger in his heart began to rise above his head again. Open. Chen Haonan kicked sideways on the pine tree of the bucket. Syllable. 10 times the power of ants. The pine tree the thickness of the bucket was kicked out of half of the wood chips with a bang. Immediately after, Chen Haonan's small body slammed into it. Rumble. The pine tree, whose trunk was as thick as a bucket, finally could not withstand the violent impact as expected, and fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Chen Haonan laughed. The reason why he didn't go to Kong Tuan's trouble was that he wanted to hold his breath and turn it into motivation. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. It seems that the cultivation effect is still okay. The surrounding trees were all damaged, all of them were broken inch by inch, and the fallen branches and leaves were all over the ground. The old horse had already reached the edge of the forest, and before he had yet stepped into the forest, his brow furrowed, and he slowed down. The forest in front of it simply exploded. It's as if there were shells falling in the forest during the exercise, and they kept booming. What's going on? Cutting down trees? The old horse quickened his pace. When he saw what was happening in front of him, he almost cried out. Lin Zizhong is Chen Haonan. Under the shocked gaze of the old horse, Chen Haonan leaned on, leaning on it so carelessly, fluttering, and the trees behind him broke. It's a tree the size of an adult's arm. Then, Chen Haonan punched out, and the bark of the other coarse pine tree was uncovered in one piece, and the broken wood splashed up. In a moment, the forest felt as if it had been bombarded by cannonballs, and the beeping and popping sound of the trees was endless. Broken trees are horizontal, and branches and leaves are scattered. Old horse. The whole person was a little dumbfounded. Up. Bang. After seeing Chen Haonan uproot a bush the size of a bowl, the old horse's mouth almost opened in an O shape. This is simply an invincible little steel cannon. What happens when you hit someone? Fortunately, he didn't scold this kid too fiercely in the past few days, otherwise he would be annoyed and give himself a kick or a punch, and he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. It's like a time bomb planted next to you, which could explode at any time. No, this time bomb must be removed. The old horse turned around and left immediately, not daring to stay for a second, trotting out of the woods to find Captain Kong. Report. The old horse hurried to the door of the head of Kang's office. Come in. The old horse pushed the door open and entered the room. It turned out to be an old horse. What's wrong? Head Kong smiled. Lama swallowed his saliva and said, Report to the head of the group, there have been elementary school students in our class in the past few days. If you don't help with the work every day, you just run into the grove every day. I couldn't help but go to the grove to find him just now, and I found that he was a little pervert. Small feet, small fists, can break the trunk of a tree, and the strength of the body is amazing, even a tree can be pulled. Commander, such a child, our back kitchen temple is too small, you can get him away quickly. There was a hint of embarrassment on the face of Head Kong, and Chen Haonan didn't worry about where he went. Kong Tuan was a little embarrassed. It was his own handle that fell into his hands, which made him join the 4th company of sharpshooters, and he was regarded as a trick for him, throwing him into the cooking class, so as not to make other veterans laugh. Old Ma, let's do it, don't pay attention to him in the future, he does whatever he likes. Don't say where you are, the 2 recruits before I came here were among the best in the new barracks, but they weren't beaten by him every day? Took turns to help him wash his clothes for more than a month. He came to where you are, just ran into the grove and punched, without provoking you. You're going to have to burn incense. Captain Kong said heavily. The old horse gasped and said, So powerful? It's amazing. Otherwise, at such a young age, how could he join the 4th company of sharpshooters? However, this kid is a troublemaker, don't mess with him, just watch. Captain Kong gave the old horse another fierce medicine, stocking, understand? No wonder I reported the situation to the company, but I didn't see any follow-up, it turned out to be this situation. Kong Lei saw that the old horse was frightened, and said softly, But the little brat, it's easy to coax, just don't disobey his temperament. Let him stay with you for a while, and I'll find a way to transfer him out. Then we have to hurry. Old Horse Road. It's already being coordinated. In addition, there is a soldier assault training after 3 days, remember to make an excuse at random, don't let him participate, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious, you know. Commander Kong ordered. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Remember that this is a difficult task and must be completed. Okay, you go back first, if there are any special circumstances, you can report to me at any time. Head Kong finally said. Yes. Walking out of Chief Kang's office, the old horse's back was unconscious, and a cold sweat came out. What is the origin of this elementary school student? It seems that even the head of the regiment is afraid of him. The old horse muttered to himself, however, it shouldn't be difficult to coax a child, right? The old horse came up with an idea. Lao Ma's attitude towards Chen Haonan after he came back was surprisingly good, and he didn't mention him running away at dinner. This made Li Erniu a little confused. He obviously saw Lao Ma running angrily in the direction of the grove to find Chen Haonan in the afternoon. Why didn't he see any movement? Inside the woods. Call. Call. Chen Haonan played happily and indescribably comfortable. Although it does not increase the attributes of the body, such crazy training can improve the body's ability to control the strength, and the fists and feet can gradually reach the freedom of sending and receiving. Call. Chen Haonan exhaled a breath of turbidity, covered with sweat, and his little face was red and puffy, very pink. Woo woo. A faint alarm was heard in the distance, the warning sound of a soldier's assault. According to the regulations, hearing this warning, all returned to the camp and waited for orders from their superiors. Didn't the old horse say that he was okay today? Chen Haonan hurriedly ran back, ran halfway, and found Li Erniu running over in a hurry. I'm finally looking for you, soldier assault training, all participate. Li Erniu said. Why didn't the old horse tell me this morning? I don't know. Good brother. The two ran back to the base together, and when they arrived at the base, they found that the barracks were already empty, and all armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, etc., had set off. Fool me. I just said that why Lao Kong was so good to me today, it was candy and biscuits, let me rest assured to play. I must have known about the soldiers' assault in advance, and deliberately broke me away and didn't let me participate. Chen Haonan clenched his little fists and was furious. Was inexplicably thrown into this cooking class, so that Chen Haonan was enough to make a fire, and now he finally has a chance to perform, and he wants to put Lao Tzu aside, and he must pay attention to Kong Lei. Otherwise, Lao Ma is a firehead squad leader. Where did he get the courage? I don't want Lao Tzu to participate, right? Lao Tzu wants to toss something out. The little eyes glared, turned to Li Erniu's immature voice, and said, Erniu, you follow me, let's go to the barracks together, no matter who you see, we will kill them first. Li Erniu's eyes widened, his courage was not as big as Chen Haonan, he swallowed his saliva, and said, Chen Haonan, although it is a military exercise, it hurts to hit the body with emptied bullets, and the bullets don't have eyes, so we still stay in the barracks honestly and be safer. Li Erniu, don't be so cowardly, why do you eat so much meat? You are afraid of war, what kind of soldier are you to be? Chen Haonan reprimanded. I didn't think there would be a war when I was a soldier, it's a peaceful era, where will there be a war? Li Erniu said embarrassedly. Cowardly. Do you still want to be a big official and go back to marry your Tsuihua? I dream of it. Just want to have a fart, and you can only be promoted if you win the battle, you know? What would anyone think if someone saw a schoolboy reprimanding a strong man who was several heads taller than him? The point is that the strong young man can't stop nodding. Medium. I'll do it with you, but I'm still a little scared, and if there's danger, I'll definitely run. Li Erniu said. Chen Haonan was speechless. Why was this stupid cow so timid? Didn't talk so much nonsense, took Li Erniu to the ammunition depot, carried a handful of 95 per person, and 2 boxes of empty ammunition, and then ran in the direction of the large army. At this time, a green military jeep was speeding through the mountain road, surrounded by dust. Head Kong sat in the co-pilot's seat in military uniform, and behind him sat instructor Gong Jian and 2 guards. Regiment commander, I don't know if the red side will make any big moves in this military exercise? Gong Jian asked. The big operation? I don't know. This military exercise was conducted by our company against the Thunderbolt Commando and the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade of the military region to see who could complete the beheading task first among thousands of troops. Last time, we lost to Fan Tianlei, an old fox, and we must not lose again this time. Captain Kong said heavily. Yes. Gong Jian replied in a stiff voice, and then said softly, Regiment Commander, I heard that this Lei Zhan came back from foreign training and trained the most advanced combat technology in the team. I don't know if it's true? Humph. Regardless of whether he is domestic or foreign, when he fights with Lao Tzu, only his subordinates can see the truth. Are you cowardly? Head Kong said loudly. Gong Jian said loudly, Our Iron Fist Regiment only has soldiers who died in battle, and there are no soldiers who admit it. That's pretty much it. However, this point reminds me that under the leadership of the Thunder Commando, this hard bone will be more difficult to gnaw, and it will be indeed difficult to defeat them. Smack! Captain Kong only saw countless big stones flying over in front of him, smashing them on the ground. Touch! A large stone smashed right on the car cover, making a loud noise that shook Captain Kang's ears to the ear. The driver brakes urgently. The wheels made a sharp grinding sound, and several stones, coming from an unknown direction, blocked the road ahead, and the ground shook with dust all around. The sudden change made Head Kong and the others scratch their heads. Meteorites falling from the sky? What an international joke! What the hell is going on? Head Kang's face turned pale, and he scolded. Who's doing a prank? A few black lines appeared on Commander Kang's forehead. This is his territory, the location of the headquarters. The exercise has just begun. How can there be an enemy raid? If there is, it's not a stone, it's a bullet. Take a stone to smash the car, and they can figure it out. Captain Kong roared angrily. Gong Jian was puzzled, who was so bold that he even dared to make a joke about the head of the regiment. At this time, I suddenly felt my body leaning back, and I saw the front of the car rising little by little, which shocked the driver. I couldn't see anyone else, but the front of the car was raised. What's going on? Captain Kang's face changed, and he didn't care about it. He pushed the car door and jumped out first. Followed by Gong Jian, and the others also jumped out. Everyone was puzzled. How could a good car turn backwards? But when they came back to their senses and looked at the front of the car, they saw a picture that they would probably never forget in their lives. A little kid was carrying a 95 rifle about the same length as himself, a pair of small hands, tied up the horse, his little face was flushed, and he raised the front of the car stiffly. Chen Haonan still said in fragments, "What else do you say about 20 times the attribute power? Why don't you just lift a broken military vehicle?" Commander Kong finally saw who it was. 3 or 4 black lines stood up on his forehead, and said in his heart, "How did Lao He do it? Didn't he say that he would not be allowed to participate in the exercise? How could he be here?" Head Kong dared to be angry and didn't dare to speak. He threw Chen Haonan into the cooking class, out of sight and out of mind. As long as he stayed obediently in the cooking class, he stayed as long as he wanted. I haven't seen him come to trouble me in the past few days, but I'm just angry with Lao Ma, thinking that this matter has passed. I didn't think I'd mess up with myself again. Intercept the chief halfway. But Chen Haonan's strength is too great. This military vehicle has to be at least 2,000 pounds, and he can actually lift it with both hands? It's against the sky. Gong Jian was really startled when he saw that it was Chen Haonan, and hurriedly reprimanded, "Chen Haonan, what are you going to do?" Chen Haonan was arranged to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Gong Jian was clear. He had also understood Chen Haonan's strength before, but he was too young to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and the impact was not good. But Commander Kong insisted on finding a way by himself, and as a result, he made a suggestion to Commander Kong. If he had to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, he could only arrange to enter the cooking class, which was relatively easy, and second, it was not so dangerous, and nothing would go wrong. Head Kong slapped his thigh. This is a good idea. Therefore, Chen Haonan finally entered the Sharpshooters 4 Company cooking class, and the culprit was actually Gong Jian. Before, squad leader Kong reported Chen Haonan's situation to Gong Jian. Gong Jian didn't know what to do, but he didn't expect to be so bold today. Even the regiment commander's military vehicle dared to stop. Is this a rebellion? Gong Jian scolded angrily and said, "Chen Haonan, put the car down. Do you know what you're doing?" Gong Jian saw Li Ernia standing aside and smirking, and was even more annoyed. This kid is enough to make trouble, and he is looking for an accomplice. "Li Ernia, what are you smiling at?" Gong Jian reprimanded. When Captain Kong saw the two of them, especially Chen Haonan, his lungs were about to be blown up. Li Ernia swallowed his saliva and said, "Report, I don't know what I'm laughing at." Bang! The military vehicle was heavily thrown to the ground, making heavy noises and dust. Chen Haonan puffed up his little cheeks, and shouted at Kong Lei with an angry face, "It's cool to avoid me and deliberately throw me into the cooking class, isn't it?" Kong Lei had an embarrassed expression. This was indeed his own loss, and it was all the fault of being greedy. Now seeing Chen Haonan's annoyed fierce appearance, he knows that it will be difficult to end. As the saying goes, the mud bodhisattva still has 3 points of anger. Chen Haonan called himself Kong Lei in front of so many people, and the anger in his heart also rose. Gong Jian saw Chen Haonan calling the name of head Kong, his face sank, and he said angrily, Chen Haonan, this is the chief. Don't mess around. Shut up. You're not a good thing, maybe you came up with the idea. Chen Haonan glared at Gong Jian, then stared at Kong Lei directly, and continued, now I won't even be allowed to participate in the soldier assault, right? The tiger is not powerful, you treat me as a sick cat. Chen Haonan's small mouth seemed to breathe fire, and poured out the dissatisfaction in his heart like pouring beans into a bamboo tube. Kong Lei really didn't want Chen Haonan to participate. What did he say when he appeared on the exercise ground at such a young age? Suddenly. Bang! Huge explosions kept coming, including Regiment Commander Kong, Gong Jian and those soldiers, who were covered by the explosion, and suddenly, a cloud of green smoke came out of everyone. Guards, instructors to regimental commanders, all killed. Captain Kong almost ran out of gas. Paralyzing. It must have been done by special forces, and it was called for fire positioning, unlimited firepower coverage. Who can withstand this? Lao Kong, I carried your car, just to let you get out of the car quickly. It's still slow, you have been positioned by the other party, and, last time I drank, I didn't admit it as a grandson, I deserve it. Kong Lei and the others were furious, but it seemed that Chen Haonan's anger was even greater, pointing at Kong Lei and continuing, I am a strong man, a sharpshooter, the first person in the new barracks. UTMD threw me into the cooking class. If you believed me just now, you would not have died in battle. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Chen Haonan, who was like thunder, rushed to the military vehicle again. 2 small hands pressed against the side wall of the jeep, and the little hands suddenly exerted force, and at the same time heard Chen Haonan shout, down. Rumble. With a bang, the jeep was overturned. Dusty. Everyone was dumbfounded. The strength of a primary school student is so great that he overturned all the military vehicles. How much effort does it take? Li Erniu is stunned. Gong Jian was angry and shocked, and said to Head Kong, Leader, what are you going to do, Chen Haonan? Head Kong finally calmed down, glared at Gong Jian, and said, have you ever seen anyone who can lift a jeep with 2 hands? If you do, I'll approve you to pass. It's because our car was located, and he directly destroyed the car's locator. This kid is awesome. Gong Jian is not a fool, and he probably knows what that kid is doing. It's just that he still can't figure out what the relationship between Chen Haonan and the head of the regiment is. It seems that the 2 of them are resentful husbands and wives. Why did you fail me? Don't trust me, you became a grandson. In a moment, Chen Haonan turned around and walked back, patted his 2 little hands, and said lightly, positioning is paralyzed. Those special forces have already locked your car in advance when you first set off, and now you are blind. Kong Tuan smiled, showing an embarrassed aunt. This kid is awesome. Chen Haonan walked to the guards with his calves, with a cold face, and said, go faster, it's useless, how can you protect the chief? Let's shoot, let's see if I can kill me with empty cartridges, and if not, I'll smash you like a car. These guards stared at Chen Haonan vigilantly, their fingers tightly pressed the trigger, although the empty cartridge could not kill anyone, but it could also form great damage when hit in the vital parts. This kid was extremely excited, and it was difficult to guarantee whether he acted excessively. Coupled with the opponent's amazing physical strength, it is very likely to endanger the safety of the chief. They were surprised by Chen Haonan's amazing arm strength. As for being afraid, it didn't count. However, at this moment, the palms of his hands are indeed sweating. If he is smashed by the other party like a jeep, there is still a chance to live? Head Kong laughed. Okay, what he said is true. Why are you so nervous, little guy? You seem to know everything. We have drunk together. You go to avenge Lao Tzu. In the future, I will do whatever you want. Every exercise is like this. He is the head of the steel boxing regiment, but as a result, the military exercise has just begun, and he is beheaded by Lao Fan and them. Spread out, and every year people laugh off their big teeth. If Chen Haonan could avenge him, he wouldn't mind giving in. Avenge? Chen Haonan suddenly pursed his lips and said, I urinate urgently, wait until I finish urinating, and then think about this problem, and let them put down the gun quickly, otherwise, I will urinate directly on them. Chen Haonan dropped this sentence, turned around, trotted to the side under the tree, pulled open his crotch and prepared to pee. This made everyone laugh and cry. Head Kong smiled bitterly, and Gong Jian's mouth was crooked. At this time, there was a buzzing sound in the sky, and a drone hovered above them. Head Kong said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, it's them." Fan Tianlei came to this trick again. Last time he relied on drones to complete the decapitation mission, he relied on high technology. We just suffered in this regard. But no, the drone is at a high altitude, small in size, and flexible in movement, so there is no way to shoot it down. Gong Jian said on the side. It's infuriating. How did you become the instructor of the 4th company of sharpshooters? Why didn't there be a decent soldier who shot it with one shot? Let Fan Tianlei, that old guy, and pee on top of our heads. Head Kang's heart was on fire. Gong Jian was also shot while lying down, and said with a bitter face, "Regiment leader, aren't you embarrassing me? I'm afraid no one in the whole army has done it." Head Kong glared. He didn't know that at such a long distance, and at high altitude, if he wanted to snipe, there were too many air convection, humidity, etc., which needed to be considered, so he could only shoot at the sky indiscriminately, all by luck. Every time I suffer from such a wretch. Head Kong scolded. Because they were helpless against the detection of drones, their whereabouts were very exposed to the other party's sight, and they were discovered by drones last time, and they were attacked by Fan Tianlei and beheaded them. Bang! Commander Kong suddenly heard the sound of gunshots and said, "Who fired the gun?" Turned his head to look, only to see that under the tree, Chen Haonan was holding his pants in one hand and the Type 95 rifle in the other, aiming at the drone in the air. There's a fart! Gong Jian couldn't help but scold. But in the next second, with a bang, the high-altitude drone exploded in the sky, like a brilliant fireworks in mid-air, extremely eye-catching. Kong Lei swallowed his saliva and stared at Chen Haonan in a daze. Chen Haonan put the gun back on his back and shook his crotch. While holding the little brother, he shot down the high-altitude plane. This is also no one, and everyone looked at Chen Haonan shaking with ghostly expressions. At an altitude of 1,200 meters, the diagonal distance is more than 1,500 meters. Because it is high altitude, air convection is very tolerant of air, which has a great impact on the flying bullet, and it is easy to change the trajectory of the bullet. In addition, the drone is circling and moving at high speed, shooting at ultra-long distances, and even if it is only a 0.1 second time gap, the bullet will miss. Therefore, before shooting, it is necessary to judge the flight path of the drone in advance, and shoot at an accurate time known to have the greatest certainty of a shot. This, in turn, requires an accurate judgment of the flight time of the bullet. Commander Kong was the former king of guns, and now although his shooting ability has greatly decreased, he still has theoretical knowledge. Evil Gate. Head Kong finally said. I'm afraid that no one in the whole army can do anything. Chen Haonan is a little kid. When he was urinating, he shot the drone with one shot. Who believes it? I don't believe it myself. How would Fan Tianlei feel if he knew that the drone he was proud of was so easily beaten down by a little hairy child? Commander, he can't be blind, right? Gong Jian rubbed his eyes. You're going to try it once? Head Kong said excitedly, that day, you were not selected and assessed by the 4th company of the sharpshooter, and this little guy broke the 2,000-meter colored flagpole with one shot. Captain Kong said. So powerful? The time to aim is only 3 seconds. Head Kong added. Gong Jian's eyes widened, and he broke the colored flag at 2,000 meters, which is also possible for a top sniper, but it is not so simple to shoot in 3 seconds and hit the target accurately. Captain, have we found a treasure? This kid has the ability, but he's also a time bomb. A little thorn soldier, he dares to shoot at us, what else is he not afraid of? Head Kong said dissatisfiedly. Gong Jian said in his heart, this is not something caused by your old man. I said that this little kid is so awesome, why don't you just put it in the training unit? Put him in the cooking class, according to the heart of the little child, it is good to be able to endure it so far. It's not good to say it in front of the head of the regiment, so I can't help but look at Chen Haonan a few more times, and said in my heart, it's so powerful at a young age, and you will have it when you grow up? No, when this competition is over, we must transfer him back to the training unit and stimulate those old headlines. Gong Jian's eyes immediately became bright. Invincible shooting skills, What is it to knock out a drone? In the future, if you continue to advance, your mental strength, physical strength, and other aspects are strong enough, and you can give full play to the power of your invincible shooting ability, and the plane can be exploded. Now you can only blow up a small drone. I want XP. Now is what Chen Haonan wants most. Ding dong, the host starts the military exercise mode, blows up the unmanned aircraft, and gains 100 experience points. Why is it only now? Lao Tzu has already completed the beheading. 100 XP? Can you upgrade? Chen Haonan's heart burst into ecstasy. Really? Ding dong, the host is level 3. If the host is detected to be a young child, the system will draw a lottery on behalf of the child. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the invincible stealth technique. Invincible stealth? Invincible stealth is a perfect combination of the wolf-like agility, the cheetah-like movement speed, and the host's 10-mile eagle eye, and the host's latent ability to reach the limit of the creature. A detailed introduction to the system. Chen Haonan's eyes gradually brightened. Stealth skills are a necessary skill for an excellent special forces, and as a special forces soldier, they are especially important when performing tasks, especially when going deep into the enemy's rear. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. What kind of concept is it that can be calmly retreated in the face of thousands or even tens of thousands of people who can be lurked by camouflage and can face thousands or even tens of thousands of people? Before Chen Haonan crossed over, his old squad leader was such a legendary figure. Once he went to the Delta to carry out secret missions, lurking for hundreds of kilometers alone, bypassing the heavily guarded checkpoints. Send important information back to the military headquarters. That's the power of lurking, so that the enemy can't find you. Chen Haonan thought that he would also have such an awesome latent skill, and his heart was naturally ecstatic. Hurry to check your personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level, level 3. Root bones, 5. Spirit, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth. Experience points, 0/400. Sure enough, there are more invincible stealth techniques in the skill column, but he has not obtained the ant gene enhancer, nor has he obtained the body enhancer, which makes Chen Haonan very disappointed. Especially the ant intermediate gene enhancer, which can make you grow up. This is what Chen Haonan wants the most, otherwise he will be labeled as a little kid wherever he goes, which is very unhappy. With a little dissatisfaction, Chen Haonan walked towards Commander Kong and the others, and the soldiers who had originally pointed their guns at Chen Haonan had already lowered their guns under the order of Commander Kong. Looking at this child very curiously, how can he blow up a drone at an altitude of 2,000 meters with one shot? Lao Kong, don't worry, wait, I'll behead the other party for you. Chen Haonan popped out a sentence, turned around and walked a few steps, and walked back. Do you have a marching map? Who is the enemy? Gong Jian was angry and funny on the side, and was glared at by Kong lay next to him, and hurriedly closed his mouth. Tell him about it. Head Kong said in a deep voice. This little guy is really not simple. When the recruit is training, running is not his first? Didn't martial arts kill a bunch of newcomers? Even his marksmanship is his opponent, and even the hairiest He Chengwang is difficult to match him. Such a little overlord may be able to create some miracles. Gong Jian said this, it hurt, after so many exercises, this is the most aggrieved. The drill was killed by his own soldiers just now, what is going on? Definitely have to be laughed off by Fan Tianlei's gang. When Li Ernia heard that this was going to fight with the special forces, all the big white teeth were exposed, and the big mouth was in an O shape. Gong Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, Chen Haonan, do you still want to behead now? Who knew that as soon as Gong Jian's words were finished, Chen Haonan pulled Li Ernia, who was stunned, and ran. The speed was faster than Li Ernia's, like a little cheetah galloping in the grassland, swishing and disappearing. This made Gong Jian dumbfounded. How can this kid run faster than a rabbit? How did you do it? Gong Jian said curiously. I also want to know how he practiced it. You also saw it just now, he can overturn the jeep with two small hands, you go and try? Head Kong smiled. Give me 3 more, and I won't be able to do it. Regiment Commander, you seem to be very familiar with this Chen Haonan. I remember that you arranged for him to come in our 4th company of sharpshooters, right? Head Kong glared at him and said, It's not that you have a bad idea. Commander, you confessed this matter, why do you blame me now? Gong Jian squeezed out an embarrassed smile. Don't blame you, blame me? Gong Jian was speechless. You said it so fast just now, did he hear it clearly? Gong Jian said suddenly. Gong Jian was even more speechless, and said, Regiment leader, do you really expect him to come out of the Hall of Fame? Don't believe me? Gong Jian smiled and shook his head, do you think it's possible? He can shoot the drone down when he pees, do you think it's possible? That could be a coincidence. Gong Jian Dao. Pull it down, you coincidentally show it to Lao Tzu once. Head Kong smiled bitterly, then shook his head and said, Shame, in the end, I still expect a child to create a miracle. Gong Jian was confused, and said to Captain Kong, Commander, tell me about this kid's situation? Head Kong raised his eyes and smiled, and said, That's a bit long, you're curious, right? Actually, I'm more curious than you are, and maybe he can really surprise us. Chen Haonan crossed over, of course, he had to make full use of the spoilers, so this was the incident of throwing a stone halfway to intercept Commander Kang's military vehicle just now, otherwise the entire exercise base was so big, how did he know which route Kong Lei took? Disgusted with Captain Kong, Chen Haonan's heart sulked, and this was smoother. Looking back, Li Erniu was more than 30 meters behind him, and shouted, Why are you running so slowly? Didn't you eat breakfast? Li Erniu's face turned red, and he used all his strength to breastfeed, but he still couldn't catch up with Chen Haonan. Who would be like you like a little monster? Li Erniu said depressedly. Chen Haonan looked at the slow Li Erniu and couldn't see it, trotted back, leaned on Li Erniu's side with his small body, bent his small waist slightly, flipped his hands, and neatly resisted Li Erniu to his small shoulders. Li Erniu didn't figure out what the situation was, so he was resisted by Chen Haonan and ran away. Put me down. Li Erniu screamed, he was run away by a child, how embarrassing is it? I'm embarrassed to run so slowly, don't move, or I'll smash your ass. Chen Haonan threatened. Chen Hao's strength is 20 times that of ordinary people, what is it to resist a Li Erniu who was about 180 caddies? With all his strength just now, the car can be lifted, Li Erniu's weight is a fart. Li Erniu looked bitter. Ah! Li Erniu screamed vigorously. On another mountain road, smoke and dust were billowing off-road, and a fast off-road Mercedes-Benz was driving on the mountain road, driving Tang Xini, director of the Game Development Office of the military region. Times. She was ordered by Kong Lei to go to the Red Army Command Center to conduct combat tests on her newly developed thermal energy detection equipment. I was driving a car, and suddenly heard a strange cry in the mountain forest. While driving, I followed the sound to look, and when I saw it clearly, I was startled, and I only saw a strong soldier, horizontal in the air, as if floating up, making a ghost-crying wolf howl. This frightened Tang Xini, a military theory expert, so she stopped the car, took a closer look, and her eyes widened, only to see a small child, running in the mountains and forests with both hands holding an adult. Because the other party is too small, when you look at it, it looks like an adult is floating in mid-air. I thought I had seen a ghost in the blue sky in daylight. Tang Xini slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but then she was full of curiosity about this child. I guess I'm only about 10 years old, right? Why is there so much strength? Judging from the size of the soldier, he must have at least 170 pounds, and the child's weight is about 80 pounds. Now she is more than twice her weight, which makes Tang Xini very curious. When did there be such a little strong man in the military district? With a little curiosity, Tang Xini started the car and drove in the direction of the child, just along the way. When Chen Haonan was far away in the mountains, he saw the beautiful women on the military vehicle, so he ran desperately. Li Erniu was too bold, and he was actually frightened and screamed. Chen Haonan threw Li Erniu to the side of the road, and then crossed his hands on his waist and stopped in the middle of the road, waiting for the military vehicle to come. Chirping. The sound of the wheel brakes, Tang Xini jumped out of the car, stared at Chen Haonan with a curious face, and said in her heart that this kid is not only strong, but also bold. Are you lost? Tang Xini only regarded him as a child of a nearby villager, who accidentally ran in and got lost. Chen Haonan looked at the short-haired female officer, and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Are you called Tang Xini?" Tang Xini was slightly stunned and said strangely, "How do you know my name?" "Did Brigadier he ask you to get a set of thermal detection instruments to come over for actual combat operation? Tracking the blues?" Chen Haonan continued. Tang Xini's heart was shocked. She had never told anyone else about this matter. The thermal detection instrument was still in the research and development stage, and it was confidential, but Kang Lei shouldn't tell this kid. Could it be that this kid is a soldier in the military region? Tang Xini nodded suspiciously, and asked curiously, "How do you know?" Chen Haonan smiled knowingly and said, "Then you will be in trouble. I am the Blue Army, don't go to the Red Army." "The Blues?" Tang Xini was even more curious, and said with a smile, "You are only a lot older, and you also said that you are a soldier. Don't mess with your sister, get out of the way, I'm still in a hurry." Chen Haonan shook his little brain and said, "You still haven't understood, you have been captured." As he spoke, Chen Haonan took the lead, rushed towards Tang Xini with his calves, and grabbed Tang Xini's wrist with his small hand. Tang Xini's child suddenly came menacingly, grabbing his grappling hand looks like it, becoming more and more curious, and wants to grab Chen Haonan's small shoulder with his backhand, but he didn't think that the other party's movements are very sensitive, and his small body slides downward, avoiding his hands. "You're pretty good." You must know that Tang Xini is not only an expert in military theory, but also a master of martial arts, and he didn't want the other party to gently avoid his attack. But I didn't think that the other party followed closely to hit his body, only felt the blood churning, and he didn't ease his breath. The other party swept his legs, his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell forward. The other party's small hand buckled back, and the other small hand pressed his back, only feeling the weight of 1,000 caddies, and he couldn't move. "Sister, you are not my opponent." Tang Xini was so pressed that she couldn't move, and she was shocked in her heart. Why was his strength so great? I thought that just now he was holding an adult and he could still walk like flying. "You're being captured." Erniu went to find a rope and tied her up. Chen Haonan said to Li Erniu, who was stunned. "Tied up?" Li Erniu came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva and said, "Nonsense, she is going to help the Red Army, and now she is our enemy. Who will you tie if you don't tie her?" "Hurry up, don't grind," Chen Haonan said. "Oh." Li Erniu quickly found a hemp rope from the car. Offended, Li Erniu nodded to Tang Xini and said, quickly tied Tang Xini into a dumpling and threw it to the side of the car. Chen Haonan clapped his little hands and said, "You stay here, when the drill is over, I will notify someone to save you." Saying that, he patted the dust on his little buttocks, and pulled Li Erniu to run into the mountains and forests. Tang Xini was stunned. What the hell is going on? Chen Haonan pulled Li Erniu Wang to drill in the woods. Li Erniu turned back one step at a time, and said worriedly, "Chen Haonan, if we leave the female officer there, it will be fine, right? What if you run into a bad guy? There's a thing. Do you see that other female officers are beautiful and want to be arrested as a daughter-in-law?" Chen Haonan said angrily. "It's really good looking." Silly. Li Erniu followed Chen Haonan's little buttocks, shuttling through the woods, not knowing where Chen Haonan was going to take him, so he asked, "Chen Haonan, where are we going?" "Just follow." Chen Haonan's invincible latent skills include tracking and anti-tracking. Don't look at Chen Haonan's random running in the forest. If you look closely, you will find that there are rules to follow, but Li Erniu, a rookie, can't understand it, thinking it's just running around. After running for nearly 5 or 6 kilometers in one go, the two came to a mountain forest. Chen Haonan suddenly stopped his little feet, pointed to the forest in front of him, and said to Li Erniu, "He Chang Wang is inside, you go over and say hello to him." "He Chang Wang? Where is it? I didn't see it." Li Erniu looked along Chen Haonan's little finger. Where could he see the situation in the dense forest? "It's just for you to run inside, why is there so much nonsense?" Li Erniu rushed into the forest in disbelief, and quickly turned back to Chen Haonan, waved his hand excitedly to say hello, and said, "Chen Haonan, come on, they are really here." Sample. Chen Haonan trotted in at this time. He Cheng Wang smiled at Chen Haonan with a black, white and green inlaid flower face, and said, "Oh, the cook, have you brought us rice?" The soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters lurked in this forest to rest, replenish their strength, and at the same time check the terrain and choose the route of the march. Seeing a little doll carrying a rifle about the same height as him, everyone was very curious, and when they heard Yi Changwang say that he was actually a new soldier in the cooking class, they couldn't help but laugh jokingly. A tall man reached out to scratch Chen Haonan's head, but was slapped open by Chen Haonan's small hand, and said, "I'm here to participate in the exercise, not to bring you food." The soldiers of the forest laughed again. "You're still a primary school student, aren't you? Don't mess around here, hurry back to the kitchen and eat more, and wait until you grow a little taller, and come back." Wang Yanbing saw that Chen Haonan wanted to beat him hard, vented his previous dissatisfaction with him, and snorted coldly, "Cooking, this is a place for war, don't come here to mix blindly, hurry back and cook your meal. Speaking of which, I'm here for a drill, and I'm a fighter like you. Little guy, it's quite stubborn, follow if you like, don't hold back." Yi Changwang put away his smile and said, "It's almost time, let's hurry up, it's easy to be exposed if you stay here for too long." He turned to Chen Haonan again and said, "You follow me, don't run around." This time, Chen Haonan seemed to have changed his temperament, he was silent, and followed behind Yi Changwang with his head bowed. The group marched quickly, and they found that the child who followed Yi Changwang was actually able to keep up, and the speed was not slower than them, which made them a little curious, and said in their hearts, "The child's physique is good." Wang Yanbing was surprised, the child has changed his temperament? In the past, they were all screaming out of the limelight, and they didn't admit defeat at all, how could they bow their heads today? After passing through a forest, they came to a swamp. At first glance, the swamp is estimated to be 5 or 6 kilometers wide, and it takes too long to choose a detour. In addition to the fact that they had trained to cross the swamp in their previous training, it was not difficult to cross. I found out a piece of news before. The Red Side is going to ask Director Tang of the military region to come and install a high-tech instrument that can track others through thermal energy. If this news is confirmed, all of us will have to be exposed. Yi Changwang said softly. "What should I do? Once our whereabouts are revealed, how can we complete the decapitation mission?" Everyone frowned. Their operation was to lurk deep, behind the Red Side, to find their headquarters and complete the decapitation mission. "I just thought of an idea. This kind of thermal detection should be by monitoring the heat emitted by the human body to determine the location. As long as we find a way to control the heat on our body from leaking, her instrument will lose its effect." Yi Changwang pointed to this swamp and said confidently, "As long as we apply the mud in the swamp to our body, we can effectively isolate the heat dissipation from our body, and she will not be able to find us." Wang Yanbing's eyes lit up and said, "It makes sense." When others heard this, they also felt that this method worked, and praised Yi Changwang for his flexible brain, and he deserved to be the fastest improved newcomer after entering the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Everyone was about to smear mud on their bodies, and when they crossed the swamp, Chen Haonan showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, turned around and ran, preparing to bypass the swamp. "Chen Haonan, what are you doing? Come back." Yi Changwang saw Chen Haonan turn around and run away. A black line appeared on his forehead, but his eyes fell on his 2 calves, and he found that his feet were extremely light, and he couldn't hear the sound of landing. The small figure, walking through the dense middle forest, tossing left and right, a small footstep, even more than a meter, the small body is gently tilted, a jump forward, agile over the tree trunk that falls more than 1 meter high in front of it. Wolves? Yi Changwang was shocked in his heart, as if he saw Chen Haonan's figure more like a wild wolf galloping in the woods. Who the hell did he learn from? I can't even compare to this kind of latent movement. Yi Changwang sighed in a low voice, and was hit hard again. Li Ernia hesitated, turned to Yi Changwang and said, "I am the one who led the way, I have to go with him." Said that he caught up with Chen Haonan. "Erniu, you." A black line appeared on Yi Changwang's forehead again. Li Ernia used to listen to his own words. Why didn't he listen to his own words in the past week? Leave him alone. Yi Changwang and the others ignored Chen Haonan, grabbed the mud in the swamp, and prepared to paint it on his body. Suddenly, I heard a childish voice in the distance. "A bunch of eggless waste, that Director Tang has been tied up by me, tossing blindly. Fart. Don't listen to a little kid." Wang Yanbing scolded. "Let's go, we've been delayed for a while." No one would believe that a little kid, such a ridiculous sentence, tied up Director Tang? Who TM knows what this Director Tang looks like? He Changwon was the first to step into the swamp, and the others also began to enter the swamp. There was a rancid smell in the swamp, and the mud that stepped on it kept blistering one after another, and half of my thighs were sinking into it. Fortunately, they have enough concentration and physical strength, and through careful observation, they can still find a suitable walking route, but the speed is much slower. But what made them suffer the most was that they were covered in mud, and the mud had a strange smell in it, which attracted a lot of mosquitoes and flies to fly around them, buzzing. Everyone thought in their hearts, if this method didn't work, they really wanted to eat Changwon's eggs. It took more than half an hour to walk all the way, and then everyone passed through the swamp. As soon as they arrived on the shore, they all lay on the ground and gasped for breath, which was more tiring than a rapid march of 10 kilometers. Wang Yanbing sat on the ground, and his lips began to chap. Suddenly. Before Wang Yanbing could react to a series of strafing sounds, a cloud of green smoke came out of his body. Fall. There's an ambush. I only saw bullets fired from all sides, and they were in the most exhausted state, and they had no time to organize a counterattack. At the edge of the swamp, clouds of green smoke came out, and He Changwon was not spared. Fan Tianlei took his wolf-tooth special brigade and swaggered to He Changwon and the others who were served in a pot. How's it going, convinced? You idiots, there are really people who believe it. The whole body was painted like a ghost, and it was I who asked people to release the news to hear that Director Tang had a special instrument for thermal detection, and then ambushed here, waiting for you stunned young people. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. There must be someone who was smart but is mistaken by cleverness. Fan Tianlei, who was the leader, said loudly. I'll go. Everyone was aggrieved for a while, knowing that they should listen to that little brat, so they were tired and half dead in the swamp, and then ran into the red encirclement. He Changwon, everyone's stomach was aggrieved, and there was an urge to flatten He Changwon. He Chen's face was as bright as ashes, and in the face of Fan Tianlei, the old fox, he was still a little tender, and sure enough, Jiang was still old and spicy. When Wang Yanbing heard Fan Tianlei mention Director Tang, he suddenly thought about Chen Haonan's last sentence just now, and popped out for no reason. Don't be complacent, you Director Tang definitely didn't come, tell you, I was kidnapped by our people. Less afterthought. Fan Tianlei was stunned. This sneak attack did have a big luck component. They couldn't wait for Tang Sini to come with the equipment. According to their original plan, after detecting their location through the equipment, they launched a pursuit, but they waited left and right and didn't see Tang Sini. Only then did I think of setting up an ambush nearby to see if I could catch a few small fish, but I didn't see such good luck, and the cutting-edge members of the 4th company of sharpshooters formed by He Changwon and others all hit the muzzle of the gun. Everyone looked at the sudden strange expression on Fan Tianlei's face. You look at me, I look at you, could it be true that little kid said? Wang Yanbing just said it casually, but he didn't expect the expression on Fan Tianlei's face to tell him that their Director Tang really hadn't arrived. Evil Gate. Wang Yanbing muttered that Chen Haonan's luck is also good, right? He can encounter such a slim thing. According to his ability, if he really needs Director Tang, he really has the ability to capture her. The new squad of the 4th company of the sharpshooter has been completely annihilated. Accompanied by a loud announcement, a helicopter gunship sped over the exercise base. In order to create an atmosphere of mutual competition, once a certain detachment of the red and blue sides was completely annihilated, the meeting would once again inform everyone involved in the exercise. Li Ernia suddenly stopped, looked up at the helicopter in the sky, and said in surprise, He Changwon and they were all wiped out? After only more than half an hour of separation from them, Li Ernia shrunk his neck. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Who are they who killed them? He Changwon, they are so powerful, why were they killed so quickly? Chen Haonan suddenly changed his direction and said to Li Ernia, let's go back to find those people and avenge the new team. Li Ernia was stunned, and found that Chen Haonan was different from before. When they were training together before, Chen Haonan pressed He Changwon in them, and they didn't know how much they competed in private, and they also fought together in the dormitory of the new barracks. How could they think of avenging He Changwon in them? Don't believe me? Sort of. Tell you, I mean it. Competing with the same unit is competing with each other, but now it is fighting with other troops, so we have to be unanimous with the outside world, and we have no reason not to take revenge if we kill our comrades in arms. Chen Haonan pursed his lips and said very firmly. Li Erniu gave a thumbs up and said, "Serious men are the most handsome, including children." Chen Haonan rolled his eyes. But when he thought of going to fight, Li Erniu was a little cowardly, and said, "How can the two of us help them avenge? The other party can kill the entire team, and there must be a lot of people. There are not many soldiers, why can't the two of us do it? The ancients took the rank of general in the million-strong army. If they didn't have the guts, what kind of soldier would they be? Ernia, your guts are just too small. Admit it at the critical moment, do you still want to marry Tsuihua in the future?" Chen Haonan lectured. "These are two different things. I'm really a little scared, but I'm definitely going to do it for my brother's ribs, but I'm not tender to run to death." Li Erniu quibbled. "You just admit it, I'm not afraid of a child, what are you afraid of?" This. Li Erniu was exposed and speechless. "Do you want to stay in the cooking class and be a fireman for the rest of your life? Get guts. Those people are also a head and a shoulder, believe me, I promise to kill them." Chen Haonan patted his small chest and said. Li Erniu gritted his teeth and said, "Medium. If you have God's perspective, you can see a little dingo, constantly teaching Li Erniu, who is tall, and this scene is as weird as it is. Follow me." Chen Haonan finally persuaded Li Erniu, turned around and ran backwards with his calves. Li Erniu followed, and the two marched in a hurry, running towards the location He Changwang sent before he died. He Changwang reacted quite quickly, and immediately thought of Chen Haonan at the first time. Of course, it was also a kind of trust in Chen Haonan. Li Erniu fought at full speed this time, and Chen Haonan's words just now really stimulated him. "Can't go down in such a bear. You can't be a bear soldier, you must train yourself to be brave." Li Erniu kept cheering himself up when he was running. Chen Haonan, a 10-year-old kid, is not afraid. What is he afraid of? Li Erniu followed all the way behind, but found that he couldn't catch up with Chen Haonan. "I'm a grandfather and grandmother, why are my legs so short, why do I run so fast?" The more Li Erniu ran, the more surprised he became, and he almost wondered if his legs had become shorter. Chen Haonan's invincible stealth skills break through the limits of the human body. Don't look at his short legs, but the frequency of his legs is 3 times faster than Li Erniu's, so it is normal for Li Erniu to not be able to catch up. Of course, such a high frequency of strolling feet consumes a lot of physical strength, and it will definitely not be able to withstand it for long on ordinary people. Chen Haonan broke through the limit of his physical attributes. He could withstand it. If it weren't for the fact that Li Erniu was still following behind, Chen Haonan could still run faster. "What the hell is this body made of? Why are you running so fast? I usually train no less than you." Li Erniu finally couldn't help but ask. "I'm naturally fast, I can't compare. It seems that no matter how hard a chicken tries, it can't fly an eagle, it's the same thing." Chen Haonan looked like he was highly knowledgeable, turned his small brain and said. Li Erniu looked depressed and muttered, "How can chickens compare with me? I am the fastest runner in the village, and I am a human." In a dense forest in the mountain forest, Fan Tianlei led the wolf-tooth team to rest. The annihilation of the new team made them somewhat excited, talking and laughing with each other, and everyone who won the battle was in a happier mood. Head, He Changwang, who is the most powerful in recruiting soldiers, doesn't look good. I originally thought that dealing with him would not be as simple as dealing with a bunch of rookies, but I didn't think that it was still much different from a rookie. A rookie is a rookie, if he even copes with us. Haven't we lived on dogs all these years? That's right. How can a rookie compare with us? Fan Tianlei said He Changwang is indeed a good seedling, but his experience is still a little worse. But you can't underestimate him. You're not as good as him when he's his age. Everyone thought about it. What Fan Tianlei said was indeed right. When most of them first joined the army, although they performed very well, they were indeed a little behind He Changwang. Am I right? As long as he is given some time to grow, he may be ahead of you. Fan Tianlei said. Head, I'm the first to disagree with that. Fan Tianlei didn't argue, and suddenly thought of the little baby Chen Haonan during military training, and said, He Changwang can barely be called a genius, but when he went to the summer camp for military training, he met a genius, and he was born to be a good soldier. I can't boast much from the head and mouth, naturally he is so powerful, why don't you recruit him in? I want to, too. But he was only 10 years old. Fan Tianlei smiled helplessly. Really? When did my golden eagle tell a lie? That little kid is amazing. At the time of the summer camp, none of the 15 or 16-year-old boys could outrun him, and he shot 10 consecutive shots and 100 rings. Fan Tianlei said with admiration. Is this so awesome? And that's not all. More than a dozen teenagers were robbed of the limelight by him and were not convinced. After the military training, I want to beat up the child, guess what happened in the end? Fan Tianlei deliberately sold a pass and said with a smile. What else? Must have been beaten and bruised and swollen, went back to find your mother? That's half right, there are indeed people who are beaten and bruised and swollen and will go to their parents to complain, but it's not the little kids, but the teenagers. Fan Tianlei said. The feat of a dozen single-handedly? Head, you didn't mean to make up a story to stop us. I lied to you that you could eat it? At that time, I saw very clearly not far away, and the dozen or so teenagers were beaten so that there was no room to fight back. Fan Tianlei said. Awesome. I'd love to see this little kid. It's a pity that he was too young, and at that time he was still clamoring to be a soldier, and he was a special soldier. I refused, I didn't think he would do anything with me. Fan Tianlei said. It's not a small amount of courage. Not really. Fan Tianlei snorted coldly. Chen Haonan's small figure couldn't help but appear in his mind, and he pouted and smiled, the little guy is really interesting. Head, why didn't you say Director Tang came now, where did he go? You can't really be caught, right? Fan Tianlei raised his hand and looked at the terminal on his wrist, it was really strange, why hadn't he been notified until now? According to the arrangement of the brigade commander Kong Lei, Tang Sini was temporarily transferred to lead the Wolf Tooth team to cooperate with the Thunderbolt Commando team to behead several leaders of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, but Tang Sini did not come for a long time. When the system monitors the Blue Square terminal, it is found that their terminal is always turned off. This makes Fan Tianlei, an old fox who has experienced 100 battles, even more confused. He has conducted so many exercises, and it is not the first time that they have fought each other. Is it that the blue side wants to fight separately? This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. It's not part of Conley's usual style of fighting. How did Fan Tianlei know that they were bent on beheading Kong Lei, Gong Jian and others had been beheaded by Chen Haonan, and Tang Sini was also tied up by Chen Haonan? Head, the signal on the blue side has not been able to be monitored, what should I do now? And that Director Tang is still waiting? Fan Tianlei raised his eyes and looked at the sky, it was already noon at this moment. Don't wait. As planned, we will join up with Raiden and find the blue leader together. Fan Tianlei said. This time you teamed up with Lei Zhan again? Lei Zhan, this guy, is usually very arrogant, and during the last exercise, I took the lead and killed Kong Tuan at a distance of more than 1,200 meters, and Lei Zhan has always been very unconvinced. I definitely want to move back to a game this time. Meow Wolf wiped his sniper rifle and said softly. To each his own. This time, if you take him again, he will definitely be honest in the future. Fan Tianlei joked. The crowd laughed. Head, you didn't see the rich expression on his face when he shot Kong Tuan. Kill him again this time, I guess he'll have to fight hard with you. Meow Wolf smiled. How can you manage so much on the battlefield? Fan Tianlei said. I heard that Kong Tuan personally set up a cutting-edge sharpshooter group in order to take revenge this time, and the most optimistic He Chengwan was overshadowed by the conspiracy spread by the Golden Eagle again. One pot, you said that Kong Tuan knew the news, would he vomit blood? Ha ha. What is called ginger or Old Spicy? The Golden Eagle deserves to be the old fox in our wolf teeth. A rookie is a rookie, and if you want to become an old bird, you have to boil it slowly. There's no one over there. Now we just have to wait for them to turn on the terminal, determine their location, and kill them in one go. It's a bit of an evil door, their terminal keeps closing, are they aware of it? Probably not, this is the latest high-tech developed by the military region, and it is still under secrecy, how can they know about it? Fan Tianlei retorted, contact the drone for reconnaissance. Yes. The Special Forces Number 3 contacted the drone in the sky, found that the signal was interrupted and could not be contacted, and hurriedly checked the signal device. What's wrong? Fan Tianlei watched. Report, the drone has fallen. Fan Tianlei was taken aback and said, what's the matter? Doesn't it fly at an altitude of more than 1,800 meters? How did it fall off? It is possible that the flight is unstable and falls off due to a sudden strong convection of the air. Fan Tianlei's face sank, and he said, is there still a possibility that people will be defeated? Wouldn't it? The drone is at an altitude of 1,800 meters, and it is in a state of flight, and it is basically possible for a sniper rifle to hit, and the blue side does not have such a capable person. Meow Wolf, can you do it? At an altitude of more than 1,800 meters, there are so many factors to consider, and if I want a hit, I am only 10% sure, and it is in my best condition. Meow Wolf thought for a moment and said, maybe I'm too worried, let's go. Fan Tianlei said. The drone has always acted as their eye in the sky, and in the last exercise, it played a huge role, and now it has fallen, which really brings a lot of trouble. Hurry up! Li Ernio couldn't run, so Chun Haonan could only slow down and wait for Li Ernio to slow down. It was almost a sprint running all the way, and Li Ernio, a strong bull, couldn't bear it. Li Ernio once again saw Chun Haonan's power, a little robot, and didn't see him show a little tired. As he walked, Chun Haonan suddenly stopped, waved his little hand, and asked Li Ernio to hide. Li Ernio was startled and hurriedly lurked in a pile of grass next to him. He's just a little timid. What's the situation? Li Ernio asked in a low voice. Chun Haonan stared at the forest in front of him and said, there is an enemy about 2,000 meters ahead. Li Ernio was stunned for a moment, and said with a confused face, 2,000 meters? It's in the jungle again, and you can spot enemies? Your eyes are telescopes. Even a telescope can't make it, so dense trees, how can you see it? Li Ernio crawled out of the grass. Chun Haonan did see a figure shaking 2,000 meters away just now, but it was a little blurry. His 10-mile eagle eye was very sure of the observation of 1,800 meters, and the distance of 2,000 meters was indeed a bit blurry. Unless all of his physical attributes reach 10 points, he will be able to clearly observe the distance 2,000 meters away. Chun Haonan's delicate brows frowned slightly. He was actually despised by this big stupid cow, very unhappy. You doubt my judgment, wait. Chun Haonan put the sniper rifle that was originally hanging on his body in his hand and ran forward with a swish. Li Ernio hurriedly followed. How did Chun Haonan know that even the top Special Forces king could see the distance in this dense forest at about 1,200 meters, while Su Xian could see 1,800 meters, which was a very remarkable existence. So when Li Ernio heard Chun Haonan actually say that he saw 2,000 meters away, it was normal to think that Chun Haonan was talking nonsense. Chun Haonan galloped all the way, and soon ran 200 meters earlier, and then lurked next to a boulder, set up a sniper rifle, and used the sniper rifle's telescope to observe. Li Ernio also ran over, leaned to the side, and gasped, want to shoot? He didn't see anything, he saw a forest. Look at it and doubt my judgment. Chun Haonan said dissatisfied. Chun Haonan concentrated and kept pushing the distance, 1,500 meters, 1,600 meters, 1,700 meters, 1,800 meters. Here it comes. Chun Haonan saw a person in the team, carrying a sniper rifle on his back, and chatting and farting with the person next to him with a smile during the march. However, when Chun Haonan looked at this soldier, he suddenly felt an unprecedented danger. My gut tells myself that this guy is not simple. This person who is talking happily is none other than Meow Wolf, the sniper of the Wolf Warrior Special Operations Brigade. In the last military exercise, the distance of more than 1,200 meters was checked, and the Kongtuan was killed with one shot, and the decapitation was successful. It became the most classic sniper in the whole army. The whole army gave a thumbs up and admired Meow Wolf when he mentioned it, and he had a great reputation in the military region. Kill this guy. Chen Haonan's first thought was to adjust the angle of the muzzle of the gun and judge the wind direction and speed around him by feeling it. Li Ernia didn't see a single bird's shadow, turned his head to look at Chen Haonan, but he looked like he was doing something, ready to shoot, and touched his scalp suspiciously. Is there really an enemy? Li Ernia knew that Chen Haonan's marksmanship was very powerful, and looking at his dignified little face, he didn't know whether to believe it or not. When he's still in doubt, touch. The gunshot rang out, startling Li Ernia. Shot? Meow Wolf was speaking energetically, describing Lei Zhan's depressed expression when he was robbed of the limelight, and pretending to be Lei Zhan, but in the next second, he only felt a slight stinging pain in his heart, and a burst of green smoke came out of his back. I was shot. Meow Wolf was dumbfounded. He was still high-spirited 1 second, and died in the next second. This is a great irony. Hidden. Almost at this moment, Fan Tianlei and the others immediately lurked. Hell! Ding dong, the host completes the earth-shattering shot that breaks through the limits of the human body and gains 100 experience points. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 3. Root bones, 5. Spirit, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth. XP, 100/400. Chen Haonan was overjoyed. Is 1,800 meters a breakthrough in the human body? It's done. Being a little more than 1,800 meters away means that you are invincible. You can kill them with impunity, and they can't beat themselves. Li Ernia suddenly saw a cloud of green smoke coming out of the distance, his eyes widened suddenly, and he muttered, "My mother, there really is an enemy." A shot? How far is that? 2 kilometers? Far away. Li Ernia saw that Chen Haonan's eyes had changed, and he hurriedly lay down next to Chen Haonan, swallowed his saliva, and wanted to talk to Chen Haonan, but heard Chen Haonan say, "Don't talk to me, I want to kill the enemy." Li Ernia's words came to his lips and immediately held back. A black line appeared on Fan Tianlei's forehead, and he had beaten the eagle all his life, but he didn't think that he would be caught blind by the eagle in the end. Actually attacked by someone. Isn't that what he does most often? The shot came so suddenly, they didn't react at all. Meow Wolf, a sniper, didn't even notice it. But then, before Fan Tianlei gave an order. Bang bang. 5 gunshots rang out in a row, and the 5 Wolftooth special forces lurking around him emitted a cloud of blue smoke almost at the same time. Hell! Fan Tianlei's forehead was covered with dark clouds. Judging from the gunfire just now, it was obviously the gunfire of a sniper rifle. How could he shoot continuously to hit the effect of a submachine gun? Not to mention Fan Tianlei, even Meow Wolf, a top-level sniper, was taken aback. When did Tekken have such a powerful sniper? Meow Wolf went in the direction of the gunshot. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Fan Tianlei's egg hurt. The other party fired 6 shots, and he couldn't judge the other party's location. From the gunshot, it should be a southeasterly position, but there is no figure to be found. He Changwang led everyone to walk in the mountains and forests with their heads down, and their front bodies were all black and muddy, as if to remind them how funny they were. The Kong regiment single-handedly formed a cutting-edge regiment, but it was killed shortly after the exercise began. What a shame! Especially the feeling in the heart of He Changwang, the main person in charge of this operation, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. How can I fall into the trap designed by others so easily, not even as a child? Bumper! Suddenly, there was a continuous sound of gunfire in front of them, which was the direction in which the wolf fangs were running. How can there be gunshots? Could it be Chen Haonan? Wang Yanbing's eyes lit up and he suddenly said, "Who is Chen Haonan?" "The kid you just saw." Wang Yanbing pouted and said, although he was reluctant to be Chen Haonan, but at this time, who else could there be besides him? Li Ernia? How is it possible? That guy is scared when he encounters a war, and he probably hears gunshots and hides like a plagued chicken. Wang Yanbing looked at He Changwang. "What do you think?" "It should be him," He Changwang said. Although Chun Haonan is small, his sniper marksmanship is better than his own, and it is not possible to use a sneak attack, but why did he go around back? He Changwang teleported his location to Chun Haonan when he was dying, and he didn't have much hope. I didn't expect him to really come. The kid? Everyone was surprised. Don't you, he's a child, his ability is not small at all. When the recruits are training, one shot breaks the 1,600-meter colored flagpole, 10 in a row. Wang Yanbing said. So powerful? Genius sharpshooter? That's right. Wang Yanbing said. Wang Yanbing didn't hide it generously and said what happened to Chun Haonan when he was training as a recruit: cross-country first, shooting first, fighting first, and physical fitness first. A small age, but swept the entire boot barracks. It's him. Many people suddenly remembered that the most awesome Boy Scout who had made a lot of noise in the front end time was just recently disappeared without him, and many people thought that they had gone home for 3 studies. He Changwang showed a wry smile on his face, and his heart was full of mixed tastes, a taste that he couldn't speak. Was supposed to be the most high-profile one, but in the end, Chun Haonan stole all the limelight. After more than 10 years of hard practice, he can't even beat a child. Can he feel good? Could he be surrounded, though? With such a dense burst of gunfire, the battle must have been fierce. Check it out. Wang Yanbing was so excited that he rushed to the front for the first time to see the excitement, and others also swarmed up. They were served by the wolf warriors, and they were already deeply resentful, and now they wished someone would show up and kill them all. Everyone retreated, pressed against the ground, and retreated into the woods. Fan Tianlei reacted quickly. They couldn't find where the sniper was, and kept retreating close to the ground. But despite this, Fan Tianlei and the others were under tremendous pressure, and they were keenly aware that the snipers on the other side were pressing them like shadows, and as long as they showed their heads slightly, they could be killed with one shot. Fan Tianlei and Chen Shanming have never felt like this. The other party sniped 6 people at a time, and now only Fan Tianlei, Chen Shanming and number 5, number 8, a total of 4 people. They finally retreated into the woods behind them, and at this time, He Changwang and the others happened to run over and saw Fan Tianlei, who had only 4 people left, crawling on the ground like a dog. Wang Yanbing and the others were so happy that several people sat on the ground with their butts. They originally thought that Chun Haonan was chased and beaten, but now they were killed by Chun Haonan in seconds. Killed 6 people at once. This is the famous Wolf Tooth team? Oops, I think the Wolf Tooth team has changed its name to the Dog Tooth team. I think it's a bit more apartment, Wang Yanbing said sarcastically. It's an apt name. Lying on his stomach like a dog, he didn't even dare to pop his head out, pitiful. Oh, who is this? Didn't you just proudly say that we were rookies? Why did you get rid of this old bird too? Fan Tianlei's face sank and said, "Shut up. Remember, you're corpses, don't break the rules." Everyone was silent. Those killed Wolf Tooth team members are all red-faced and red-eared. Number 5, 8, you grope your way from the left and right, prepare some more small stones, and throw stones to ask for directions. Fan Tianlei ordered. Yes. Number 5 and number 6 are lurking like earthworms from the left and right sides, respectively. Move forward slowly, and when moving, from time to time it will be like throwing stones in front of you, causing the grass or branches to vibrate. This is what they call stone throwing and asking for directions. Don't underestimate this small move, the effect is very significant on the battlefield, especially when fighting in the jungle. When the opposing sides are not very sure about the personnel, the nerves of the personnel on both sides are so close that they can touch their nerves in any disturbance. Sometimes even instinctively initiating shooting. Once shot, it is easy to reveal the position of the sniper. In the past, they used this trick to kill snipers who didn't know how many they had killed, and they couldn't do it with 100 attempts. Fan Tianlei and Chen Shanming stared, mobilizing every nerve in their bodies. They are sure that they can tell where the other party is if they hear a single shot. As long as the position of the other party is determined, with the mutual cooperation of the 2 old birds, even the new generation of soldier King Lei Zhan has to be hated on the spot. He Changwang and the others couldn't help but admire the 2 wolf warrior special forces with such an experienced tentative technique. This kind of combat experience must have been summed up after countless battles. At the same time, I am also worried that Chen Haonan will be too inexperienced and fall for their tricks. On the other side, at a distance of 1,800 meters away, Chen Haonan had already seen the two special forces clearly under the eyes of Shirley Eagle. The two of them crawled on the ground like earthworms, and Chen Haonan felt tired for them. It's just that the steward is tired, and it has no effect on Chen Haonan at all, and he keeps throwing stones, planning to startle the snake. Who will you throw it to? Chen Haonan felt ridiculous when he looked at it. Li Ernia was completely dumbfounded, seeing Chen Haonan playing a sniper rifle like a submachine gun. Suddenly, I actually killed 6 of them in one go. Smoke is rising from the other side of the mountain. Li Erniu opened his big mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. At this moment, his admiration for Chen Haonan is extreme. Talented. Absolute genius. In the past, Li Erniu always felt that He Chengwan was the best one, and he was proficient in everything, but compared with Chen Haonan, it was too far behind. Li Erniu has turned a fan. Chen Haonan suddenly said to Li Ernia, "Brother Ernia, you walk from the forest on the side, try to make the movement as loud as possible, the bigger the better." Li Ernia was stunned for a moment, and then said excitedly, "What did you just say? You call me Brother Ernia?" Li Ernia opened his mouth wide, and his eyes widened, as if he had heard the most impossible thing in the world. Li Ernia heard Chen Haonan call him brother for the first time. The whole person was so excited that he was about to cry. "Okay, wait," Li Ernia said fiercely. Chen Haonan's small eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and when he saw Li Ernia so excited, he muttered in his heart, "Are you so excited?" Li Ernia was like being beaten with chicken blood, his mouth was full of smiles. He took a dagger to cut off a thick and dense branch, blocking his body, and then ran in the direction that Chen Haonan pointed before, shouting at the same time, like a crazy bison. "Ah! Oh! Drink! Da!" Chen Haonan looked at Li Ernia speechlessly. Was this guy stimulated? When it comes to making movements, it's really making big moves. Li Ernia waved a huge branch, and suddenly the surrounding area was dusty, heavy and rolling, which frightened the surrounding birds. Chen Haonan raised the muzzle of the gun and waited quietly for the prey to jump up. Sure enough, on the other side of the west, Wolf Tooth number 5 and number 6, after constantly throwing out stones, after confirming that there is no danger, immediately get up and quickly search for it. Numbers 5 and 6 are very careful. Move left and right, run in an S shape, and use the help of large trees to cover yourself so as not to completely expose yourself to the air as much as possible. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. From this point of view, it is worthy of being a special soldier, but it is different from the soldiers of the company. Number 5 and number 6, the left and right sides are from different directions, and the two of them cooperate very tacitly, and the two of them move almost together when they move, and they are also at the same time when they are lurking. The two of them flashed behind a large pine tree at once. Number 5 took a deep breath and threw a stone in front of him at the same time. Finding that there was no movement, he sprinted forward with force under his feet. On the other side, number 6 and number 5 moved almost identically. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out in succession, and a cloud of blue smoke came out of the backs of number 5 and number 6. Fall! The two of them were a little dumbfounded. Can this be hit? Where is the enemy? Is the other party a shadow? Number 5 and number 6 were in 2 different directions, and both of them were shot almost at the same time. Is there more than one sniper on the other side? But that's not right. Where did the Iron Fist get so many sharpshooters? Speaking of his own lurking, although the movement is not perfect, it is not easy to kill with one shot. The two looked left and right in frustration, but where did they find a shadow? Not to mention that the two of them were annoyed and inexplicable. Fan Tianlei and Chen Shanming were also confused. Fan Tianlei used the telescope to search quickly, only to see a soldier in the northeast dragging a large number of branches and screaming, running non-stop. I don't know what he is doing blindly. What the hell? Fan Tianlei frowned. Although he heard the gunshots just now, the bullets were not coming from his direction. Head, did you find out? Chen Shanming preached, and the moment he was distracted just now, the other party fired. Hell yes. Didn't find it. Neither do I. The other party is very cunning, and actually used another person to interfere with our vision. In addition, judging by the sound propagation time, the opponent's shooting sniper is beyond our line of sight. Fan Tianlei said in astonishment. More than 1,800 meters of vision limit distance? How is this possible? When did such a powerful master appear in the Iron Fist Regiment? Chen Shanming was surprised. Extreme vision beyond 1,800 meters? Chen Shanming gasped. At such a limit, the target can be continuously and accurately hit, unless the opponent is using a Brat M95 sniper rifle. The effective range of this sniper rifle is 1,800 meters, and the maximum range reaches 6,000 meters. However, they were equipped with Type 85 7.62mm sniper rifles in this exercise, with a range of 1,000 meters, which is also the most commonly used sniper rifle in China. How can he hit a pinpoint strike from 1,800 meters? What's even more terrifying is the continuous shooting. The previous 5 consecutive hits turned out to be like a submachine gun. Lao Kong is hiding such a powerful master, he underestimates him. Fan Tianlei said with annoyance. Head, we still have a chance. Chen Shanming did not give up. The more he encountered such a sniper master, the more he could stimulate his fighting spirit. Let's take out the imp that is affecting our attention. Fan Tianlei said. Okay. Fan Tianlei and Chen Shanming concentrated, and their eyes were once again focused on the guy in the distance who was dragging a branch and crying wolf in the woods. This guy is really funny. It's like taking a stimulant, running back and forth. He Cheng Wang and the others also saw Li Ernio, with a puzzled look, and couldn't understand what Li Ernio wanted to do. However, when they saw Li Ernio, they naturally thought of Chen Haonan, and guessed that they had killed 2 Wolf-Tooth Special Forces with 2 shots in a row just now. Suddenly I couldn't say how happy I was, and I almost didn't let out a cheer. At the same time, I also admired Chen Haonan's shooting talent and latent talent, and he actually made such a powerful special soldier of the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade suffer such a big loss. Compared with myself, I feel that I have lived in a dog for so many years, and I can't even compare to a child. Fan Tianlei, who was lurking in the grass, clinged to the ground, slowly stretched out the muzzle a little bit, opened the safe, adjusted the angle of the muzzle, and aimed at Li Ernio at about 800 meters. Lock Li Ernio. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling Fan Tianlei, who was about to pull the trigger. Immediately, he lowered his head and smiled bitterly. He sat up in frustration, clutching his sniper rifle, blue smoke still coming from his body. He's a little blindsided. I was actually sniped. It doesn't make sense. He lurks so well, just showing a little muzzle, and the other party can find out? That's an exaggeration, isn't it? Now it seems that the other party must have deliberately arranged the funny soldier in the platoon to lure himself and then snipe. He's really fast. It was only a second before Fan Tianlei pulled the trigger. Who in the Iron Fist squad has such awesome marksmanship? The 9th of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? Or the Old K? Fan Tianlei thought about all the possible people, but he still didn't figure out who had such great ability. As for the newcomer He Chengwan, judging from the results of shooting training, he may have this ability, but he has already been killed. Fan Tianlei smiled bitterly. This was the first time he had been sniped since he became the chief of staff. Fan Tianlei looked helpless, and he was extremely interested in the sniper who had almost killed his entire Wolf-Tooth Special Combat team. Gotta figure out who he is. This. He Chengwang and the others saw Fan Tianlei sit up, blue smoke coming out of his body, and they all looked surprised. That's too fast, right? How did Chen Haonan find out about Fan Tianlei? A few of them only saw Fan Tianlei lurking in front of them just now, and soon there was no shadow, and when they searched carefully, they couldn't find it. The gunfire just now, I thought it was Fan Tianlei who fired it. Who would have thought that he was actually shot and killed? How long has it taken since he started to lurk until he was killed? That little ghost is too rebellious, isn't it? Even Staff Officer Fan was killed by him. Tell me about him. God sought after 4th Company Veteran Number 5 asked with great interest. Tell me his story. Such a child who defends the sky, not to mention our South China military region, I am afraid that there will not be a second one in the major military regions of the country. Another veteran sighed. That's a long story. Wang Yanbing showed a slightly embarrassed expression. He has been abused all the way since the new barracks. It is simply a history of blood and tears. Chen Shanming finally found the sniper's position. The other party was really cunning, and kept lurking behind the two big stones. Just between the two stones, there was a gap, just enough to snipe. An excellent sniper position. The opponent's sniping ability is indeed first class, and at a distance of more than 1,800 meters, he can also judge Fan Tianlei's lurking position and shoot accurately. 2 words to describe: awesome. After Chen Shanming finally discovered Chen Haonan's location, Fan Tianlei was sniped and affected his judgment, quickly lurking forward, moving at high speed, like a wild wolf shuttling in the mountains and forests, and the dodge action was very in place, directly pounced on Chen Haonan's lurking point. Chen Shanming really has his superiority. Even if the enemy finds out, it is difficult to snipe at high speed in such a dense jungle. Did he find out where Chen Haonan was? He Chengwang suddenly became nervous. The other party galloped quickly, and at the same time prepared to shoot at any time. It was obvious that he had found the prey. Fan Tianlei's gaze became sharp again. It was not useless for him to be killed. At least Chen Shanming found the other party. Now as long as Chen Shanming is close to the other party, with his ability, even if he is against Lei Zhan, he is 50% sure. Are there any martial arts masters in Tekken? Fighting is not better than marksmanship. Marksmanship requires talent, and people with good talent can greatly improve in a short period of time after intensive training. However, martial arts need to be honed day by day before they can enter the house. I can finally know who the other party is. Chen Shanming's latent movement speed was very fast, and he seemed to circle behind the big rock unconsciously. Where's the imp? Chen Shanming frowned a little when he saw it. The other party was clearly a child. Made a mistake? The moment he hesitated slightly, Chen Haonan pointed his sniper rifle at Chen Shanming with his 2 small hands, and said softly, "You are very powerful, but I know you are here." Chen Shanming was stunned for a moment, and when he heard the other party's childish tone, his face suddenly cried and laughed. What's going on? It's the first time he's spotted a child in a drill, so he should still be a schoolboy, right? The sniper rifle he raised looked almost as tall as him. How old are you? Chen Shanming asked softly. That's not something you should be thinking about right now. Believe it or not, as soon as you raise your hand, you are dead. Chen Haonan's small eyes glanced at Chen Shanming, and said in a calm tone. You shot all the guns before? Is there anyone else here? Chen Haonan glanced at Chen Shanming with disdain. Fan Tianlei has already lost twice in my hands. Are you powerful or Fan Tianlei is powerful? Chen Shanming frowned, and finally put away his eyes. Lost the sniper rifle. Chen Haonan ordered. Chen Shanming threw the sniper rifle aside, looked at Chen Haonan carefully, and was full of curiosity about this child. The other party is indeed wearing a red military uniform, with a small body, small arms, and a small face, which is full of childishness in the past, and should not be an adult suffering from dwarfs. When did Conley recruit a Boy Scout? Although he is still not sure who killed them in a row just now, from the taste of the other party, he can still say that Fan Tianlei has already believed 8 or 9 points. Chen Shanming's marksmanship is powerful, and his fighting skills are also powerful, and he is not far from Chen Haonan, thinking about how to catch the other party. I'm curious, why didn't I see you when I went to Tekken? Chen Shanming began to set closely. You want to arrest me, don't you? Chen Haonan threw the sniper rifle to the side, clapped his little hands, and said, I've been lying on my stomach for too long, I can play with you. Chen Shanming couldn't cry or laugh. The little kid actually wanted to fight with himself? Little brat, you're a little too big. Chen Shanming didn't care so much. He stepped on his feet suddenly, his body rushed towards Chen Haonan, and grabbed Chen Haonan's right hand with one hand, which was the most commonly used grappling hand in the army. In the flash of light, he had already grabbed Chen Haonan's little hand. Chen Shanming wanted to catch Chen Haonan in turn, but who knew that he heard Chen Haonan pop out a word, get out. With a flick of his arm, Chen Shanming's palm, which had originally grabbed Chen Haonan, immediately transmitted a terrifying wave-like power. Chen Shanming's palm was unsteady, and at the same time, a huge impact force slammed into his shoulder through the opponent's arm, and the huge force Chen Shanming's body couldn't resist, and he was thrown out at once. How could Chen Shanming expect that the other party's move would actually burst out with such a powerful force? Although the strength of the grasp just now did not use all the strength, it has used 6% of the grip strength, which is enough to hold 100 pounds of heavy objects firmly. This kid's strength is against the sky. What did you grow up eating? The legendary Tang Dynasty Li Yuanba is 10 years old and holds 800 pounds. Is it the reincarnation of Li Yuanba? The sudden flick of his hand surprised Chen Shanming, but after all, he was an old bird who had fought 100 battles. The moment his feet hit the ground, his right foot slid backwards, his body bent forward, and his feet shrunk, instantly dissolving most of the strength of his body. Only then did he stabilize his body and not fall. At the moment when Chen Shanming stabilized his body, Chen Haonan's small figure had already rushed to Chen Shanming, and his little foot suddenly kicked sideways, hitting his heart 75 degrees. The action is truly lightning fast. At the same time, accompanied by a strong wind, Chen Hao's trousers were close to his calves. Chen Shanming hurriedly crossed his hands to block. Syllable. The little foot kicked heavily at the wrist cross, Chen Shanming's hands ached, and at the same time he felt a greater force than just opened. The strength in the body can't bear it. His feet rubbed against the ground and kept retreating, and he withdrew more than 10 meters in one breath, and then stabilized his figure. Chen Shanming's left and right wrists were scorchingly painful, and at the same time, he felt a terrifying dark power. At such a young age, he actually hit the dark power. Chen Shanming was shocked. He hasn't had such a ferocious effect after practicing for 10 years, just looking at the door, the other party looks like he is only about 10 years old? Even if you start practicing in your mother's womb, you can't practice such power. How did Chen Shanming know that Chen Haonan's invincible fighting technique could instantly concentrate the strength of his body into his legs, explode instantly, and produce several times more power? And after Chen Haonan's body was genetically modified by ants, his body functions were even more terrifying, and he burst out with 10 times the strength of normal people. The two are combined, and it is normal to kick Chen Shanming out of dozens of meters with one kick. Chen Shanming was unstable, and finally couldn't withstand this too domineering impact, fell backwards, and rolled out several laps before he stabilized. Just raised his eyes, and saw Chen Haonan's small body, like a little cheetah, pounced in front of him in the blink of an eye, and wanted to sit on him. I don't know when he pulled out a sharp dagger, stuck it on Chen Shanming's throat, and said, "Comrade, you sacrificed." This process is only in a split second. Chen Shanming lost convincingly. The opponent's explosiveness, strength, speed, and reaction ability were all above him, and he was not unjustly lost. "You cow!" Chen Shanming gave a thumbs up and pulled the rope on his back at the same time, and a cloud of blue smoke came out of his body. Chen Haonan got up from the other party at this time. At this time, Li Ernia ran over with a disgraced face, and just saw a cloud of blue smoke coming out of Chen Shanming's body, clapped his hands violently, cracked his big mouth, and said, "Well done." Chen Shanming smiled bitterly. He couldn't imagine that he was defeated by a little kid. "Little one, I'm curious, why do you have so much strength? Can you talk about it?" Chen Shanming asked. Chen Haonan rolled his eyes and said softly, "Comrade, you are dead now, and dead people can't speak." Chen Shanming looked embarrassed with a capital letter. At this moment, after Fan Tianlei saw Chen Haonan clearly, his heart turned upside down, and he almost blurted out, "Why are you? Isn't this a primary school student who has cheated himself many times?" The moment Fan Tianlei saw Chen Haonan, his stomach turned up the 5-flavor bottle, sweet and sour. A rush of brains popped up, and the expression on his face became complicated. Thinking of Chen Haonan's little point, Fan Tianlei was aggrieved. During the summer camp, Chen Haonan beat up the children in the military region, and he beat them, but the black pot was carried by himself, which made him anxious. How did he become a soldier? I can't figure it out, but now it's okay. I came out and killed all my wolf-tooth team. Is it my own disaster? When He Chengwang and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but cheer. Happy. It's too fierce. Chen Haonan wiped out the entire wolf-tooth special brigade by himself, which is a feat that has never appeared in the South China military region. It's the first time in the history of our Iron Fist Regiment. In previous military exercises, as long as they faced the wolf-tooth special brigade, they were defeated, and this grievance has always pressed them to hold their heads up in front of the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade. Now finally a game. Can you not get excited? While excited, his eyes looked at Chun Haonan, the child who created miracles. They also dreamed that getting a child would be so powerful. He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing invariably smiled wryly at each other. Compared with He Chengwang and them, the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade had a bitter gourd face, but they didn't expect that it was a child who killed them. Slap in the face. How can this make these old birds embarrassed? Everyone feels like they've been living on dogs all these years. Wolf-Tooth Special Forces, whoever hears this name has to give a thumbs up, showing adoring eyes. But at this moment, they let a child lay down the altar. What the hell is this kid coming from? Even if you start practicing from your mother's womb, it's not so powerful, right? Didn't you see him kick the wolf just now? The wolf retreated more than 10 meters. How much power is this? Crushing the wolf in martial arts, even thunder warfare can't do it. This kid is amazing. How did you do it? The Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade looked at this child who made them suffer a lot with curious eyes. A slightly childish cold little face, with clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes, but there is a pride in the small eyes all the time. Looking horizontally and vertically, I can't see how this kid can burst out with such a strong strength and such superb sniper ability. Fan Tianlei finally regained his composure, waved at Chun Haonan and asked him to come over, ready to ask about the situation. At this time, the walkie-talkie on his left shoulder rang, and he was stretching out his hand and was about to connect, who wanted Chun Haonan to stride over, pulled the walkie-talkie, and said in a calm tone, "You are dead, and all the equipment on your body belongs to me from this moment on." Fan Tianlei's mouth twitched. How could this kid's speech make people panic? However, according to the regulations of the exercise, he was right, and it was impossible to refute it for a while. Chen Haonan turned on the walkie-talkie, and with a slight frequency voice, He Jijun's voice came. "I am He Jijun, the Red Army's temporary base has been set up, in the northeast corner. Golden Eagle, the people you immediately bring back to the base immediately, don't fight alone. Please answer when you receive it." Chen Haonan casually turned off the walkie-talkie. This information could not have come at a better time. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, He Jijun suddenly heard the sound of a doo-doo hanging up, frowned, turned to the correspondent, and said, "What's the matter?" "Report to the chief. It may be that the signal of the other party's position is unstable and the information has been interrupted. Continue to call. Let Fan Tianlei return to the temporary base immediately." "Yes." He Jijun said to himself, where did this Fan Tianlei run away with the troops? Of course, he didn't think that the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade led by Fan Tianlei had been killed by Chun Haonan. It is no wonder that the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade is a sharp blade in the military region, and in previous military exercises, it was they who abused others. He Jijun couldn't contact Fan Tianlei for the time being, turned to the other communicator, and said, "Is there any news of Director Tang?" "Still haven't been contacted. I confirmed with the staff of the game office that Director Tang had left the studio 3 hours ago, and according to the time estimate, he should have arrived 1 hour ago." He Jijun frowned again, and ordered, "Send someone to find it." "Yes." He Jijun was depressed. "It's just that Fan Tianlei can't be contacted. Why is Director Tang also missing?" Chen Haonan didn't expect to get the position of the temporary command post of the Red Side so easily. Now he has to play. "Little one, explain to me, how did you enlist as a primary school student? Who approved you?" Fan Tianlei stood forward, his tall and straight body in front of Chen Haonan, and posed as a leader. When he was in the summer camp, Fan Tianlei made it clear that Chen Haonan was too young to be a soldier. How can he become a soldier in a blink of an eye, and he still participates in such an important exercise? It's weird. The other Wolf-Tooth Special Forces around immediately pricked up their ears and listened to the tone of the Golden Eagle, as if they had known this child for a long time. According to the relevant regulations of the army, minors are not allowed to enlist in the army. This kid is obviously a minor, and being able to enlist in the army is indeed a great curiosity. Could it be the grandson of a certain head of the military district? Suddenly, everyone's eyes looked at Chen Haonan in unison. Chen Haonan glanced at Fan Tianlei and said coldly, "I'm too lazy to pay attention to your corpse. I'll go to your headquarters first and play a big ticket." The people of the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade were a little dumbfounded. He actually wanted to go to the headquarters? Suddenly, you look at me, I look at you, and I don't know what to say. He Cheng Wang and the others all felt that Chen Haonan was too crazy. People are small and big. Chen Haonan greeted Li Ernia, brother Ernia, we went to the headquarters of the Red Army. The words were not shocking, and everyone's eyes widened. Such a terrible sentence, when it comes to a child's mouth, they can't cry or laugh. Several black lines appeared on Fan Tianlei's forehead. Head, what's the hell with this kid? Chen Shanming couldn't help but ask. Nothing to come from. Fan Tianlei was angry. How did he become a soldier? Also mixed into the company? How did Conley do it? Fan Tianlei thought hard, and suddenly wanted to call Lao He a few days ago, saying that a child had joined the army, as if he was still quarreling with Lao He. Could it be that this child is Chen Haonan, not Yi Zuanxin? Fan Tianlei was a little sore. But even if this is the case, Regiment Commander Kong can't come nonsense. The military region left a primary school student to enlist. What kind of words is this? Chen Shanming didn't dare to touch Fan Tianlei's moldy head, so he turned around and went to Yi Chengwang and the others to understand the situation. At this moment, Chen Haonan ran forward at full speed, his two calves swished forward, his body dodged left and right, easily avoided branches, thorns. First, he is small in size, and he is particularly agile in the jungle, and he can fly through the branches of trees with a flip jump. In addition, the invincible latent technique is really awesome in the process of lurking and galloping, including running, jumping, sliding, turning, concealment, observation and other series of top action methods, so that Chen Haonan is even more like a fish in water. Chen Haonan moved like a cheetah galloping in the forest. Jumping, landing, rolling, getting up, lurking. During the whole process, there was hardly any sound of footholding, especially when it was lurking, and the figure flickered against the back of the tree, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Li Ernio couldn't find any trace of Chen Haonan. All of a sudden, his bull's eyes widened. Obviously he was still in front. Why did he disappear in a blink of an eye? After chasing, Chen Haonan came out again, as if he was afraid that Li Ernio would lose it, so he deliberately showed up, so that Li Ernio would not be so flustered. Xiaozhe, why are you so awesome in your lurking? It disappeared in front of my eyes in the blink of an eye. It's different from when I was training in the company, can you teach me? When Li Ernio saw Chen Haonan, who appeared again, his excited eyes stared at Chen Haonan with anticipation. Innate. You can't learn. Li Ernio grew his mouth and had nothing to say. The two galloped quickly, and Li Ernio also used his strength to eat, so he barely kept up with Chen Haonan's pace. He knew that Chen Haonan had deliberately slowed down, otherwise he would have thrown Li Ernio out of a few streets. A makeshift military tent was erected in the middle of the jungle, and an antenna was erected outside the tent, surrounded by soldier handles, and a team of soldiers patrolling the defense. This should be the temporary headquarters of the Red Side. Chen Haonan lay behind a small mound of dirt, carefully observed, and finally determined. Li Ernio was also quite excited. What are you going to do? Li Ernio no longer treats Chen Haonan as a child. Chen Haonan said in a low voice, there are many of them. Find a place to hide and wait until it gets dark before you start. Are you really going to do it? Li Ernio swallowed his saliva. Why not? Do you recognize the bear again? Chen Haonan scolded in a low voice. No, but it's only two of us. What are you afraid of? It's a big deal to be killed by them. If you kill their leader, the regimental commander will definitely be impressed with you, and you don't have to stay in the cooking class. Medium. Was encouraged by Chen Haonan's words, Li Ernio's whole body was like being beaten with chicken blood, full of energy. In the temporary command of the Red Side. Haven't contacted Fan Tianlei yet? He Jijun asked in a deep voice. Report chief, not yet. How? It's been an hour, and there's still no sign of it. He Jijun was a little angry. The Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade led by Fan Tianlei is a sharp weapon and plays a vital role in this beheading mission. Fan Tianlei ate the bear's heart and leopard gall? He Jijun's opinion of Fan Tianlei is getting bigger and bigger. He just poked himself in the basket, just stopped for a while, and now he is making such a fuss. Of course, Ji-jun would not have thought that the Wolf Tooth Special Brigade would be served in one pot. After all, the Wolf Tooth Special Combat Team led by Fan Tianlei has carried out countless missions, and almost every time they have wiped out the other party. Win every battle, never miss. Whether it is a military exercise or a foreign mission, it is always like a sharp dagger plunged into the heart of the enemy. This time, they were just facing some new recruits of the Iron Fist Regiment, and there was no reason why they couldn't handle it. Is there another special mission? Ji-jun was puzzled for a moment, and then didn't think much about it, and ordered the Thunderbolt Commando to act according to the plan. After contacting Fan Tianlei, let him go. The sun is gradually setting in the west, and the golden sunset is sprinkled on the trees, as if gilding the dense woods with a layer of golden yellow, which is particularly beautiful. Chen Haonan and Li Erniu continued to wait for an opportunity in the mountains and forests. At this time, Fan Tianlei walked out of the forest with his helpers dejected, like a group of defeated roosters. All of them couldn't raise their heads. A jeep drove over, and Fan Tianlei saw that it was not Kong Lei of the blue team. Fan Tianlei's stomach suddenly became angry and stopped the car. Head Kong also held back the fire in his belly, and when he saw Fan Tianlei stopping the car, he stopped and jumped out of the car. Lao Kong, how did you do it? How did the 4th company of sharpshooters get a schoolboy in? Fan Tianlei snorted coldly. It's okay not to mention this, but I happened to touch Kong Lei's scar, and I was immediately angry, and scolded. Fan Tianlei, are you very proud? Didn't you let Lao He shoehorn into our company, and now question me in turn? Fan Tianlei, I didn't see it before, you were so good at brushing your heart. Trick me up and let a schoolboy decapitate me. Are you feeling proud? Lao Kong, you were also beheaded by Chen Haonan? Fan Tianlei was taken aback. Chen Haonan, that kid, is too bold. Kill both ends. Captain Kong looked at Fan Tianlei, and then looked at the team members behind him. All of them had bitter gourd faces. Annihilation? Head Kong asked in shock. Koku. The cry of owls came from the mountain forest, and it seemed that the mountain forest was becoming more and more quiet. The moon is shining tonight, but it is dark in the mountains and forests. Li Erniu began to get nervous. Brother Erniu, you will follow me when you move for a while. I will kill one, and you will be responsible for proving it to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't believe me. Chen Haonan whispered. Okay. Li Erniu's mouth cracked, and he smiled. It's approaching the wee hours of the morning, and it's time to prepare for the changing of the guard. After observing for an afternoon, Chen Haonan basically figured out their change of guards, about an hour or two to change. The original patrol was responsible for guards, and the guards were responsible for patrolling, which was basically replaced. It's been exactly 2 hours now. According to the experienced Chen Haonan's previous experience, the few minutes after the change of defense is the time when the defense is the most lax, and he can take advantage of this time period to start. Chen Haonan knew very well that these guards were powerful, and their combat effectiveness should be not much different from that of the Wolf Tooth Special Combat Team, plus their large number. Once they sneak attack, they will find out and startle the snakes, and it will be difficult to kill their leader. Action. Chen Haonan first targeted the 4 soldiers standing guard, and then patrolled the team. The patrol team is 5 people, and the other personnel go to rest, and they should wait for the middle of the night to change guards. This is indeed a big challenge, and even a little bit of mismatch in the middle will lead to the loss of all the previous efforts. Chen Haonan chose to start from the east position. In order to prevent the swing unit from exposing the target at night, there were no lights around the barracks, and only the faint moonlight shone overhead. Chen Haonan's figure was like a ghost in the dark. His 2 little feet jumped into the air, and then swept over a big tree next to him, and when he landed, he couldn't hear any sound. The combination of invincible latent skills and 6 times the speed of ordinary people, Chen Haonan can do it so quickly. In the jungle, Jihu is a blink of an eye, and the figure disappears immediately. The vigilant eyes of the guards swept around, and suddenly the lower plate was hit violently. He could not stand steadily, and fell to the ground, and immediately sensed that there was an enemy attack, and was just about to shout. A sharp dagger pressed against his neck, and the other party whispered, "Comrade, you are dead." The other party took a closer look, and it turned out to be a child, and he almost didn't shout. Li Erniu only trotted over it this time, pointed to the clothes on his body, and then determined that he was destroyed by the Blue Army. But how can it be a child? Li Erniu gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. Just now he sweated in his palms, and his nervous heart was about to pop out, for fear that Chen Haonan would miss. Chen Haonan killed the first one and immediately rushed to the next target. Chen Haonan concocted the same method and killed the other 3 in one go, and Li Erniu was all on the side as proof, otherwise, none of them believed that Chen Haonan was a soldier of the blue side. Successfully killed the personnel on the periphery, Chen Haonan asked Li Erniu to quickly hide, and went straight to the chief's military tent, and he had to make all preparations before the soldiers on patrol found out that something was wrong. Li Erniu didn't quite understand, but he still lurked on the periphery according to Chen Haonan's intentions, while those corpses watched Chen Haonan rush straight to the tent of the command center. Chen Haonan soon came to the outside of the tent, and there were still lights inside, and various instruments made a dripping sound. The temporary command point of the command center of the Red Army cannot be wrong. Chen Haonan came to the tent with 2 small hands, crossed up and down, and the power of terror erupted. The steel pipe supporting the tent was torn in half by Chen Haonan, twisted to the point that it was undeformed, and then suddenly pulled left and right, and the square pipe was actually broken. 20 times the power of all exploded. Chen Haonan gently put it down to keep it balanced temporarily, and then quickly ran to the other side, concocted it in the same way, and broke the other 2 supporting square tubes, and at the last one, Chen Haonan kicked suddenly, snapped, and the square tube twisted. The tent, which had no support points, collapsed all at once. What's going on? Oh no, the tent is going to fall. The people inside were suddenly in a mess. Rumble. The tent was sturdy and pressed down, and everyone inside could run out in advance. The first was too sudden, and no one thought that the good military tent would suddenly collapse. The second process is too fast, and it is in the middle of the night, and after a busy day, many people are a little tired. The moment Chen Haonan fell to the ground in the tent, he climbed the big tree next to him neatly, picked up the sniper rifle, condescendingly, and aimed at the tent below. No matter which direction they climbed out of, they couldn't avoid Chen Haonan's eyes. Whoosh! A special soldier who had just crawled out didn't understand what was going on, and there was already smoke coming out of his back. Fall. Then the second, then the third. Blue smoke billowing out. None of them escaped and were killed one by one. The 5 soldiers on patrol reacted and looked for Chen Haonan's location, but Chen Haonan had already counted them, firing 5 times in a row, and the sniper rifle in his hand was more like a submachine gun. 5 people blink and emit blue smoke. Chen Haonan quickly changed the magazine and aimed again, and the whole process took a blink of an eye. Li Erniu, who was hiding nearby, was a little dumbfounded, shooting continuously, suddenly, as if he was fighting. There was constantly blue smoke rising, although it was not particularly clear, but it could still be judged that many people in the Blue Army were killed. I can't run away, my mother, I really messed up the command of the Blue Army. He Ji-jun inside finally couldn't hold it back, struggled to climb out of the tent, just climbed out, bang. A gunshot sounded, and a cloud of blue smoke came out of his body. Fall. He Ji-jun looked at the soldiers who had died around him, and a black line appeared on his forehead. He, Lao Tzu is the commander of the Blue Army. He Ji-jun, I'm curious, who took my command headquarters? He Ji-jun said loudly. After Chen Haonan confirmed that all the soldiers around him had been killed, he put away his sniper rifle and jumped down from the tree. Report, Chief, you are dead. I am the Iron Fist Regiment's Sharpshooter 4 Company Cooking Class, Chen Haonan. Li Erniu ran over at this time and saluted. Report to the chief, I can prove it. You. Black question marks popped up in He Ji-jun's head. I saw that in front of him, he was not a murderous soldier king at all, especially a child about 1 meter 4 tall, who looked fully armed, but his thin legs and arms, coupled with the childishness on his face, made He Ji-jun have a strange identity in his heart. Primary school student? Is this a child? Lao Tzu was beheaded by a schoolboy? You, don't be kidding, you did the decapitation just now? In fact, after 3 months of recruitment, Chen Haonan has gone from more than 1 meter 3 to about 1 meter 4. He looked at He Ji-jun, his face was serious. Chief, first, I'm not a little kid, second, I did the beheading, do you have any opinions? I I've seen it for a long time, in the past, I was 7 years old and ate roads, and now there are actually elementary school students joining the army, but... Are you really from Iron Fist? How did you get in? Hee Ji-jun was not angry, but looked like he was amused. Chief, you're wrong again. Am I wrong again? Hee Ji-jun was not angry anymore. He squatted in front of Chen Haonan, kept his balance, and smiled. Little guy, you come to reason, and, how did you do it? You can actually run here, in front, there are 2 commandos of Wolf Teeth and Thunderbolt, how did you break in? Run, just run in. As for how to be a soldier, I participated in the summer camp, and then Chief of Staff Fan Tianlei wrote a letter of introduction to introduce me to join the army. Besides, I am not ambitious, I have no ambition, no difference from salted fish, why can't I be a soldier? Chen Haonan looked old-fashioned, and once again amused Uncle Hee Ji-jun. Okay, well said, little one, it's not easy, you wait. After asking Chen Haonan not to move, Hee Ji-jun then turned around and reprimanded, what are you all doing to eat? Usually bullish and coaxed to say how powerful he is, but now a kid has taken you all down. The soldiers who were killed all had embarrassed expressions on their faces. I'm embarrassed to say that I am a special soldier, and Lao Tzu's face has been lost to you. What about Fan Tianlei? Why haven't you come back until now? Hee Ji-jun was furious, believe it or not, Lao Tzu shot you all one by one, a bunch of wasting national food. If they were here, they wouldn't be like that. What a shame. If this thing gets out, where will he put Hee Ji-jun's old face? He was killed by a child. Chen Haonan said on the side, report to the chief, you don't need to look for Fan Tianlei. They are already dead. Lose face. Hee Ji-jun looked embarrassed. You said the Wolf Tooth Special Brigade was killed? Report chief, yes. Chen Haonan said. Hee Ji-jun set his eyes on Li Ernio and said, you say. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Report, chief. During the day, Chen Haonan killed them all by himself. Li Ernio plucked up the courage and shouted, he was really afraid that the brigade commander would shoot them all in anger, he took it seriously. Suddenly, everyone's eyes looked at Chen Haonan. The dignified South China Military Region Wolf Tooth Special Brigade was wiped out by a child? Make no mistake. Is Fan Tianlei a relative of this child? They all stared at Chen Haonan with a curious face. No wonder. I couldn't get in touch with anyone, it turned out that someone killed me. Hee Ji-jun shook his head and accepted this reality, although he was reluctant to believe it, but he couldn't help believing it. Even Fan Tianlei's Wolf Tooth Special Brigade was killed, what's so strange about these people around him being killed? Hee Ji-jun was curious about how Chen Haonan could become so powerful at such a young age. Even the special forces are not his opponents, they are so powerful now, and they will have it when they grow up in the future? Hee Ji-jun exhaled, smiled, and said, little guy, don't be too happy, I have already informed the Thunderbolt Commando just now, they have locked here, you can't escape. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the decapitation task, and the experience point will be rewarded with 300. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on the promotion. Considering that the host king is still underage, the system will draw a lottery on his behalf. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the invincible camouflage technique. A series of prompts sounded in Chen Haonan's ears. Invincible camouflage? Invincible camouflage, the highest level of camouflage, which can change according to the environment. Thousands of times more powerful than the chameleon of the animal kingdom. The only flaw of this invincible camouflage technique is that the host must strip off his clothes, and the gentleman sneaks in, after all, the costume cannot change color. Stripped naked? It's understandable, camouflage is awesome. Camouflage. Chen Haonan knows that the most basic escape skills in special forces, especially snipers, are most commonly used in auspicious suits. A coat decorated with sacks, many strips of cloth and ropes, it can be very effective in cutting the contours of the human body, so that the body naturally blends into the natural environment. However, it only makes you look like you are blending in with the environment, and it is still very obvious when you are close to it, especially if there are not too many obstacles to cover it, it is easier to expose the target. This is really a world away from the invincible disguise mastered by Chun Haonan, although the principle is the same. Chun Haonan mastered this invincible disguise, and in the process of lurking, the possibility of being discovered was greatly reduced. What a weapon for all kinds of things! With the invincible camouflage technique, Lei Zhan still wants to catch me? Chen Haonan pouted. I'll talk about it when he catches me. Chen Haonan said softly, and then turned to Li Ernia. Brother Ernia, let's go and meet that Lei Zhan, but please be a boy in clothes. You? What are you doing? Lao Tzu is not a casual person, do you still take it off? Li Ernia looked at Chen Haonan in a daze, took off himself cleanly, and there was a big lump left in his body, which looked very bright and dazzling, like a whip swinging back and forth. Damn, this kid stripped naked? Chen Haonan stuffed all the clothes to Li Ernia, and said impatiently, what are you calling nonsense? Let you hold the clothes, I am so convenient to disguise, otherwise I can't play those special forces. Do you think Lao Tzu is a base? Li Ernia turned out to be in a full set of children's clothes, and he was still in a state of confusion, and the next moment, he was even more shocked. Chameleon? Li Ernia didn't forget to salute He Jijun, so he turned around and left, chasing Chen Haonan. He saw that Chen Haonan's whole body began to change, and the color on his body changed with the changes in the surrounding environment. It's amazing. Like a magician on TV. Even the crotch changes. Strip naked to go to war? It's really a kid's job. Ouch, will it be invisible? He Jijun on the side watched Chen Haonan walk around, slowly becoming transparent. No, he was hidden in the environment, and he was also a little confused. Suspecting that he had seen it wrong, he deliberately rubbed his eyes. He Jijun's eyelids blinked, and he was shocked to find that Chen Haonan's back was getting more and more blurred, and finally it seemed to disappear, and finally he only saw Li Ernia alone. He had an expression of disbelief on his face, and finally a wry smile. If the Thunderbolt Commando is also extinguished by this little point, this exercise will become hilarious. Chen Haonan, where are we going now? Didn't the brigade commander say that the Thunderbolt Commando locked here? Let's find a place to lurk and kill them too. Chen Haonan said, I don't need much help from you, you just take my clothes well, don't get dirty, I have to put them on when I kill them, and if I go back naked like this, I will be caught by the pickets. Li Ernia was dumbfounded, unable to say a word for a long time, and finally, gave a thumbs up, medium. After Chen Haonan took Li Ernia to run a kilometer to the east, he lurked down and waited quietly. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Haonan checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 4. Root bones, 6. Spirit, 6. Strength, 20. Speed, 6. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage. Experience points, 0 out of 500. This promotion, except for the strength attribute, there is no change, and the other physical attributes are +1. This kind of physique improvement is quite terrifying. One attribute is equal to a normal attribute point, so every time he improves a little, Chen Haonan's spirit, speed, and root bones will be greatly improved. No wonder after a day of tossing, Chen Haonan's spirit has been so full until now. The Thunderbolt Commando is another sharp dagger in the South China military region, and the Captain Lei Zhan is a new generation of soldiers, codenamed Thor. He is a well-known figure in the southeastern military district. After receiving He Jijun's order, Lei Zhan quickly turned back and marched all the way. Stop! 2 kilometers away from the temporary command point, Lei Zhan suddenly ordered everyone to stop. Thor, is there a situation? Vice Captain Chen Yingtian asked in a deep voice. Dangerous. Lei Zhan hid under a pine tree, took out his binoculars, and reconnoitered into the distance. Just now he had a strong premonition in his heart that there was a lurking enemy nearby. Hidden. Thunder gave the order almost instantaneously. This intensity intuition tells oneself that there must be an enemy nearby. When everyone heard Lei Zhan's order, they quickly disguised themselves and moved very neatly, and they knew at a glance that it was a well-trained team. Chen Haonan discovered Lei Zhan, but when he saw Lei Zhan, he immediately ordered the team to disguise, and seemed to sense the danger. About 1,000 meters away from the command camp, Lei Zhan actually noticed it. It should be the legendary sixth induction. He is worthy of being the king of soldiers. Brother Erniu, hide well, the enemy has arrived. Arrived? Li Erniu didn't notice it at all, but he didn't have the slightest doubt about Chen Haonan's words, and lay motionless on the ground. Then he looked around with doubt. Lei Zhan's sixth sense is never wrong. This is a kind of innate sense of danger by the king of soldiers. He quickly found a tree hole that was perfect for hiding, retracted inside, and then used a Switzerland dagger to dig a small hole little by little to observe the situation outside. The other 7 also found a suitable hiding position. The 8 of them form an irregular polygonal formation, but they form an offensive formation that defends each other. So the man waited quietly, his vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings. The safety of the firearm had been opened, and he could shoot at any time. There was an invisible murderous aura in the air. Although there is still a formal war, the contest has begun. A battle of camouflage. Chen Haonan's pupils contracted sharply, and under the eyes of Shirley Eagle, it seemed to be scanning within 2 kilometers ahead. Ha! Chen Haonan was slightly puzzled. After the first round of observations, only 4 special forces were found. You must know that Chen Haonan's 10-mile eagle-eye observation has reached the point of reaching the peak, and within 1,800 meters, even if it is a bird on a tree, he can observe it. It is worthy of being an ace special forces, and the camouflage is indeed unique. The 4 special forces found by Chen Haonan, one was camouflaged in the bushes, and the auspicious suit on his body was just the right camouflage, blending with the surrounding bushes. The other 2 were lurking near a large pine tree, using weeds as shelter that was extremely difficult to detect. The other man simply burrowed into the dead leaves and buried himself, making it difficult to see from the outside unless he lifted all the leaves. Chen Haonan's 10-mile eagle-eye failed to find it in the first round of observation. If he had observed the previous teams, he would have pulled them out one by one, and it would not have taken much effort at all. However, their camouflage skills are indeed very clever against others, but compared to Chen Haonan's invincible camouflage skills, they are pediatrics. Chen Haonan's invincible camouflage technique does not use any external objects as a disguise, and it regulates external changes by itself, and can even affect things at close range, which is the top camouflage technique in camouflage. And the camouflage is extremely fast, anytime, anywhere. Li Erniu is in a hurry. Sweating profusely, he hid under the rocks, and couldn't find Chen Haonan no matter how he looked for it. I saw it in front just now, why is it missing now? Really frightened Li Erniu. Why is the good guy gone? Did you run somewhere else? Li Erniu searched and searched carefully, looked and looked, but still did not find Chen Haonan's shadow. Chen Haonan was actually beside Li Erniu, and he didn't move. Chen Haonan only found 4 people, and the remaining 4 were not found, which is a very dangerous situation for a sniper. The Thunderbolt Commando should have 8 talents, including Lei Zhan, the Deputy Captain Skywolf, the Demoman Old Fox, the Sniper Hades, the Assault Harley, the Fire Support Hand Big Bull, the Observer Hand Ingot, and the Communicator Little B. Each of these 8 people has its own characteristics, and the Thunder War is the most comprehensive. Hades' sniping ability is not under the Thunder War, and as for the others, Chen Haonan's memory is not particularly deep. They were no better than ordinary soldiers, so Chen Haonan would not attack easily until he had determined the location of all of them. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. In the area chosen by Chen Haonan, the trees are relatively sparse and the concealment is not strong enough, and he can use the huge advantage of the 10-mile eagle-eye to find them, but they don't have this ability. As long as they move, Chen Haonan can basically detect it, which is the strength of the 10-mile eagle-eye. Of course, if the other party can stay motionless for a few hours, Chen Haonan will admire it to the extreme. Minutes and seconds passed. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. While Chen Haonan was looking for prey, Lei Zhan and others were also looking for Chen Haonan. In these 30 minutes, Chen Haonan found 3 more people, but he was still 1 person short. This person should be Lei Zhan. It is estimated that the other party is also waiting to see who can calm down in the end. He is worthy of being the king of soldiers. However, Chen Haonan plays camouflage, and Lei Zhan is probably far away. The combination of invincible camouflage and 10-mile eagle eyes, Chen Haonan has an absolute advantage. As long as he doesn't move, Lei Zhan has no chance to find himself at all. Don't move! Chen Haonan stretched out his hand to press Li Ernia's back and whispered. Li Ernia was a little dumbfounded when he heard Chen Haonan's voice. Why are you next to me? I thought you had run away. Li Ernia insisted for more than half an hour, but he still didn't find Chen Haonan, and searched almost every inch of land nearby, but he didn't find anything, thinking that Chen Haonan had escaped. I continued to stay here waiting for death, and I was about to get up and retreat back, but I didn't think that Chen Haonan appeared, and turned my head to see that Chen Haonan was not next to him. It's just that. Li Ernia's eyes widened, and only then did he completely see that Chen Haonan's whole person, from his head to his whole body, was integrated with the surrounding environment, where he was lying quietly. How could he not have any notice at a glance? If it weren't for Chen Haonan's small hand to suppress himself, he would have been in the dark. Mom, what kind of camouflage is this? So powerful. Li Ernia couldn't help but swallow his saliva, which was even more awesome than the chameleon he saw when he was a child. Lie down honestly and don't move. Chen Haonan whispered. Medium. When Li Ernia saw Chen Haonan, he seemed to have taken a reassuring pill and finally settled down. Looked down at Chen Haonan from time to time, and was overwhelmed with surprise. I looked at this position many times just now, but I didn't find anything. It's dark under the lights. Another half hour passed, adding up to more than an hour. The observer hand ingots reconnoitered over and over again, but still did not find the enemy, confirming that the surroundings should be safe. Is Thor's feeling wrong this time? Yuan Bao is an observer, and his observation ability is not under the Thunder War, and the position he is in now has a relatively wide field of vision, and he can't avoid his eyes if there is any wind and grass around. If it's an ambush war, everyone can endure it, and it's okay to wait for a day or two, but this time it's reinforcements. Wouldn't it be a waste of time here if there were no enemies? The others were also a little out of breath. They were good at both attacking and investigating, and there were few people who could compete with them in the entire military region. What powerful people could the Iron Fist Regiment have? It took so many of them first-class reconnaissance masters to find each other in more than an hour, which can only show one problem: there is really no one around. Yuan Bao finally couldn't bear it anymore, and quietly made a gesture to Lei Zhan's location, asked Lei Zhan for the next step, and told him that it was safe nearby. The corners of Chen Haonan's mouth showed a trace of innocent sneer. This is the moment he was waiting for. It's not a loss to be the king of soldiers, and the camouflage is so hidden. Locking all the targets, Chen Haonan has no scruples. The left eye, the crosshair, the target, the 3 points are connected into a line. Chen Haonan didn't have any distractions in his heart, and quietly put his fingers on the trigger. Yuan Bao had just finished gesturing and was waiting for Lei Zhan's instructions. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out in the jungle, and Yuan Bao was startled, and a cloud of blue smoke came out of his back. Fall! There really are enemies. Others were a little blindsided, completely unexpected. Including Lei Zhan, everyone was a little confused. Lei Zhan, who was lurking in the tree hole, did not relax for a whole hour, searching over and over again, always feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Is there something wrong with your instincts? There were 8 of them in total, 8 pairs of eyes, all the time staring at the vicinity, where their vision could reach. A little bit of carpet search, it took more than an hour, and they didn't find a single hair. Who can escape such a dense search by them? In the entire military region, only the Wolf-Tooth Commando can have the strength to fight the Thunderbolt Commando. Evil Door. At 9 o'clock. Everyone followed the sound of gunfire to find the enemy lurking. Nope. Hades reacted the fastest, with a high-powered telescope on the sniper rifle, and the muzzle of the gun adjusted to the direction of 9 o'clock, and he found that there was no movement anywhere. The others were very cooperative, and they all observed the location of the gunshot, constantly expanding the range, expanding 500 meters from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, but they didn't find anything. Hell, where did he hide? And he couldn't get into the dirt. Blue smoke continued to come out of Yuan Bao's back, and he frowned, never thinking that he would be the first to die. What's even more slap in the face is that he just gave Thor a safe gesture, and he was killed in the next second. His face was suddenly hot. He stood up abruptly, picked up his binoculars, and followed the gunshots. A not too dense woods, stones, weeds. No one. Yuan Bao put down the telescope with both hands, shook his head, picked up the telescope again, and continued to observe, but still didn't find it. Hell yes. He couldn't have run any faster, he had to be disguised somewhere. Such a latent camouflage ability is simply the highest level of camouflage. Each of them here is a first-class master of camouflage, and at the same time, he is also a master of anti-reconnaissance, and they have not been able to find it even though they know the existence of the other party, which shows how clever the other party's camouflage skills are. Bang! 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 The communicator Littleby, the fire support hand Dinyo, and the assault hand Harley, the three of them trembled almost at the same time, and blue smoke came out of their bodies. Damn! They are more than one person. We are exposed. The old fox shouted. Lei Zhan was very decisive and threw 3 smoke grenades in a row. Transfer! Lei Zhan shouted. The other party killed the other bees and others in one go, and it was obvious that their lurking location was exposed. Suddenly, clouds of smoke rose from the surroundings, filling the mountains and forests. Lei Zhan, Chen Yingtian, Hades, and the old fox quickly transferred with the help of smoke. Chen Haonan killed the 4 of them in one go, and immediately changed their positions. With the strength of Lei Zhan and the others, they would definitely be able to discover here. You lie here and don't move, I'm going to attract them. Chen Haonan got up, carried a sniper rifle, walked on 2 calves, ran forward quickly, looking from behind, just a blink of an eye, it actually merged with the surrounding environment, and the whole person seemed to disappear out of thin air. Li Erniu was dumbfounded. What's going on? The smoke rose, and with the cover of the smoke, both sides immediately shifted and lurked again. However, the smoke grenades were thrown by the Thunder Fighters, who had re-lurked around the smoke-shrouded area. What about people? As an assaulter, the old fox moved skillfully in the process of lurking and rushing, hunched over the low bushes, and saw the shadows of the dense forest trees in front of him. Where is Chen Haonan? Chen Yingtian replaced the observer and cooperated with the sniper Hades operation, lurking behind a tree, poking out half of his head, and searching with a telescope. In the telescope, he seemed to see an animal moving like a shadow, passing by at high speed, and only a trace of afterimage. Based on this afterimage alone, the observer hand cannot determine whether it is the other party. After all, they are fighting in the jungle, and the sound of gunfire will alarm other critters. Fighting in the jungle, both sides are lurking, and at this time, which side shoots first will reveal their position. If it is determined that it is the enemy, it is okay, the fire pressure passes, and the opponent cannot counterattack, but if it is an alarmed small animal, once the gun is fired and the position is exposed, the enemy's deadly bullets will follow. Therefore, Chen Yingtianti will not issue attack orders at will without confirming the enemy's position 100%. Sniper Hades, he had opened his sighting eyepiece, and half of the swarthy sniper barrel peeked out of the bushes. Searching for enemies through the sighting eyepiece is a bit slow, after all, it is limited by the field of view of the sighting eyepiece, but the sighting eyepiece is clearer than the telescope, and as long as the enemy is found, it can be sniped immediately. The other party seems to have sunk into the sea, and he has lost his trace. Hades' heart jumped. This kind of enemy was the most terrifying, because the moment he showed his fangs, it was the beginning of death. Captain, we can't find the enemy's position. Helplessly, they all reported the news to Lei Zhan. Advance slowly, pay attention to lurking, this person is not simple, a master of jungle warfare. Lei Zhan didn't find any trace of the other party, and the horror in his heart was no less than that of his teammates. You must know that they are all special forces, and jungle warfare is the kind of combat map they are most familiar with and best at. They were actually suppressed by their opponents in the field they were familiar with, which showed that the opponents also had rich experience in jungle warfare. Lei Zhan and they all mistakenly thought that Chen Haonan was a special soldier with the same strength as them, and they all cheered up and waited for the battle. As everyone knows, Chen Haonan is just a 10-year-old kid. Of course, Chen Haonan's strength should not be underestimated. He has an invincible disguise, like the most clever master camouflage chameleon in the jungle, and the color of his body changes according to the environment around him. His presence was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, only in the process of Chen Haonan's movement, a trace of shaking of the bushes, and the afterimage left behind, which were one of the few traces. It's just that Chen Haonan's speed combined with the invincible disguise that reached the highest level of camouflage made him the most terrifying hunter in the jungle in an instant. At this time, Chen Haonan had already pulled to a distance of 1,600 meters through the cover of invincible camouflage. This distance is the best sniper distance for invincibility. At this distance, even if the opponent has a sniper rifle, not everyone can destroy the enemy with one shot from a distance of 1,600 meters. Chen Haonan thought about it. At this distance, the only thing he needed to consider was Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan is a strong person, and he has this ability. However, Chen Haonan believes that he must be the first to shoot. Because I have 10 miles of eagle eyes. The Lei Zhan people are advancing, and after Chen Haonan kills several of his companions, they must kill the enemy, be ashamed, and correct the name of the Thunderbolt Commando. The assault man, the old fox, was at the front of the team, becoming the tip of the triangular assault, like a sharp dagger, piercing straight ahead. But he forgot that the opponent they faced was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Just as the old fox jumped over a bush and tried to sneak into a bush in front of him, his figure was briefly exposed. Bang! Immediately the shots rang out. The assaulter was locked by Chen Haonan, and then he decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed, forming a trajectory in mid-air. At the moment when the gunshot rang out, the old fox felt that he should have been exposed, and made the first move to dodge. But the bullet came in an instant, and it hit the steel helmet with a single shot, and then smoke came out of the whole body. He was killed. The old fox froze in place. He didn't even know where the enemy was. He was killed by the enemy, and he was also amazed at the horror of the unknown enemy. The three of them were shocked. None of them discovered the enemy's lurking position, and they didn't expect this cold shot to hit so hard, killing their companions with a single blow. However, they are all special forces, and with the ballistics of the bullets, Lei Zhan used the telescope to finally find Chen Haonan 1,600 meters away. Locked the other party's position. A touch of ruthlessness appeared in Lei Zhan's pupils, and the latest combat tactics were immediately formulated in his mind. Be careful, the other person's clothes seem to change color. I have found the position of the other party, 1,600 meters, at the direction of 1 o'clock. Everyone immediately used high-speed movement to crush each other with more fights and fewer fights. Attack! With Lei Zhan's order, the three of them gave up their lurking and rushed to the place where Chen Haonan was lurking as fast as they could. These people are all special forces, and after bursting the speed with all their strength, they are very terrifying, like wild wolves in the jungle, and their figures are walking through the trees. High-speed movement is the most difficult to snipe, and it is also the most test of a sniper's strength. Because in the high-speed movement, it is not enough to lock the opponent's position, and the moment the bullet is fired, the opponent has already moved to another position. Therefore, the sniper must make a prediction in advance and fully consider the amount of movement of the opponent, so that it is possible to hit the opponent. Bang! In the high-speed movement, Hades is also trying to move sniping, but he has just taken aim and has not yet had time to pull the trigger. The bullets fired at high speed cut a straight trajectory in mid-air, and a single shot shattered his steel helmet. Nemas! The resentful Hades threw the sniper rifle into the air and stopped, his face dejected. Bang bang! 2 bullets were fired at Chen Haonan at once. Chen Haonan was secretly surprised by the other party's quick reaction, and immediately rolled and jumped to the bushes on the side. It's dangerous. The bullet almost hit Chen Haonan, and he didn't dare to stay where he was, so he immediately moved. Then a large number of bullets slanted in, and the place where they were just now was dusted by the empty cartridges of Lei Zhan and others. Looks like they already know my stealth characteristics. It is worthy of thunder and lightning. The counterattack is very fast, and the experience of the enemy is also very rich, so it immediately makes adjustments according to the situation on the battlefield. This guy's combat suit is amazing, it changes color like a chameleon. It was the first time Lao Tzu had encountered such an opponent. Lei Zhan reminded again in the communicator. Weird, how can there be such a magical combat uniform? Has our country's science and technology developed to this point? If it's just the weirdness of the combat suit, forget it, this guy is also proficient in mobile shooting. Mind you, this is a very well-rounded opponent among the ones we have encountered. Lei Zhan didn't want to put the other party at such a height, but he had to remind the Sky Wolf not to take it lightly, otherwise the bullet would hit them in the next moment. Looks like we've got a big fight. This time, it's just me and you, and nothing can disgrace the Raiden commandos. Sky Wolf said with a sinking face. Good. Be sure to pull back a game, take out the opponent, and let them know how good Raiden Commando is awesome. Lei Zhan continued, there is no doubt that this is a mysterious boss, be careful. You assault head-on, I will outflank the side door, and work together to kill the other party. Sky Wolf suggested. The two cooperate skillfully, and this is after many battles to temper the tacit cooperation. This kind of encirclement tactic seems simple, but it is very effective. They have killed a first-class sniper on a foreign battlefield. Let's go. Lei Zhan left his steel helmet in place as a camouflage to paralyze the other party. And his whole person had already taken advantage of the low bushes, moved to the side, and quickly outflanked Shen Haonan in front of him from the side. Such tactics are very mature and also have a certain degree of confusion, and often achieve unexpected results on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Sky Wolf rushed forward head-on, but he was also a middle-and veteran, and in the high-speed movement just now, Hades was killed by the opponent's shot. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. One thing is certain, that is, the opponent's ability to shoot on the move is indeed very strong, and he is obviously a veteran who is not young, otherwise he would not be so experienced. With the example of Hades, the Celestial Wolf did not dare to use his speed to rampage, and chose to rush through discord. The so-called disordered rush is not moving forward according to certain rules of action, such as S-shaped and Z-shaped, which are all manifestations of disordered rush. This way of marching is to specifically restrain powerful snipers. The Sky Wolf was afraid of the other party's strength, and in the process of rushing forward, he was very good at making use of the surrounding environment, and every tree became his natural cover. One light and one dark, both of them are quickly closing the distance with Chen Haonan. Although the system gave Chen Haonan the skill of invincible camouflage, it was just that this technique still had to be perfected by his continuous use, and it was becoming more and more mature. Invincible camouflage is difficult to detect with the naked eye when it is stationary, but it is impossible to move without leaving any traces. For example, when the body is passing through the bushes, or the low and lush foliage, it will shake when it touches the foliage. Based on the shaking of the branches and leaves, the opponent can judge his movement trajectory. Chen Haonan didn't notice this detail at first, but when he saw the enemy advancing head-on, he seemed to be able to see himself, approaching from the direction of 1,600 meters, and had broken through to the 800-meter mark. Consciously began to notice his disguise and lurking, Chen Haonan discovered how the other party judged his position. 3 times the position was transferred. The first and second times were not very successful, and they were still discovered by the other party. But for the third time, Chen Haonan successfully lurked, using his clever invincible camouflage technique, standing in front of a big tree, and the color of his body became exactly the same as that of a big tree. Motionless. Sure enough, the other party who was advancing in discord lost his goal as he moved forward, and his eyes began to search for his location. Let's get rid of this guy first. Chen Haonan, if he is a jungle trapper, disguise himself and wait for the opportunity to give the other party a fatal blow. I can't see where the other person is. The wolf clearly hid behind a tree and connected with Lei Zhan. I can already roughly guess his location on my side, and I'm no more than 50 meters away from him. Lei Zhan was full of confidence, and said in an affirmative tone. Then I'll create a chance for you. In this case, Sky Wolf intends to use himself as a bait to lure the other party into shooting. Okay. I will never waste this opportunity. Lei Zhan said firmly. We must kill each other. After saying that, the wolf ended the call and dodged out of the trunk. Because he had a conversation with Lei Zhan, he hid behind this big tree for a long time, which gave Chen Haonan plenty of time to prepare. Left, or right? The man flashed out from behind the tree, and there were only 2 directions, either left or right. At this time, you need to judge in advance, otherwise the opponent will flash out, and if you shoot again, the bullet will not be able to keep up with the speed of the opponent's flash. Chen Haonan decided to gamble, and the bet was that the other party was cautious and veteran enough, and this trick was useless to novices. I'm sure the other side should take that approach. A confident smile appeared on Chen Haonan's face. Really? The Sky Wolf flashed half of his body from the right first. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The Sirius immediately retracted, and then dodged out from the left. What? The wolf was stunned, and just as he dodged out, he collided head-on with the angry bullets. Nima! He hit the bullet directly, and instead of aiming at the right, the opponent waited for the rabbit and hit the left side. If you rush out from the right, you won't do anything, but the cautious self chooses to rush to the left. Cunning guy, this is an old bird. Skywolf thought that he was lazy and cunning enough, but he didn't expect that the other party was more cunning and old than him, and he actually guessed his opposite in advance. Even the other party guessed his thoughts. What else did the wolf have to say? And he was convinced, but he was more and more shocked by this unknown opponent. With strong strength and good at grasping people's hearts, this is the most terrifying jungle hunter. However, Chen Haonan's shooting also revealed his location. Lei Zhan was waiting for this moment. He had already taken the opportunity to touch Chen Haonan's vicinity, and after Chen Haonan shot, he had already locked onto the target 6 meters in front of him. This distance, enough. Lei Zhan burst into full speed, and the whole person rushed over, but at a distance of 6 meters, he still needed at least 2 seconds. And 2 seconds is enough time for the opponent to make a strain move. At the same time as the outburst, his hand flicked violently, and a dagger flew directly into Chen Haonan's chest. After all, it was a drill, and the ability of thunder warfare was very strong, and it was actually to let the dagger shoot at Chen Haonan in the way of a handle. Chen Haonan was startled, revealing the lineup, and rolled on the spot, avoiding the daggers that flew in. With a bang, the dagger struck the trunk of the tree. Lei Zhan fixed his eyes and saw that it was a child. Why are you still naked? It is worth mentioning that in a fighting state, Chen Haonan cannot maintain a disguised state. His eyes bulged out in an instant. You're the one who killed us? Lei Zhan was shocked. He guessed that the fierce enemy must be a special forces master from another military region, but he never imagined that it was actually a child. It was too shocking, too unexpected. After fighting for a long time, they were actually killed by a small child. So many people in the Thunderbolt Commando. Why is it a little kid? Lei Zhan was so surprised that he even forgot that they were facing off. As long as Chen Haonan was willing, he could shoot and kill Lei Zhan in shock. Chen Haonan did not choose to shoot. The last enemy, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and said, "Let's have a fight, and we will win and lose." A child actually wants to fight with himself. If it weren't for the other party killing so many people from the Thunderbolt Commando, Lei Zhan would definitely laugh off his big teeth. But now, he didn't dare to laugh, and he couldn't laugh. Depressed, aggrieved. Was almost killed by a bare-bottomed kid who overturned the entire Raiden Commando, and if he was losing, he would be really shameless. He had even imagined that when Fan Tianlei and the others saw him in the future, the first sentence he would say, "Hi, Lei Zhan, I heard that you lost to a bare-bottomed child." Thinking of this, Lei Zhan felt a chill. Said that he couldn't lose, and he couldn't afford to lose this old face. Lei Zhan launched a ruthless attack and threw the gun in his hand directly to the ground. He clapped his palms, put out a posture, and said coldly, "Come on, little brat, let me teach you what martial arts are." "Teach me martial arts, just you?" The corners of Chen Haonan's mouth were the same, and he showed a contemptuous smile and said, "You are the only captain left in the Thunderbolt Commando, and you are embarrassed to lecture me." Lei Zhan's face turned red with shame, and he said aggrievedly, "I admit that you have a strong ability to lurk and shoot, but in martial arts, with your small body, I am still qualified to teach you." Who teaches whom? Maybe, let's fight. Chen Haonan also wanted to fight with Lei Zhan, and with his invincible fighting skills in hand, he also had some itchy hands. As long as the thunder battle is killed, the task of the soldier assault can be completed. Chen Haonan is looking forward to how much experience points he will get. After all, he has completed consecutive decapitations, and the system has given 300 experience points. You strike first, and others in the province say that I bully the small. Lei Zhan is really embarrassed to do it first. Death is a matter of face. Chen Haonan sneered and made a decisive move. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. As soon as he made a move, he used the invincible fighting technique, and the whole person was like a little male lion, rushing towards Lei Zhan. The so-called invincible fighting technique is a fighting technique that integrates various national arts. There is no fixed move, but as soon as the enemy makes a move, he can immediately find the flaws of the other party. Pervasive, the word is the best way to describe invincible martial arts. This kid, the speed is not bad. Lei Zhan secretly praised it, used his grappling hand, and the moment he grabbed it, his palm turned into an eagle's claw and grabbed Chen Haonan's wrist fiercely. Chen Haonan is just a child, so naturally he can't be held by the other party's wrist. Seeing that the big hand is like scratching the air, lightning strikes, and he flashes sideways, avoiding Lei Zhan's big hand. Chen Haonan's physical attributes are 6 times that of ordinary people, and his strength is 20 times that of ordinary people. Dodging the blow of the thunderstorm, it is indeed not difficult. Boy, there are 2 hits. Lei Zhan sneered, bullied, not conservative, the grappler used again and again. He didn't believe that he couldn't catch Chen Haonan. The grappling hand in the army removed the useless shelf, combined with the Shaolin grappling and Tai Chi's grappling skills. After several generations of improvement, it evolved into the most suitable fighting grappling for soldiers. Grappling is divided into large and small grapplers. The big grappling is generally a beating action, with the body to take, head, shoulders, elbows, hands and legs to grab the opponent, relatively simple, easy to learn. The action of the small grappling is almost very small, the practicality is very strong, and the action points are mostly used for acupuncture points, tendons, and bones, which is not easy to learn. Lei Zhan used a small grappling hand, specifically attacking Chen Haonan's wrists, elbows, and shoulders. It's just that Lei Zhan underestimated Chen Haonan. Although his body is small, his body is more flexible, and between moving and dodging, he is like a slippery loach. Lei Zhan's eagle claws have not been buckled, and others have flashed to the side. 10 tricks. Before you know it, 10 tricks have passed. Lei Zhan's old face was a little unbearable, and he couldn't clean up this kid in 10 moves when he grabbed it closely. This kid's martial arts foundation is too solid. Lei Zhan is more and more frightened, and the fighting experience he has accumulated seems to be useless. You have to change it. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth. The other party was weak and weak, this was his Achilles heel, and he just had to grasp this point. Then, Lei Zhan gave up his move, directly like a goshawk pounced on a rabbit, opened his hands, and pounced on Chen Haonan, wanting to hug Chen Haonan. This sudden change of trick had an effect, and the open hands restricted Chen Haonan's dodge. He can only retreat now, but the other party suddenly attacked, and it was too late to retreat. If you want to hug me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Chen Haonan gave up dodging and let Lei Zhan hug him. A look of pride appeared on Lei Zhan's face, and he said with a smile, "Boy, how are you still running? Admit defeat, be decent." I don't know who loses yet. Chen Haonan's power suddenly burst out. 20 times the power of ordinary people exploded, and a majestic force was like an erupting volcano, instantly throwing Lei Zhan out. Boom! Lei Zhan slammed into the ground, and smoke suddenly came out. Seeing smoke coming out of his body, Lei Zhan's head buzzed, and his head went blank. I lost to a kid. Losing to a special forces master, then if you lose, you will lose and blame yourself for not being as good as others, but when you lose to a little kid, Lei Zhan's old face is ashamed and extremely aggrieved. He grabbed his short hair with both hands, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he stared at Chen Haonan deadly. Thinking back to the process of the battle, his brain was a little short-circuited. Obviously he had hugged the other party, but the opponent's body suddenly burst out with a terrifying huge force. Is this kid a monster? Lei Zhan couldn't imagine how such a small body could burst out at such a terrifying distance, as if he was hugging not a person, but an angry brown bear. You know, when he hugs him like this, even the special forces can't break free. Chen Haonan didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Zhan, and a series of system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on decapitating the wolf-tooth soldier king Lei Zhan, and increasing your experience by 100. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission of soldier assault, rewarding 400 points, your points have reached level 4, and the young soldier king skill is on. Ding! The system takes into account that the host's mind is not mature enough and draws on behalf of the host. Congratulations on acquiring the invincible weapon skill. Ding! All host stats have been improved. You're mentally immature. Chun Haonan despised the system fiercely, but when he heard about the invincible weapon skill, he immediately attracted all his attention. Invincible weapons? Chun Haonan looked puzzled. Invincible weapon skills. Chun Haonan's face began to show excitement, and he rubbed his hands vigorously. It's not that ordinary weapons will turn into super weapons on my watch, which means that assault rifles can shoot grenades. Thinking of this, how could Chun Haonan not be excited? One shot passes, no matter who he is sure to be killed by one shot. This skill is really invincible. System, tell me, is it the same as I thought? Ordinary weapons have become super weapons in my hands. Chun Haonan said excitedly. Stop, the host stops your imagination. The invincible weapon skill is not about turning a normal weapon into a super weapon. But with this skill, you can be familiar with the attributes of each weapon, as long as the strength is enough. Flying flowers and picking leaves can kill. The invincible weapon skill is a clever technique for killing, not limited to weapons, and the subtleties are in one mind. Chun Haonan was still a little unhappy, but when he heard the description of the invincible weapon skills in the system, his heart was shocked again. According to the system, with invincible weapon skills, he knows how to use all weapons, even non-weapons. This is a skill against the sky. It's a lot of money. Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people. It's pretty cool, I like it. With the words of the system landing, the invincible weapon skill turned into a streamer and transferred into Chun Haonan's body at once. Hey! Don't feel like it? Chun Haonan was surprised, thinking that he was opening it in the wrong way, and then began to try to comprehend the invincible weapon skill. Not feeling it at all? What about the invincible weapon skills? Anything can be turned into a killing weapon. System, is this skill of yours pirated? Isn't it activated? Chun Haonan complained dissatisfied. The invincible weapon skill must be in contact with the weapon, and it must be used to have relevant information. It is just an auxiliary cultivation. The system explained. I see. Chun Haonan understood, and then opened the personal attribute panel. Soldier, Chun Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 5. Root bones, 7. Spirit, 7. Strength, 21. Speed, 7. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills. Experience points, 0 out of 600. Chun Haonan looked at all attributes, including the strength increased by 1. Gain an invincible weapon skill, plus an increase of 1 in all stats. Chun Haonan couldn't help but laugh with joy. His small body can't be changed, so the most urgent thing is to improve his physical fitness. Just like the duel with Lei Zhan just now, he couldn't attack for a long time, so he took advantage of his child's weakness and adopted a rogue style of play, and stepped forward to hug himself. If it weren't for his own strength being strong enough, he instantly fell into the other party, and he lost just now. This is just a drill. If you fight against the enemy, a fight between life and death, the other party will use any means. The improvement of physical fitness makes up for the gap between yourself and adults, and with the improvement of attributes, the gap will be further widened. No matter who you are, you will be doomed to suffer a big loss if you think you are a child in the future. We lost to a kid? I didn't. Make no mistake, right? Is this true? Oh my god, what's the matter? There's no face to see people, no face to see people. Raiden Commando heard that he was served by a little kid. Why do I think this joke is cold? Everyone in the Thunderbolt Commando saw Chun Haonan and Raiden walking out together, and there was smoke coming from Lei Zhan's body. The crowd petrified for a while, and then wailed all over the ground. They were all wondering who this master was, but they never imagined that it was a little kid with 10,000 critical damage. Shut up! As soon as Lei Zhan arrived, there was a roar. He had already suspiciously forced himself not to think about Chun Haonan's identity. This group of people chattered, and the anger suddenly came up. Was yelled at by Lei Zhan, and everyone obediently shut up. Chun Haonan enjoyed their frightened expressions very much, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, scared to pee, losing to a child. "Which company are you in?" Lei Zhan suddenly asked. "Sharpshooter and cooking class, pig," Chen Haonan said lightly, while getting dressed. Lei Zhan looked puzzled, looking at Chen Haonan suspiciously. He almost suspected that Chen Haonan was a little kid who ran out of the laboratory. Even if they are people from the sharpshooter company, they can't crush them casually. How can they cultivate a master who can crush their Thunderbolt commando? This kid definitely doesn't belong to the sharpshooter company. I can't figure it out. It's just that the sharpshooter company can't train such a master. Which top special forces unit is estimated to be a guy who has been secretly trained? Mother's womb started to practice martial arts? Hey! Everywhere, we're losing our faces. Not only was Lei Zhan skeptical, but the other members of the Thunderbolt commando team were also unconvinced, and it was reasonable that this guy should have come out of the monster camp. The group went to join He Ji-jun, but everyone's steps were extremely heavy. It's really scary to think about. A group of people can't beat a little kid. How can it be embarrassing? Shame is one thing, but when I think about it seriously, I am shocked to find that Chen Haonan crushed them in every aspect. In terms of lurking, the opponent has a camouflage combat uniform that looks like it will change color, and when it comes to it, it is not noticed. In terms of shooting, a mobile shooting duel annihilated most of them, and the sharp marksmanship is chilling when I think about it now. And Kong Lei in front saw that everyone in the Thunderbolt commando was smoking, but Chen Haonan didn't have anything to do. You say, everyone in the Thunderbolt commando was caught up in that little brat? After listening to Lei Zhan's report, He Ji-jun himself was stunned for a moment, and he didn't scold Lei Zhan as usual. If it had been before, he would have been shot if he had spoken. The main thing is that this thing is so bizarre. He also thought that the people of the Thunderbolt commando team killed Chen Haonan, but where did he think that the final result was that Chen Haonan killed them? After being stunned, He Ji-jun's face showed a look of difficulty. The Thunderbolt commandos were all beheaded by a little kid. Depressed. How to write this report? Report it directly, saying that the Thunderbolt commando lost to a child, and the superior leaders who don't understand the situation must not be furious. Even children can't beat them. Does such a special force still have the meaning of existence? If you don't report it like this, you're violating the rules of confrontation, so you can't fake it. It was the first time He Ji-jun had encountered such a thorny problem. As soon as he saw the members of the Thunderbolt commando, his dejected faces were even more angry, and his face became gloomy. Thunder and lightning, come to me. He Ji-jun was very dissatisfied and shouted coldly. Losing to Chen Haonan, everyone in the Thunderbolt commando team has already been prepared, and it would be strange if He Ji-jun was not angry. Or as long as they don't watch the duel with Chen Haonan with their own eyes, no matter which leader it is, they will be furious. Good. You people are so good that I don't even know how to praise you. He Ji-jun sneered angrily. How do you usually train, playing with mud? As the strongest combat unit in the military region, it was unexpectedly. By a little fart the elementary school students have been destroyed, and people can't laugh off their big teeth when they spread it. I'm ashamed of you. Was severely criticized by He Ji-jun in person, and everyone became more and more aggrieved. They don't want to lose to elementary school students, but this elementary school student can't speculate according to common sense at all, and such actual combat ability is a good hand wherever he puts it. Brigade commander, he's not a schoolboy. Someone hesitated and said, I've seen him naked, schoolboy. Below? It's not that big, is it? He said with a slur and a hesitation. Schoolchildren can do more than a special forces. How is it possible? Isn't Bird big a schoolboy? Is it still a college student? He Ji-jun sneered and said, You are young, and you still complain that the primary school students are big below. Lao Tzu told you. I asked his age, and I personally verified that he is a primary school student. This guy is evil, The people of Thunder and Lightning didn't know what to say. Anyway, they just thought Chen Haonan was weird. How could there be such a powerful elementary school student? He Ji-jun snorted heavily in his nostrils, looked at Li Ernia with a smile on his face beside Chen Haonan, shook his head and smiled bitterly. The person who thundered and lightning was really embarrassed, and he actually let Li Ernia, a fool, take a ride and win while lying down. He also couldn't figure out how Chen Haonan killed the Thunderbolt people. Did he stand in a row one by one and let Chen Haonan shoot? In addition, I don't understand, a schoolboy is like being in a jungle environment, killing his special forces. You explain them one by one and express your thoughts. He Ji-jun said angrily, being killed by elementary school students, how did you do it? I was killed while I was hiding in disguise, and I'm still in disguise, and I don't know how the other party found out about me. One of the special forces men wondered. I was in a state of movement, 1,200 meters away from the opponent, and I was destroyed by a single shot. I was shooting with a cold shot from the other side when I was rushing. The members of Raiden all said how they were killed by Chen Haonan, and only Sky Wolf and Lei Zhan remained. He Ji-jun's gaze swept over, as if electrified, and glared fiercely, and both Heavenly Wolf and Lei Zhan were agitated. Sky Wolf reported with a wry smile, I outflanked each other separately from Lei Zhan. I chose to attack head-on. This kid's judgment is amazing. I hid behind a big tree, the other party locked my figure. Out of judgment of the enemy, I flashed out from the right first, and immediately moved to the left. Who knew that the opponent would shoot directly to the left? Hit a bullet headlong. If it were in another scene, he Ji-jun would definitely say stupid as a pig. But this method is a common technique used by special forces to confuse the opposing snipers. It's not that Chen Shanming is stupid, but as he said, Chen Haonan's judgment is amazing, and he made the most correct judgment in an instant. He Ji-jun frowned. Chen Haonan is still young, and these aspects of shooting can be understood as talents. However, experience is not just talented, which requires a lot of accumulation in the later stage to form. The source of judgment is precisely because of experience, and having rich combat experience can make the most correct judgment. But here's the question, Chen Haonan is a little kid, where does he get the experience? What about you, how did you do it? He Ji-jun couldn't understand this question, so he put it aside and asked about Lei Zhan. He Ji-jun has high hopes for Lei Zhan. These veterans of wolf teeth have all withdrawn from the stage of history, and the old and the new are alternated, and Lei Zhan is the best candidate for the younger generation to inherit the wolf teeth. But it was this special forces captain who had high hopes that he lost to a primary school student, and he Ji-jun's psychology was extremely complicated in an instant. Lei Zhan opened his mouth, as if he didn't know what to say for a moment, and muttered for a moment before saying, I died in the fight. What? Rao as he Ji-jun was calm, and he also roared out loud. Lei Zhan's fighting strength is one of the best in the military region, and even in the all-army competition, Lei Zhan also entered the top 10. How could such a martial arts master, how could there be a reason to lose to a little kid? Chen Haonan's small arms and legs, how to fight. This picture feels funny when you think about it. When an adult reaches out and presses his head, the other party has no ability to fight back. This kid is very flexible, I can't beat him in 10 moves with my grappling hand. Lei Zhan's explanation made everyone gasp. They couldn't hold it in 10 moves, it was indeed flexible, it was simply a loach that couldn't slip away. In the end, when I hugged him with both hands, who knew that he was surprisingly strong, and he threw me away at once. Lei Zhan said depressedly. Lei Zhan was actually thrown away, how much strength does it take? Everyone stared at Chen Haonan, and they really couldn't imagine how this small body contained terrifying power. In He Ji-jun's view, Chen Haonan's ability to defeat Lei Zhan must have made full use of the environment to win by outwitting. But I never expected that it would be a frontal and tough link, defeating the Thunder War. Little Master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. This little kid is against the sky. He Ji-jun couldn't help it, and gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up, he couldn't do it without admiration. He Ji-jun's actions made the Thunderbolts embarrassed. The group then walked back to the base. Lei Zhan was observing Chen Haonan all the way, and he found that although Chen Haonan was young, his immature face had a coldness that did not match that of a young man. He also took the initiative to talk to the other party, but Chen Haonan didn't pay much attention to it at all. This made Lei Zhan amazed. A rich kid, at such a young age, actually had the calm character of a special soldier. This kid wasn't born to be a special soldier, right? Don't be so stupid next time, learn to be smart. If you want to become an excellent special forces, you must not only train hard, but also learn to use your brain to solve problems. Fan Tianlei was training He Changwan, and he was training energetically, and when he saw Chen Haonan and Li Erniu appearing, his expression was serious, so he stopped talking. Annihilation? Fan Tianlei saw Chen Haonan's serious expression, and then asked. His tone was very flat. After all, it was normal to lose to the Thunderbolt Commando, and it was good to be able to get this far. Chen Haonan nodded and said, the Thunderbolt Commando was all wiped out. Cough. Fan Tianlei was choked and coughed vigorously, and then the whole person was stunned. Fan Tianlei's pupils widened. He still couldn't believe that Chen Haonan had killed the Thunderbolt Commando, and asked confirmatively, you really killed them? If you don't believe me, you can ask Lei Zhannam. Chen Haonan worked hard towards the Thunderbolt people. As a result, when Fan Tianlei looked over, the Thunderbolt and everyone dodged one by one, and no one dared to look directly at him, and they were silent. Lei Zhan and everyone did not refute it silently. This matter cannot be faked. Young hero. Fan Tianlei couldn't understand how Chen Haonan killed them, and secretly praised himself in his heart. He Chengwang heard that Chen Haonan had killed the Thunderbolt Commando, and he was extremely shocked and incredible. This elementary school student was too strong, even Raiden and others could be killed. In addition to being shocked, he found that he was even a primary school student. His self-confidence was shaken, and his face turned pale. He Chengwang is a strong and belligerent person, and he is also proud in his heart, but he is not even as good as a primary school student. Such a heavy blow makes him unable to accept it all of a sudden, as if his proud head was trampled on the ground by the other party. Fan Tianlei saw He Chengwang's expression. How could he not know what was going on? Stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and comforted. You're still young, train hard, and you'll surpass him. Fan Tianlei's words of relief. He Chengwang was even more speechless, and Lei Zhan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young? Who dares to be younger than Chen Haonan here? If you are younger, you have to go into the ground. He Chengwang wants to surpass Chen Haonan. Basically there is no chance. Chen Haonan has terrifying strength at such a young age. As long as he grows all the way, who is his opponent? But in the end, it was He Chengwang who quickly recovered. He clenched his fists, made a burst of fried beans, and walked to Chen Haonan. I will follow your example and surpass you. He Chengwang said it to Chen Haonan, and he was also saying to himself that this was his goal. Ha ha. Taking Chen Haonan as an example, the scene is a bit funny. You must know that Chen Haonan is just a primary school student, and he was actually regarded as a role model by an adult. This sense of disobedience made everyone laugh. He Chengwang was depressed. He felt that they were laughing at him, and his face was flushed. But at last he came to his senses and understood what everyone was laughing at, and he laughed along. Indeed, I used a primary school student as an example, and I think it's funny at the moment. After learning that Chen Haonan had beheaded the Red Army headquarters, Commander Kong saw Chen Haonan's figure from afar, so he took the initiative to run forward. This was the most exciting and happy day since he became the head of the regiment. He walked up to Chen Haonan, bent his body slightly, gently patted Chen Haonan's shoulder, and said excitedly, Chen Haonan, good job, well-deserved young soldier king. You're the best soldier my old Kong has ever met. Nima. The sharpshooter company can finally raise its eyebrows. Commander Kong was so cool that he almost suffered internal injuries. This is an unprecedented good result achieved by the sharpshooter company. Chen Haonan did not say some polite words modestly, but said directly, Regiment Commander, remember to help me receive the Soldier Assault Medal. This. Head Kong smiled embarrassedly. He didn't pat his chest and replied positively, Chen Haonan is too young, will there be a medal? He didn't dare to guarantee it. If Chen Haonan was older, the merit of beheading the Red Army this time would be indispensable for a medal reward. Commander, you won't give me a medal because I'm young, will you? Chen Haonan glanced up at Head Kong and asked. This. How can this be? There is no discrimination, the army is the same. Head Kong was vague and a little embarrassed, and immediately changed the topic and shouted to everyone, prepare to gather, wait for the chief to have important instructions. Not long after, He Jijun appeared, and the instructor blew the whistle and shouted, everyone assemble. The people of the sharpshooter company stood in a phalanx, with a distance of half a meter in between, and the Thunderbolt Commando and others were also lined up neatly. He Jijun stepped forward and looked at this group of young soldiers, and finally his eyes fell on Chen Haonan, the smallest of these soldiers. He was still very shocked and couldn't digest the previous events, all of Chun Haonan's performances. He had already learned, it could be called a classic special forces duel. He Ji-jun did not speak first, but asked Head Kong to speak a few words first. Regiment Commander Kong cleared his throat and said loudly, "This exercise can be said to have completely achieved the purpose of the exercise. Everyone's performance is good, and there are many commendable places." Chun Haonan took the Red Army headquarters, and Regiment Commander Kong was happy and excited, and he spoke with confidence. "Comrades, as the saying goes, ambition is not in old age, and ambition is empty to be 100 years old. Everyone is the main body of miracles, but the premise is to train hard and set great ambitions at ordinary times, so that they can exert impressive strength in battle and create miracles." Everyone knows that Head Kong is talking about Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan stood with them. The small body is obviously a group of chickens and cranes. It stands to reason that it should be the existence of soy sauce, but I didn't expect that the soy sauce was replaced by them. Chun Haonan is the key to winning this time, a blockbuster, so that people can no longer despise his age. Followed by He Ji-jun's speech, which was paved so much by Head Kong, he could only praise Chun Haonan first. "I won't say much about Chun Haonan's performance. He is the best fighter I have ever seen. There is no one. Now please Chun Haonan step forward. I will award him the Soldier Assault Order of the 2nd class. This is the honor he deserves." After He Ji-jun finished speaking, the applause rang out warmly, among which Lee Erniu applauded the hardest. Both palms were red. There was no way he won lying down. Can you not be grateful to Chun Haonan? Chun Haonan stood up from the team and walked towards He Ji-jun. This should be the youngest medal winner in the history of the whole army, but seeing Chun Haonan's young appearance, everyone below wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. It is really funny that a group of adults presented an award to a primary school student, but they all know Chun Haonan's achievements, which is a fierce man at the headquarters of the Red Army. Who dares to laugh? Lee Erniu. He Ji-jun named Lee Erniu. Lee Erniu was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect the chief to call his name in public. He stood up very excitedly, and only popped out the word "to" when his neck was red. "In view of Lee Erniu's performance in this exercise, I announce that the soldier will be awarded the 3rd class assault medal," He Ji-jun said. Lee Erniu smirked happily, laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth at all. After He Ji-jun presented Lee Erniu with the award, he looked at Chun Haonan and said, "Chun Haonan, you come forward and say a few words of acceptance speech." Hearing this, all the soldiers below stood on tiptoe slightly and stretched their necks. Their faces showed a strong expectation, and everyone wanted to know how Chun Haonan did it, killed the Thunderbolt Commando head-on, and ended the headquarters of the Red Army. However, Chun Haonan did not say the acceptance speech, but said, "I'm young, and you don't believe it, so let's let my partner Lee Erniu say a few words for everyone." This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Let me tell you? Lee Erniu couldn't believe everything he heard with his ears. Chun Haonan not only let himself to lie down and won the 3rd class soldier assault medal, but also gave himself this opportunity to be in the limelight. Lee Erniu was so moved that the corners of his eyes were moist. If it weren't for the public, he was afraid that he would be moved to tears. No. Chun Haonan, let's talk about it. I can't speak well." Lee Erniu hurriedly waved his hand. All the honors belonged to Chun Haonan. He was just stained. "If you say it, you say it. It's an order." Although Chun Haonan is young, he still has a bit of momentum when he trains people with a straight face. Then I'll say it. Just as Lee Erniu was about to start his speech, there was already a lot of discussion in the lower voice, but they were all difficult words to hear. How can this kid be so good? He has no strength at all. He is really embarrassed to stand on the stage and speak. He is so thick-skinned. But no, it's just lying down to win. Nima, if I meet Chun Haonan, this 3rd class soldier assault medal is mine. Lee Erniu is a dog next to Chun Haonan, a little kid. What qualifications does the person who lies down win have to make a statement? If you change to a dog and follow Chun Haonan, you can also win a medal. What is Lee Erniu? Without Chun Haonan, he would have been killed a long time ago. Come down, this is not the place for you to stand. Let Chun Haonan say, who has time to listen to a person who lies down and wins. The soldiers below were also a little excited, and their speeches became more and more unpolite. Lee Erniu's face was white and red, angry and ashamed, and he was not confident enough. Where did he dare to speak? And looked at Chun Haonan like a rescue. Chun Haonan replied with Lee Erniu's smile and encouragement, gently bowed his head, and signaled him to speak boldly and forcefully.
The next moment, Chen Haonan's gaze moved away and swept towards the soldiers below who were talking the most fiercely.
He knew very well that these people were jealous of Li Ernie's good luck. They could get medals if they lay down and win, and whoever slept would wake up with a smile, but if it fell on someone else's head, it was another matter. And it's really not easy to get the Soldier Assault Medal, because it's the Thunderbolt Commando that you have to face. This is the strongest special forces unit in the military region. Everyone is the strongest among the soldiers, and it is simply impossible to kill them.
So it's normal for these people to be jealous of Li Ernie. However, when Chen Haonan's gaze swept over, those people subconsciously closed their mouths when they came into contact with his gaze.
He Ji-jun noticed this scene and immediately secretly praised, the son of the tiger and leopard, although it is not written, has the gas of eating cattle. Under Chen Haonan's encouragement, Li Ernie coughed and said a little nervously, my name is Li Ernie, come, from the countryside. Before Li Ernie finished speaking, there was a burst of wanton laughter below. Originally, Li Ernie was quite timid, but when he heard this burst of laughter, he also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He stood here and spoke, not to speak for himself, but to make those who questioned Chen Haonan obediently shut up. Li Ernie ignored those laughter, and said loudly, I heard someone talking, saying that I am a dog next to Chen Haonan, and I want to talk about it here.
Li Ernie paused, and then said, what's wrong with being a dog? As soon as these words came out, it seemed to startle a group of people, and a moment later, it caused everyone to laugh violently. Li Ernie didn't care about these laughter, and he didn't use his hands to signal everyone to stop laughing. He said straightforwardly, a good dog, if you know how to follow a good master, then he may be the king of military dogs. I entered the gun god company with Chen Haonan, but I was arranged to enter the cooking class, and I honestly washed and stir-fried vegetables. But Chen Haonan is unwilling. He trains hard in the small forest every day, and his efforts make him the object of worship of Li Ernie. Speaking of this, Li Ernie's pupils were as big as cowbells and swept towards the people below. At first, those people were still laughing, but when it came to Chen Haonan's hard practice, they all fell silent. I thought that Chen Haonan could kill the Thunderbolt Commando, and he must have taken advantage of some loophole to win the victory in a tricky way, but he didn't expect that it was all the usual sweat and hard work, so that he had the strength to fight the special forces head-on. Li Ernie swallowed a touch of saliva and continued, a good dog knows how to move up, and it must be better than a person who lives on a dog. This is my summary of Li Ernie. The last sentence was like a loud slap on everyone's cheeks, and it was hot and painful. They all automatically substituted themselves into Li Ernie's words, and they have all lived to dogs all these years. It's hard to be ashamed. None of them are Chen Haonan's opponents, not even a little child, isn't it because they have all lived to dogs all these years? Bang bang bang. He Ji-jun was the first to applaud, and as soon as he applauded, Head Kong naturally applauded, and the applause rang out. He Ji-jun stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the applause stopped immediately. Before he spoke, Li Ernie's words are not rough. From Chen Haonan's body, we can draw a conclusion. He paused, looked at everyone levelly, and said, success is not accidental, failure is not fate. I hope that in the future, everyone will train hard, learn from Comrade Chen Hao, and become a soldier with excellent skills and iron bones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the Soldier Assault Second Class Medal, rewarding 200 points and +1 for all attributes. All attributes were doubled, and Chen Haonan opened the personal attribute panel. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level, 6. Root bones, 8. Spirit, 8. Strength, 22. Speed, 8. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills. Experience points, 200 out of 600. The 3 attributes of the root bone are already 8 times that of ordinary people, and even in the special forces, they stand out from the crowd and stand out. And the strength of 22 times that of ordinary people is even more terrifying, this kind of power that bursts out in an instant. Even Lei Jun can't hold himself, and he is thrown away. In terms of strength, even the top special forces cannot compete with their own strength head-on. Although he is still young, with the improvement of his physical fitness, he is not afraid to fight against the 5 big and 3 thick enemies at all. Chen Haonan grinned, the second-class soldier assault medal is just the beginning, it is far from enough. He is looking forward to the next meritorious promotion,
how many points will be rewarded for the promotion of the military rank, and it would be better if the attributes were doubled a few times. After the disbandment, Head Kong found Chen Haonan and pulled Chen Haonan to the side, avoiding everyone. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face, and he said, "That Chen Haonan, I didn't think about it well before, and I didn't make good use of people, and I promise you here." Commander Kang's chest thumped, and he promised, "I will transfer the two of you out of the cooking class. You are the pace setters of our sharpshooter company, and I hope to make persistent efforts in the future, and the honor of the sharpshooter company will depend on you to fight for it in the future." Commander Kong did not break his promise, and the next day, a paper order arrived, and Chen Haonan and the two went to report to the shooting squad of the 4th Company of the Sharpshooter. Chen Haonan, Li Erniu is in the ranks. The instructor got the news early in the morning, and when he saw the two of them appear, he said with a warm smile on his face. At this time, the car of the regiment Commander Kong Lei drove into the company. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. The whole company was concentrating, and when they saw Regiment Commander Kang's car, the instructor immediately ordered everyone to stand up and wait for the regiment commander to come over and give instructions. The first to get out of the car was Captain Kong, but he didn't come over immediately, as if he was waiting for the others on the bus. Then a beautiful woman in military uniform got out of the car and followed Commander Kong to the company. The soldiers below were restless, and they all said that they had been soldiers for 2 years, and the sows were all sables, not to mention a female soldier. This female soldier is tall and slender, with short and refreshing ear-length hair, and then puts on a military uniform, so sassy and heroic. The eyes of the herd of animals glowed green. Who is she, such a beautiful green flower in the army? Anyway, when did we have such a big beauty in our group? Why didn't there be any rumors at all, and the military flower belonged to her? A group of hot-blooded male soldiers, when they saw beautiful female soldiers, they couldn't take their eyes off each other, they didn't blink their eyes, and their eyes looked at each other with burning eyes. They wanted to have a one-time collision with the big beauty, but they found that this beauty had been staring at Chen Haonan. What the situation? Do they know each other? Thinking about it, there shouldn't be a chance to know him, but now he suddenly woke up, and he must have seen that Chen Haonan was young and particularly eye-catching in the team, and he was curious about Chen Haonan's existence. The limelight was stolen by a primary school student. What is this? A group of people wailed in their hearts. And Chen Haonan fixed his eyes and saw that this beauty was none other than Tang Xinyi, who was tied up in the forest by him. At this moment, she was angry, and her chest rose and fell like a wave of wheat in the wind. However, the other party's expression was not very friendly, and he seemed to be gritting his teeth. A woman who holds a grudge. Chen Haonan had a faint smile on his face. As soon as Head Kong arrived, he introduced in front of everyone, "First of all, please welcome the arrival of Instructor Tang Xinyi with warm applause." After the applause stopped, Regiment Commander Kong continued, "Instructor Tang Xinyi is a scientific research cadre of the Sniper Research Group of the Special Warfare Scientific Research Center of the Military Region Command, responsible for the development of Special Forces games, and has a rich theoretical foundation. Now I would like to ask Instructor Tang to say a few words to you." Hello comrades, I am Tang Xinyi, and I am honored to have this opportunity to give a theoretical class to everyone in the company. I hope that during this period of class, you will cooperate with my work, thank you. After finishing speaking, Tang Xinyi saluted everyone. Waves of applause were louder and louder. It seems that everyone likes Instructor Tang very much. Captain Kong changed his words and said, "But I said ugly things in the front. If anyone doesn't listen to Instructor Tang's class well, I have to skin him afterwards. I am not qualified to invite Tang to beauty. Isn't this our meritorious service in this exercise? Strive for this opportunity to learn." Thank you, Head Kong, for your support. Tang Xinyi seemed to be very confident in her lectures, and said with a smile, "But I believe that my lectures will not be boring and make comrades drowsy." Commander Kong also had to go to the military region headquarters, and after the person brought it, he nodded and said, "Then I will trouble Instructor Tang next. I still have to go to the military region headquarters." As soon as Head Kong left, Tang Xinyi directly entered the role of an instructor, with a smile on her face, looking at Chen Haonan with a playful look in her eyes, and said, "Chen Haonan, come out of the ranks." Chen Haonan took a small step forward, although he was young, but when he stood like this, his waist was as straight as a javelin, and the momentum of the soldier was immediately revealed, making people ignore his age.
At a young age, you know how to kidnap, I remember you in my heart. Tang Xinyi teased, the smile on her face was like a proud little fox. It seemed that this time Chen Haonan fell into her hands, and she could take a good look at the other party. Chen Haonan replied loudly, report to the instructor, it's useless for you to have me in your heart, I'm not of legal age yet. What is this little kid talking about? Tang Xinyi didn't mean this in the first place, and was forced to deviate from the meaning of the words by this cunning boy. It feels like I've been molested by a little kid. Tang Xinyi's head was full of black lines, and her pretty face had a cold breath. Everyone held back so hard that in the end they couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This little kid fought back sharply enough, and as soon as he came, he made the instructor deflated. Tang Xinyi raised her eyebrows and stared at Chen Haonan fiercely, but when she saw the other party's handsome little face, she thought about it, the other party is just a child, why bother with him so much? Otherwise, he looks like a child. Quiet. What are you laughing at? From now on, whoever is disrupting the order of the class, I will kick him out and explain it to your head myself. Tang Xinyi said sharply. Wang Yanbing and the others originally wanted to see the excitement, but when they saw that Tang Xinyi did not reprimand Chen Haonan, they scolded them in turn, so they quickly closed their mouths and did not dare to say more. Wang Yanbing secretly gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. The class returned to quiet, and Tang Xinyi began to lecture. I have to say that she does have a set of theories, starting with the simplest shooting theory, and then stepping into deeper theories, such as how to shoot the most accurately when the body is moving quickly. You need to consider your own moving steps, line of sight and so on. She can always express esoteric theories through the simplest language, and even Li Ernia, a junior high school student, can listen to them with relish. Now I'm going to talk about a new technique that reduces the speed of drawing a gun by 1/3 compared to the normal speed of drawing. Tang Xinyi's gaze swept over everyone, and finally her gaze fell on Chen Haonan. This little guy squinted his eyes, as if he was napping, and Tang Xinyi was upset. Chen Haonan, you don't have a gun much higher, pull out a gun and shoot, what should you do? Tang Xinyi said coldly. When Yi Cheng Wang and the others heard this, they didn't dare to laugh, knowing that Tang Xinyi most likely wanted to embarrass Chen Haonan. Who asked Chen Haonan to tie people up like Zongzi? Ding, the young soldier king system releases a random task, conquer the royal sister and get 100 experience points. Chen Haonan's eyes widened, and he said in his heart, how can there be such a task? With a whoosh, Chen Haonan immediately jumped up from the chair and raised his voice, Instructor Tang, I challenge you, let's compete and draw guns. Tang Xinyi was slightly stunned and joked, if you lose, don't cry your nose. Chen Haonan picked up casually, you lose, be my girlfriend. A black line appeared on Tang Xinyi's forehead. Girlfriend? You haven't even grown any hair, have you? Yi Cheng Wang and the others finally couldn't help laughing when they heard this, admiring Chen Haonan's courage. People are not small, they know how to chase their girlfriends at such a young age. When they saw Tang Xinyi just now, their eyes were bright, but when they saw each other's pretty faces, they were all thieves. Chen Haonan spoke everyone's mind. Chen Haonan, do you know what it means to be a girlfriend? Tang Xinyi said in a deep voice. Yes. A girlfriend is the meaning of the object, and in the future, she will resist going home to be a daughter-in-law and have a baby together. Chen Haonan replied with a somewhat childish voice. You know this, too? How old are you now? The hair hasn't grown up, so I want to find a girlfriend. Think about it when you're older. Tang Xinyi was a little crying and laughing. Who taught him all these messy things? After a little thought, I immediately understood. A little kid is with a bunch of big men all day long, and it's normal for him to be precocious. Why are you afraid of losing to me? If you don't feel like you have that confidence, you don't have to compare. Chen Haonan said lightly. Chen Haonan will definitely accept Tang Xinyi's competitive spirit and will definitely accept his challenge. Through two simple contacts, he knew Tang Xinyi's character before crossing over, and now he compares it and is exactly the same. She is a theoretical, competitive woman, and if you want to conquer such a woman, you have to overwhelm her in front of her. Sure enough, Tang Xinyi was so provoked by Chen Haonan, and the psychological effect of competitiveness immediately came out. Chen Haonan, don't think that you have tied me up in a sneak attack, you think you are amazing.
tell you that it is not so simple to draw a gun, especially the speed of pulling a gun. Put it on the battlefield, whoever draws the gun faster, who has a greater chance of survival.
Have you ever seen a real gun drawn?
There are incomplete statistics from the major military regions across the country, and the fastest gun drawing record is me.
The score is 0.6 seconds. Do you think I'll be slower than you? Tang Xini looked at Chun Haonan's little kid funny. The hair hasn't grown, so just brag about it. Believe it or not, the old lady took off your pants?
I don't care if you're 0.6 seconds or 6 seconds, don't talk so much nonsense. Do you dare to compare with me?
It's better than it, I'm afraid you won't make it.
If you lose, you must apologize to me and promise that I will listen carefully and not sleep during class.
A smile appeared at the corner of Chun Haonan's mouth.
Soon the two walked to the training ground outside, and Cheng Wang and the others were already standing aside, looking at the two excitedly. The two men were armed with a Type 92 pistol at their waists, and they stood opposite each other at a distance of about 5 meters. The game has not officially started yet, but Tang Xini, who has entered the state of the game, has a serious face, staring at Chen Haonan with sharp eyes, and does not treat him as a child at all. This is Tang Xini. As long as it is a competition, she will always go all out.
Where did Chen Haonan get his confidence?
Drawing a gun is not the same as shooting. It requires quick eyes and hands, and it requires a certain amount of skill.
Chun Haonan is estimated to be full of self-confidence.
A child is a child, and no one can see it if you make a little achievement. I heard that instructor Tang has developed a new method of drawing guns, which can draw guns more quickly, and it is said that he is going to promote it throughout the district. Everyone was whispering and betting on who would win.
However, no one thinks Chen Haonan has any chance of winning. In order to reflect fairness, Wang Yanbing volunteered to act as a referee. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
As soon as Wang Yanbing's voice fell, he saw Tang Xini's body suddenly leaning backwards, his left foot bent at about 45 degrees, and his right foot stretched out at about 30 degrees, while his right hand slid up and grabbed the pistol at his waist. The whole movement is extremely smooth, and its speed is extremely fast.
Everyone's eyes lit up and they let out an exclamation.
What a novel way to draw a gun! It can greatly reduce the height of the gun and shorten the shooting time. He is worthy of being the premier military theory expert in the military region, so concise, he can think of a quick way to draw a gun. This is the speed of pulling out many guns and practicing it. Awesome.
Loved. Chen Haonan is doomed.
Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in everyone's eyes, and they hugged Tang Xini between the lightning and flint, and with a light grasp of their little hands, they flipped over, easily snatching Tang Xini's pistol and pointing it at Tang Xini's temple.
You've lost. Tang Xini hasn't been able to come back to her senses yet.
Wang Yanbing and the others were dumbfounded, and they all looked puzzled. Chen Haonan said domineeringly, "My gun drawing technique is that someone else helps me pull out a gun, and I stand still, waiting for him to deliver the gun to the door." His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly, and their brains exploded at once.
Holy! Someone helped me pull out a gun, that's awesome. Domineering enough. Ernie, did you see clearly how Chen Haonan grabbed the gun just now?
Ernie shook his head and said, "I didn't see it clearly." Everyone's attention was almost focused on Tang Xini just now, and it wasn't until Chen Haonan approached Tang Xini unexpectedly that he noticed it. Not to mention them, even Tang Xini, who was engrossed, didn't see what was going on. Tang Xini tilted her upper body, was hugged by Chen Haonan, couldn't move, and wrinkled slightly. She knew that Chen Haonan's strength was terrifying, and she could even lift the car, so she simply gave up struggling and said in a deep voice, "Let go." Whether it is hand-to-hand combat, or the rapid gun drawing technique researched by Tang Xini, she is an expert in this area. She didn't think that at the moment just now, her pistol was actually snatched away by Chen Haonan, and she also controlled herself. She didn't despise it a little just now, but used 10% of her strength. How the hell did he do it? A child who is only 10 years old, even if he starts school from his mother's womb, it will not be so terrifying? Of course, Tang Xini couldn't think clearly. Chen Haonan had already simulated the duel between the two in his mind from the beginning of the two standing against each other. Chen Haonan's mind came up with the route of the attack, the speed of running, and the method of grabbing, all of which were demonstrated in his mind.
That's the terrifying thing about invincible stealth.
Of course, hugging Tang Xini halfway, Chen Haonan added it himself. The people around finally came back to their senses and saw Chen Haonan hugging Tang Xini.
This enveloping posture is something that everyone can't help but envy. Who is Tang Xini? A flower in the army.
I don't know how many single officers are staring at her, but no one has a Yenfu like Chen Haonan, close and intimate contact.
However, they didn't take it seriously. Chen Haonan is still a child, what does he know? Even if the beauty is stripped naked, he is in a hurry. Everyone watched Chen Haonan hugging Tang Xini, and they didn't know who shouted jokingly in the crowd.
Chen Haonan, I want to eat Instructor Tang's tofu, wait for you to grow up for a few years, hurry up and release Instructor Tang.
Ha ha. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Yanbing, Li Erniu, and even He Changwang couldn't help but give Chen Haonan a thumbs up. It is said that a woman's ass is the same as a tigress's ass, and she can't touch it. Isn't Chen Haonan doing this? At this moment, Chen Haonan was a little annoyed. He was obviously holding the pistol tightly. Why didn't he feel anything else? Isn't it said that invincible weapon skills can be comprehended as long as they come into contact with weapons? How not? Could it be that the reaction is not so fast? Chen Haonan shook the 92 pistol, but there was still no response.
Chen Haonan was a little depressed, and he would find a way to use the invincible weapon skill for a while. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading.
Tang Xini's slightly angry voice interrupted Chen Haonan's thoughts.
According to the agreement, you admit that I am your boyfriend, otherwise you will not let go.
Chen Haonan said.
After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh again, laughing so much that their stomachs hurt.
Chen Haonan is really good at making trouble. Actually threatened Tang Xini to be his girlfriend?
Such a method of picking up girls is still used on the legendary tigress Tang Xini, which is absolutely enough. Tang Xini's face turned red, and she was surrounded by a group of male soldiers to watch jokes, and no one could stand it. But Chen Haonan's strength was so great, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. His anger was even greater, his face turned red, and he said, I order you to let go.
Don't let it go.
Chen Haonan's mouth was pouted, a spit and a nail when you are a soldier.
How can words not counted?
Tang Xini's stomach was aggrieved for a while, and she poured mold for 8 lifetimes, and fell into the hands of this little kid 3 times and twice. The group of male soldiers were watching their jokes on the side. Rao's Tang Xini is usually competitive, but in the face of this embarrassing situation, he can't hold his face.
Shut up, y'all.
Tang Xini leaned sideways, turned her head to stare at the gloating male soldiers, and said sharply. He Changwang and the others hurriedly closed their mouths, their faces flushed, and continued to wait to watch the show.
Tang Xini was really helpless. Fortunately, there are not many people now, if there will be more soldiers passing by.
She took a deep breath, her face showing a bit of helplessness.
Anyway, he's just a kid, so it's kind of coaxing him. So Tang Xini shouted with a smile, okay, I'm your little daughter-in-law, my little man, let go. Ha ha.
The soldiers around who were holding back their laughter finally couldn't help it. Almost all of them covered their stomachs, laughing so much that their stomachs hurt. Ding, the host completes a random task, conquers the royal sister, and gets 100 experience points.
P.S. Tip over 50 plus more. The system takes into account that the host's body is not sound enough, and the system issues the main task. The host has recently completed a big task, and the system rewards the transformation of invincible essence, which can allow the host to develop a certain attribute in advance, control it freely, not let others look down on it, and maintain the dignity of the host. Chen Haonan was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood. This is a powerful mouth. The system is too dirty, isn't it?
When Chen Haonan was holding Tang Xini, at the gate of the military region, his cousin Yi Tsuanshin appeared in military uniform. With short hair and a heart of leaves, coupled with her delicate facial features, she is really heroic. She stood at the gate of the military region, responsible for the guards who stood guard and had no object, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. What a beautiful female soldier!
I'm looking for Chen Haonan.
Yi Tsuanshin took out his soldier card and handed it to the guard, and said softly. The soldier checked his soldier ID to see if it was genuine, and then said, please register.
Yi Tsuanshin finished registering, and after asking Chen Haonan's camp, he walked to his camp by himself. Beauty will be the center of attention for all wherever they go.
Yi Tsuanshin walked on the road. Her youth and beauty were like a beautiful landscape, attracting the eyes of passing male soldiers.
What a beautiful girl! Which troops? Got an object? Hurry up and find an acquaintance to check.
Yi Tsuanshin walked happily, admiring the surrounding scenery. When he approached Chen Haonan's camp, his eyebrows were raised, and he just saw Chen Haonan holding Tang Xinyi, and then heard Tang Xinyi shouting, "My little man, you can let me go."
A black line appeared on Yi Tsuanshin's forehead. "I haven't seen him for a few days, why is he so bold?"
"Said that you would go to the army to exercise your courage, and you will train your courage to the color center?" She strode forward, stretched out her hand to grab Chen Haonan's little ears, and said, "You kid has stiff wings, right, and you are bullying the beautiful big sister." Yi Tsuanshin's surprise attack was fast, and he used to twist one accurately, and Chen Haonan only had the share of being abused. Chen Haonan's eyes were quick. He let go of Tang Xinyi's small waist, quickly took 2 steps back, easily avoided Yi Tsuanshin's small hand, and said, "We are trying to test marksmanship, and she just lost."
Yi Tsuanshin's fingers fell into the air and let out a sound, "Ha! You have a long mobility, you dare to hide, see how I clean you up."
Tang Xinyi was suddenly let go by Chen Haonan, staggered, supported the ground with her right hand, turned her body lightly, stood up straight again, exhaled deeply, and her eyes fell on Yi Tsuanshin.
What a pretty girl!
Yi Tsuanshin became more and more incomprehensible to this little cousin. His uncle and aunt actually agreed to let him be a soldier, and what was even stranger was that the military region actually agreed.
It stands to reason that none of this should have happened, but now she just came here and saw Chen Haonan holding a beautiful female officer. She was so bold. If she grew up a little more, would she have to do it?
"You and I were a 3-year-old? You have to make it clear today, or I won't be able to spare you."
Yi Tsuanshin was furious. "I said it all, it's a competition, and she lost, don't you understand, people? The competition has such a... Is there such a bully?"
The soldiers around him, when they saw Yi Tsuanshin, their eyes lit up.
"Private. Female recruits.
The point is that he looks pure and lovely, with white skin and a good figure. Tang Xinyi is a captain-level officer, He Changwon, and these recruits, they have this thief heart and no thief guts, but the female soldier in front of her is different, she is also a private like them.
Here's a chance."
When they saw that she was very close to Chen Haonan, why did the more they looked at it, the more they looked like they were jealous?
Girlfriend fixing her boyfriend? Why does every beautiful woman have something to do with this little brat?
Suddenly, everyone looked at Chen Haonan's eyes as if they were on fire, and there were 2 words written in them, jealousy. However, Chen Haonan is so young, he has a thief's heart and a thief's courage, but his body is definitely not good, and when he grows up, the babies are estimated to be several years old. The man is a big ghost. Fortunately he is still young, otherwise we would not have a chance at all.
It can't be a little girlfriend, right?
Everyone muttered quietly, and many ideas came into their minds. Tang Xinyi's face turned slightly red, coughed twice on the side, and said, "Hello, you should have misunderstood. I'm their theory instructor Tang Xinyi, and the 2 of us were really competing just now."
"Report, Chief. My name is Yi Tsuanshin. Here is my letter of introduction."
Yi Tsuanshin chuckled in his heart, knowing that it was a misunderstanding. He was looking at Tang Xinyi's epaulette 3-star 1-bar captain, and hurriedly said. Tang Xinyi took the letter of introduction, looked at it roughly, and said, "I'm here, by the way, I'll take you to the military region to report later."
She liked Yi Tsuanshin at first sight.
The formation of women's special forces in the military region is a bold attempt, and Tang Xinyi, as a theoretical expert in the army, certainly knows the situation better than anyone else.
"Thank you, Chief," Yi Tsuanshin said happily.
When He Changwon and the others heard this, they were taken aback.
They are actually women's special forces recruited by women.
Regarding the formation of the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Detachment in the military region, they have heard that it is said that the requirements for every female soldier are very strict, and they never imagined that they would meet one here, and they are so beautiful.
However, what is the relationship between her and Chen Haonan?
Tang Xinyi was so troubled by Chen Haonan that her face was a little unbearable, and she didn't have any intention to continue taking theoretical classes, so she ended the theoretical classes ahead of schedule and returned to the military region.
Chen Haonan, you also go to the military region with us,
Yi Tsuanshin said to Chen Haonan. Before coming to the army, my aunt told Yi Tsuanshin 1,000 times that she must take Chen Haonan well and not make any mistakes. Yi Tsuanshin, this sister, of course, has to pay close attention to Chen Haonan. No, I'm from the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and I have a mission.
Chen Haonan straightened his waist and said.
Yi Tsuanshin pursed his lips, knowing that Chen Haonan was different from before, but he still stiffened his mouth and said, remember, don't mess around in the army, otherwise I'll screw your ears off, you know?
I don't know, Chen Haonan retorted.
Oops, the little tail is cocked.
Yi Tsuanshin was angry. P.S. Timeline, don't force it, it's not the same as the TV series.
Yi Tsuanshin clenched her fists and glared at him fiercely. She said that taking away Chen Haonan was just a casual mention to see what Chen Haonan's reaction was. She has just arrived in the military region now, and she is not familiar with many things, and when she is familiar with the situation, she is trying to find a way to get Chen Haonan over and put him by her side, so that she can take care of him at all times, and more importantly, don't let him come nonsense. Yi Tsuanshin followed Tang Xinyi back to the military region. Chen Haonan didn't expect Yi Tsuanshin to come. He shook his head. He also had a bit of a headache for this cheap cousin. He liked to take care of himself if he had nothing to do, and he had to hide from her in the future.
After the two beauties left, Wang Yanbing said to Chen Haonan with a smile, Chen Haonan, what is the relationship between Yi Tsuanshin and you? On the train, Wang Yanbing suffered Yi Tsuanshin's loss. How could he not be impressed by her? So the first second she appeared, she immediately recognized it.
Chen Haonan glanced at him and said, hee, you wanna know, come on.
Don't tell you. The little guy is not small.
Tell us, has your stuff developed underneath? Surely the hair hasn't grown.
Ha ha. If the stuff doesn't grow well, just find a girlfriend. Can you do it, little one? The veterans around laughed. Chen Haonan's face looked at him, and he said with a sideways face, what about your development?
To me Chen Haonan, you stuff is also a worm, little earthworm.
Everyone's faces sank. Little brat, say our thing is an earthworm? Cut.
Take your pants off and take a look, are you developed?
Chen Haonan said disdainfully, if you have the ability, you take it off first.
Look straight, this new beauty is beautiful. Chen Haonan suddenly changed his words, and asked everyone this question with a smile. Beautiful. The men nodded vigorously, their eyes almost straightened.
Oh. Chen Haonan dragged out his voice, and then joked, this is also my girlfriend. Sino, both.
Both? The eyes of a group of people instantly widened. Nima's, Chen Haonan is so violent, his hair hasn't grown, where does he get such a big charm?
Originally, they admired Chen Haonan, but Chen Haonan's next sentence made them vomit blood in anger.
I can understand your envy and jealousy, after all, you are both single dogs, and you don't even have a girlfriend.
Chen Haonan raised the corners of his eyebrows and said playfully.
Everyone looked at each other, and when Chen Haonan said this, they were embarrassed, but they couldn't find a counterattack against Chen Haonan's words, and their faces turned black with anger.
Chen Haonan was too lazy to pay attention to this group of single dogs, and left happily. Chen Haonan, wait for me. Li Ernia panted and caught up, and asked with admiration on his face, Chen Haonan, are they really your girlfriends?
Both? Chen Haonan was as white as Li Ernia. Li Ernia couldn't realize this look, his eyes were hot, and he said to himself, it's too powerful, can you teach me, I am more.
In this regard.
Relatively sluggish. Li Ernia scratched the back of his head and laughed. A man like you doesn't need to chase girls, remember that excellent men are all women who throw themselves into their arms, such as me.
Chen Hao said angrily.
Like this Li Ernia thought about it, after he followed Chen Haonan, he could even get the 3rd-class medal of soldier assault.
Following.
In the morning, after the morning exercise, it was still Tang Xinyi's theory class.
Yi Tsuanshin came to find Chen Haonan in a pure white dress. The dry pupils of a group of male soldiers were full of envy. Yi Tsuanshin ignored this group of male soldiers, walked to Chen Haonan's dormitory, and shouted at the door, Chen Haonan come out.
Cousin, you're dressed so beautifully,
what are you going to do?
I have to say that Yi Tsuanshin is really beautiful when she is carefully dressed. Chen Haonan glanced at it and asked suspiciously.
Looking for you to go shopping.
Yi Tsuanshin said with a smile.
I'll have class later. Chen Haonan refused. Sample.
Yi Tsuanshin stepped forward, hugged Chen Haonan's shoulders, and said proudly, I have already asked for leave for you. Tang Xini also agreed. Today you will accompany me to buy daily necessities. I will assess the female special forces. Can Chen Haonan refuse? He even asked for leave.
Cousin, do you really want to come to assess the special forces, because of me? Chen Haonan asked. It's less smelly and beautiful. Yi Tsuanshin's finger tapped Chen Haonan's forehead. In fact, she was influenced by Chen Haonan before she moved the idea of becoming a soldier.
Yi Tsuanshin grabbed Chen Haonan's arm, but there was a difference in height, and finally turned into holding hands and went to the city center together. Fawashindu, located in the center of Donghai City, the city's largest shopping and leisure center, is naturally Yi Tsuanshin's first choice.
I seem to be missing a pair of shoes.
Passing by a beautiful shoe store, after Yi Tsuanshin said a word, he pulled Chen Haonan in.
How about these shoes? Yi Tsuanshin asked. It's okay.
What about this pair?
Not bad.
I think it's still the same black pair as it was just now.
If you like, you can do it.
Yi Tsuanshin enjoyed the fun of shopping. After buying shoes, seeing the beautiful skirt, he pulled Chen Haonan in, tried several sets, and every time he tried them on, he had to come out and turn around in front of Chen Haonan a few times to ask for opinions. Shoes, skirts, t-shirts, jeans, Yi Tsuanshin did not leave any behind, shopping hard. When a woman starts shopping, she is more addicted than anything else, and 10 cows can't pull it. Although Chen Haonan is young, he still retains a gentlemanly demeanor in his bones, resolutely does not help Yi Tsuanshin carry things, and walks in front with his head held high with his big hands and small hands. After shopping around, Yi Tsuanshin suddenly came to his senses. His shopping habits, even his girlfriends couldn't stand it. He didn't expect Chen Haonan's patience to be so good. There was no impatience on his face, but a calm face? Look at his steps again, they are no longer the duck steps of the past, but have become very rhythmic. Oh, this little guy, how does it feel like a different person? Yi Tsuanshin secretly sighed. He seemed to be too drunk and dreaming of death, and even the cousin of the elementary school students around him had become a soldier, becoming more and more manly. It seems that I have to change, otherwise I will go home for the Chinese New Year in the future and be criticized. You can't even compare to elementary school students. That scene is really devastating. Yi Tsuanshin is even more determined to be a soldier, and he can't lose to his cousin who was still a little kid. Oh, by the way, I'm selling some toiletries. Yi Tsuanshin thought that he was patronizing and preparing clothes, and almost forgot about the toiletries. There happens to be a big supermarket in Fawashindu, or let's go to the supermarket. Yi Siyuan was afraid that Chen Haonan would have an opinion, so he asked Chen Haonan's opinion. Anyway, I'll take all the vacations, so I'll buy everything at once. Chen Haonan asked. Yi Tsuanshin smiled sweetly, and took Chen Haonan's little hand and walked into the supermarket. Chen Haonan is handsome, well-behaved and sensible, unlike other children who run around screaming, and with a military uniform, he immediately attracted the attention of an ant. The ant greeted Yi Tsuanshin with a smile. Your children are really sensible, how do you usually teach? Whose child? Yi Tsuanshin was furious. Is this ant blind? She is a young and beautiful, authentic girl. It's so strange for you to speak. Miss Ben is so young, like a mother. Grandma, please go out in the future and bring a pair of reading glasses. How do you talk, girl? It's not big or small. Praise your child for being sensible and dare to talk back to me. Quarrel, the ant has never been afraid of anyone, put her hands in her pockets, and sneered. Relying on the old and selling the old, you think Miss Ben is easy to bully. Today. Yi Tsuanshin was furious on the spot, and he had the idea of reasoning with his aunt to the end, but Chen Haonan said with a cold face, a soldier should look like a soldier, what's there to be noisy? Yi Tsuanshin seemed to have become a child. Chen Haonan's words made him speechless, and he was embarrassed to stick out his tongue. Yi Tsuanshin was pulled away by Chen Haonan and went straight up the escalator. At the entrance of the supermarket, I passed by a few big men. Chen Haonan's eyes froze. Out of the habit of soldiers, he couldn't help but pay attention to these adults. The other party is burly and tall, and a few of them are even more ruthless, and they are ruthless characters at first glance. The breath was unusual, with a chill. Although Chun Haonan had never killed anyone, he felt it, and the other party had a faint murderous aura. These people must have blood on their hands. Suddenly, Chen Haonan left a snack and quietly recorded the other party's appearance. When he arrived on the 5th floor, Yi Tsuanshin remembered that he seemed to be short of underwear, and when he saw that the Urban Beauty had a new product on the market, he moved the idea of buying underwear. She thought that Chen Haonan was still a child, so she didn't care too much, so she pulled Chen Haonan to go into the underwear store. Chen Haonan shook off Yi Tsuanshin's right hand and said lightly, "You go and buy it yourself, I'm a man, so I won't go in." "What a man, a little brat, no hair grows." Chen Haonan's answer made Yi Tsuanshin cry and laugh. However, Yi Tsuanshin was also secretly surprised. Chen Haonan was so young, but after becoming a soldier, he seemed to have matured quickly, and he was completely a little adult. Yi Tsuanshin had no choice but to take Chen Haonan, so he had to say, "Then you wait for me here, I promise that I won't go in for too long." For Yi Tsuanshin's assurance, Chen Haonan smiled disdainfully, and within half an hour, Yi Tsuanshin would definitely not be able to come out. He stood outside waiting, bored. Bang! Suddenly, there was a dull pop. Gunshots! Chen Haonan is a soldier, and he is very familiar with the sound of gunfire, and he immediately judged that it was gunshot. If a gunshot is heard in a supermarket, something bad is a big deal, someone must be blatantly committing murder. Chen Haonan is not a child, he is a soldier who can even kill the Thunderbolt Special Forces, so naturally he will not be afraid, so he took the initiative to find out and go over to find out. Someone kidnapped a child? Chen Haonan was slightly stunned, he didn't expect that in a prosperous place, someone would take hostages. This hostage was about the same age as him, 10 years old, and was kidnapped by gangsters, and he was so frightened that he cried. And this kidnapped terrorist, Chen Haonan had seen just now, was one of those fierce and vicious men with blood on their hands. These people, why are they taking hostages? Chen Haonan was puzzled in his heart. After all, these guys didn't rob the bank, and they didn't rob the gold store, and they took hostages as soon as they came to the supermarket, which was quite weird. It was as if it was for the purpose of taking hostages. Just when Chen Haonan was speculating about the intention of the militants to take hostages, a middle-aged man, still holding a bucket of popcorn in his hand, saw that his son had been kidnapped, and the gangsters were still holding a black pistol. Suddenly, the popcorn in his hand fell to the ground, and the popcorn was scattered all over the ground. At this moment, he was really stunned, taking his son to a supermarket, and he encountered a terrorist with a gun, and his head was blank. But the child's cry woke him up. Poof! As an ordinary person, he was incapable and did not dare to rush forward to rescue his kidnapped son. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and cried out, "Please spare my son, I beg you, I only have such a son." The gangster didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man who was pleading, he smiled slightly, and his indifferent and hoarse voice sounded. "Everyone, if you know each other, just hold your head and squat down obediently, the floor here is already surrounded by my people. I, Lu Shixiang, borrow your life in exchange for a brother who was detained by the police. Shopping malls and supermarkets have a lot of LCD screens." After the gangster finished speaking, Chen Haonan saw all the LCD screens next to him, and they all automatically switched to this screen. These people are very professional. Chen Haonan knew that the terrorists had taken control of the mall's monitoring center. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. It is not easy to do this, special forces can do it, but ordinary gangsters do not have this professionalism. The professionalism and sophistication of these people made Chen Haonan think of some possibilities, and these people are extremely likely to be mercenaries or retired special forces. Chen Haonan didn't rush forward immediately, he didn't carry any weapons, and the best way at this moment was to patiently look for an opportunity to make a move. "Please, spare my son, I'll take you hostage, have mercy on me, I'm just such a son." The middle-aged man will bang his head and blood will flow from the skin on his forehead. As a divorced middle-aged man, this only child is everything to him. Noise. The gangster was dissatisfied, and directly grabbed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit him directly on the thigh, blood splattered, the middle-aged man trembled, he couldn't believe that the other party would shoot directly and fell to the ground,
instantly forming a pool of blood. "Give my son back." He struggled and crawled, arms outstretched, holding this position and fainting.
And this picture is being transmitted to other audiences through the LCD screen.
Of course, when some people saw this scene, they were so frightened that they screamed, and they were a little bolder, and they couldn't help but vomit on the ground. "Daddy!" The kidnapped child saw his father fall to the ground, bleeding a lot of blood, and cried out in tears. "Damn, shut up!"
The militants were inhumane and pinched the throat of the child with his right hand. His strength was so heavy that the child could cry so hard that he began to suffer from breathing. The ruddy face began to turn blue and black, and the feeling of suffocation distorted the child's face, and it was obvious that he was about to die.
"This brute!"
Chen Haonan's face sank suddenly, and he couldn't help clenching his fists, and the bruises on his arms burst out.
Ding!
The ferocity of the gangsters triggers the main quest, and the host, as a soldier, should step forward and solve the crisis.
Complete the main quest to reward 500 XP in God level essence transformation once. 500 XP. It's a rhythm that needs to be upgraded.
Chen Haonan didn't expect the system to give such a high experience point reward, but it also reflected from the side that the strength of the enemy should not be underestimated.
And a God level serum? Is this obscene early development? Of course, regardless of whether the system gives rewards or not, Chen Haonan will not stand idly by when he encounters this scene.
Experience points and obscenity develop in advance, which Chen Haonan urgently needs. The increase in level can improve attributes and strengthen physical fitness, but when your child's body fights with the enemy, it still suffers. As for early development, Chen Haonan naturally doesn't want to use it for anything, but it just happens to solve his shortcomings of short hands and feet. Even if you are fighting with an enemy, your hands and feet are too short to hook the opponent, so you have to get close. The reward of the system stimulated Chen Haonan and made him excited.
But excitement didn't help change the situation. Call!
Chen Haonan exhaled a breath of turbidity, and forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. The other party had a gun, and the modus operandi was sophisticated.
What can I do to save the child? Chen Haonan calmly analyzed.
The poor little child had already died of his father, and he was pinched by the gangsters at the moment, and he was about to lose his breath, and there was little time for Chen Haonan to think. He didn't carry any weapons on his body, and if he rushed over to fight the vicious, the other party would definitely use the child as a threat. But if you don't get there, the child will surely die.
It seems that this is the only way.
However, before making this risky decision, Chen Haonan must be sure of one thing, that is, whether he can dodge the enemy's bullets. Because he didn't dare to guarantee that the frenzied gangster would not shoot. After all, the middle-aged man was a good example. God-level stealth, combined with speed, should be able to use the friction of the floor to dodge bullets in the first place.
After some analysis, Chen Haonan walked towards the gangster who claimed to be Lu Shiqiang.
"I'm also a child, come and get me, I'm willing to exchange him and be your hostage." Chen Haonan's words were no longer very similar to what a child should say, so in order to paralyze the enemy, he pretended that his body trembled because of fear, and even his voice was trembling. Lu Shiqiang was shocked and obviously stunned.
Isn't this kid afraid of death?
It was the first time he had encountered something like this. Although there are people who offer to replace the original hostages when they take hostages, they are usually adults. Where did this kid get his courage? No matter how stupid he was, he only knew that if he fell into his own hands, life and death depended on his own mood. The crowd around them who were squatting with their heads hugged looked at Chen Haonan, who walked towards the gangster step by step in shock. At this time, not a single adult stepped forward, but a schoolboy walked from the crowd to the gangsters, willing to replace the hostages in the hands of the gangsters with himself. The adults in the crowd were shocked, their faces were hot, they were ashamed of themselves, and they were ashamed in their hearts. They were not even as good as a child. Some people were inspired by Chen Haonan and wanted to stand up, but when they saw the black pistol in the gangster's hand, their legs were weak for a while, and they couldn't stand up. "That kid is dying of breath by you, and he has lost his role as a hostage, let me come."
Chen Haonan looked directly at Lu Shiqiang and said.
Lu Shiqiang stared at Chen Haonan vigilantly, and he saw the calmness in the child's eyes. No one is not afraid of death, even adults dare not stand up, but this little child took the initiative to come out, he couldn't help but be suspicious, he couldn't help but be vigilant about this child. However, Chen Haonan's words also reminded Lu Shiqiang. He looked away, and saw that the child in his hand had a purple face, obviously about to die. Boom! Lu Shiqiang threw it away, threw the child in his hand aside, and then pointed the pistol at Chen Haonan's head. Come here. Although he was a little vigilant in his heart, after all, it was the first time he had encountered such a bold child. But after all, he is a gangster. Even if this child is a little evil, he is not afraid. The special forces fall into his own hands, and he will die, let alone a child. At the same time, Yi Zuanxin, who was buying underwear, saw the terrorist shooting a middle-aged man on the LCD screen, and his face turned pale with fright. She instinctively hid in the underwear store, but when she thought that Chen Haonan was still outside the door, she rushed out to find Chen Haonan. As soon as the results came out, she saw Chen Haonan walking towards the terrorists with guns, and she was about to exclaim immediately, but Chen Haonan took the lead to stop her with a look. Yi Zuanxin is not a person who doesn't understand anything, and when she saw Chen Haonan's eyes, she immediately knew that Chen Haonan signaled her not to make a sound. It's just that Chen Haonan is going to do this? He ran over to act as a hostage. Isn't this looking for death? Even if you want to save people, you can't even ignore your own safety. Little brat, if something happens, how can I explain it to your family? Yi Cun's heart was anxious and angry. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. At this time, Donghai City, Police Station, 110 Command Center. Lu Shiqiang, these militants in the city center of the development of the new city mall, some citizens and friends have called the police. At the same time, the network technician of the Donghai City Police also invaded the LCD screen of the mall and saw everything at the scene. The gangsters claimed to be Lu Shiqiang, and said that one of his brothers was caught by the police, and the combination of the two made it not difficult for the police to find the identity information of this group of terrorists. Lu Shiqiang in the picture, as well as Lu Xiqiang who was captured by us, are all backbone members of the Argus mercenaries. The on-site staff will briefly introduce the background of the characters. The Argus criminal group, mainly operating in the Uruk generation, engaged in drug trafficking, arms smuggling, is an extremely terrifying group of mercenaries with strict military discipline. After the Battle of Uruk began, a fully equipped 50-man army of the United States entered the Uruk area, but all of them were killed. Although there is no direct evidence, the outside world believes that it was committed by the Argus criminal group, which means that this mercenary has the ability to fight the regular Me army. After the staff introduced, Director 1 of the Donghai City Police Station said with an extremely serious face, "Comrades, we must attach great importance to this group of terrorists. They are not ordinary terrorists, they all have mercenary experience, and their real combat strength is close to or exceeds that of special forces. This is a major test for our Donghai police, raising soldiers for 1,000 days, using soldiers for a while. Comrades, the time has come to review your training." Director 1 also wanted to emphasize a few points, but at this moment, he was stunned and his mouth opened slightly. On video, a child voluntarily walked up to the vicious villain and demanded a hostage exchange. What's going on? The police station in Donghai City, dozens of special police officers and high-level police officers, were stunned when they saw this scene. The attention of Director Wen and the others was attracted by Chen Haonan. This boy, what a lot of courage. The captain of the SWAT team clapped his hands and praised, he should be only 10 years old, he has the courage to sacrifice for others. Such children are rare. He was very brave indeed, far more than the average child. If the child is safe and sound in this operation, he must be rewarded. Director 1 was touched by Chen Haonan's courage. Everyone nodded and praised Chen Haonan's behavior. In today's society, where there is indeed a serious lack of thought, Chen Haonan's self-sacrificing behavior is very rare, not to mention that he is still a child. Everyone stared at the picture. Because of Chen Haonan's replacement, the kidnapped child was not in danger of life for the time being, but Chen Haonan was in danger, and he couldn't get his life because of it. I command. Director 1 stood up. Brush. The others immediately stood up, like a javelin, with serious expressions. SWAT Brigade, Armed Police Squadron act immediately. In addition, 30 police officers were dispatched from the Jiangshan branch and the Okayama branch to support. This operation must protect the personal safety and property safety of every citizen, especially the child who was brave, and there must be no mistakes.
Yes. Act now.
In addition to personally mobilizing the police force, Director One also contacted the special forces of the Southeast and Eastern Military Region. The identity of the bandits they faced this time was extraordinary, and in order to minimize the casualties, they could only invite special forces. After all, against mercenaries, it is still special forces. When Ji-jun received a call from Commander One, he was extremely angry and almost slapped the table.
These people are too arrogant.
I immediately sent Fan Tianlei and the Thunderbolt Commando to support and kill all these terrorists. After Kong Lei hung up the phone, he immediately ordered Fan Tianlei to lead people and Lei Zhan to lead the Thunderbolt Commando team to support, and be sure to kill all the militants to protect the safety of the people.
Assemble. Fan Tianlei received Kong Lei's order and yelled at the Wolf's Tooth special team that was conducting a live-fire drill at the training ground.
All the people of the Wolf's Tooth Special Operation Team quickly assembled.
Number 5, the assembly is complete, please instruct.
Snow Leopard, you take people to the arsenal and replace all the equipment, live ammunition. Meow Wolf, prepare your sniper rifle.
Demo Man, get ready for all kinds of blasting devices.
Correspondent, immediately contact the helicopter. 5 minutes later, we will go to Donghai City. The specific situation I am on the plane in the detailed arrangement.
Let's go.
Yes. 5 minutes later, the helicopter gunship stopped at the training ground.
Quick! Quick! The heavily armed Wolftooth combat team quickly boarded the helicopter.
The propellers of the helicopter rotated at high speed, making a whirring sound, and the helicopter lifted off into the air and flew in the direction of Tokai City.
In another mountain forest. Raiden Commando urgently assemble.
Lei Zhan shouted loudly. All the Thunderbolt Commandos, who were originally armed with off-road, quickly assembled, while a helicopter circled in mid-air and lowered the rope ladder.
Quick! Climb aboard the helicopter.
Chen Yingtian, Hades and others climbed into the helicopter with puzzled faces. Lei Zhan boarded the helicopter. Everyone replaces weapons, all with live ammunition. The helicopter immediately sounded a crisp mechanical sound, and everyone quickly replaced the live ammunition, and at the same time prepared the corresponding grenades, weeping gas and other explosive weapons.
Head, there's a big movement?
Hades asked as he checked his sniper rifle. Lei Zhan saw that everyone was replaced, and after the inspection was completed, he said solemnly, "We are now going to Donghai City." On another helicopter, Fan Tianlei turned on the video terminal, and in the video there were scenes of militants taking hostages and some scenes around the scene. Our mission this time is very simple, to eliminate all these militants who are endangering our people.
Fan Tianlei said heavily after briefly telling everyone about the situation.
According to the information from the law enforcers, this group of terrorists is a mercenary who has wandered into our territory, and once engaged in various illegal activities in the Uruk area, and their methods are very cruel.
The strength should not be underestimated.
Comrades, the time has come to really test us. What are we soldiers for?
In order to protect the family and defend the country.
These militants want to kill our family, can we let them go?
Kill. Everyone replied in unison.
These terrorists are so arrogant that they take hostages in broad daylight, and we must beat them up and let them know that we are not easy to mess with.
A bunch of crazy guys.
Head, can the picture be enlarged a little? How do I think the kidnapped child is a little familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere?
Meow Wolf blinked his eyelids vigorously and tried to think. Fan Tianlei enlarged the hostage picture.
It does look familiar.
Fan Tianlei wondered, he should have seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it immediately.
Because the picture is shot through the surveillance footage, the clarity is not particularly high.
Handsome little face, you can't see a little horror on his face.
Hey, I remember, isn't he the kid who killed you in the drill?
Meow Wolf said in astonishment. It's very similar. That's right, it's him. That cold little face can't be wrong.
Chen Shanming said firmly after carefully observing the comparison.
Fan Tianlei raised his eyebrows and stared at the picture. How did he get kidnapped? Fan Tianlei looked carefully, and finally determined that it was indeed Chen Haonan, the little guy who made the Wolf's Tooth Special Combat Team suffer.
Everyone's faces changed slightly. When they fought with Chen Haonan, they were too impressed, but they were crushed by Chen Haonan. Now the entire military region is talking about this, saying that the Wolf's Tooth Special Combat Team is so old that even children can't do it and so on. The Wolf's Tooth Special Combat Team didn't dare to raise their heads for several days, and they have been training frantically in the mountains to improve their strength.
Could there be another reason? Meow Wolf wondered. I think there's something wrong with it. Another member of the team said. Although Chen Haonan hasn't grown his hair, he is very powerful. If he can't help it, how terrifying are these militants?
When a Wolf Tooth player thought of fighting Chen Haonan's elusive marksmanship, as well as the opponent's incredible latent ability and strong fighting skills, Chen Shanming was not his opponent.
With such a tough child being kidnapped, wouldn't this gang of militants be stronger than their wolf fangs?
I don't think so. You can see the look on his face, there is no fear in his eyes.
Have you ever seen such a calm hostage? How could a child as shrewd as he put himself in danger? Chen Shanming analyzed. 5. What do you think?
This kid is slippery. I guess he wanted to wait for the militants to gather all the hostages before he could do it. After all, there are so many innocent citizens around. Once he lets go of killing, it will definitely attract the attention of other militants, and then the militants are likely to massacre civilians, and the more they disperse, the more places he can't take care of.
Fan Tianlei thought for a while and said. Quite possibly.
With such a meticulous mind at such a young age, it's no wonder we were beaten so badly last time.
Fan Tianlei said loudly. What's even more commendable is his sense of justice. Fan Tianlei did guess Chen Haonan's intentions at this time.
Chen Haonan was not sure that he would be able to kill all the militants in the first place, and he had to wait for these militants to gather the citizens before he could solve the problem in a targeted manner.
Gather everyone in the hall. Lu Shiqiang ordered.
Yes. Driven by militants, the surrounding citizens were constantly driven to the central hall.
Hurry up!
Scar kicked the middle-aged man in the back who was walking a little slowly, staggering to the floor, and his glasses were broken.
Slow down, blow your balls. He threatened.
The middle-aged man was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he crawled forward desperately. Where did he dare to say half a word? On the other side, a bewitching woman with a score of 80 couldn't bear the fear of being afraid, suddenly knelt down in front of the militants, and said tremblingly, "Big brother, as long as you let me go, you can do whatever you want." Unexpectedly, the militants next to her picked up the AK-47 and shot at the floor under her, shooting suddenly, continuously, and several citizens around her were injured in the legs and let out a scream.
Whoever dares to scream, kill.
Lu Shiqiang said coldly. The hall, which was originally noisy, instantly became quiet, and all the citizens were full of fear in their eyes, and they did not dare to look up at the militants, for fear that the other party would look at them unpleasantly and beat them to death.
Those scared and crying children were choked up and sobbed by their parents.
Yi Zuanxin in the crowd comforted everyone, and said in a hurried voice, "Everyone be quiet, do what the other party asks, don't anger them, they also want to live, believe in our government, believe in our troops, there must be a way to save us out." At this time, Yi Zuanxin gradually showed the courage of a soldier, and kept that composure in a dangerous situation. She saw a frightened old woman, who almost fell, hurriedly helped her to the side, bowed her head and ran to the hall, while also carefully observing Zhou's situation, waiting for an opportunity to make a move.
Yi Zuanxin's eyes fell on Chen Haonan in Lu Shiqiang's hand, pursed his lips, and clenched his fists.
Although he knew that Chen Haonan should have his own ideas when he came out by himself, he still couldn't help but worry.
The other party has a gun on him.
Now the situation is very unfavorable for them, and the militants are bringing everyone together, which is equivalent to more chips in their hands, negotiating with the police. If the hostages cannot be rescued, there is only one final result, and in order to save more lives, the only way to do this is to compromise with the militants.
Chen Haonan winked at Yi Zuanxin, telling Yi Zuanxin not to worry.
This made Yi Zuanxin feel a lot more at ease.
At this critical moment, Chen Haonan's left hand inadvertently touched the other party's belt.
Suddenly, a message about the belt popped into my head.
The weapon name belt is a weapon that can be rigid and flexible, and there are 18 ways to attack, such as dripping wax. Chen Haonan was slightly stunned, he didn't think of the belt. I suddenly thought that I had touched the other party's belt just now, could it be because of this? God-level weapon skills? Chen Haonan tried to touch the other party's belt again, and some information appeared in his mind. These 18 attack methods are extended and changed from the whip method of the ancient martial arts, and they are divided into 3 categories, near, medium, and far, and they can also drip wax. As soon as Chen Haonan let go, there was no information again. He simply put his little hand on the belt, and information began to appear in Chen Haonan's mind in a steady stream. So that's what happened. After Chen Haonan's repeated verification, he finally understood what the God-level weapon skill was. It turns out that God-level weapon skills need to be triggered in a crisis, not that you can comprehend something by touching something at random at any time, it needs a dangerous trigger point. Just like the system publishes tasks randomly, tasks are only published under certain circumstances. Moreover, God-level weapon skill comprehension requires a certain amount of time to contact the object to be able to stimulate all the information. However, this contact time is not long, like the belt needs to contact about 10 seconds. Is it possible to perceive multiple weapons at the same time? Chen Haonan tried to touch the fabric of the clothes to see if he could feel something. No response. Can a crisis trigger only inspire one weapon? Chen Haonan tried to touch the other party's pistol again, but there was no response. In the end, Chen Haonan can basically determine that the God-level weapon skill triggers a crisis, and can only comprehend the use of one weapon. After Chen Haonan figured these things out, his 2 faint eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. This ability is too passive to be used anytime and anywhere. Chen Haonan was a little annoyed. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. However, this trigger method has a huge advantage that it can be used as an early warning function. When a crisis approaches, touch something at random, and there is a hint of weapon use. After Chen Haonan figured this out, he didn't pay attention to it, and looked around with his small eyes, looking for the lurking militants. Lu Shixiang took the initiative, and all the hostages were driven to the hall by 3 subordinates, and they were strictly guarded, who wanted to resist and shoot them directly. In the southeast, north, west and west of the supermarket, there are 4 snipers in each of the 4 directions, and if you find a police raid, shoot them directly. Also have a helicopter ready at the top of the building, as well as an artilleryman. With such a tight defense, the policemen below will not be able to rush unless they attack strongly. He has so many hostages here, Lu Shixiang decided that those policemen would not dare to mess around. Another possibility is that they send special forces, but as long as they dare to send special forces, they will immediately order to shoot hostages and threaten them with hostages. Lu Shixiang understood all the police in Huaxia clearly, as long as they killed people, they would definitely compromise, and if they took a few hostages with them before leaving, they would definitely not be in danger of the mission. Number 1, report the situation. Lu Shixiang asked through the walkthrough communication. Safety. Debriefing is over. Number 1 was quick to provide feedback. They'll definitely send snipers to lurk around, keep an eye out, don't let people kill them. Lu Shixiang ordered. Yes. Number 2, report the situation. Safety. Debriefing is over. Feedback number 2. Your location is more critical, it is the only intersection to enter the supermarket, if they dare to approach, they have a little color, don't kill them, tempt them to come over one by one to die. Lu Shixiang said coldly. Don't worry, head. Number 3, report the situation. Safety. Debriefing is over. Feedback number 3. Hey, keep up the wishful thinking. Chen Haonan sneered unknowingly, his smile was completely inconsistent with his age. If He Chengwang and the others were here, they would definitely exclaim, this little guy is starting to be perverted again. P.S. Don't give it to, and I want the horse to run, but you beat me, full 50 plus more, I can't achieve it in a day, depressed. There is a dead end in your position, if they want a raid, where will they cut from, keep your eyes on it, sniper rifles can't work, just use grenades to greet you. Number 3 understands. Number 4, report the situation. Safety. Debriefing is over. Feedback number 4.
Your position is sensitive, don't just target the ground, there are likely snipers lurking in the hotel opposite. Head, don't worry, as long as they dare to take the lead, one appears, I will kill one.
Number 4 let out a muffled thruff. Everyone's eyes lit up.
As long as we can finish this ticket perfectly, our mercenary group will have countless banknotes in the future, everyone can eat and drink spicy, and you can play with beautiful women.
Report back at any time. Lu Shiqiang is confident.
The implementation of his plan has been very smooth so far, and it is not surprising that the police will send someone to negotiate with him, and the result of the negotiation is only one, and he will send his eldest brother over intact.
Lu Shiqiang is looking forward to this battle very much. First, if this battle is successful, his name will be completely established in the mercenary line.
It is known as the place of death for mercenaries, especially in the interior, where no mercenary dares to carry out illegal activities blatantly, because that would be tantamount to death. It is conceivable that if their mercenary group successfully leaves, it will definitely cause a strong sensation in the mercenary world, and there will definitely be a lot of business coming to the door at that time, and the price will also rise. Second, his eldest brother knew the whereabouts of a treasure that was said to contain countless gold and silver treasures, which they could not spend for several lifetimes. If you find it, you can use the wealth of this treasure to recruit troops and build a bigger mercenary group. So it's worth the risk.
Had found out there are gunships. It should be special forces. The rocketeer on the roof of the building reported to Lu Shiqiang. Shoot rockets and kill them. Lu Shiqiang said fiercely.
Yes. Huaxia Special Forces, I want to see how strong you are.
Chen Haonan has super eyesight and has been looking for the location of the militants.
3 of them were in 3 positions, east, south, and west, armed with AK-47s, armed with a pistol at their waists, and a heavy baggage, which should contain bullets and explosive weapons such as grenades, if they were not mistaken. In addition to 3, there were 4 snipers. This is Chen Haonan's call with them through Lu Shiqiang, determining that they are in 4 different directions in the southeast, northwest, and northwest, and then finding their latent location little by little through elimination. The sniper in charge of the eastern orientation, lurking on the shelves, aiming the sniper rifle at the window. The windows are plated glass, so you can see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. On the glass, the militants used glass knives, cutting a fist-sized shooting hole. The snipers in the other 3 positions all shoot in this way, and the means of concealment are very clever. Together with Lu Shiqiang, who kidnapped himself, there are a total of 8 militants. As soon as Chen Haonan heard that the other party was going to use rocket artillery against the helicopter gunship, he realized that there was another person on the roof of the building, and there was rocket artillery. How can these guys even get rocket artillery?
You have to act early. Chen Haonan realized that he couldn't wait any longer. Although Chen Haonan is inside, we can't take it lightly. Once again, I must ensure the safety of the hostages. Is it all clear?
Clear.
The destination is ready to approach, ready to fight. Fan Tianlei let out a sigh.
Report. 100 meters ahead of you to find rocket artillery, we are already locked. The fire detector in the observer's hand emitted a red alarm of DD, and the data displayed was 100 meters. After he found out about the situation, he immediately reported it to Fan Tianlei.
Rocket artillery? How did they get this stuff in? Fan Tianlei was taken aback.
The power of the rocket artillery is amazing, the gunship is hit, and everyone has to die.
Rocket?
Groove. The enemy was able to get rockets in Huaxia. You must know that their Wolf Teeth and Thunderbolt commandos did not carry such a lethal heavy weapon as a bazooka this time.
Skydive. Get ready for a skydive. Fan Tianlei was extremely angry. This time the militants were so brutal that they even got rockets.
At the same time, it also made Fan Tianlei frightened. They were on top of the helicopter at the moment, and the bazooka had already locked on them, and once the other party opened fire, the pilot had no time to avoid it. In this moment of crisis, skydiving is their only chance to survive.
This time also taught Fan Tianlei a heavy lesson.
China's law and order has always been among the best in the world, although killings occur everywhere. However, there are still very few armed elements who want to carry guns in this way, especially the complete ban on guns in China, and it is difficult to get guns. In this environment, the special forces were also a little paralyzed, although the information of the other party had already come and they knew the identity of the mercenaries.
But I never expected that even the rockets would come out. Unprepared. Fan Tianlei's forehead was full of cold sweat. They were not ready to skydive. Right now. Chen Haonan suddenly made a move.
He had no way not to make a move. He had already heard Lu Shiqiang's order. As long as the Rocketeers opened fire, the special forces who came to the rescue would definitely die.
Outbreak of trouble. Abrupt to the extreme.
The power of 22 points, what a terrifying power, instantly broke free from Lu Shiqiang's control. Chen Haonan not only broke free, but also moved very fast, empty-handed to win the confession. Both hands passed, clicked, and the muzzle of the pistol was aimed at Lu Shiqiang himself.
Let your people stop firing rockets.
The low voice sounded, or is Chen Haonan still a child? His eyes are cold, similar to the special forces they met. Lu Shiqiang never dreamed that a 10-year-old child would be able to break free from his control, and when he was stunned, he snatched the pistol and was holding his chin. What the hell is this kid? Lu Shiqiang originally had some doubts in his heart when Chen Haonan volunteered to be a hostage. It's just that Chen Haonan's appearance is too deceptive, and he is also too confident in his own strength. Thinks that a child of 8 can't handle it. It's better to go home and find a piece of tofu to kill him. What kind of life to play, what kind of mercenary? But it was the child who was despised by him who instantly rewrote the situation of the battle, and he turned from a hunter to a prey. He couldn't understand how this kid could be so strong. The huge force that suddenly emerged just now seemed to be pinching not a child, but a fierce tiger in his hand, and that terrifying force was impossible to hold at all. And when the other party grabbed the gun empty-handed, his wrist was also broken back by the huge force, and the wrist was not broken, but it was already injured. All of this was done by this weird little kid. However, Lu Shiqiang is also a ruthless person who lives at the end of the world. How can he sit back and wait for death so easily? His left hand quietly touched the back of the dagger hidden. Once he touched the dagger, it was not certain who would die.
If you don't want to die, stop your little actions for me. Chen Haonan's immature face was filled with a spicy sneer that was incommensurate with his age.
In Chen Haonan's body, Lu Shiqiang seems to see the terrible Boy Scouts on the African battlefield. Their young age is also similar to Chen Haonan's, but they act ruthlessly and have no scruples, and there is no good or evil in their world, only killing. He secretly guessed whether Chen Haonan was a Boy Scout secretly trained in Huaxia. Looking back carefully, the other party gave him all kinds of feelings, like a soldier, not a schoolboy. In Chen Haonan's immature face and sneer, Lu Shiqiang felt a great threat. The other party is not joking. If he doesn't copy it, there will be no mercy in his cold eyes, and he may burst his head with one shot. It is a great shame to be threatened by a schoolboy. Lu Shiqiang gritted his teeth hard, green tendons appeared on his forehead. He was surprisingly angry, but life is more important than anything else, especially those of them who play with their lives. They care more about this little life. Lu Shiqiang let out a long breath. Helpless, he chose to compromise and shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Number 8, stop launching rockets."
On the rooftop.
The bazooka had been erected on the shoulders of the 8th, and the cross had been aimed at the helicopter in front of it. As soon as he pulled the trigger, the helicopter would inevitably be fired into a fireball.
Lu Shiqiang's order made him stunned. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so why give it up?
He wanted to ask why, but he didn't ask on the spot. The other party was all special forces. Maybe the sniper had already aimed at him. His face hesitated, and sure enough, he carried out the order and gave up shooting.
Number 8 removed the bazooka and disappeared from the rooftop.
The driver wandered around as if he was at the ghost gate, and saw the other party suddenly evacuate, although he couldn't understand why the other party didn't shoot. But he was not slow at all, and immediately turned the fuselage and landed in the other direction.
This is... Chen Shanming was stunned. The enemy actually let them go. It was incredible.
It's weird, the enemy didn't choose to open fire. Is it because he is afraid that after shooting us, it will cause a big sensation, and he is not sure to escape from Huaxia? Miao Wolf said, stunned. It shouldn't be. The other party has already killed someone, so they won't care about this. You must know that they are all mercenaries.
Anyway, we really got a life back this time.
Chen Shanning breathed a long sigh of relief, touched the cold sweat on his forehead and said,
Number 5, what do you think?
The other party will not dare to shoot. The only possibility is that it is out of Chen Haonan's body. Thinking of this, Fan Tianlei affirmed, it should be Chen Haonan's success.
Chen Haonan?
Everyone's pupils lit up instantly, and they all suddenly realized. This kid is an existence that even the Thunderbolt Commando can crush, and it is too possible to counter the other party in the case of hijacking. Only in this way can it be explained why the enemy gave up firing artillery.
We owe this little guy's life, everyone said with emotion. If you're thankful, we'll wait until the mission is completed, and now I'll skydive now. Fan Tianlei commanded.
Whoosh! Figures jumped out of the helicopter in mid-air, and there was no choice but to risk parachuting in the neighborhood.
Chen Haonan has already given them a chance. If they can't catch it again, then they can't blame anyone anymore.
Number 8, who had rehidden, had this question unanswered in his mind, and he asked in a slightly questioning tone, why don't you launch? The other party is a special soldier. Number 8 really couldn't figure out why Lu Shiqiang gave this order and killed this group of special forces, and their pressure was at least half reduced. You must know that now the SWAT has appeared downstairs in the mall, but they are forced back by snipers and cannot rush into the mall. Otherwise, their crisis will get worse and worse. The 4 snipers also made a plea to shoot at this moment, and they all felt that they could not wait any longer, and once they were surrounded by each other, they could not fly.
Damn it!
Lu Shiqiang scolded angrily. He also wanted to give the order to fire, but he was pointed at the head with a gun. How dare he give this order? The fierce eyes like a beast, staring at Chen Haonan with a young face, showed that the other party was not a dwarf, but clearly a child. But the other party's methods are very sophisticated, and they have not avoided this child in several actions, and the other party has mastered their specific situation. Lu Shiqiang suddenly felt bad and despised the other party's fate, that is, they themselves were forced into the abyss of despair step by step. If you are vigilant enough not to be fooled by the other party's appearance, you should shoot the other person when you land. There are a lot of hostages here, there are no children, and it is okay to change them to women. Ordinary people simply have no ability to break free from his control. Lu Shiqiang was annoyed, but he also knew what kind of situation he was facing. If it falls into the hands of the police, according to Huaxia law, he will inevitably be executed. Both horizontal and vertical are dead, which makes Lu Shiqiang bold and moved the idea of fighting with Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan has always been wary of his opponents. After all, they are all outlaws, and it is impossible to be caught obediently. Seeing the other party move, Chen Haonan immediately burst out and threw the other party out. The other party's body was in the air, still staying in mid-air. Chen Haonan grabbed it in the air and pulled out his belt. The belt was pulled out instantly, and Lu Shiqiang's body was uncontrollable, and he fell to the ground and rolled towards Chen Haonan.
God-level weapon skill. This skill is not to turn ordinary weapons into super weapons, but to let Chen Haonan know how to use anything as a weapon.
Belts can kill people just as well, and they can be used in many ways. Instantly pulled out the other party's belt, rolled back Lu Shiqiang, who had fallen out, and rolled his body to him. The pistol was pointed at the other party's head, and Chen Haonan showed a sneer. The god-level martial arts skill is against the sky, and the belt has become a sharp weapon for killing. Lu Shiqiang fell out and flew out, and he rolled to the feet of the other party again, and was pointed at the head with a pistol, looking at Chen Haonan in horror. Seeing that the other party was holding a belt in his hand and his pants were slightly loose, Lu Shiqiang knew that the other party had pulled out his belt in an instant. How could such a skillful technique appear in the hands of a child? The corners of his eyes twitched, and he couldn't have done it so neatly. Lu Shiqiang didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that in front of the other party, he had no power to fight back. He's just a kid. It's unbelievable that he can't break free from the suppression of a child. The snipers received no reply, and their faces were calm at first, and they climbed into a little anxious. Their situation is becoming less and less optimistic. The special forces have appeared, and the special police have been waiting for an opportunity to make a move.
Can't wait any longer.
If it drags on any longer, once the other party enters the mall, they will undoubtedly fall into a passive situation.
Number 2, you go over and take a look at the situation. There is something wrong with the boss's voice. Sniper number 1 said coldly. Sniper 2 nodded, quietly withdrew from his lurking position, and turned back to the mall. He also heard that there was something wrong with the boss's voice, and he should be in trouble. However, they didn't think about it at all. After all, where is the strength of the boss? And the two brothers won the title of Hwasha Butcher in Uruk. Ordinary special forces are not opponents of the boss, and now in Donghai City, the special police and special forces have not yet infiltrated the mall. Where can anyone subdue the boss? The number 2 sniper who rushed over didn't care very much, and Chen Hao was a small man, so the sniper didn't notice Chen Haonan's existence at once. Lu Shiqiang saw the number 2 sniper appear. His face was happy, but the other party was aiming a pistol at him. In this case, he didn't dare to shoot indiscriminately to stimulate the other party. The other party has a lot of combat experience, and he hides himself between 2 shelves. The tall shelves had blocked his thin figure, and from a sniper's point of view, it was impossible to spot him. However, in this way, the other party did not know about the appearance of the sniper. Lu Shiqiang's eyes rolled. He had to remind the sniper, so he played a little clever. I can cooperate with you, Lu Shiqiang suddenly said loudly. With the improvement of physical attributes, Chen Haonan's ears and eyes are bright, and his ear power has been further enhanced. He heard footsteps approaching, albeit faintly, as if walking on tiptoe. At first, he didn't judge the footsteps of the accident, but Lu Shiqiang's reaction aroused Chen Haonan's vigilance. Stand up! Chen Haonan pointed a gun at the other party. With that sharp look, Lu Shiqiang obediently obeyed the order, and he found that this kid seemed to be a decisive person. If he couldn't afford to excuse himself, the other party would definitely shoot. Lu Shiqiang stood up. His figure was tall, and he blocked Chen Haonan at once, and the number 2 sniper could only see Lu Shiqiang. His face showed surprise. What was going on with the boss? Obviously there was no one beside him, and he didn't perceive any crisis. Shaking his head in confusion, he strode towards the boss. Turn around. Chen Haonan approached and put his gun on Lu Shiqiang's waist and whispered. Lu Shiqiang was helpless, turned around, and the number 2 sniper was coming head-on. This was an opportunity, and he immediately glanced at the other party. Sniper number 2 saw the boss's eyes, but it became more and more blurred. What was the boss doing? And he looked at it vigorously. Obviously there was no one behind him. Chen Haonan was attached to Lu Shiqiang's body, and it was of course impossible to find the skinny Chen Haonan from the front. Idiot! Lu Shiqiang was so dumbfounded, his subordinates still bumped into him stupidly. They were simply stupid. Suddenly, killing opportunities emerge. Sniper number 2, who approached, only felt a black shadow suddenly appear in front of him, and then this black shadow coiled around his neck. Wrapped around his neck, Sniper number 2 was horrified and wanted to tear the black shadow apart with his hands. I saw Chen Haonan suddenly exert his strength, 22 times the strength of ordinary people. What kind of concept is this? Sniper number 2 felt a huge force attack, as if a pair of large hands were pinching his throat, making him breathless for an instant. Then the rolled belt twisted, as if the hands were spinning the head, making a crunch sound. Sniper number 2's head turned in a circle, and his neck was twisted alive, and a mouthful of black blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and before he died, he found out that he was caught in a belt, and at the end of the belt was a child with a cold smile. This is Chen Haonan's first murder. I saw that the other party even stuck out his tongue, and a pair of dead fish eyes were deadly open. The first time I killed someone, I felt very complicated. A life fell into my own hands like this, and the other party's death was a little miserable. His neck was twisted by the belt, and the corners of his mouth and neck were covered with thick black blood. Chen Haonan felt that there was a shareholder in his stomach rolling, but he was nauseous, but he was a little excited, and he had a feeling of hunger and thirst. After all, in his previous life, he was a special soldier. Ding! The host starts kill a militant and gains 10 experience. The prompt sound of the system diluted the complicated feelings of the first killing, and he pouted and spit out the stinginess of the system, before giving 10 experience points. Anyway, it's also a militant with a gun, so he also gives 50 experience points. Some excitement. It's not that Chen Haonan is indifferent to life, bloodthirsty and cruel. These people are all militants, damn it. If they don't die, more innocent people will die because of them.
At this moment, who was going to grieve the middle-aged man who was shot in the head, and sympathize with the little kid who was almost pinched to death and lost his father? Raising the butcher's knife of justice, no matter how many militants are killed, is to punish evil and promote good. Chen Haonan was just about to retract the belt, when the three militants were alarmed at the same time and looked in this direction. Sniper number 2 was killed and fell to the ground, so eye-catching, it immediately attracted the attention of the three people. Something's wrong. The three of them stood up from their lurking positions and rushed over immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Haonan controlled Lu Shiqiang to turn around. Lu Shiqiang didn't know what medicine Chen Haonan was selling in the gourd. However, the tragic death of the number 2 sniper made him afraid for a while, and he became more and more jealous of Chen Haonan. It's not impossible to kill people with a belt, and he can do it, but the other party's killing methods are more ruthless than any of them. Instead, he just used the belt to wrap the other party's head, and then pulled the other party to him, and twisted the other party's neck. But it is absolutely impossible to do what Chen Haonan did, directly pulling with a belt and breaking the other party's neck. This guy is not a special soldier, and it is very likely that he is a first-class killer trained by a secret organization. Lu Shiqiang couldn't help but shift his suspicion to the killer, because only the killer knows how to use and make full use of everything that can kill. As everyone knows, Chen Haonan has mastered god-level weapon skills, and his killing methods are even more deadly than ace killers. Just as Lu Shiqiang turned around, Chen Haonan's figure was exposed, and he hid his right hand holding a pistol behind him. The body of a child, which he cannot change, is also his best disguise. Chen Haonan's face was frightened, like a child, and he shouted loudly, "Uncle, I'm afraid." Lu Shiqiang immediately wanted to vomit blood. What do you call afraid? Nima. When you killed someone just now, why didn't you say that you were afraid? Conspiracy, this little ghost is playing a conspiracy. Lu Shiqiang was sure that he was trying to relax his vigilance and wanted to shout a reminder, but Lu Shiqiang endured it. As soon as you shout, the other party will shoot you as soon as possible. This kid has no weapons, he can kill people with a belt, and at this moment he has a pistol in his hand. Lu Shiqiang does not dare to say that the other party does not know how to use a gun, but he is afraid that the method of using a gun is more sophisticated than that of his subordinates. Lu Shiqiang, who was carrying his body on his back, was unwilling to give up any opportunity, and his hands were gesturing to pay attention to this little ghost. It's just that the three militants heard Chen Haonan's uncle, "I'm afraid," seeing that Chen Haonan is a child, where will they worry? Unless he sees Chen Haonan kill with his own eyes, who will be wary of a child and treat this child as a murderer? And the companion was caught by a leash. How could such a skillful and sophisticated murder method come from the hands of a child? Besides, do children have that much strength? Can you strangle your companions? Their gaze naturally swept over Chen Haonan, and they searched around, looking for the person who killed their companion. Invisibly, Lu Shiqiang helped Chen Haonan. He was gesturing with his back to his back, and when the three subordinates saw the gesture, they moved their eyes over, and their heads were a little puzzled. What does the boss mean by this? Let them pay attention to this child. Chen Haonan saw that the other party's attention was not on him, and the opportunity to intercept appeared, so he decisively pulled out the pistol from his back. A black pistol was pointed at all three of them. The faces of the three militants changed instantly, and needless to say, their companions must have been killed by the child in front of them. There is also a boss. The boss who is standing on their backs should also be hijacked by the other party. Didn't the boss capture a child as a hostage? How did he turn around and be taken hostage by a child? Hell! However, the situation in front of them did not allow them to consider, and the guns were already aimed at them. There were three of them, standing in different directions. Even if the other party fired, it was impossible to kill the three of them in an instant. Therefore, the three militants all raised their guns in unison and moved their guns in the direction of Chen Haonan. It is still unknown how good a child's marksmanship can be, and whether he can hit the target. The militants have such thoughts in their hearts, and they are already doomed to be half cold. Bang! The first shot was fired. The furious bullet came in an instant, hitting the eyebrows of a militant who had not yet aimed at him. A splash of blood splattered the militant's pupils, but the bullet that burrowed into his head, in less than 0.3 seconds, destroyed his brain nerves, and his consciousness turned black, and he fell to the ground, dead and blind. Bang!
Second shot. Chen Haonan had already locked on them, and his god-level shooting skills had made his accuracy reach a terrifying height. No false examples.
The second militant was shot at the flickering gun.
The two gunshots, with almost no intervals, sounded as if they were instantaneous.
The second militant had just targeted Chen Haonan, but before he could pull the trigger, the bullet went into his head. There was still a grim smile on his face, and the smile was forever fixed at this moment in an instant, and he was shot in the head.
Bang! The third shot. This gunshot was mixed with another gunshot.
The third militant also fired in an instant. Chen Haonan had already used god-level vision, and Yu Guang found that the other party was shooting, so he didn't want to think about it, so he rolled on the spot. Burst. The bullet landed on the ground where Chen Haonan had been standing, cracking the floor tiles and splashing some rubble.
Chen Haonan also shot back at the moment of rolling. How is this possible?
The third militant was so frightened that the bullet fired directly into his brain, splattering blood and white pulp. He couldn't believe it. The other party was just a child, but the counterattack was sharper than that of the special forces.
Ding!
The host starts the kill mode, kills 3 militants in a row, and gains 30 experience points. Lu Shixiang took advantage of Chen Haonan's shooting, and his arm shook suddenly, trying to break free from Chen Haonan's wrist. Who knew that the other party's 5 fingers were like iron claws, grabbing their arms painfully?
His strength is so great?
Lu Shixiang was shocked in his heart, seeing that his arm couldn't break free. His right foot kicked Chen Haonan's head suddenly. With this kick, Lu Shixiang exerted all his strength, and he knew that the child in front of him was very understandable.
Wind under your feet.
Lu Shixiang is most proficient in leg method, fast and accurate, and when he is ruthless, he will not be soft at all. When I caught someone to practice my legs, I kicked the opponent out of the cerebral hemorrhage with all my strength and turned him into a vegetative state.
He hated Chen Haonan to death.
Seeing that he was about to kick Chen Haonan's head, between the lightning and flint, Chen Haonan let go of the pistol with his left hand, grabbed it with his left hand, and just grabbed a kick from Lu Shixiang.
What a speed!
Lu Shixiang was slightly surprised, but he didn't believe that the strength of the opponent's left hand was greater than the force of a kick he kicked with all his might.
Die!
Lu Shixiang saw that Chen Haonan did not dodge, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen the tragic situation of the other party's head being kicked and exploded. But in the next second, he hit a kick with all his strength, and when he was about to kick Chen Haonan, he was intercepted by the opponent's small hand, and his ankle couldn't move. This Lu Shixiang hit with all his might, and few people could catch it. How could the other party's small arm contain so much power? Looking at the expression on the other party's face, it was very relaxed, and it was obvious that the strength was not used up. How did he know that after Chen Haonan's body was transformed by ant essence, it could burst out with the power of an ordinary person? 22.
There are too many gaps. How to compete with Chen Haonan? In addition, Chen Haonan's speed is 8 times that of ordinary people, and he easily grabbed Lu Shixiang's thick legs, suddenly forced, and threw him back. Lu Shixiang was thrown out, like a swing, and slammed into the wall, and the whole wall shook. The moment Lu Shixiang was thrown away, the whole person was stunned. He only felt the wind in his ears, and he didn't have time to think at all, so he hit the wall, tumbled to the ground, and the qi and blood in his body churned, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. Chen Haonan clapped his little hands and said disdainfully, "This bit of strength? I haven't done my best, and you've fallen." Yi Zuanxin saw Lu Shixiang faint to death, stood up, ran to Chen Haonan, stretched out his hand to check on Chen Haonan, and was relieved to find that he was not injured. "It's okay, it's okay." Yi Zuanxin let out a sigh. After calming down a little, he looked at Chen Haonan with a shocked face, as if he had seen a monster. He killed 4 people in one go, and they were all militants. Looking at the expression on Chen Haonan's face, he was so calm. Is he still the Chen Haonan he knows? At this time, the snipers number 1, number 3, and number 4, who were hiding in very hidden positions, looked very relaxed, and they didn't care when they heard the continuous gunfire coming from the hall. Number 2 is starting to kill hostages again. Number 1 said with a smile. Doesn't he like to do this kind of thing? Number 3 said softly. Let's kill so many hostages, it's enough to keep a few. Avenue 4. It's all a bunch of cheap lives. While these people were talking and laughing, they obviously didn't take other lives seriously. The cops have finally arrived, and they're so slow. It's just a bunch of ornaments, and our main opponents are the special forces. Special forces? It's just a bunch of Boy Scouts, how can they compare to us? The area we control is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and as long as we hold this direction, it is useless to come. They have been investigating this area for a long time, and the three of them are in an open line of sight, right in front of the street, and the fire can be blocked as long as the police appear to ensure that nothing falls. They should be allowed to see blood, push half of the people out, all of them headshot, and those police and special forces will not dare to approach. It's exciting to play like this, throw one or two at a time, and play with them. Let them see how good we are, and they will be afraid. Like the last time in Libya, more than 100 hostages, half killed, their government did not obediently send money? Number 4, you pushed that star of country H to the muzzle, it's not her, we can't get into Manhwaedit, we have to thank her. Is she also in the supermarket? Oh, the one with the longest leg squatting on the ground, like a crab, the boss is still her fan, this girl likes Yenghua, and she also gave a Yenghua name, Xiao Yuan, who came here to endorse, and put aside the agent to come shopping, almost couldn't help it. Number 4 was happy, Madoka, my whole body is full of legs. The three of them talked easily through walkie-talkies in different corners. In the hall, Chen Haonan's face sank and said, I'm not a child. I'm already a military man. Don't always treat me like a child. The situation is urgent, we are not really out of danger, take the hostages and go first. Yi Cun thought of Chen Haonan's performance just now, where did he look like a child? Even if it is a special forces, it is estimated that the special forces are nothing more than that. Chen Haonan's change is really too big, if it weren't for the fact that his appearance hadn't changed, Yi Cun would have thought that he had recognized the wrong person. Those citizens who temporarily escaped from danger gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. You lead someone up the stairs, I'll take the back. Chen Haonan ordered. Yi Cun did not refute, and according to Chen Haonan's meaning, he led everyone to the direction of the stairs, and walked in front to lead the way. Bang! Bang! The crowd had only walked a few steps when they suddenly heard a dense burst of gunfire from outside. Yi Cun cautiously came to the window, looked outside, and found that the police downstairs could not get close, and the firepower was completely suppressed by the militants. If they rush now, they will definitely be looking for death. What do we do now? At this time, Chen Haonan was lying on the window and saw bullets shooting in the southeast, east and west, and below were special forces with loaded guns. In midair, there are also helicopter gunships circling, but no one can get close, the snipers on the other side are too powerful. The Snow Wolf calls the Golden Eagle, the Snow Wolf calls the Golden Eagle, the other party's firepower is too fierce, can't get close, can't get close. Report complete. The trio led by Qin Shanming were blocked on the side of a wall about 300 meters away from the supermarket, unable to move forward, and the snipers on the other side were indeed powerful. If it weren't for Qin Shanming's sensitivity to danger, he immediately ordered to hide in the wall, and there would have been casualties in the round of shooting by the militants just now. Qin Shanming took off his helmet and slowly stretched the helmet out of the wall, just revealing half of the helmet. So, sniper bullets hit the helmet, making a hole and emitting smoke. Idea stabber. Qin Shanming shrank back, MD, the other party occupies a favorable position, plus the hostages are in hand, this battle is very difficult to fight. I can't go down, the corridor is blocked, what should I do? Qin Shanming was a little melancholy. Wow. I can't go down, the corridors are blocked. Upstairs, Yi Cun ran up again and asked Chen Haonan, who was lying on the windowsill, to observe. After asking, looking at his cousin's small body, he instantly wanted to slap his mouth. Who is the child? Don't panic, I'll make a weapon and break through immediately. Cousin, you go down and watch the crowd, don't let them run around. Shrewd. Yi Cun was strange, watching Chen Haonan quickly find an iron frame, and then looked at such a huge iron frame in a daze. Under his strength, it seemed to be very obedient and began to bend. That's a lot of strength, but what is he going to do?
What Yi Tsuanshin didn't know was that under the invincible god-level weapon skill, the iron frame use function had already been displayed in Chen Haonan's mind. Iron frame, 18 ways to kill. You can make finger sleeves, whips, iron needles, iron ropes, blood droplets, and other sharp weapons. Considering that the host is not yet an adult, it is recommended to make finger sleeve gameplay, which can be used for climbing entertainment. After this information poured into his mind, Chen Haonan bared his tiger teeth, quickly pushed the plastic sheet away, revealing the hard metal inside, and broke it with a strong force. Under the strength and power of the ants, the iron frame was as fragile as a wafer. He constantly wound the iron wire around his fingers, forming a finger sleeve. The tip of the finger sleeve retains sharpness. It's too late, you hurry down. As a soldier, can you be more mature? Under Yi Tsuanshin's weird eyes, Chen Haonan directly pushed open the window, and then squeezed his small body out hard. In a moment, he disappeared in front of Yi Tsuanshin. You're going to. What to do, dangerous. Seeing this scene, Yi Siyuan, who was shocked, grabbed his heart in hands, and quickly ran to the window, and then saw Chen Haonan's small body, like an enlarged version of a spider, actually stuck on the wall, swimming quickly, and moving sideways towards the window with a gun barrel sticking out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What to do if she fell? But she never saw Chen Haonan fall. You can do it. Yi Tsuanshin's mind flashed through the wire finger sleeve he had just made, and he understood something, but he still felt outrageous. How much strength does it take to create strong friction and stabilize your body? She covered her mouth in fear, for fear that Chen Haonan would fall directly and fall into meat sauce in front of her. How could she explain to her uncle and aunt? Why did his little cousin dare to do anything, dare to kill, and climb the wall with his bare hands after becoming a soldier? Yi Tsuanshin's soul didn't know where it had flown to, leaving it with the feeling of an empty shell body. In fact, the distance between these two windows is less than 3 meters, with Chen Haonan's ant power of 22 attributes, coupled with invincible stealth skills, as well as the strong judgment ability of the 10-mile eagle eye, plus the friction ability of the finger sleeve, it is not a big problem to crawl 2 or 3 meters quickly. Of course, if you change to an adult, you definitely can't. Anyway, it's the art masters who are bold. When Chen Haonan climbed out, the people below also saw it, and someone exclaimed, I went. There was a person who climbed out, but he didn't fall. He doesn't seem to have lost a rope on his body? Damn, is this Spider-Man? No, this seems to be a child, little spider? What is he going to do? It's too dangerous, so fast, he's almost at the window. Mom, look at Spider-Man. Chen Shanming, who had just grabbed his helmet, was staring at the window and itching, when he suddenly saw a small body jump out of the window, and then 2 or 3 moved sideways, and he actually approached the sniper's window like a spider, and his eyes lit up on the spot. Terrible. Others can't see it, Chen Shanming can see at a glance what Chen Haonan is going to do. Golden Eagle, have you arranged for someone to hang the rope down? Good guy, it's so fast, it's a thief, it's still a dwarf. Fan Tianlei was angry from the headset, and his voice was stunned. What dwarf? What hanging rope? I also saw it. Didn't you see that people were moving up and down? Have you ever seen a rope drop like this? Where is this lanyard? This is a little spider. I don't know who it is. Maybe it's the Blue Sky Rescue Team. Question mark. Chen Shanming turned the mirror in his hand in surprise, and really saw the small body attached to the wall, constantly adjusting its position, up and down, left and right. There is no rope, why didn't it fall? The Blue Sky Rescue Team doesn't have this ability either. Spider-Man? Chen Shanming was surprised and admired in his heart. He felt that he would definitely not be able to do it. He was 1 meter 83 tall, weighed more than 140 pounds, and he was not very flexible with a rope, not to mention crawling with his bare hands. He could fall into Chen Daming in an instant. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Someone responded to Chen Shanming's speculation and actually shouted, and a reporter filmed this scene on the spot. Under the window. Number 4 pulled a man with a mask, and an excited smile flashed on his face. Xiao Yuan, brother Lu Shiqiang must also thank you as a big star. We came in with your girl group, we are all your fans, but fans also want to get the love of celebrities. Thank you for avoiding the agent and going shopping. The hostage known as Xiao Yuan, who is taller than Yi Tsuanshin, almost 172 to 175, can't see his face clearly, but he has long straight black hair, a white hollow top, a short black skirt and knight's boots, a slightly exposed thin waist and fair slender legs, healthy with a girlish sense full of vitality, charming and sweet. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. No wonder number 4, who is a sniper, has a smile like a pig brother. If Chen Haonan is here, he must be surprised that the other party is more perverted than he abused He Chengwang and them. I brought you in, I'm angry, how can you do this? This is ruining the image of our countrymen, the soldiers here are very powerful. Madoka's voice was crisp and pleasant, but it made number 4 laugh even more arrogantly. Anyway, thank you, we have a deal with the law enforcers of the Yin country, which involves a large number of jewels. Our eldest brother was detained by them, and must be exchanged, please. Number 4 was still polite, but his eyes were always on the street. At this moment, a small hand suddenly appeared, swished, pulled the gun unreasonably, and disappeared in front of number 4. Number 4 didn't even have time to exclaim, when a small shoe appeared in front of him, kicking his nose and eyes with great force. As soon as his eyes were dark, he fell to the ground with a pop and fainted directly. Ah! Madoka, who was ready to die, saw a hand come in through the window, followed by a pop, and the militant who grabbed her suddenly fell down with a loud noise. The soldiers of the Yin Kingdom are so powerful, they have been saved. A 19-year-old girl, with twinkling stars in her eyes, waited to watch the life-saving hero crawl in. According to the plot, this must be a tall and righteous hero. Well, she has read Yang Hua's martial arts novels, all of them are for the country and the people, and each one is taller and more handsome than the other. Is such a curious psychology that she also gave herself a very hot country name to express her admiration for this country? The next moment, she saw a child who was almost 10 years old, and the thief crawled in, staring at herself with round eyes. Are you a hostage? The child crossed her waist, and the milk looked at her fiercely. Hey, how did you crawl in with a little kid, and is there anyone else? Faced with the questioning of the girl wearing a mask, Chen Haonan withdrew his eyes, and he could see at a glance that this female animal was not in danger and should be a hostage. I saved you, there is no one else, go farther, I'm going to kill someone, yes, turn around, just put your ass on me, leave a mental image, blame me. The militants on the ground, he knocked out with the butt of his gun. The other party can do anything. As an experienced fighter, Chen Haonan felt that he had to kill the other party, just in case. Retreat a little farther, retreat further. Chen Haonan glanced at the back that he turned around, and muttered, much taller than his girlfriend Tang Xinyi, with a good figure, and then in the muttering, he stabbed the sharp iron frame into the other party's temples with an expressionless face. Poor this militant just woke up, and before he had time to lift his upper body, the person went soft. Before he lost consciousness, he had time to mutter, child. Killing a militant rewards the host with 10 XP. Refreshing. Hearing the prompt sound of the system, Chen Haonan stood up, walked over, and spoke to the hostage facing his back. This is the grocery area, you quickly find a place to hide. By the way, how many are there on the other side? Madoka turned around, and at first glance she saw the militants lying in a pool of blood, and her mouth couldn't help but open into a big O. He's dead? This kid killed? You are the great. Of the Yin Kingdom hero? What's your name? Sister is in love with you, thank you for saving me. The feeling of the rest of her life after the catastrophe diluted Madoka's fear. She felt that this little child with a cold expression had a very safe feeling. Yes, it's a sense of security, even if the other party is a child. Before Chen Haonan could react, the person was hugged, and with a wave, he felt that his first kiss was gone. Ah. What are you doing kissing me? I can't understand your bird language, just understand thank you. Okay, how old are you? Can you be more mature? Chen Hao's face was straight, and the woman pushed it away and wiped the saliva off her face vigorously. It's so cute. Xiaoyuan, who has a golden ratio figure, a delicate face, and fetal hair bangs, looked at Chen Haonan with his face. She's really never seen such a cool kid. The key is, very capable. I feel a little fascinated. Ah, I like you so much, thank you for saving me. Like a hammer. Chen Haonan continued to keep a straight face, picked up the metal display shelf casually, picked up an iron hammer, waved it a few times, and suddenly a line of text information appeared in his mind. Hammer, an attack gun with a hard texture. Function, can knock. Host, hammer killing, is a technology, the use of wonderful, in the heart, this is a routine self-defense tool at home, but also a must for killing people. There are 108 postures to kill. In the next moment, different moves related to hammer killing were integrated into Chun Haonan's mind, including frontal, back, and sideways.
There's even a tossing move.
All the moves were integrated into Chun Haonan's little head.
Ah, so cute, can I hug you?
Looking at the blind woman in the mask, jumping over with long legs and wanting to hug herself, Chun Haonan came up with an idea: in what posture to knock each other out?
Number 4, what's going on with you?
Hear it, please answer. The headset that fell to the ground sounded hoarsely. Number 4 is already dead, and naturally no one answers him. The next moment, Chun Haonan walked on his little short legs, ran over, picked up the headset, and shouted loudly, "Jumai fell."
Xiao Yuan on the side looked puzzled and looked at Chun Haonan, who was ecstatic.
Chun Haonan took the headset, turned his face, as if he was doing a trick, and suddenly became indifferent. "Come here quickly, the other party will come soon. Aren't you afraid that the other party will rape you first and then kill you? Also, you are not allowed to hug me when you come, and you are not allowed to paste me with saliva." With a stiff face, he swung a small hammer.
"It's not good, the enemy is coming."
Before the person could react, Madoka felt a huge force pull her body, almost flew over, and was hugged by the kid's waist. When she opened her eyes, she couldn't help but be stunned when she looked at the round and pitiful face in front of her, as well as her cold and resolute face. A good and energetic child, the key ability is also great. Chun Haonan pressed her forward, leaning down. "Don't mess around, the danger hasn't passed yet. Don't you hear footsteps?
1, 2, 3.
Chun Haonan ignored the resistance of the royal sister, forcibly pressed under him, and at the same time silently recited the number. When he read 8, he suddenly let go of the royal sister, and the small waistboard was forced, and touched the opponent's amazing elastic delicate body, and the person had already followed the waist force and ejected it.
It's like a cannonball. Oops.
In Madoka's exclamation, number 3, who was attracted attention, just turned his head. He saw a black shadow flying, and his throat was extremely painful in an instant, and he subconsciously backhanded, and at the same time raised the gun in his right hand to shoot.
Bang bang bang.
In the midst of the fierce gunfire, number 3 was shocked to touch the one that had been inserted into his throat, which was actually an iron hammer, and his throat had been pierced, and he could only let out an angry roar, like a wounded beast. The ricochets were everywhere, and the murderer Chun Haonan didn't dare to hold it up, and after the coquettish threw out the iron hammer, he immediately retreated again, retreated to the side of the royal sister, and covered the other party's screams back. In the damp heat of his palm, Chun Haonan warned the other party, "Don't scream, he was killed by me. Are you sure that the other party has the last person left? The others are too small, so they can only sit on the duck, sit directly on Madoka's body, and cover each other's mouths face to face." Madoka first looked outside in horror, and when her mouth was covered by a hard object the thickness of her arm, she subconsciously opened a zero shape. Looking at the resolute little face in front of her, she slowly calmed down and nodded hard.
"Yes, there are only 3, and there is only one left."
Afraid that Chun Haonan wouldn't understand, she stretched out her green jade finger and gestured a middle finger. Chun Haonan felt that he was not a womanizer, and besides, he was also raised by his cousin Yi Tsuanshin, but looking at this little face that had been pulled off by him, he had to exclaim, "MD, what a little beauty, and the top star is almost the same." At present, it is a delicate face that looks 17 or 18 years old. The face is small, the skin is white and red, there is a kind of beauty infected by redness, the eyes are not big, but the eyelashes are very long, and the key is that there are fetal hair bangs on the forehead, which makes her mature and sweet. The kind of coolness comes from her short skirt and night boots, as well as a small section of her white waist.
How do you feel like you've seen a female version of yourself?
Chun Haonan muttered in a low voice, curled the other party's middle finger, and warned the other party, "Don't mess around, this action is very inelegant."
As he spoke, Chun Haonan straightened his back and turned the woman upside down.
In the exclamation of the royal sister, Chun Haonan looked up at the aisle outside. "The last one, hurry up and finish it, go home for dinner."
As if in response to Chun Haonan's words, footsteps immediately sounded in the corridor.
Number 1, who was carrying a gun, walked over slowly, and now, even if he is Li Ernio, he knows that the situation is not good.
Number 3, please answer when you hear it. Number 4, please come back to when you hear it.
After calling a dozen times, no one responded. Walking to the grocery area, number 1 suddenly found number 3 lying on the ground. Number 3 had lost his life, and what had taken his life was a thick black hammer with blood curdling next to his pierced throat.
Come out.
A chill came out of his spine and rushed straight to the celestial spirit guy of number 1, and he shot as he retreated.
Bang bang bang. Bullets are scurrying and bouncing everywhere.
The lights that were hit went out one after another, and the light began to dim. Madoka was so nervous as the gunfire raged, and she thrust herself into the arms of the little boy like a child anxious to feed, while the other party was an adult male mother. There is no way normal people will collapse when they encounter such a situation, and in the battlefield, life is a matter of bullets. There was a strong smell of gunsmoke wafting in the grocery room. Chun Haonan's face was serious, he didn't smile, and hugged the trembling and uncontrollable royal sister with one hand. Patting the other party's back, he whispered comfort, don't be afraid, don't you have me, I want to, let him be arrogant for a while, wait for me to send him down, see his brother, don't be afraid, don't bite indiscriminately, I'm still a child,
The gunfire covered Chun Haonan's low suppressed breath.
If there were a drone here, you could see a child, holding a girl with long legs and a tight body, comforting each other in a whisper, how to look at this scene, how to violate the harmony.
Are we going to die?
In Chun Haonan's comforting voice, Xiao Yuan's little head was like a chicken pecking rice.
Die a hammer.
Chun Haonan silently read the gunshot, and at this moment, he had already read an iron pot in his hand, which was touched behind Xiao Yuan's round buttocks. The next moment, the weapon skill immediately reads the function of the iron pot. Iron pot, home travel, can be seen everywhere. This is one of the top 10 murder weapons in the furniture category, tightly on one of the folding stools. As a weapon, he can be used as a shield, can also be used as a percussion, can also be used for entertainment. While reading the information, Chun Haonan felt something soft and plump, pressing on his face, a little breathless. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his little head was hugged tightly by the other party, squeezing him so much that he almost lost his breath.
Hey, I'm still a child, let go of some, I can't breathe, you want to suffocate me.
After being complained by Chun Haonan for a while, and the gunfire had stopped, Xiao Yuan calmed down and took out Chun Haonan's little head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She was a little confused, and watched Chun Haonan, who was holding the iron pot, stand up and prepare to go out again.
He's so brave. Pedaling.
Chun Haonan ran for a while, and then under Xiao Yuan's gaze, he jumped in a dashing way, and in midair, he threw the iron pot in his hand out angrily.
It's time to eat. Chun Haonan also roared.
In a nervous state, number 1 had already finished firing the desired bullet and was changing the bullet gap when he heard an angry roar, followed by something black, approaching in the air. Swish! Number 1 didn't have time to change the magazine of his rifle, so he immediately pulled out the pistol on the side of his leg and raised his hand to shoot.
Bang bang bang!
At the moment of aiming and shooting, number 1, who had regained his senses, reloaded with one hand, and the rifle was between his arms. The iron pot was in the air, and it was beaten to a clattering sound. After retreating into the hostages, he grabbed an 11 or 12-year-old boy with his backhand and blocked him in front of him. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the hostages in his hands, he was much more stable. I heard that the soldiers of Yenghua did not have the kind of thinking of foreign armies, and they would definitely think about the safety of the hostages first. I said a long time ago, there is no need to risk coming here, it is useless to have the help of that big star. The whereabouts of the diamonds have not been heard yet, they have all been destroyed. Who said that the other party has no actual combat ability? The boss said that there is a group of people on the internet, saying that they committed crimes in Yenghua, tortured and killed a girl, and after a few years, no law enforcers have found him, and the law enforcers in Yenghua are all boys.
Brother Chang, you were deceived by that gang. These thoughts flashed through number 1's mind, and he was extremely annoyed, blaming Lu Shirchan's boss for liking online shopping and surfing, and actually listening to the remarks of Yenghua netizens.
Come out, or I'll shoot him. In the midst of number 1's roar, a small figure suddenly appeared in the corridor in front of him. He raised his hand, put it on his head, and walked out step by step, while shouting, I'm so scared, I'll come out.
Uncle, don't kill me. A child? Come out.
I clicked to 10, and if I didn't come out, I would kill the hostages. After seeing Chun Haonan's appearance, Number 1 didn't think much about it at all, and he never thought that the other party was the murderer of his comrade in arms, so he continued to roar and threaten, and at the same time shook his arm and carried the submachine gun fixed on his arm behind his back. Bang! The first to strike was Chen Haonan, who hid the muzzle of the gun behind his head, and when he aimed at the other party, he hooked the trigger, and the barrel of the gun spit out smoke. Number 1, who had just moved his arm, suddenly threw his palm back, and was directly pierced by the bullet, and the pistol that he couldn't grasp immediately fell to the ground, and scarlet blood spurted out. His reaction was quite fast, and he didn't care about the hostages, so he immediately threw himself to the ground and picked up the submachine gun behind his back at the same time. After a shot broke the opponent's palm, Chen Haonan immediately kicked the lightning original, kicked the frightened and trembling child into the crowd, and roared, "Don't move, lie on the ground, don't get up." In the roar, Chen Haonan's short body, under the stunned gaze of a group of hostages, ran wildly, like a small electric motor, constantly hitting the legs on the ground, making him have a faster speed than adults. Bang bang bang. Day. Shots were fired from both sides, bullets bouncing between the floor and the ceiling, bouncing and making a sharp sound. God, what's the situation? It's actually a child. Everyone was killed by one child. After number 1 threw himself on the ground, he didn't have time to get up at all. He spun around, kept catching the running figure and shooting, trying to kill the other party. But the ground restricted his movements, and as he rolled to a shelf, he was immediately stuck, and he had to adjust his position. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Haonan, who had already run out of bullets, pounced forward. A toothbrush on the shelf was grabbed by him in his hand, and when the weapon attribute flashed in his mind, with a brush, he had already stabbed this toothbrush into the opponent's throat and penetrated it directly. Number 1, who was struggling to lift his gun while donating blood, finally lost all his strength. He looked at the little short legs in front of him in disbelief, as well as the immature face. It was hard to imagine that his group of retired soldiers were all wiped out in the hands of a child. I am so unwilling. The darkness had swallowed him up, and all his minds had fallen into solitude. Chen Haonan wiped the blood on his palm, and suddenly, a trembling voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, are you Superman?" It was the little boy who was kicked by him just now, and he was not afraid of death, and asked him if he was Superman. Before Chen Haonan could answer the little boy's words, the voice of the system sounded. "Kill one tough militant and reward 20 XP. Tougher? Hee, compared to a few spicy chickens just now, it is indeed a little stronger, but it will not be too much, and it will make a lot of money." Chen Haonan turned his head and made a small face. "What a Superman, it's too big, I'm so small, I can only be from the Meyer team." "Ha, if that's the case, then I'm not afraid. By the way, is this a game?" Looking at the innocent 12-year-old boy, 10-year-old Chen Haonan nodded, and suddenly smiled brightly. "Guess right, it's just a game, there will be prizes for you later, you can take away any gift in the mall for free." After speaking, Chen Haonan praised the boss in his heart that he should be generous, otherwise, if ordinary people die here, you will be bankrupt. In his previous life, he was a special soldier, and he understood that such a hint in his heart had a great effect on the growth of children, otherwise, he would have left a shadow for the rest of his life. Great, it's a game, I'm going to tell my mom, she's still waiting for me downstairs." The little boy was overjoyed, turned and ran. I'll go, one death is uglier than the other. What has happened here, Chen Haonan, where are you?" Yi Zuanxin had already touched it and saw corpses all over the ground. The windowsills, the corridors, and the grocery room, each one is more ugly than the other, and it looks like a miscellaneous killing technique. Some were stabbed to death, some were hammered to death with a hammer, and most outrageously, one was pierced in the throat by a toothbrush. Holding back the nausea of rolling in his throat, Yi Zuanxin kept praying that he would never see Chen Haonan's ugly dead body. After getting out of the grocery room, Yi Zuanxin saw Chen Haonan. The little guy was alive and well, and he was still holding a girl in a short skirt and night boots, wiping people's buttocks and talking. The reason why he wipes his ass and balls is that as long as Chen Haonan is about the same height, he will go to others. With 1.2 meters of legs, Madoka is a famous devil figure, but the shadow in her heart is a little big, and this aspect is not as good as the 12-year-old brainwashed little boy. "I'm afraid of a ball, everyone has been killed by me, be mature, I'm not afraid of a child, what chickens are you afraid of?" I'm not afraid right away, it'll be fine in a while." Looking at the little girl who keeps taking deep breaths, her legs are longer than herself, and her face is whiter than herself, and then looking at the 10-year-old Chen Haonan who is constantly comforting each other, Yi Tsuanqing feels funny no matter how she looks at it. I don't know what to say. At the most outrageous time, there was also a little boy about 12 years old, who told the adults who had just stood up and had a panicked expression. Don't be afraid, this is a game, he is a member of the secret agent team, and the fight against monsters has been upgraded. I'm not afraid of a child, what are you afraid of, ha ha? Fight monsters and upgrade. Adults may be alarmed, and children are already applauding. Looking at this scene, Yi Tsuanqing seemed to understand something, and an idea popped up in his heart. It couldn't be Chen Haonan himself, right? This kid knows how to learn by heart, awesome. It seems that he ran away from home to become a soldier, and he has really become a mature little soldier. In Yi Tsuanqing's surprise, Chen Haonan, who was pulling Xiao Yuan over, had already walked over and spoke, "Cousin, I'll go first, remember, help me keep it secret, don't say what I did." "Do you dare to do it, don't you dare to admit it?" Yi Tsuanqing looked at Xiao Yuan, surprised by the other party's extraordinary beauty. "Who is she?" "It doesn't matter who she is, do me a small favor, I'm afraid that someone will pull me to slice and study, so I'll go out to avoid the limelight first, cousin, help, next time I invite you to eat sausages and 2 eggs. Cut. Yi Tsuanqing looked at the long-legged royal sister, and actually followed Chen Haonan. She looked like a little follower, and she still didn't have any brains. However, she also understood Chen Haonan's thoughts. He was such a young child, if he said that everyone here was killed by him, what would others think? Definitely pull away this slicing study. Hey, if you don't follow the right path, you follow me through the back door, what are you going to do? Chen Haonan, who came out of the side door, was surprised to find that the long-legged girl was still following him. He puffed out his mouth angrily, like a little hamster questioning the other party. I can't go on the front, in fact, I'm a member of the girl group. Girl group? What is this, rice balls? In the language spoken by the other party, there is H-text, which is also mixed with the Mandarin of the feet, and after a simple conversation, Chen Haonan finally understood the other party's expression. She should be the star of the girl group in country H. Please, you protect me again, send me back to the hotel, and I'll pay you. The long-legged royal sister clasped her hands together, biting her red lips, and begged Chen Haonan. Even if the remuneration is counted, I'm not short of money, just right, I also want to avoid the limelight, let's go together. Just when Chen Hao sneakily left with the girl who lost his temper, Chen Shanming had already rushed into the mall with the commando. Control, control. A body was found on the windowsill, suspected to have been stabbed to death. 2 bodies were found in the walkway, one was hammered to death. A body was found in the grocery store, stabbed to death by a broken toothbrush. After listening to the report of his comrades in arms, Chen Shanming, who had experienced strong winds and waves, felt as if he was listening to Grimm's fairy tales. MD, is this Superman fighting monsters, or is he making a movie? Why are there so many strange ways to die? How difficult is it for the opponent to have a gun and be able to use various weapons to kill the enemy? What's more, the One Bureau has exposed the identity of this group of people, retired professional soldiers of country H. What is this concept? Their own actual combat experience may not be comparable to these dead guys, who can torture and kill them. Even if Lei Zhan and Lao Gao are the kings of soldiers, it is impossible to do it with their bare hands. They were all killed by Spider-Man. Yi Tsuanqing didn't leave, she was a soldier after all, she stayed to evacuate the crowd, and in the face of Chen Shanming's inquiry, she was witty. Spider-Man? Yes, it's the Spider-Man who climbs the wall with his bare hands, don't you see? I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. Yi Ciyuan's heart was full of words, and he said confidently, at that time, I was protecting the people. After Spider-Man crawled in, he first used sharp weapons to assassinate the sniper on the windowsill, and then walked all the way, using the weapons that can be seen along the way, killing these gangsters one by one, and these weapons you have also seen, they are all household items in the supermarket. Chen Shanming's mouth opened wide, forming an O shape, which could not be closed for a long time. There is still Spider-Man in this world, it's outrageous, I would rather believe that Ma Baogui is the great grandmaster. Yi Ciyuan asked wittily, then how do you explain that he can use ordinary items to kill gangsters with firearms? Can you do it, or who can do it? Can only be explained, he is Superman,
plus he has a specialty of climbing walls. What is not Spider-Man? Where's Spider-Man?
Fan Tianlei also came down. He came down directly from the roof of the building with a rope, which made the veteran hand red, and the pain was scorching.
Number 5, I don't know where Spider-Man is. I can preliminarily infer that it is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. All the gangsters died in various weapons, and their deaths were very unsettled.
Fan Tianlei paused for a moment. After all, he had seen a lot, and immediately waved his hand. Then it doesn't matter, let Laowen come in, let him face the reporters outside. We are shadows hiding in the dark, ready to retreat. It didn't take long for the members of the Wolf-Tooth Commando to retreat cleanly. As soon as Fan Tianlei led the people away, the Wen Bureau came in with the law enforcers. They were greeted by a strong smell of blood, which made them shocked. I am a soldier of the Southeast Military Region. All the gangsters who died here, there were no casualties among the hostages. You guys hurry up and register, I'm going to find my cousin. Yi Tsuanxing next to him hadn't left yet, and when he saw someone coming in, he hurriedly came over to urge. Okay, great. Wen Ju was a little excited. Usually he carried out tasks, as if such a big scene, at least one undercover agent died, but I didn't expect this time to end perfectly, and the hostages were safe. However, after his subordinates reported the situation of the deceased, Laowen was directly blinded.
Died so miserably?
Yes, the one who was stuck with chopsticks, the one who was hammered to death by a hammer, and the most outrageous thing is that one was stabbed to death with a toothbrush, and this person's face, not surprisingly, is a zebra major.
Zebra major. All hanging?
When Ju was taken aback, he checked the files of this group. The most powerful is not the leader Lu Shiqiang, but the mercenary codenamed Zebra. It is said that every time he kills someone, he will smear the victim's whole body with blood, forming staggered vertical and horizontal markings, but I didn't expect that this time it was the worst death, the most aggrieved. If it gets out of the mercenary world, it will definitely be big news.
Zebra was brushed to death by toothbrushing.
Some law enforcers admired and said, Director, I have been practicing with those special forces every year, and I haven't seen how powerful they are. They all rely on flickering tactics. I didn't expect these special forces to really have a set. Where is this murder? It's just a trick. It's really powerful, 18 kinds of martial arts, proficient in everything. When Ju actually couldn't figure it out, it was said that after dealing with Fan Tianlei so many times, he knew how many hairs the other party had on his legs. Don't worry about it for now, take the crowd out and keep them safe.
Yes. Try to comfort their emotions and don't leave them with any psychological shadows, especially children.
Generally speaking, children with immature minds will often have nightmares and even distorted personalities after seeing such bloody scenes.
Yes.
By the time the enforcers had passed, they had not yet figured out how to comfort the children, but they heard a burst of cheers and a child swearing.
You're still afraid, huh? It's so funny, we kids aren't afraid. Spider-Man is amazing, this is my idol. Hey, you adults, why are you scared like quail birds? Okay, everyone, Spider-Man has said, this is a game. He defeated the bad guys and ran away. We children are not afraid, you adults are afraid of a DR,
Looking at a group of adults, Suasua trembled and was comforted loudly by a few children. The law enforcers were all stunned, and some people rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they had seen it wrong.
Where did this come from? Who is Spider-Man?
When a law enforcer was about to ask for clarification, the elevator door opened, and a group of heavily armed soldiers with painted faces appeared.
Thor, come here.
When Ju immediately recognized the captain who took the lead, it was Lei Zhan of the Thor Commando. This person has a national face, boxy, even if he wears makeup, the unruly look revealed in his eyes. Look at whose unhappy appearance, look at the temperament that everyone owes him money, even if he turns into ashes, Laowen thinks he can recognize it.
Hello leader, you are very efficient.
Lei Zhan led people to break through from the periphery. The so-called periphery is an underground tunnel, as if a water rat drilled in, and then infiltrated from the ground, but, looking at the corpses piled up all over the ground, and the smile on Laowen's face, he already knew that the task had been completed ahead of schedule.
It seems that I am a step slower, otherwise, these guys will die even worse.
Worse? When Ju shook his head, you didn't see the scene, no one died worse than them.
Thunder?
When Ju nodded and said, Chen Shanming, they want to raid in, they killed all the people, it's really amazing, some of these people were killed by chopsticks, hammers, and toothbrushes, the scene is terrible.
Hearing this, Lei Zhan is a little blinded, isn't it? Lao Fan is so powerful? He shot a color at Hades, and the sniper Hades, who understood it, immediately went over and turned over a few corpses with his feet, and sure enough, just like when Ju said, the tragic word of death was so good, every deceased person was blind, with despair, fear, and unwillingness in his eyes. I just heard the kid mention that Spider-Man did it. What does that mean?
Hades also felt that it couldn't be Qin Shanming, and they did it, killing people with guns. Thaxan, it was impossible to kill people like this. Out of Fan Tianlei's love of mouths, Qin Shanming and Miao Wolf and others were all honest children, and they wouldn't play so much. When Bureau, in my opinion, there is only one Spider-Man, that is, the person who climbs the wall. Many people have seen it. This person can climb the wall with his bare hands, anything in his hands. He can be a soldier, turn it into a weapon to kill. This person may be a killer.
Killer?
When Ju looked at Hades a little annoyed, shook his head and said, "What a killer, he is a hero." Lei Zhan snorted coldly, "In my opinion, what kind of Spider-Man is this? This is Gecko Man." Everyone in the Thunderbolt Commando laughed a few times, but they were embarrassed, and none of the enforcers laughed. "Leave it to me here, you can go first, whether it's Spider-Man or Gecko Man. If you can kill these mercenaries of Country H, you are heroes." When Ju understands the person Lei Zhan, the Thunder and Lightning Commandos he led are a little conceited. Conceit is a good thing, but you have to solve the problem. You are late, and there is so much nonsense. If it is Lao Tzu's female subordinate, Lao Tzu will whip her with a stick.
You really don't know who the spider is?
After seeing Wen Ju impatiently waving his hand, Lei Zhan also knew that the other party didn't want to talk to him anymore, especially this director. His personality is more eager for quick success. According to the current situation, unless he Lei Zhan is Spider-Man, he is not interested.
Drilling the tunnel for half a day, drilling alone. Lei Zhan waved his hand, retreat.
Soon, the members of the Raiden commando team disappeared without a trace.
After entering the underground tunnel again, Lei Zhan frowned and said, "MD, Staff Officer Fan, this person is really a sinkhole. He knows that he doesn't need us to come, and he didn't notify him in advance. Didn't he deliberately let Lao Tzu come over and make a fool of himself? If I told you in advance, I wouldn't have called Fan Tianking. He and the director just now are estimated to be sisters born from a mother. Anyway, who do you think Spider-Man will be?"
Skywolf hesitated for a moment, and said calmly, "I saw a member of the Fire Phoenix just now. She seems to be called Yitsuanshin. She is helping to evacuate the crowd. You can ask her." Lei Zhan's tricks lit up suddenly. To be honest, he was also very curious. There were still people with such great ability, under the noses of him and Lao Fan. He took the lead in killing those mercenaries, and also protected the safety of all the hostages.
Whose subordinates are these?
Let's go out and block Yitsuanshin. If you don't ask clearly, Lao Tzu won't be able to sleep well. The crowd chuckled. After Lei Zhan left, the Wen Bureau commanded to pack the corpses, send them away in batches, and deal with all the aftermath before he walked out slowly.
"I'm in a good mood and the weather is exceptionally nice. Thanks to Spider-Man."
Wen Ju was already thinking about how to deal with the reporters outside. Sure enough, as soon as he came out, he was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters.
"Hello, Yahoo TV, are there any casualties inside?"
"Yes, but the dead are all gangsters, and the lives of the people have been guaranteed, and the supermarket has been safely evacuated." "Great, how did you do it? This is a hurricane rescue. From the time it happened to the end, I did the math, it didn't take more than 15 minutes.
"It wasn't us who did it, it was Spider-Man who climbed the wall who did it. You want to thank him, go and report on him. He is the hero of the people. If you have the opportunity to find him, tell him for me. The enforcers of the East China Sea Department thank him."
The scene was quiet for a moment, and then suddenly it exploded. Sure enough, it was Spider-Man who saved it, and the God of Grace is too powerful.
"Is it the big guy who climbs the wall?"
"What a big guy, that's chivalry, the Spider-Man of the Yen country."
"Oh, hero of the era of peace, then again, who is he and where is he? I also want to know. You ask me, I ask who to go?"
When Ju squeezed through the crowd, pulled a subordinate over, and said in a low voice, "Pass my order. At the 4 intersections of the east, west, south, and north, there will be a secret sentry, especially the special forces who are staring at the wolf's teeth. They must have a way to find Spider-Man, and notify me of the situation."
"Okay."
The enforcer was also a little excited, and he also felt that it was incumbent on him to find Spider-Man. On the other hand, Shen Hanan naturally didn't know that he had become famous as some kind of wall-climbing animal. he was just afraid of trouble, so he didn't take the right path and went directly to the side door. Just left the crowd and arrived at the periphery, in the sound of stumbling footsteps, a woman in a professional suit, with 3 black-clothed bodyguards, ran over quickly. Xiao Suit hugged the royal sister next to him and cried, "Xiao Yuan, where have you been? Are you okay?" "Sister Jin, do you think something is wrong with me?" "He saved me." The agent, Sister Jin, was surprised to notice that leaning next to her big star, there was a child. If you didn't look carefully, she wouldn't have noticed. "He saved you?" Sister Jin had a disbelieving expression on her face. "Where did this kid come from? Did you take my family Madoka and squeeze it out of the crowd?" "Squeeze your head," Chen Haonan said angrily. "Okay, don't cry, don't be annoyed, get out of here quickly. Do you want to be watched as a panda?" "Okay." Under Sister Jin's stunned gaze, her big star obediently responded, and then took the initiative to hold the little boy's hand, and the two of them were together and were about to get into the car. "No, if you take a child back to the hotel, there will be a scandal. Where did he come from? I will arrange for someone to send him back." As soon as she finished speaking, the child, who was at most 10 years old, stared at her with a serious look and said, "So much nonsense, hurry up, and if you are verbose, I will knock you out with one punch." Sister Jin covered her chest and took a half step back. "My mother, dare to beat me, is the child so fierce now?" "Sister Jin, don't worry about it, I really saved it from him, and besides, he said to beat you, and no one really can stop it." "Hey, my little ancestor, if you pull a child, it will ruin your image. How did he save you? We give him money, is it okay? Let's go back to the hotel first, he's really a very good kid." As he spoke, he pulled Chen Haonan into the car, and just as he was about to close the car door, a hand suddenly stretched out. "Wait!" The 3 black-clothed bodyguards were shocked, and just as they were about to make a move, they were blocked from behind by someone with something hard. There were only 3 people standing in front of them, but they acted so quickly that even if they were professional bodyguards, they couldn't react. Chen Haonan glanced outside, his arms were protected, and he sighed in an old-fashioned manner. "I told you to leave quickly, I didn't grind for a long time, and I was blocked." "Old man, what are you blocking me for?" Fan Tianlei laughed, revealing his aunt's smile. "The old man doesn't mean anything else, I'll just ask, are you Spider-Man?" After seeing that Chen Haonan didn't react, Fan Tianlei smiled even more happily. "You came out to play with your cousin Yitsuanshin. I only saw Yitsuanshin in the supermarket, and although my cousin is excellent, she is definitely not as perverted as you. You killed everyone, right?" Chen Shanming, who was controlling the bodyguards and Sister Jin on the side, and several special forces were staring at Chen Haonan with bright eyes, and they were also very curious. The miscellaneous killing mode in the supermarket has exceeded their cognition. Fan Tianlei felt that Chen Haonan did it, and proposed to block it from behind, and really blocked this little demon king of the mixed world who had beheaded them. In the eyes of so many people, Chen Haonan, who originally wanted to hide his name deeply, felt that there was no need to hide it, so he confessed directly. "Hey, forget it, I originally wanted to get along better with you in the future as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect it to be seen by you. Okay, don't block here, I confessed, I killed the person, but..." Chen Hanan's small mouth let out an adult-like sigh, and said seriously, "I am a human, not a spider." Fan Tianlei and the others first shook their heads and then laughed. They laughed at Chen Hanan's naive appearance, laughed at his courage and resourcefulness, and was really a Spider-Man who climbed the wall. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. That's remarkable. Before this, Chen Shanming and others never imagined that there were still people who could kill those gangsters like that, and they were still a 10-year-old child. Chief of Staff, it is said that he was still the one you opened with a letter of introduction and asked him to go to the Iron Fist Regiment to be a soldier. Your old man is really like a torch and has insight, this is a little genius. Chen Shanming immediately sent the first wave of milk farts in autumn. Fan Tianlei sniffed, very useful, and showed a satisfied smile. Damn, because of Chen Hanan's matter, he was complained by Kong Tuandahi Jijun, and he was scolded by the wolf head for being confused, but as a result, putting aside the fact of the last beheading, this time he played tricks and killed 8 gangsters. This is Papapa. 8 slaps. Have a chance to ask those guys, does it hurt in the face? Is it really Spider-Man? The controlled bodyguards and Sister Jin were all blinded, looking at Chen Hanan's expression, as if they had seen a ghost. How old is this child? As long as they were waiting for Madoka outside just now, they saw the people discussing Spider-Man, but they didn't expect it to be a child. At this moment, they were finally woken up by Fan Tianlei and their urine.
Okay, get out of the way, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you all? Chen Haonan said viciously. Fan Tianlei laughed, I'm afraid, but you can't leave, that big-mouthed old one came over, and he really guessed what I was going to do. Chen Haonan followed Lao Fan's eyes, and sure enough, he saw Director One of the Donghai Hall coming over with someone. Old Fan, you're too unrighteous, have you found Spider-Man?
When Zhu also just got a report from his subordinates, Fan Tianlei led the team to block people at the intersection, and he hurried over. As long as it's curious, and at the same time, he wants to thank each other. After taking a step back, Fan Tianlei pointed to Chen Haonan in the car and said with a smile, it's him, the soldier of the Iron Fist Regiment's sharpshooter company. Don't look at his young age, but Lao Tzu introduced him to be a soldier. I didn't expect that 3 months later, he has grown to such a point, and he is really a hero out of a teenager.
Great, great.
When Zhu rubbed his hands, his face was shining, and he walked over quickly. His eyes first swept over the bodies of the 3 black-clothed bodyguards, then Sister Jin, and finally Xiao Yuan, Chen Haonan.
Which one the hell? Or several? I said that the hero was a teenager, so obviously I can't see it? Lao Fan was in a good mood, laughing beside him, and he didn't break it. Is he Spider-Man? How is that possible? Fan Tianlei smiled, believe it or not, pull it down. Ha.
It's about the same as my child, the gap is too big, the one in my family, still peeing his pants, you have become a big shot. After all, when Zhu was an old Jianghu, and he immediately determined that Chen Haonan was Spider-Man, he said jokingly, but he walked over seriously and quickly, held Chen Haonan's hand, and tried his best to squeeze out the brilliance of chrysanthemums with an old face. Listen to me, I thank you so much, my admiration for you is like a surging river.
Chen Haonan rolled his eyes, didn't listen to Wenju's sycophants, and raised a middle finger towards Fan Tianlei.
It is worthy of a golden eagle, and its eyes are more effective than a dog's nose. Mr. Wen didn't care that he was being neglected, he nestled Chen Haonan's little hand hard, revealing a fatherly smile, little Spider-Man, what reward you need, I will definitely satisfy you.
Chen Haonan said lightly, help me hide my identity, I'm afraid of trouble. It's as simple as that.
When Zhu was stunned for a moment, he glanced at the big star in the car, and immediately recognized the identity of the other party.
Could it be the young master of a certain consortium? No problem, we'll have a date later.
When Zhu clasped his hands and slowly retreated, directing the enforcers to block the reporters who rushed over.
Fan Tianlei on the side watched the car disappear, his smile was put away, and he said seriously, go back to the wolf tooth. Go to ask the wolf head for someone, if you go slowly, the person will be gone, such a talent should not stay in the Iron Fist Regiment.
Chen Shanming and others thought so. Chief of Staff, where did you find the child?
It's a long story. Fan Tianlei walked and blew the conch.
3 months ago, I didn't think it was a whim, I thought I should go to the people, to find out the good material for being a soldier, so I organized a summer camp. I didn't expect this kid to get in, his marksmanship is like a god, running fast as lightning, especially when he is running wildly with a single soldier's backpack. To ensure that you can see the bag flying, you can't see where the person is. Seeing such a talent, I introduced him to be a soldier, but I didn't expect his father to agree, and the story behind it, you also know, you are all the souls of his crotch.
Lao Tzu was convinced, Chief of Staff, you really don't play cards according to common sense, next time you discover talents, will you go to kindergarten?
Chen Shanming felt that the last time he lost to Chen Haonan, it didn't seem to be so uncomfortable. Exited, Lei Zhan and his people really stopped Yi Zuanxin. Yi Cun was anxious to find Chen Haonan, but his head was not raised, as if he was chasing a fly. Get out, I'm in a hurry. I don't know where Chen Haonan went, it would be troublesome to be taken away. After this thought came up, Yi Zuanxin felt hasty. The current Chen Haonan is no longer the child who watched the animal world in the past and was scared by tigers and screamed. He killed people without blinking his eyes.
Yi Zuanxin, stand upright.
Lei Zhan almost knocked off his sunglasses, and he immediately let out a low sigh.
Here.
Reflexively, Yi Zuanxin immediately straightened, and then looked up to recognize that it was the instructor she called the poker face. Not only him, but also the members of the Yama King, the old fox and other thunderbolts standing next to him, their voices were very grand, and they stared at her solemnly one by one. Of course, Yi Tsuanshin is not a timid girl. When she first went to assess the special forces, she dared to climb on a tree and shoot JJ with a slingshot to fight a mine, but unfortunately she hit the helmet crookedly. Report, instructor, it's not in the army right now, I'm on vacation.
Soldier Yi Tsuanshin, I know you're on vacation, so I'll ask a question. Who is Spider-Man?
Spider. Isn't it just a pig?
Yi Cun replied wittily.
Hearing this, Lei Zhan's face darkened, his hands folded, and he roared solemnly, "Don't joke with me, this is an order." Yi Tsuanshin didn't say anything, pursed his lower lip, and secretly looked at Hades and the others.
Ha ha.
Hades laughed, "We didn't harm anyone, what are you worried about? It's to carry out a mission, to go back and write a report. You can't write about a pig. What is Spider-Man?"
Report, you are only a pig, your whole family is a pig.
Yi Tsuanshin, this person, couldn't stand the stimulation. She shouted loudly, "It's my cousin, Shen Haonan did it, he is not a pig, you are the—"
What the hell, Shen Haonan? Is he Spider-Man? What a big melon.
Lei Zhan didn't care about Yi Cun's heart anymore, he just had an idea: hurry back to Wolf Tooth, and report this strange thing. By the way, Lei Ding still lacks a young soldier king, he is old.
Lao Fan shouldn't know Chen Haonan's identity yet, the soldier is very fast.
The next moment, Lei Zhan immediately took people back to the Wolf's Teeth. As for Yi Tsuanshin, she went there if she liked to, anyway, she was still on vacation.
Chen Haonan didn't know how much wind and waves he would cause with one shot, so he wanted to be quiet and eat something.
The car stopped at the G Hotel, the door just opened, and Chen Haonan, who wanted to get out of the car immediately retracted his little short legs. At the door of the car, a man dressed in flowers walked up, kneeling on one leg on the ground, looking up at the open car door, with a scumbag-like sincerity on his face.
"Madoka, come with me to dinner, I'll give you a piece of land for a meal, to show that I am dead to you. This is the moonflower, and the moon represents my heart."
Suddenly, a little short leg moved, and a little boy walked down and looked at him coldly. "Don't get in the way, she has a boyfriend, it's me."
"You? Are you her boyfriend?"
Seeing Chen Haonan's appearance, Wang Xiao, who was almost in his early 30s, wanted to laugh a little, but he couldn't help it, Because of the girl group star he had been pursuing for a long time, he walked down with a sweet face and said to him lightly, "What he said is good, it's my boyfriend."
Wang Xiao didn't hold back and laughed, "Your boyfriend? Do you want old cows to eat tender grass?" Ha ha.
His laughter continued, but people floated in the air.
Laugh at me, haha.
Madoka's boyfriend is an underage child. Even if you strip naked, what can he do? He can only do it in a hurry, haha. Throw him in the trash. Sister Jin commanded the bodyguards to throw Wang Xiao out, and then looked at Xiao Yuan, who was pulling Chen Haonan and didn't let go, with a complicated face, and a black crow flew over in her heart. What can I do? When she hurried over, she almost fell to the ground when she heard Chen Haonan's next words. "I don't have a problem with you being my girlfriend, but I'll say it first, I already have a girlfriend, and you're the second."
Giggle. No problem.
Looking at her own big star laughing, after Sister Jin digested Chen Haonan's words, she couldn't help but cover her head, angry and funny.
Oh my god. How can there be such children? If Chen Haonan was an adult male, needless to say, she would definitely find a way to drive the other party away, no matter what kind of Spider-Man he was, pig man, but if this was a child, she could only be a joke with him. Because he doesn't have any hair, what can he do? Forget it, let's just play for them. When Sister Jin didn't know, this scene had already been filmed by the paparazzi hiding in the corner, and of course they knew that the title was eye-catching. In less than 10 minutes, a title, Hua Dan, the leader of the H-country girl group, is suspected of having a 10-year-old illegitimate child. Is still raised by a boyfriend? Why is there a lot of uproar outside? Chen Haonan doesn't care, he is lying on the long legs of his second girlfriend, comfortably eating the other party's grapes. The grapes are fed by the other party's own hands, and they will not be stuffed into the nose with their eyes closed. P.S. It's good to reward and rush to the list. Tired? Do you have a room to rest? Chen Haonan was not in a hurry to go back to the army. The exercise performed well a few days ago, and Kang Tuan directly gave him a 2-day vacation. Anyway, he came out, so he didn't enjoy life. How could he be worthy of his parents who let him out to be a soldier? Come to my room. Seeing that Xiao Yuan was familiar with the road and wanted to pull the child to her bedroom, Sister Jin couldn't help it, and turned into a roadblock. My eldest lady, you can't be so casual, your identity is not allowed to stay with a child. How did you write about you in the news, saying that you have an illegitimate child? As she spoke, Sister Jin handed over the phone in distress. Sister Jin, he's just a child, there's no need to explain anything. Xiao Yuan looked at the agent who was in the way. She suddenly remembered something, and said urgently, Sister Jin, there is a very important matter. You go to the police station immediately and explain that the gang of gangsters followed us into Yanghua. This is what I heard them say. What? Sister Jin was taken aback. If this was the case, she had to explain it immediately, otherwise it would be troublesome to investigate in the future. Helpless, Sister Jin couldn't take care of Chen Hanan's affairs, so she hurriedly left and went to the Donghai Hall. Who would have expected that as soon as she went like this, she was actually investigated for a long time and never came back, and all the commercial activities related to the girl group were stopped. In the villa, Chen Hanan just woke up. He was lying on the bed of a big star, sleeping beautifully. The more tense and exciting army life, the rhythm of life here is simply heaven. It's just that Chen Hanan, who was a special soldier in his previous life, is used to life in the army. Little lazy worm, get up and eat supper. Wearing a white vest dress, coupled with a sweater of the same color, she looks girly, delicate and cute, and she is dragging a tray in her hand. There is a glass of milk on the tray as well as delicious snacks. Chen Hanan swore that he was definitely not a womanizer, but he also found that the legs of this second girlfriend were born with the function of being slender. Even if he knelt on the ground, he felt particularly slender. It's a pity not to be a female soldier with such legs. Chen Hanan had a strange uniform temptation in his heart, such as an AI literary soldier. Xiao Yuan didn't know the complicated thoughts in Chen Hanan's heart, and after putting down the tray, he handed over the phone with a smile. Look, you're talking about your little Spider-Man, it's amazing, your topic volume has surpassed that of our girl group. I think it's better for you to be a soldier. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, little guy, in fact, my grandfather wanted me to be a soldier, and I don't know how to enter the entertainment industry later. Seeing you so young and so powerful, I always thought of the Superman comics I read when I was a child. I really didn't expect that reality also exists. He. Can you tell my sister why you're so good? Chen Hanan rolled his eyes and flipped through the video. In the video, it is the picture of him climbing the wall with his bare hands. As for the murder video inside, there is naturally no video. The camera has long been destroyed by Lu Shiqiang's gang, and it has inadvertently helped him a lot. Otherwise, he, Astro Boy, will really be pulled to slice and study it soon. Chen Hanan casually flipped through the following discussions. All of them were powerful and awesome, and it turned out that there was also a discussion of superhuman existence and reality. By the way, is my cousin here? Here, after Sister Jin called the police just came, and your cousin came over, who knew that the police asked the two of them to make a record together, and they didn't come back until dark. This gang of gangsters, did they really follow your girl group to get in? Madoka showed a contemplative expression. I don't know the specifics, but I listened to their discussion. The reason why these people came in and had murder weapons was because there was a person who helped them, and this person was the person who gave me flowers at the door of the hotel. Chen Hanan was stunned. As an experienced special combat member, he immediately captured the sensitive information in it. Tell me this person, all the information. His name is Wang Wenla. He once sent a message to the group, saying that he spent 5 million to invite me to a meal. Sister Jin checked his identity. In fact, he is not from Yanghua, he is a wealthy businessman from Shangjiang, doing business in the mainland. Sister Jin said that this person is not simple. In his file, he also acted as an agent of arms overseas. By the way, he was not called Wang Wenla. His name was Song Ziwen, and it was related to a homicide case in Shangjiang. Chen Hanan stiffened a carp, and his small body stood up all of a sudden, almost knocking the royal sister sitting next to him out of bed. Ignoring the other party's exclamation, Chen Hanan immediately typed Song Ziwen and the homicide keywords into the computer. The next moment, a thrilling case ejected. Hong Kong Sim Sha Sui, the notorious HK incident. After the young mainland woman HK got off work in the middle of the night, Song Ziwen, Liang Zhu, and Chen Luan were kidnapped in the house and subjected to inhumane abuse, including QJ, eating unclean things. Finally thrown into the sea. After being identified, he was tried in court. Because there was no evidence, and the Hong Kong from the mainland had no money and power, the family could not afford to hire
a lawyer, the 3 rich second generations were not guilty, and even, the 3 brutes were still in court. The law can't be judged, but they have no place in Shangjiang, so they changed their names and came to the mainland to develop.
Seeing this, Chen Haonan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart.
At this moment, the voice of the system sounded. The young soldier king has issued a random mission, to act for the heavens. In the corner where justice cannot reach, there should be the light of the righteous path, and the host will be rewarded with 300 experience points for killing 3 notorious criminals. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Chen Haonan clenched his fists. As a soldier, don't be a system task. Now I can't wait to kill the other party immediately, and do the right thing for heaven. After obtaining the young soldier king system, Chen Haonan also has a chivalrous mentality. What seems difficult to others can be easily done with his ability, which may be the sense of justice brought by ability. The weak are good for themselves, and the strong are for the country and the people. Chen Haonan quickly found out Song Ziwen's residence. This guy mixed well in the mainland, and he was still in a villa in a wealthy area in the East China Sea, called Blue Water Paradise. Sister Yuan, do me a favor and prepare a set of black sportswear for me, I like to run at night. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment and asked him what he was going to do, but Chen Haonan was cool and ignored her. Tokai Hall. Yi Zuanxin and Sister Jin sat for more than 3 hours, from recording confessions, to treating symptoms, to drawing conclusions, and finally determined 2 things. The first thing was that Lu Shichong's group entered the country, and the women's group really didn't know, but they were used by the other party and mixed in by pretending to be the clerks in the group. The second thing is that the weapons that these people have are provided by a person named Wang Wenla, but they have no evidence. The senior captain of the Donghai police station who was in charge of this matter said with a wry smile, this Wang Wenla, I know, his name in the past was Wang Ziwen, he came from the Shangjiang River, this guy was over there, and he and the 3 of them killed a girl from the mainland, destroyed the body, but unfortunately there was no evidence to arrest people. He came to the mainland to develop, and he mixed well. Yi Zuanxin asked angrily, why don't you arrest him? You all know that he is a murderer. Captain Gao said helplessly, I wanted to, but as law enforcers, we must adhere to the justice of the procedure. In fact, when I see this case, I myself want to incarnate as a Superman and destroy his evil, but unfortunately, none of us are so. Yi Zuanxin puffed out his cheeks, like a hamster eating, and said angrily, sometimes, I would rather believe in the justice of the result. Unfortunately, I'm not Spider-Man, Captain Gao joked. If Spider-Man can kill him, I believe many netizens will agree, hee, just because I didn't say it. Yi Zuanxin walked out of the East China Sea Hall with Sister Jin, and her mind was still echoing with Captain Gao's words just now. No wonder Chen Haonan, this little guy, kills people in anger. It seems to be quite cool. No, I have to tell him about this matter. How can a 10-year-old child be the same as a murderous pervert? Thinking of this, Yi Zuanxin hurriedly followed Sister Jin to the hotel, ready to take Chen Haonan home. When she arrived at the hotel, Yi Zuanxin was told that her little cousin had left the hotel to run for the night. Do little ones need to lose weight too? Sister Jin felt a little strange. I'm sure I'm going to do something bad again. I'm just waiting at the door to arrest someone. Yi Ciyuan squatted at the door with a puffed heart, waiting to catch the runaway child. Clear Water Paradise, a villa area in Donghai City. It's 10:30 at night. 5 villas on the 3rd floor. Chen Haonan, who was dressed in black sportswear, stood outside the villa area, and it took him half an hour for him to determine Song Ziwen's residence. It's not terrible for the rich to occupy resources, it's terrible that the rich are not benevolent for the rich, and the law pays attention to procedural justice, and it is impossible to guarantee justice and fairness every time, especially the bad guys with high IQ, and the crime will make you unable to find any evidence, but unfortunately, you met my has already decided to kill the other party. Chen Haonan did things neatly, without the slightest hesitation. Using invincible stealth, his small body quickly climbed the fence and quickly climbed into the interior of the villa. As soon as the body landed, the 2 wolf dogs prostrate in the yard, vigilantly raised their huge heads, bared their fangs, and were about to bark wildly. Chen Haonan had already prepared, and he was holding 2 stones in his hands. The message from the god-level weapon skill, the stone is hard, killing and destroying, reflecting brutality, and there are 36 ways to use it. Feeling the integrated information, Chen Haonan shook the small next door, and the terrifying power strengthened by the ants flowed through his arms like a stream of flames, and the next moment, the stone in his hand was thrown out at a terrifying speed. With the assistance of god-level weapon skills, the stone is like Xiao Li's flying knife, and it is not a wasted case. Puff, puff. The two big wolf dogs who were kept guarding the yard had just raised their heads when they were immediately smashed by stones and killed on the spot. As a child in the new era, Chen Haonan does not have the guilt of dog lovers. If there is no mistake, these big wolf dogs have also bitten many people. It can be seen from the fierce light in the eyes just now. It is a kind of return to the wild. If you have money, you have girls, and if you have to abuse and kill the poor people who used to work on the mainland, it is a waste of national food to live. Chen Haonan muttered a few words, moved his calves, and swaggered past the corpse of the big wolf dog. Without going through the gate, he directly used the invincible stealth technique to climb up the stairs, and just arrived at the window that was filled with lights, and a sound that was inappropriate for children reached his ears. Madoka, Madoka. Chen Haonan looked helpless. Even if he was a child, he knew what the other party was doing. Still calling my girlfriend's name, that's perverted. After flipping in through the window, he didn't rush in, but turned on the camera borrowed from Xiao Yuan, logged into the Douyu platform, and registered a screen name, Xia in the dark. What the law can't do, let the night do it in the dark, and preach justice in the world. It sounds cool. Chen Haonan is not doing this superfluously. After all, he is a murderer, and he must give an explanation to the people, so that more people can witness justice. Public opinion is heaven to hear. These people deserve to die, and presumably those who enforce the law want them to die too. After a minute or so, the bumps in the room stopped, and the voice of speech came. Why so fast? MD, I gave you a face, and you still dislike me for collecting money? I don't dislike you fast, but I dislike you for calling other people's names. Xiao Yuan is the big star of the girl group. I heard that everyone has a girlfriend, presumably at this time is also doing such a thing, but you let me cause her. Is it interesting? Her girlfriend? Wang Xiao, who was now Song Ziwen, seemed to have heard the most terrible thing in the world, lying on the floor, laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. Laugh at me, she. Her boyfriend, a 10-year-old, huh? What can this do? Even if Madoka is naked, he is just a nursing child. What can he do? Pervert, what's so funny? The woman didn't seem to have any humor, so she turned around and went downstairs, leaving Song Ziwen who was still laughing. On the balcony, Chen Haonan, who listened to the other party's words, had a feeling of being offended. He's angry. With a black face, he pulled the floor-to-ceiling glass hard, and Chen Haonan, who was wearing a mask, walked in front of the naked man lying on his stomach, and said indifferently, if you want to laugh, just laugh, you won't be able to laugh later. I'm laughing to death. You? Who is it? Song Ziwen, who was laughing, looked up, and suddenly saw a person dressed in black and wearing a mask standing in front of him, and his first reaction was startled, and he was about to call someone, but his second reaction was to cut. It turned out to be a child, messing with Lao Tzu? Shout. At that moment, a toothpick flew out of thin air and stabbed into his neck, piercing through his flesh and blood, causing intense pain. What's it? It hurts. Song Ziwen howled miserably, his throat was sealed, and the sound he made was a little indistinct. You can try to pull out the toothpick and give you a scientific popularization. Your arteries have been pierced, and I guarantee that the blood will be spurted on the spot. Also, don't think about doing it, or shouting. Shout. Another toothpick pierced Song Ziwen's right hand stretched out to the drawer, piercing directly through the back of his hand, and the huge penetrating power made him finally change color. This. What kind of kid? His strength is too great. He can actually control the toothpick to be used as a flying knife? I don't call, I cooperate with you. What do you want? After feeling the huge crisis, Song Ziwen is also a talent. He sat directly on the floor, looked at the man in black who was about the same height, and said dejectedly, let me get dressed first, so that I can cooperate with you. You came here to seek wealth, not to kill people, right? Hee, you guessed wrong. I just want to kill people, not ask for money. Hearing this, Song Ziwen's expression stiffened inch by inch, and he gritted his teeth and asked, why? 3 years ago, when you killed the mainland's HK, why was that? Douyu live broadcast platform, Zheng Huimin, who is known as Heixia, is watching the live broadcast of this platform. He doesn't have the hobby of watching beautiful female anchors, and thinks that those are all beautiful faces made up of makeup, especially after removing makeup. Diao-chan can become a sow. He likes to read posts that represent justice. For example, today he became a butcher and brought a bag to cover a big dog that was not tied with a leash and sent it directly to the police station. The more dark the post, the more he likes it, as long as it's cool. Suddenly, a man called Dark Man catches his attention. It's a new screen name, I haven't paid attention to it in the past. Chen Huaimin became interested and immediately clicked in. In the picture, it is a live broadcast, and on the video, it is a naked man with a frightened look who is talking about something in a panic. It seems to be forced, but the body and language seem to be real. Yes, my name is Song Ziwen, I should be damned. 3 years ago, I and 2 friends tortured and killed a mainland girl in Shangjiang, which is a perverted psychological crime. I admit it, don't kill me, I will say anything. At 1 o'clock that night, it was raining. To make it clear, your bloodline is sealed by my toothpick. Don't be afraid of death, just continue to delay me. On the video, a figure wearing a black mask appears, and the voice is very cold, giving people a cool feeling. Chen Haonan only showed his upper body and wore a mask, and Chen Huaimin couldn't see that he was just a 10-year-old child. Anyway, he felt quite mysterious, which was very in line with the chivalrous image in his mind. After listening to a few words, he was suddenly a little stunned, and immediately became excited. Fuck, Hong Kong HK incident, I've paid attention to this homicide case, those 3 people deserve to die. Chen Huaimin watched excitedly, and immediately called to invite other netizens to come in and watch. Within a few minutes, people kept pouring in from the live broadcast site. Fake, right, and live trial? Landlord, you are still wearing a mask, you can only see the upper body, and you have the ability to take it off. Upstairs, are you brain dead? Don't you see that this is a man in the dark, and the blood on the neck of the criminal, it has been flowing, this position is an artery and blood vessel, the shot is really accurate. Will it be acting? There are more than a dozen posts that doubt the authenticity of the livestream. As if in response to this netizen's words, with a bang, a toothpick flew up and stabbed into Wang Ziwen's neck, and immediately bled profusely. A miserable scream resounded in the live broadcast room, and suddenly, the scene was quiet for a moment. Damn, really? It seems that it is a real on-site trial, or a case from the Shangjiang side. After more people confirmed that this was the real trial scene, they discussed it. Please call me Conan. First of all, 3 years ago, there was indeed this case. Hong Kong from the mainland went to Shangjiang to work, was tortured, and killed by 3 rich second generations, and the evidence was insufficient to release him in court, and in the court, when the lawyer read out the scene of HK's abuse, they actually laughed out loud. Secondly, the speed and power of the toothpick just now, according to physics and dynamics, this cannot be faked, that is to say, this man in the dark is really judging this prisoner, and finally, if you look carefully at the expression of this prisoner, he is always in a state of despair. I'm a barrister, I remember this case, especially the scene where they laughed in the courtroom, which caused public outrage, and it was said that all 3 brutes had fled to the mainland. Support the landlord and let him be more detailed. My God, the hero in the dark, it's so awesome, I can actually find the murderer 3 years ago. I don't doubt the authenticity of this, the expression of this suspect is enough to explain everything. In front of the video, Wang Ziwen was completely frightened by Chen Haonan's thunderous methods, and he continued to narrate the case. HK owes us a loan shark, she has no money to repay, we arrested him, debt repayment, this is a matter of course, the original abuse of HK, I strongly opposed, but my friends Liang Zhu and Chen Luan, they like to play abuse and killing games, impulsively, only to use HK as an experimental sample. Righteous netizens were completely furious when they heard this. The shocking truth turned out to be that he liked to play torture and killing games, and regarded living people as experiments. Damn, Black Hero, I'll pay $1 million to buy the lives of the 3 of them, and take them all to trial. Where is Liang Zhu and Chen Luan? Be sure to catch him and don't let the murderer go unpunished. Chen Haonan also saw these messages, and he deliberately hoarsely raised his voice to cover up his immature voice, and opened his mouth coldly. If you want to survive, call the other companions yourself. Wang Ziwen, who was covered in blood, had lost hope of resisting, mainly because the person standing next to him was too terrifying and didn't know how to make a move, which reminded him of the night 3 years ago, when that girl was also wantonly inserted by them with a knife again and again, and every time they screamed, they became more excited. Is this a retribution? Wang Ziwen said to himself in despair,
and after hearing Chen Haonan's request, he picked up his mobile phone almost numbly and began to call Liang Zhu and Chen Luan. Thunder Internet Cafe. After 3 years of obscene development, Liang Zhu has become the owner of an internet cafe, and he has almost forgotten why he came to the mainland to develop. It wasn't until the phone marked Song Ziwen rang that his memory instantly pulled back to that exciting night. It was his first crime, but he didn't regret it in the slightest. On the contrary, looking back on it now, it was quite exciting, and there was an addictive feeling that the law would not allow him to make another mistake. Brother Ziwen, I haven't seen each other for 3 years. Why do you still remember to call me? Are you planning the return of the Dragon King? Come to my villa, come now, there is a show. Liang Zhu could hear that Wang Ziwen's voice was a little trembling, and he frowned and refused. No, I still have to look at the internet cafe. This is the mainland, not Shangjiang. You still dare to play torture and kill the original form? What kind of torture archetype, old? Lao Tzu was not interested at all. 3 years ago, the head was found by the police, and it was not rotten yet, so hurry up and come to my villa to discuss countermeasures. If you don't come, Lao Tzu will put all the sins on you and Chen Luan. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Liang Zhu scolded fiercely, including family property. Give the address. A university. Chen Luan, who had dyed green hair, had just come out of the student dormitory when he received a call from Wang Ziwen. Looking at this number, he didn't answer it at all, and hung up directly. After coming to the mainland, he spent money to enter a good university. He has made a new girlfriend, and plans to start his life again. The kind of crazy and cruel teenagers in the past have nothing to do with the current Chen Luan, which is also what he promised his family. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Before I got to the cafeteria, a message came. After Chen Luan finished reading the information, he was stunned for more than 10 seconds and then scolded viciously. Lao Tzu said that he smashed his head. I have to say that it is too troublesome. Now it's good. Once I don't deal with it well, I have to die. Almost half an hour later, Liang Zhu and Chen Luan appeared at the door of the villa almost at the same time. Chen Luan said angrily, "What is the situation? Why was the evidence caught, and didn't it have already sunk into the sea?" Liang Zhu also responded angrily, "You ask Lao Tzu, who does Lao Tzu ask? It was still the game you proposed, but it was Song Ziwen who was addicted. We didn't play it for the past 3 years, he was still playing big stars, and something would happen sooner or later. I'll just ask, I'll retreat if it's okay, I still have to go to college." The two walked into Song Ziwen's villa together angrily, and as soon as they stepped into the door, they smelled a smell of blood. I can't help but want to scold my mother. It can't be Wang Ziwen, a pervert, who is still playing torture and killing the original form. Where does the smell of blood come from? Shio. 2 toothpicks flew over, stabbing into Liang Zhu and Chen Luan's heels almost in no particular order, and the huge tingling sensation made them kneel on the spot. Just when they were about to scold their mother, there was a sharp pain in their neck, as if something had pierced their throats, and when they wanted to call, they couldn't make a clear sound. Don't move, your arteries and blood vessels have been sealed by me. If you want to live, just tell the details of 3 years ago. By the way, I'm not that group of fools in Shangjiang, I just firmly believe in the justice of the result. But there is a debt, there is a wrong, I am only one damned person. You report each other, whoever can clear his name can get a chance to live. Liang Zhu and the others, who fell in a pool of blood, saw clearly Wang Ziwen, who was covered in blood, and the masked man who was on the live broadcast. I reported that it was Chen Luan who proposed the game, and he likes to abuse and kill prototypes. Wang Ziwen was about to be played to death by Chen Haonan, regardless of 3721, he immediately identified it. Chen Luan was stunned for a moment, and roared angrily on the spot, "It was you who carried it out, I just proposed, I was the youngest and not yet an adult, and you two are criminals. You are the one who lies to the child. Kid cheater?" Chen Haonan was secretly baring his teeth beside him. Half an hour later. Chen Haonan left the villa satisfied, and at the same time, the voice of the system sounded. The host completes the task of doing the way for the sky, and rewards 300 experience points. Chen Haonan showed a satisfied smile and said to himself, "It's really perverted. In order to survive, I cut with a kitchen knife, saw it with a chainsaw, beat it with a stool, and tortured myself to death." It is worth mentioning that he watched 3 people perform a good show for 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, Song Ziwen and the 3 of them first reported each other,
and finally killed each other directly in order to survive. The live broadcast on the internet was full of noise. Chen Haonan didn't care. He directly left a mysterious face with a black mask on the platform, and then left in style. When Chen Haonan returned to the hotel, he was immediately caught by Yi Xuanxin, who had been squatting for a long time. Her nose fluttered, and she grabbed Chen Haonan and held it down on the spot. "Are you going to run at night? Why do you smell blood? Is there one? You must have an inflamed nose." "I'm sleepy, I've got to sleep right away." Chen Haonan played a scoundrel directly. Yi Xuanxin saw that he had nothing to do, and he looked sleepy. He couldn't do anything about him. After all, he was still a child, so he could only let him go to rest first. In addition, she herself was so sleepy that she wanted to dream of Zhou Gong immediately. On the internet, discussions about the trial are constantly fermenting. Especially the identity of Black Man. The heat of discussion actually surpassed Spider-Man, who was boiling during the day, in the middle of the night. Some people think that Spider-Man is so powerful that he can climb walls with his bare hands, kill all the militants, and retreat alone. On the other hand, they feel that the Black Man walks in the dark, seeks justice for the world, and his means are mysterious. This is the real chivalry. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the forum administrator himself made a post. The live broadcast of the Black Man trial, the platform has called the police to deal with it, prohibiting follow-up discussions, and listening to official answers. It's a sensation in the Tokai Hall. Tokai Hall. When Zhu excitedly swiped the message on the forum, he had been in front of the computer for half an hour, and the captain of the law enforcement team had already brought people over to investigate the scene. The forum has been closed and I can't leave a message, but the heated discussion left behind is quite amazing, and as a leader who was keen to solve cases, Wen Zhu was very satisfied. It's been 3 years, the case that can't be solved on the other side of Shangjiang. The murderer went to the mainland, but it was solved by the mysterious Black Man, or the mainland has a lot of talents. Who is the Black Man? There was just a Spider-Man, and another Black Man appeared, the hidden dragon crouching tiger in Donghai City. If both of them were used by me, it would be good. If Chen Haonan was here, he would have exclaimed, "Don't you come over." After closing the forum, it didn't take long for Wen Zhu to receive a report call from Captain Gao. The tools of the killing, it is indeed like what I saw on the live broadcast. The arteries and blood vessels of the 3 people were sealed, resulting in irritable personalities, and finally formed a scene of killing each other. The identities of the 3 people have been determined. They are indeed the murderers 3 years ago, and they were released on the spot because there was no evidence left after the corpse was broken. Was it really a homicide caused by a toothpick? Wen Zhu found it incredible. It's true, every toothpick seals the operation of qi and blood, accurate to the millimeter. This Black Man is quite terrifying, not even under Spider-Man. Captain Gao cleared his throat and asked, "How can you arrest such a person?" Catch? Wen Zhu suddenly laughed. "Since it has been proved that those people deserve to die, why should they be arrested? Even if they are arrested, it is also a matter for the police in Shangjiang. You come back and write a report and pass it to Shangjiang, and the pressure is put on them." That's right, I want to let Shangjiang understand one thing: we can handle the cases they can handle, and we can handle the cases they can't. Captain Gao, who was listening to the phone, listened to the more the leader said, the more outrageous it became. His mouth kept twitching, and he secretly admired it in his heart. Is worthy of Mr. Wen. This is taking advantage of the clear meaning of the Black Man of others, pulling the banner. People who don't know, they think that the East China Sea Hall did it. However, Captain Gao didn't want to care about it. In fact, when these 3 people entered the mainland, he also stared at them for a while, but he really couldn't find any evidence to prosecute them. He didn't expect to let the Black Man carry out the justice of the result. Anyway, they deserve to die. Chen Haonan didn't care about the things on the internet at all. He slept until 6:30 in the morning and woke up on time. This is a habit that has been formed in the army. At night, he slept with his cousin, and Yi Xuanxin also pressed his long legs on his body. Originally, his big star girlfriend said that she could sleep with him, but Yi Xuanxin refused. Chen Haonan didn't get up immediately, but secretly took his cousin's mobile phone and entered the password that he had remembered a long time ago. After browsing the Black Man incident, good guy, it went straight to the headlines. And the headlines are noisy in the Shangjiang area. The warm situation of the East China Sea Hall, although the person is a sinkhole, but it will really come to trouble, so quickly he threw the pot outside, and he also played a prestige. Chen Haonan was sure of one thing, that is, the police would not track down his identity as a black man, otherwise, they would not have directly handed over the bodies of the three people. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting.
Isn't this a dump pot?
It's beautiful. After carefully moving his cousin's long legs away from his small belly, Chen Haonan helped Yi Tsuanshin wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and whispered, "What a big person, I still drool when I sleep."
Chen Haonan split and began training on the spot.
An hour later, covered in sweat, he went into the bathroom, began to brush his teeth with a small toothbrush, then took a shower and changed into his regular clothes. It's 8 o'clock, and my cousin hasn't gotten up yet, so Chen Haonan plans to go to dinner by himself. In the restaurant, Xiao Yuan, the girlfriend of the girl next door who was wearing a pink dress and looked like a girl, had already prepared a hearty breakfast for Chen Haonan. "Last night, there was another hero in the city here, called Black Man. I saw the night suit he was wearing. It seems to be you, right?"
"My little man."
Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Haonan with a look of adoration, dragging his cheeks. "You think so? That is, I have no opinion." Chen Haonan said indifferently, "You'd better keep quiet about this matter. I'm afraid of trouble, and besides, I'll go back to the army soon. I did what I think I should do."
"Ah. You're so good, I'm lucky to be your girlfriend. We're going to keep that relationship going, right?"
The big star looked at Chen Haonan in a daze. If she ignored his body, she felt that she was facing a strong and mature man.
Syllable.
The back of Chen Haonan's head was knocked on, and a crisp female voice sounded. "You're soaking girls again, you're soaking girls again, how old are you? Have 2 girlfriends? Hurry up and eat, I'll take you back to the army, and it's only been 2 days since you released it, and the entire East China Sea has been turned upside down by you."
After eating and drinking, Chen Haonan lay on the sofa and enjoyed a massage given to him by his big star girlfriend.
Yi Tsuanshin was eating breakfast while rolling his eyes. It can be seen that this female star seems to like his little cousin very much, and she is very spoiled, even more than her. It just looks a little ambiguous. The long legs let Chen Haonan lean on the pillow, and the bottle that looked like at least B+ was hanging above the little cousin's head, without the slightest suspicion. Forget it, he's still a 10-year-old, what can he think? Even if there is, it is just a child who wants to breastfeed. Yi Tsuanshin felt that he was dirty, shook his head, and his eyes fell on Xiao Yuan's body. She was a little envious of the other party's figure. "I'm too thin, but this big star is curvy and has a better figure than himself."
"A little better, no more."
The confident Yi Tsuanshin comforted himself like this. When she finished breakfast and saw Chen Haonan being fed grapes by the other party, she couldn't help but stand up.
Okay, it's too depraved, I can't stand it, I'm blind in titanium alloy, go back to the army and report."
As he spoke, Yi Tsuanshin pulled Chen Haonan, who had a comfortable face, to stand up, and walked out, unwilling to stay for a moment. Chen Haonan turned around with a smile and threw a small warm smile at the big star who was reluctant to come out. "I'm going back to report. I suggest that you have the opportunity to become a soldier. I hope that next time I see you wearing a woman's clothes, this must be very beautiful." The big star is a little lost. She feels that this child has a sense of security, pure eyes, and great ability, unlike those dirty adult men who inspect sensitive parts on her. By Chen Haonan's side, she has a sense of role-playing, like a sister, like a mother, well, a little like a little girlfriend.
"Ah, do you like female soldier clothing? Don't worry, our country requires you to be 20 to 30 years old, you must serve in the military. I am 19 years old this year, and I can wear a military uniform next year. Bye-bye."
Seeing Chen Haonan walking out of the door and standing at the elevator door, Xiao Yuan still walked over and blinked her big eyes. "Remember, you are my little boyfriend."
Chen Haonan looked serious. "Don't cuckold me, unclean woman, I don't want it." Madoka was stunned for a moment and bent down with a smile.
"It's so funny, I've never met such an interesting child. There have been children who give gifts before, but they all scared me a lot. This is really different, not to mention that he is so capable."
Sister Jin walked to the side of her own star and asked seriously, "You won't be serious, will you?" "Why not, don't you think it's an interesting promise?"
"It's hard for me to be interested in men, this is the first time." Saying that, Madoka spread her hands slightly. "It's a pity, he's a child." Hearing this, Sister Jin breathed a sigh of relief. and the next moment, the words of the big star almost made her fall to the ground. However, children will grow up, I hope he won't forget me. On the way back, Yi Tsuanshin couldn't help but ask Chen Haonan, you are very clever, how do you become a big star? The other party seems to be very attentive to you, and he will take care of you better than his aunt. Chen Haonan said lightly, cousin, this is not called bubbles, I am all chased backwards. Ha, I'm laughing to death, you kid, what's the matter? Even if you find 100 girlfriends, it's just a name, you don't understand the name, huh? Yi Tsuanshin laughed, but he was also a little admired in his heart. My mother, is the child so powerful now? I think Yi Tsuanshin has not yet entered the special forces, and I am still in the selection stage, and I can't conquer the instructor. Chen Haonan is a big sister of the military, a big star, and the fish pond is full of sharks. Awesome! When he was about to return to the military region, Yi Tsuanshin advised, the selection of our female soldiers is almost in the final stage, and I won't be able to come out in the future. I came to you this time, or I made a report for a long time, and it didn't pass at first, and I don't know why the head of the special forces gave special approval a few days ago, so I came out to look for you. Cousin, I know why. Chen Haonan said indifferently, it's very simple, there was a drill a few days ago, those special forces relied on artillery coverage to bully our Iron Fist regiment, and I beheaded the head of the opponent's leader, and he was giving face. What? Yi Tsuanshin was dumbfounded. No, you've learned to lie, watch your cousin kick and teach you how to be an honest and good boy. Chen Haonan ran into the army with his legs. The soldiers standing guard did not stop Chen Haonan, but looked at him curiously. There is no way, the entire Iron Fist troop is about to memorize Chen Haonan's glorious deeds of being a soldier at the age of 10 after being drunk and loud by Kong Tuan. What killed Fan Tianlei, killed the Thunderbolt and beheaded the wolf head of the special forces. In the end, it is said that Chen Haonan has 3 heads and 6 arms, plus 3 legs. It seems to be an ordinary child, why do you have 3 legs, but you run fast, and you deserve to be the king of young soldiers. The guards stopped Yi Tsuanshin. Chen Haonan walked back towards the dormitory, and when he passed a slope, a figure sitting on the grass in front of him waved at him from afar. Isn't this Lao Kang's scoundrel? Why are you waiting for me with wine? Chen Haonan, who has 10-mile eagle eyes, recognized the head of the regiment who had no wine at a glance. When he got closer, Kong Tuan stood up with a smile, patted the matai in his hand, and said awkwardly, little guy, do you want a drink? No, I should call you Spider-Man, Shusha, please stay, let me, the head of the regiment, personally invite you to drink. This is not the second nest you drank last time, this is mutai. Chen Haonan's nose twitched, and sure enough, he smelled a smell of wine. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to this drunkard, but he saw that the other party called him Spider-Man. Forget it, for the sake of the wine, forgive him. Sunset. 2 men, one big and one small, on the grass, drank to each other. Fan Tianlei came here once, and praised what you did in Donghai City. I am proud of you as a soldier. Last time I looked away, I punished myself. Kong Tuan drank it all. Go back on your word, I didn't transfer you to the 4th Sharpshooter Company as soon as possible, I'll punish myself with a drink, do it. Kong Tuan had another drink. Chen Haonan quit, grabbed mutai, and protested, just a bottle of wine, where are you find? If you want to cheat on drinking, just say, you old boy. Ha, it's my old man's honor to be scolded by Spider-Man, come, they're still here, we won't get drunk or go home. As he spoke, Kong Tuan took out 2 more bottles of mutai from the bag next to him. I'm in a good mood today, and I've taken out all the goods. Of course, Kong Tuan also had a careful thought. When he took out the mutai wine, he quietly took out a satellite tape recorder, which was similar in shape to the one that Chen Haonan hid last time. When the 2 of them had drunk for 3 rounds and their faces were red and their ears were red, Kong Tuan showed his big tail and asked with a smile, Chen Haonan, do you dare to tell me that you will stay in the Iron Fist troop for the rest of your life and not go anywhere? Do you dare to look like Lao Tzu promised you last time, who regrets who is the grandson? Chen Haonan toasted, stiffened his tongue, and responded vaguely, yes, if you don't leave the Iron Fist regiment, whoever regrets it is the grandson. Well said, little brother, can you speak louder? I didn't know just now. Whoever regrets it, who is the grandson? Kong Tuan was satisfied and let go of the drink. His amount of alcohol was average, and after drinking a bottle and a half, he was directly blurred, and he almost regarded Chen Haonan as a child of his own family. Commander, there is still half a bottle, don't drink it all, I'll go to the bathroom and I'll be back soon.
Chen Haonan took the time to go to the bathroom.
In the bathroom, he sneaked out of his pocket and pulled out a stolen tape recorder and pressed it gently.
It's so cunning, it's actually recorded, and it's not rude to come.
Chen Haonan was in a corner of the bathroom, found a tape recorder that looked similar, and dropped it directly. This tape recorder was put here, originally to find an opportunity to play the declaration of the Kong Tuan who regrets who is the grandson, but unfortunately, the loudspeaker has not been found, and the plan has been put on hold.
Now that the package is handed over to the other party, it can be regarded as retribution. Strange, what is Kong Tuan going to do when I promise not to leave the Iron Fist Regiment? Am I leaving right away?
Chen Haonan couldn't figure it out, and he didn't care about it, so he walked back with his little feet and drank all the wine with Kong Tuan. He was pretending to be drunk. With his Chen Haonan's physical fitness, a bottle and a half of mutai is considered a DR, and he is giving Lao Kong face. But Kong Tuan was really drunk, he was helped back by the guards, and he kept shouting in his mouth, "Whoever regrets it, who is the grandson?" When Chen Haonan passed by the playground, a group of men ran over and surrounded him.
It's Yi Changwon, these guys.
I'll go, why do you smell of alcohol, have you drunk? I didn't want to drink, but I met Kong Tuan on the way, and the other party was kind and difficult, so he had to pull me to drink, so I coped with it.
When Chen Haonan said this, He Changwang and Wang Yanbing were immediately stunned. Damn, have you gotten mixed up like this? The instructor toasts the cigarette, and the head of the regiment toasts?
Wang Yanbing said sourly, you don't know that he has become a Superman in the mouth of the people of Donghai City, Spider-Man. Speaking of this, He Changwan's little eyes lit up. Yes, I heard that you killed several gangsters. What does it feel like to kill someone?
Did you really kill it?
Li Ernio's eyes are also enlarged, but there is fear in his eyes.
Killing is terrible.
It turned out that before Chen Haonan came back, Kong Tuan had already publicized Spider-Man in the Iron Fist Troop and praised him fiercely. The regiment commander has blown you into the sky, saying that you climbed the wall with your bare hands, and before the special forces entered, you had already killed all the gangsters. Lao Tzu didn't believe it. You were a little broken child, you can be so powerful, you were blown into Superman, I think. It must be those special forces who were careless in the last exercise, and after you were beheaded, they preached that you are Superman, invincible, is that so? Wang Yanbing seemed to feel that he had found a reasonable explanation, and his spirit suddenly rose. Yes, it must be so. If you can't kill the enemy, it is not that our army is not strong enough, but that the enemy is too cunning. Not to mention, He Changwang also felt a little reasonable.
After all, killing people is different from drills. Can Chen Haonan be more powerful than special forces? In response to these questions, Chen Haonan said indifferently, don't believe it, let's compare who pees farther. It just so happened that after drinking a lot of wine, Chen Haonan had a strong urge to urinate.
Wang Yanbing was stunned for a moment and refused on the spot. Just kidding, he saw Chen Haonan's little thing flick, and it was directly 3 feet away. Although he is not yet the age when the bird wets his shoes, the distance is definitely not as dry as the boy chicken. Let's do it, let's see who climbs the tree first, whoever is faster, whoever is Spider-Man.
Okay.
Wang Yanbing ran over quickly, you lost, don't myth yourself, admit to the regiment commander, don't fuck it, you are a Superman alone, and we are like garbage one by one, all living on the body of a dog. Wang Yanbing is a good tree climber, and he quickly climbed more than 10 meters, and when he looked back at Chen Haonan, the whole person was about to crack.
You? What are you going to do?
I saw that under the tree. Chen Haonan's little pants took off, popped out the magic needle, and shot directly at the big tree. After drinking the wine and the blessing of the boy chicken, it was really powerful. A soak of urine directly soaked the entire tree trunk, and if Wang Yanbing wanted to come down, unless he started jumping from a height of more than 10 meters, he would directly wet his hands with urine.
You kid doesn't talk about martial arts, you. What kind of Spider-Man are you? You're a little scoundrel, you're mad.
This smell of death.
How much horse urine have you drunk, rushing so high?
Listening to Wang Yanbing's angry screams, He Changwang and others, who were still waiting to see a good show, were directly blinded, and then covered their stomachs and laughed one by one.
I can't straighten my waist. It's so miserable. Wang Yanbing was actually trapped in a big tree by a bubble of boy urine.
The point is, he also climbed the tree. Chen Haonan put on his pants and prepared to leave with his little hands behind his back. Hey, Chen Haonan, can you be a person? And Spider-Man, I think you are Gecko Man, specializing in climbing walls to catch mosquitoes. Ernie, you morning light, you are laughing. Hurry up and find a bucket of water and wash the trunk for me, this smell is overwhelming. Lao Tzu can't stand the bird. He Chengwang straightened his waist and covered his mouth. It's just a distance of more than 10 meters, jump down directly, roll on the ground, and dissolve the impact of the force. Hello, instructor. He Chengwang and the others immediately stood up and saluted vigorously. Wang Yanbing, who was still scolding on the tree, looked at Gong Jian with a confused look and walked over, looking at him on the tree with a dark face. Why don't you get down and want me to stab you down with a stick? Gong Jian shouted coldly. Yes. Wang Yanbing didn't care about any commotion or not, and slipped down directly, and the speed was fast. Instructor, good. As soon as he got off the ground, Wang Yanbing immediately stood up straight and saluted. There's no way, when he was in the recruit period, the instructor, a black-faced scholar, was even more difficult to deal with than the old black squad leader who usually smiled, and he was caught, and he didn't die. A smell of urine, are you standing on a tree to pee? Gong Jian looked Wang Yanbing up and down, and his tone was getting colder and colder. Report, I. It's not. Yes, Chen Haonan pulled it? Chen Haonan? Gong Jian looked left and right, and shouted angrily, where are the others, how can I not see them? Report, instructor, he just left, he hasn't gone far, just ahead. Even if he pulls the pea, why do you climb on the tree and let him pull? Are you that stupid? How do I feel like you are standing on a tree and pulling? What kind of kung fu is this performing? Come on, you climb up again and give me a try. Groove. Wang Yanbing's mouth twitched constantly, and his brain made up for himself being such a big man, standing on the tree and taking off his pants to pee, and a group of people watched under the tree, which? How will you be a person in the future, how will you be a soldier? The legend spread by Chen Haonan is that Spider-Man is chivalrous and righteous. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. The legend of his Wang Yanbing is that Wang Yanbing climbed a tree to pee and flew down. It's scary to think about. Report, instructor, how you wanna punish me is about to be, please don't punish me for standing on a tree to pee, this must be a misunderstanding. Gong Jian looked at his wet pants, he was angry, and shouted angrily, run for me, run until the pants are dry and come back, and don't eat dinner, such a strong smell of urine, you must not be able to eat it. Yes. Wang Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief and went for a run honestly. Maid, Chen Haonan, you wait, I will definitely beat you, Spider-Man, into a pancake man, and you can't stick it on the wall. And you guys, what are you doing in a daze? Don't you understand the truth of sharing hardships and blessings? Yes, instructor. He Chengwang and the others, who were holding back a strong smile and waiting for the instructor to leave, and then laughed happily at Wang Yanbing, were dumbfounded. Helplessly, they could only follow Wang Yanbing, who smelled of urine, to run one by one, but everyone deliberately reserved a distance. The taste is too punchy. Just when Yi Chengwang and the others were punished for running, Gong Jian really found Chen Haonan in front. This little guy still thinks about what he walks, who regrets it, who is the grandson. It's like Kong Tuan's mantra, it seems that Kong Tuan asked him to drink just now, hey, this little guy has become famous as a young man, and he has alarmed the headquarters, and he can't keep it. Gong Jian had just returned from a meeting in the Wolf's Teeth, and the commander Gao Shiwei personally named him to meet Chen Haonan, the Spider-Man. Chen Haonan. Gong Jian looked at Chen Haonan's small body, walking up and down, and hurriedly stopped him from afar. His tone was gentle and kind compared with Wang Yanbing and the others just now, just like a mountain village that peed and smoked, calling Zhao's parents to go home and cook. There is no way, the current Chen Haonan is wearing two big hats, the first is a green hat sent by the Wolf Tooth Special Brigade, and the second is a red hat sent by Mr. One of the East China Sea Hall. 2 hats, Chen Haonan got 2 titles, the little nemesis of the Special Forces and the Spider-Man of Donghai City. It's so long-faced. If you are a child in the future, you will be so good at being a soldier at the age of 10, it will be like smoke from your ancestral grave. Instructor? Seeing the instructor who appeared suddenly, Chen Haonan, who had a signature smile, immediately became serious, stood on the side of the road and raised his little hand, and saluted vigorously. Instructor, hello. You're welcome, Chen Haonan, you have to go to the headquarters in person. I have arranged a small car for you, just waiting for you at the door. You go directly, I can just talk to Kong Tuan. To the headquarters? Chen Haonan was a little puzzled. I am a soldier of the Iron Fist Regiment, where to go and what to do? Instructor, I'm just a child, what am I going to do at the headquarters? Will you sell me? Looking at the serious child, with a puzzled look on his cheeks, Gong Jian couldn't help laughing. Look at what you said, how could I sell you? This is the Commander Gao Shui in the Wolf Head Hejijun. I want to see you in person by name, this is an honor. What do the two big guys want to see me for? Instructor, you also know, didn't I behead a lot of special forces? Those grandsons must hate me. I was so arrogant in the past, I must have been beaten by them. You didn't betray me. What is this? Chen Hao's man is a big ghost, and his heart is quite calm. Of course, he is not afraid. If he asks in advance, if it is really Mr. Gao who wants to be his father-in-law, he may consider saluting, and if those special forces find it, he can say that they beat the king to spare his life. However, he must be prepared. Maybe the other party has prepared a bag. Those special forces have a temper, and they can do anything, not to mention that he is just a child. Look at what you said, huh? It's really a little ghost. You can go directly to the headquarters. You won't pass through the Wolf's Tooth halfway. Go ahead, it's Lao He who is driving, he will accompany you in. Old Black Squad leader, that's okay, bye-bye. Chen Haonan waved his hand at Gong Jian, and then walked away with his small body. Looking at Chen Haonan's walking posture, Gong Jian couldn't help but sigh. People who didn't know really thought he was an adult. After sighing with emotion, Gong Jian went directly to Kong Tuan. He had to explain to the old head of the regiment, so that he could be mentally prepared. Even if he was reluctant to have children, he would not be able to fight the wolf. Office. Half an hour after Chen Haonan left, Kong Tuan washed his face to calm himself down, drank a few sips of overnight herbal tea, and stuffed himself into a chair, exhaling the air still smelling of hot and humid wine. He's a little weird. I was helped back by others and packed and sent to the office. It is said that Chen Haonan, who was dazed by himself, left by himself. That is, this little guy is not very drunk either? Chen Haonan is so good, he has alarmed the Donghai Hall. The wolf tooth must have to raise the hoe, according to Fan Tianlei's urine nature. At this time, come to me with Laojiu and Texas roast chicken. No, quit drinking, quit drinking. Kong Tuan has 3 hobbies. One is that he likes to blow the past years with recruits. He goes to the battlefield to kill the enemy with a gun. The second is that he likes to introduce objects to Gong Jian, such as his kind aunt, but has not succeeded so far. And the third is that he likes to drink, and when he is drunk, he is confused, and he likes to say that mantra when he is confused. Whoever the fuck regrets it is a grandson. Okay, Chen Haonan, although you are Spider-Man, brave and invincible, and a natural young soldier king, but you were not poured ecstasy soup by Lao Tzu, leaving evidence. If you leave the Iron Fist Regiment, Lao Tzu will broadcast your oath in the Iron Fist Regiment every day, huh? Just as Kong Tuan was about to listen to his masterpiece, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gong Jian walked in, saluted him, and then said with a sad face, Regiment Commander, I came back from a meeting at the headquarters. There are 2 things, which one do you want to hear? 2 things, one good and one bad, right? Lao Tzu has always liked bitter first and then sweet. You can say bad things. Gong Jian shook his head directly. No, both are bad things. Kong Tuan grabbed the hand of the recorder and was stunned for a moment, frozen in the air, and couldn't help but scold. Then you kid just say no. What riddle are you playing? Regiment leader, I'm afraid that you won't be able to accept it, so I'll just give you a psychological preparation, but the 2 things can be divided into big things and small things. You listen to that first? Kong Tuan almost wanted to smash the recorder over and said angrily, don't be long-winded, from childhood to adulthood. It's about Chen Haonan, a child. Didn't he make a fuss in the East China Sea Hall? Kong Tuan interrupted him. Lao Fan has called, I already knew. Spider-Man, his actual combat ability is better than that of the police in the East China Sea Hall. He is worthy of being a soldier brought out by Lao Tzu, and when he was a recruit, I drank with him and encouraged this little guy many times. Listening to Kong Tuan's bragging, Gong Jian didn't plan to,
but said with a wry smile, "One thing you don't know, he is not only Spider-Man, but also a black man. This little guy helped the Donghai Hall solve the bloody case 3 years ago, which caused a sensation in the Donghai Hall, and after investigation, Captain Gao did it." This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Black man? Kong Tuan was a little blinded. When will he be called the black man again? Don't look at this little guy, he's only 10 years old, and his scheming is more than us adults 6. He doesn't know where he found out about the bloody case in the Shangjiang area, that is, the 3 notorious murderers led by Song Ziwen, tortured and killed girls in the mainland, and laughed in the court, and finally acquitted. This incident also triggered a discussion on the justice of the procedure and the justice of the result, but no matter what, no one can help the 3 rich second generation murderers. And Chen Haonan, the little guy, last night, with the screen name Chivalry in the Dark, live-streamed the trial of Song Ziwen, Liang Zhu, and Chen Luan, and I don't know what method he used. Let the 3 kill each other and expose each other. Netizens called him a black man. After listening to Gong Jian's words, Kong Tuan fell into a calm, but the beating of the blue tendons in the corners of his eyes showed that his content was quite uncalm. My good man, he is so powerful at the age of 10, if he is allowed to grow up in the Iron Fist Regiment, let him lead the soldiers for me, and stimulate those veterans who live on dogs. Won't our Iron Fist Regiment take off directly? Yes, don't stick to one pattern to reduce talents. My Lao Kong is not such a pedantic person. What about 10 years old, and the Prime Minister who was less than 10 years old? So happily decided, the 4th company of the spear will be handed over to Chen Haonan to bring. Thinking of this, Kong Tuan Hovu stood up angrily and said urgently, Lao Tzu still thinks that Chen Haonan may be poached, but I didn't expect that he is still a black man, and he will definitely alarm the headquarters. Gong Jian, follow me to find him. I will give him a heavy responsibility. Let him lead the magical 4th company. This matter is done. I will introduce my sister-in-law to you. Her person is very kind, and you are a good match. Hey, Kong Tuan, we're all one step late. What I want to say is that Chen Haonan has been picked up by the headquarters, probably to persuade him to stay in the Wolf's Tooth. I originally called you. You didn't listen to you after drinking. Let Chen Haonan go over first. Groove. Kong Tuan pointed at Gong Jian's nose. Why don't you let me wake up when I'm drunk? Scolding, Kong Tuan suddenly remembered something, grabbed the voice recorder in his hand, and smiled. Fortunately, I have this kid's guarantee. He promised me not to leave the Iron Fist Regiment, otherwise, he is a grandson. Gong Jian looked at the dark recorder with a little confusion, and asked in surprise, Kong Tuan, do you believe the child's promise? It's different, like an adult like Fan Tianlei. I don't believe him when he swears, but Chen Haonan, I know him, he is small, and he is sometimes impulsive, but he has the imprint of a soldier. Lao Tzu doesn't know how to come, but I appreciate it. He will definitely keep his promise. Tell you what he said. As he spoke, Kong Tuan pressed the recorder. After a few clicks, the recording from the recorder came out. Commander, I know your difficulties, let's not talk so much, do it. I, Chen Haonan, want to join the 4th company of the sharpshooter. If you agree, we will do it. Whoever regrets it is a grandson. Yes, the head of the regiment will not lie to me as a child. Do it, hee. Dry. After the recording was played, Kong Tuan, who listened to the whole process, his face changed for a while. He shook his head, he couldn't react a little, and looked at Gong Jian in a daze. This. Why does it seem to be my promise, not Chen Haonan's? Gong Jian nodded solemnly. That's right, it's your old man's promise. Groove. Kong Tuan exploded into the quintessence and immediately played it again. After repeating it 3 times, after he was sure that there was really no Chen Haonan's promise, the whole person seemed to have been struck by lightning, and smoke came out of his head. What the hell is going on? No, I fell for that little ghost. The voice recorder was replaced by him? This kid looks clear-eyed, harmless to humans and animals, so cunning? Kong Tuan, who was depressed, scratched his head in distress, suddenly remembered something, looked up and asked Gong Jian, what is the big thing you are talking about? That's it. That, I'm going to be a red blood cell instructor, that. Regiment commander, you also know that the theory studied abroad can only be brought into play in the special forces. Get out, love goes wherever it goes. Commander, don't throw things around, it's not good to smash flowers and plants. In the office, Gong Jian hugged his head and ran away. He had long known such an ending, but he also knew that if someone really wanted to leave, Lao Kong would not force him to stay. The hardness of the Iron Fist Regiment, not only the hard style, but also the hard work of Kong Tuan's whole body, including his mouth. If he said it, he would never look back. Headquarters. The old driver, Comrade Lao He, looked at Chen Haonan with a bright smile and said with a smile, "Go, little spider, I'm waiting for you to come back in the car, don't be poached, otherwise Lao Kong will be sad." Old Black Squad leader, I still like the way you call me a pest, that arrogant appearance. Go quickly, who would dare to offend you? The little guy who jerked off with one hand and cut off Comrade He Jijun's head, huh? It is worthy of being a soldier brought out by Lao Tzu. When you came to report with a small school bag, I can see that you and him will change every day, and it is so. Squad leader, you brag about it, you're cute. Chen Haonan raised his thumb with his small hand, then jumped down from the car with a bang and walked in the direction of the headquarters. And Lao He was waiting on the periphery, he couldn't just approach the headquarters. When the sentry saw Chen Haonan coming, he smiled and let him in. When Chen Haonan entered, he heard the sound of discussion behind him. My mother, it's really a 10-year-old child, a group of soldiers with wolf teeth, and she can't lift her head. At the most exaggerated time, he beheaded the head of He Jijun. In the past, it was not that no one beheaded the wolf's teeth, but he broke the record for the youngest age. No wonder Qin Shanming, Miao Wolf, and Lei Zhan are waiting for him on the way to the headquarters. There is a good show to watch. I will go over and take a look, and I will share it with you later. There was a guard waiting for the rotation, quietly following behind Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan frowned when he heard this, and when he walked into the headquarters, he understood what was going on. I saw that in the middle of the road, there were several tall special forces standing on the road, waiting for him. It was Qin Shanming, Miao Wolf, and the members of the Thunderbolt Commando led by Lei Zhan who were talking about it by the sentinels. These big special forces were full of murderous energy, either serious, or laughing, or looking at Chen Haonan who came over with a weird smile. Before Chen Haonan came over, Lei Zhan and the others had just come out of the headquarters and were scolded by the commander Gao Shiwei. The scolding is terrible. What do you say? The special combat personnel who have been raised by these countries for so long are not as good as a minor child. If you don't want to do it, go home and nurse your baby, don't waste the country's food. There is no way. Chen Haonan's performance during this period is too rebellious. The news from the East China Sea Hall that Chen Haonan is not only the Spider-Man praised by the citizens, but also the mysterious Black Man, which is outrageous. Spider-Man's thing is clear, Black Man is a little too much, right? After watching Chen Haonan's small steps come over, Lei Zhan, who has always been very confident, couldn't help it, stood up with a poker face similar to Wang Yanbing, stepped over, and beckoned to him. Little friend, I have something to ask you when you come over. Chen Shanming smiled. Thor, this little guy is very calm, and he is not afraid of you, the 3-time king of soldiers. Miao Lian crossed his arms and said lightly, people are young, not only Spider-Man, but also the mysterious Black Man, much louder than you, the 3-time king of soldiers. Don't use any agitation methods for Lao Tzu. I've been following Staff Officer Fan for a long time. Do you rely on talking cannons to do things? The last time I carried out the mission, I knew that we didn't need to go over, and I didn't say hello in advance. Lao Tzu hasn't settled accounts with you yet. Thor, the water washed down the Dragon King Temple. Isn't this just a rush to find out who Spider-Man is? I really didn't expect to behead our children of special forces. I suggest touching his bottom. Is he really that powerful? Have you ever fought with him? The last time Qin Shanming was killed in battle, he was killed by a single shot, and he felt that he was careless. Hearing this, Lei Zhan's mouth twitched, and he looked at Chen Haonan, who was approaching, and said, no, I decided to try it today. Saying that, Lei Zhan came out of the crowd, stopped Chen Haonan, and said with a smile, give you a chance to prove your skills, we will let you go. For you as a little friend, we have all been scolded as dogs, Let me state first, I don't mean to bully the small, I just want to try to see if I really live on the body of a dog. It turned out that I was scolded by the chief. Understandable. Chen Haonan's immature face showed a very tight face, and he nodded lightly, knowing yourself and knowing your opponent should be, but didn't you be beaten into a pig's head by me last time, do you want to compare? Under the sun, Lei Zhan, who was originally wearing a bright smile, heard Chen Haonan's very serious ridicule, the smile on his face froze, and he became embarrassed all of a sudden. MD, this kid is not easy to fool, he is a little fan Tianlei. Lei Zhan fought Chen Haonan once, but that time he was careless, and he was directly thrown by a child over the shoulder and died directly with a burp. In short, it's careless. I'm too lazy to beep with you. Just when Lei Zhan thought that the other party accepted his challenge,
the kid turned around and left. Chen Shanming and the others looked at his little figure in amazement, and returned the same way, suddenly anxious. Groove. If you let the chief know that it is these veterans who are blocking the way of others and preventing Chen Haonan from passing, needless to say, they will be punished. Lord Lei, why don't you go and convince people with virtue? Lei Zhan hurriedly trotted all the way over, his face full of flattery. My little adult, my old Lei has no other meaning. I just want to try your skills and let me know the difference between a human and a pig. That. Isn't it because you became Spider-Man that the chief scolded us for being a bunch of pigs? Old Lei's posture was very low. Earlier, Chen Haonan opened his personal list. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, elementary school student. Level 7. Root bones, 9. Spirit, 9. Strength, 23. Speed, 9. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible. Camouflage, invincible weapon skills, invincible dragon body technique. XP, 480/800. Becoming Spider-Man rewards 580 XP, and becoming Black Man rewards 300 XP. When Chen Haonan slept with his cousin, the system had already been upgraded, and he extracted an invincible dragon body method in his sleep. Invincible dragon body method, it can be fused in invincible shooting and invincible fighting, raising shooting and fighting to the point of unpredictability, marksmanship specialty mobile shooting, fighting specialty group battle. It's not cool, but this is an opportunity to try the dragon body method. How many can I fight? You don't want to try the gap? Let's go together. I'll become Spider-Man. One fights 8 people, Thunderbolt is just 8 people, come on. I'll go. Bang bang bang. Before Lei Zhan could think about what to say, Chen Haonan's kick arrived, and he could only raise his upper arms and block continuously. One after another, the sound resounded violently in everyone's ears. Lei Zhan kept retreating, and several times he wanted to fight back, but he was interrupted by a ferocious attack. After being beaten continuously, Lei Zhan, the 3-time king of soldiers, had unbearable pain in his arm, and bared his teeth and grinned. Hey, what are you doing in a daze? Don't you want to try if he is Spider-Man? People say that one beats 8 people, are you deaf, and you still talk about martial arts at this time? This little guy jumped too fast, like an 8-clawed spider with a spring installed, and Lei Zhan spoke intermittently. Fortunately, Lei Zhan's friends are also quite powerful, and Hades is the first to start. A few meters apart, a scud swept over. He didn't dare to hold it up. According to Sky Wolf himself couldn't beat Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan's body was as fast as a swimming dragon, and he suddenly flashed to the side of the king of Hades. His speed was too fast, and the air made a sighing sound. Bang! A small fist hit Hades in the lower part, and the huge force paralyzed Hades' body, causing him to suffer from pain and breathing. He didn't fall out because he was grabbed by Chen Haonan's hand. Bang! Grabbing Hades, Chen Haonan kicked on the chest of the sneaking old fox, and then let go and let Hades fly freely. Swish! After the king of Hades fell out of the wild goose and fell out, under the dragon body method, Chen Haonan's whole body seemed to be full of soft bones, and he moved, swaying to avoid the sneak attack of the little bee. Hades will be miserable. Under the reaction force, he rolled out in an instant and knocked Harley into a hoist that rolled to the ground. At this time, Chen Haonan's eyes swept to the broom leaning next to the trash can, his heart moved, his calves shook rapidly, and he grabbed the broom in his hand. The broom is so handsome with the dragon body method. He waved a few words, and shouted at Lei Zhan and the others who were chasing after him, beat the dog with a stick, beat the dog with a stick. Surround him. Seeing this situation, Lei Zhan stepped over, exhaled loudly, and turned his palm into a hand knife, wanting to directly enter the white blade empty-handed to split the broom and teach Chen Haonan how to be a man. Broom, hollow, can be used as a gun. Marksmanship refers to the 5 elements bagua stick. The invincible artifact skill was integrated into Chen Haonan's mind, his small waistboard twisted, and the broom seemed to be a horse pistol, stabbing towards the back. Bang! Lei Zhan, who made a knife in his palm, was swept across his face, cutting his skin, and his fist hit the air, struck a loneliness, and almost fell to the ground with his own induce. Kick! Lei Zhan is also quite remarkable, kicking his legs hard, stepping on the floor and finally standing firm. His nose and eyes were cracked, blood seeped out, his face was swollen, especially his mouth, which was beaten into a big sausage by the horse pistol, plus 2 red and swollen eyes, like a sausage, plus 2 eggs. If you use Yitsuanshin's foul words, I will give you noodles? A few handfuls of long faces. What kind of play is this? Can a broom be used as a weapon? Lei Zhan's face changed slightly. A few of the heavenly wolves who chased after saw the tragic appearance of Lei Zhan, and subconsciously stopped. Especially the wolf is a little worried, he has learned Chen Haonan's skills. During the exercise, it wasn't so strong, they thundered and besieged together. Even if he had an extra broom, it wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. By the way, there is something wrong with his body, as if there are no bones in his body. Lei Zhan, you guy is weaker than I imagined, or rather, I become stronger. Shouting, Chen Haonan ran over with a roar, kicked the ground with both feet, and the strength and power of the ants surged to his arms and vented through the broom. Bang bang carrot. The thunder battle with the sausage eggs flashed continuously, and it was thrilling to avoid the broom that brushed the dog's head angrily. Then, he twisted his thick waist and jumped backwards in place, wanting to stay away from the broom that swept him locally, just took off, poof, the whole person was pressed to the ground by the broom. How handsome he jumped, how hard he knelt. The strength and power of the ants surged through the broom, crushing Lei Zhan like a shrimp, and he couldn't stand up. Convincing? Chen Haonan increased his strength, and at the same time was wary of a few heavenly wolves who did not dare to come. Unconvinced. Lei Zhan blushed and forcibly saved his respect. His palm pressed on the ground, and he was so surprised in his heart that he couldn't do it. My mother, did this kid take a strong pill, and he could be suppressed by relying on a broom? Just when Chen Haonan was about to increase his strength and make a quick decision, a cold drink came. It's not a shame, there are so many people, they can't beat a child. He Ji-jun didn't know when he had already walked over, and next to him, there was a big man with a Venus hanging on it. The big guy didn't look at Lei Zhan at all, but stared at Chen Haonan, who was majestic and couldn't lift his head with a broom, and then nodded and gave a thumbs up. I have seen it for a long time, it's the first time I've seen such a majestic child, such a small body, with great energy, can actually suppress Lei Zhan. Amazing, amazing. Hello Chief. Chen Shanming, Meow Wolf and others, who were watching a good show, were so frightened that they turned around and said hello. Hello Chief. The Sky Wolf and the others, who were eager to try, were also so frightened that they hurriedly stood up. Gao Shiwei ignored them, looked Chen Haonan up and down, and beckoned to him. Come here, little one. Chief, good. Chen Haonan removed the broom, trotted all the way to Gao Shiwei, and raised his little hands in salute. Gao Shiwei laughed and praised, I heard about you, you have to come to the army to train yourself. In wartime, there is an 8-year-old Shoba, in peacetime, the policy does not allow, such a young soldier is impossible to exist. You have opened my eyes. By the way, have you practiced martial arts since you were a child? Report, yes, Chief, I've been practicing martial arts since my mother's womb. Ha ha. Gao Shiwei was amused and laughed, and said with a smile, interesting, interesting. I've heard about you, and it's changed a lot of my opinion. As he spoke, the leader of the Southeast Military Region said to He Ji-jun next to him, Xiaoyi, ambition is not old, sometimes promote talents, don't be too conservative, you think about my suggestion, maybe it will bring you a surprise. Wolf Fong, nothing has changed in a long time. Gao Shiwei patted Chen Haonan's little shoulder and said with a smile, I have other things to deal with, the next time we meet, you will give me another surprise. I heard that because of your performance, Chief of Staff Fan's report has begun to suggest that he go to the kindergarten to discover good seedlings to be a soldier. Kindergarten? Lao Tzu obeyed. Chen Haonan, a child who was not afraid of heaven and earth, was frightened by the shameless Fan Tianlei. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Chen Haonan's farewell appearance of raising his hand and saluting made Gao Shiwei's heart touch, and he planned to throw his children of about the same age into the military camp to sharpen them. After Mr. Gao left, He Ji-jun, who was still with a straight face, stared at Lei Zhan, and seemed to be a little unbearable. Look at what kind of bear you are, you came to my office with Chen Haonan, everyone else dispersed for me, go back and write a 10,000-word review, and hand it in before dark. Groove. Chen Shanming and the others were struck by lightning and quickly dispersed. And Lei Zhan hung his head, so he had no choice but to follow Chen Haonan and walked into He Ji-jun's office together. Little guy, I don't know that you are not only powerful in practice tactics, but also an actual combat ability. But what I want to tell you is that it is nothing if one person is strong. If all the team members become stronger, they are the real strongmen. In this way, no one will treat you as a 10-year-old child. After sitting down, He Ji-jun watched Chen Haonan speak leisurely with a bright smile on his face.
Chen Haonan's eyes lit up, and he had to say that the wolf's head was very reasonable.
He is too young, and the more earth-shattering things he does, the more others will think of him as a monster and even provoke him.
Wolf head, what do you mean?
Guess right, let you come here this time. That is, the selection of the Fire Phoenix has reached the final stage. I know that you are not convinced, so let's do it. You each choose a group of people, and bring them out to be stronger than whose team members.
Lei Zhan asked in surprise, Wolf head, what do you mean, let him be an instructor for one of his children, is this? It's outrageous. Outrageous? Whether it's a drill or a real battle, can you beat him? Just now, you thunder and lightning ate people, and you can't beat a kid. What does this mean?
I scolded you for being pigs before, and in my opinion, this is still an insult to pigs. Lei Zhan was scolded so much that he pouted aggrievedly.
What can he say?
It's true that your skills are inferior to others in this regard, but as an instructor, it's not like you can fight, right? Wolf head, you are confused. If it weren't for my sore mouth, I could say 10,000 reasons. As if seeing Lei Zhan's thoughts, He Ji-jun snorted coldly. This is also Mr. Gao's idea. Chen Haonan can rush and fight, and the Fire Phoenix is the first female special forces in China. Everything is the first time. Why don't you give the first time of these female soldiers to Chen Haonan?
Chen Haonan. Arrive.
Chen Haonan hurriedly straightened his small waist, and when he heard that the female soldiers were handed over to him for the first time, he was indeed a little moved.
Little guy, being an instructor is not so simple. Can you accept this bet?
Bring out the female soldiers you have chosen, and prove that not only you are strong, but also the female soldiers you bring out, so that everyone will be convinced of you.
He Ji-jun's mouth was a little cracked, and his heart was a little hypocritical.
Mainly, he himself felt a little unbelievable. Since he handed over a female soldier to a 10-year-old child, could he really do anything? He's only 10 years old, my mother, the 12-year-old one in Lao Tzu's family, still waiting to be fed.
But Mr. Gao's words, let him try, no, and then withdraw.
If you want to blame Lei Zhan, Fan Tianlei and others. They are too unlucky. They were tortured and killed by Chen Haonan in various ways in the annual exercise, and none of them can fight. Mr. Gao is naturally dissatisfied with the task of creating the Fire Phoenix and handing it over to the Thunderbolt Commando who lost the battle. If you want to change, this change is Chen Haonan's body.
It's not impossible to try.
Hearing this, Chen Haonan took a deep breath. Wolf head, it's no problem for you to hand over these women to me, but I have a request. I need a deputy and a life assistant.
Say what you want.
I don't want men are jealous of my excellence. I need mothers.
Lei Zhan glanced at the rebellious child, and couldn't help but scold, are you looking for an assistant or a nanny? Less nonsense, your subordinates are defeated.
The chief has said, one person is strong, not strong. I can bring out a strong team, you can't.
Oh, you're embarrassed to say, you thunder and lightning ate nannies, I'll find two. Do you still have an opinion? You've got a sausage and 2 eggs, isn't it?
Lei Zhan didn't understand what the other party meant, and pursed his mouth.
All right, don't make a noise.
He Ji-jun glanced at Lei Zhan's swollen face, and thought to himself, this child's statement is also extremely accurate. It really looks like. Do you have any ideas? For example, in terms of candidates, the other party must agree, and there are few female soldiers.
I have.
Chen Haonan raised his short index finger and middle finger, first bent his index finger, leaving his middle finger to Lei Zhan and said, the first candidate is Tang Xinyi from the game office. She bet on losing to me, and she will definitely agree.
Will definitely agree?
He Ji-jun was forced. She is the director of the game office, a busy person, often goes to major military regions to make guest appearances as theory teachers, and sometimes makes games. How can she be your deputy? She'll definitely agree, because she agreed to be my girlfriend.
Groove. Lei Zhan was so frightened that the sausages cracked. He Ji-jun's cheeks twitched, and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter.
A 10-year-old child told you that Tang Xinyi, a big beauty, is his girlfriend. How does this sound?
It's funny anyway. It just so happens that she's giving a lesson in the wolf's fangs. I can call her over. By the way, who is the second candidate? And Ran, codenamed Violet, I know that she is a wolf-toothed staff officer. I don't think there is any need to let her go undercover. It is best for her to be my assistant. As he spoke, Chen Haonan raised his little face, stared at Lei Zhan and said, I heard that you have been chasing Enran for a long time, but you still can't catch up, and when Enran comes over, I will let her be my third girlfriend. Enran, she will be my person from now on. Lei Zhan's sausage mouth cracked again, and a stunned, confused, how do you know expression on his face. He is indeed chasing Enran, but he has never been able to catch up. Enran said that he has not grown up in his own aesthetic views, such as being too dark, too fierce, and it seems that the bad guys who come into contact with him are similar, which makes Enran feel a lot of pressure, as if he is undercover all the time. I don't believe it. Enran will come to be your nanny. He Ji-jun was also quite surprised in his heart. Chen Haonan actually knew the existence of Enran, and the codename he also knew, including Lei Zhan's private secret. He deserved to be a black man, a little expert in solving cases. Thinking of the black man incident, he Ji-jun seems to have figured out something. This is personal ability. Okay, I'll call and ask them all to come over, and it just so happens that Enran has also come over to make a debriefing report. At the entrance of the headquarters, after Tang Xini and Enran received the call, they rushed over at the same time and happened to meet them at the door. Xini, do you know who Chen Haonan is? The wolf head called me and actually asked me to be his assistant. This is the first time I have heard this name. Tang Xini kicked her long legs, kicked the small stones on the side of the road away, and snorted angrily. It's estimated that he is a bad guy, otherwise, who would have such a name? Badass? Enran, who was dressed in a female military uniform, smiled sweetly. I just came from the East China Sea Hall. Have you heard of Spider-Man and Black Man? It is actually the same person, handsome to death, more powerful than special forces. One person fights 10, and also helped the police solve the tragedy in Xiangjiang and avenge the unjust death of the woman. Such a man is too perfect. Enran's small mouth opened into an O shape, and his delicate face showed a regretful expression. It's a pity, when Zhu has encrypted this person's identity into an S level, I can't see it. Anyway, I admire him. I know Spider-Man, it's Chen Haonan, but I don't know, Black Man is also him. Tang Xini twisted her long legs unnaturally, her face was stunned. Chen Haonan, in her impression, a little broken child, actually teased her as a female teacher in public, and let herself be his girlfriend. Anyway, a little demon king in the mixed world. I didn't expect my actual combat ability to be so strong, and he became famous all of a sudden. What, you said that Chen Haonan is the man I admire? Yes. And Rant's charming face showed a bright smile. Great, I'm actually under a lot of pressure to be an undercover agent. I didn't expect to be an assistant to such a hero. By the way, how old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? Tang Xini showed a weird smile and said with a smile, oh, don't keep asking, it's annoying, you'll know when you go. I don't know why, Tang Xini feels that she is not very opposed to being Chen Haonan's female assistant. She began to be full of curiosity about Chen Haonan, wanting to find out what kind of man he was. Let's hurry over, I can't wait. I hope he has a white face, unlike Lei Zhan, who has a black face all day long, saying that he likes me, but it looks like collecting debts, as if I owe him a life. And Ran said, cooing and laughing, revealing two charming little dimples. Tang Xini was stunned. This Violet has to say, it's quite beautiful. How to say it? Don't lose to yourself. Hello, Chief. After knocking on the door and coming in, Tang Xini and Enran straightened up and saluted He Ji-jun. Chen Haonan ignored his first girlfriend, but set his eyes on Enran. As an agent, Enran's appearance is outstanding. She has a slender and lovely figure, a delicate and charming face, especially her smile, and when she salutes with a pretty face, there are also two small dimples revealed. A woman with dimples will not have a bad character. Sassy and heroic, gentle and amiable, and the first girlfriend Tang Xini is beautiful, but the skeleton is larger, giving people the feeling of a large gun carriage, not as delicate as Enran. No wonder Lei Zhan misses her. I must change her fate, cherish life, and stay away from Lao Lei. Just when Chen Haonan secretly looked at his future female assistant, He Ji-jun had already begun to explain his identity. This is Chen Haonan. He designated you to be his female assistant to assist her in establishing the Fire Phoenix Commando. The Fire Phoenix Commando is the first women's special forces in China. Chen Haonan and Lei Zhan have established two teams AB, and they will compete in the future to see who leads the team better. Lei Zhan and the Thunderbolt Commando as an auxiliary, and Chen Haonan, only you. Are you willing to assist him? Is it Chun Haonan? And Ran looked at Chun Haonan in amazement. Oh my god. It's actually a child? Cuckoo, he's Spider-Man, the man you admire, well, pretty white.
Tang Xinyi covered her mouth and smiled. She knew it was inappropriate, but she couldn't help it. Especially thinking of Ran's adoring and fascinated expression before, and now he only looked stunned. Tang Xinyi couldn't help but cuckoo. Ignoring Tang Xinyi's schadenfreude, and Ran lowered her head slightly, looking at the little guy who was a head shorter than her. His mouth was wide open, and the things with thick arms were about to be stuffed. I was really stunned and surprised. Chun Haonan's name sounds very cold. He's actually a kid? My god, are you really Chun Haonan? Are you Spider-Man? Black Hero? Chun Haonan stopped his spine and nodded with burning eyes. Yes, it's me. I ask you and Tang Xinyi to be my assistants, and the three of us will join forces to build a powerful women's special forces, at least not under the Thunderbolt Commando. Hearing this, Lei Jun snorted with his nose. Dream, kid. You? Are you a Thunderbolt? How did you become like this? Hearing Lei Jun's cold snort, and Ran noticed Lei Jun, but at this moment, Lei Jun was almost disfigured by the broom, and his unbandaged face was still oozing with bloodstains. Even if his mother came, he might not be able to recognize it, let alone Ran. Violet, it's me, Lei Jun, let's go have a meal together. I also need a female assistant for Lei Dian here. You are the best candidate. As for this kid is not an adult, he is messing around here. And Ran looked at Lei Jun in front of him and was startled. I can't recognize it, what's going on? Was it beaten? How is that possible? Lei Jun immediately denied it. Shen Haonan on the side stepped over, took Ran's soft little hand, and said with a courteous gaze, Sister Ran, I considered that it was too dangerous for you to be an undercover agent, and nominated you to come back as my assistant, and before that, this challenge to me, Lei Laovu, who was beaten into a pig's head by me, did not mention you, so you should be my person, join my gang. And Ran was stunned for a moment, looking at Chun Haonan's cute appearance. He couldn't help but tease him. What if I don't agree? I'll cry to you. Ha ha. It's so cute. If it weren't for the chief in front of him, and Ran couldn't help but lift Chun Haonan high. Her heart was full of curiosity. Why did such a young child have the ability to become Spider-Man? Violet, it was indeed proposed by Chun Haonan, and there is no shortage of assistants on Raiden's side. If you agree, you can stay. Don't do undercover work. He Ji-jun directly dismantled the stage of Lei Jun. Good. And Ran agreed. Why not, just now, she wanted to see where Chun Haonan's ability was, and she could actually let He Ji-jun break the age limit and let him lead the team alone. What about you? He Ji-jun looked at Tang Xinyi and spoke, I know you're busy, if you don't agree, you can refuse. Before He Ji-jun finished speaking, Tang Xinyi opened his mouth to interrupt. No, Chief, my time is free, I can be his assistant part-time, I will come over when I am needed, and I will continue to be a female teacher in major military regions if I am not needed. Tang Xinyi didn't say a word. She was curious about how Ran would get along with her idol in the future. Okay, then it's decided. He Ji-jun was in a good mood. He really didn't expect Chun Haonan's personal charm to be so great that Ran and Tang Xinyi could agree to be his assistants. You must know that in the past, Fan Tianlei and Lei Jun actually pulled 2 female part-time staff officers or assistants or something. Pay attention, they were part-time, and they were all like wolves. It's like the little rabbit is always on guard against the big bad wolf and doesn't agree to anything, and Enron would rather be an undercover agent than never open the door, no matter what the door is. Chun Haonan took a deep breath, looked at Ran with a serious smile, and said, It's 3:20 p.m. and 11 seconds, remember this time, Sister Ran, from now on, you will be my Chun Haonan's third girlfriend. Enron's mind was full of black question marks. Tang Xinyi couldn't help it, and laughed again. You don't know, this little guy likes to be his girlfriend the most, and I am still his first girlfriend. By the way, why isn't Ran the third, who is the second, Yi Tsuanshin? Phew, cousin can't mess around, that's a big star sister, I have the opportunity to introduce you to you. Including Lei Jun, no one thought that Chun Haonan could do anything big, that is, a child was just a child, and they all laughed when they saw his serious appearance. A serious person like He Ji-jun gave himself a minute to calm the old man's mood. Okay, Lei Jun, you go to the infirmary to see the doctor, although the army doesn't pay too much attention to appearance, but you look like this. Also, it's ugly.
Lei Zhan wiped his face and asked, Wolfhead, am I ugly then? Ugly or not, don't you know if you look in the mirror, now the major troops continue to send female soldiers to choose for you, you look like this to select talents, people still think you are a big-tailed wolf, and you will be ugly and refused, don't go to. Quickly. Maid, it's all Chen Haonan's fault. Soon, Chen Haonan's Lei Zhan's gambling contract spread in the wolf's teeth. Don't think that the army is just iron discipline. If there is really any gossip news, put it in the boring training life. The speed of spreading can be described in one sentence: fire boils oil. Explode directly. Have you heard, not long ago, the young soldier king who beheaded the Thunderbolt commando team and started a new bet with the 3-time soldier king Lei Zhan, who is better than who leads the team? This wave, I stand in line with Chen Haonan, Lei Zhan. I know. People are very arrogant, and their walking posture is the best in the world. Someone is pressing him, this is a good thing. This person has a big head, a thick neck, and a problem with his style. Be quiet, you're just a cook. What about the cooking soldiers? Ants can look at the sky. Don't you see that Chen Haonan is also 10 years old? I heard that he has 2 girlfriends in the military region. Damn, who? The 2 goddesses in the army, one is in Ran, who returned from undercover, and the other is Tang Sini, a flower in the game office. Many single gay men are worried about them, and the result is TSK, the tender grass eats the old cow. I'm not optimistic about Chen Haonan's ability to lead the team. He can compare to Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan is not only strong in his personal ability, but in his ability to lead the team. Chen Haonan may have started practicing martial arts at a very young age. Leading the team is just nonsense. The chief is confused. He actually let a child lead the team. Among these discussions, there are those who stand for Chen Haonan, but more of them stand for thunder warfare. The people who stood Chen Haonan admired his strong combat ability, and with his personal ability, he killed Chen Shanming and others, and killed the Thunderbolt Commando. I heard that he also played the role of a hero in Donghai City not long ago. Anyway, this kid is a real cow. Standing in thunder warfare, that is, everyone thinks that instructors are not casual to be. Instructors have many soldiers from the king, but the king of soldiers is there every year, which does not mean that he can lead the team. What's even more eye-catching is that the chief is confused about this topic, and no one can understand why a child is allowed to lead the team. Iron Fist. Chen Haonan, He Changwang and others were rolling in the mud and were doing daily training. After being ordered by He Jijun, Chen Haonan's file was still in the Iron Fist regiment, including his small luggage, so he came back directly in Lao Hei's car. It's been a day since I came back, and there's not much movement outside. But Chen Haonan knew that if there was any trouble, his female assistant would come to him. The roles he assigned to Enron were life assistants, female secretaries, and third girlfriends. I haven't thought about the other role-playing for the time being. As for Tang Sini, she is a female theoretical instructor, and if she has the opportunity, she will be asked to come to class in a professional suit, but she doesn't have to come over all the time. Bang! Wang Yanbing, who was carved out of almost the same mold as Lei Zhan, was carried by Chen Haonan and fell into the mud with one hand, and suddenly, the cold yellow rain slapped indiscriminately. Wang Yanbing touched the yellow muddy water on his face, and opened his big mouth. Chen Haonan, you kid peed on the big tree last time, and Lao Tzu was punished 3 times by the instructor, and he was punished once he saw it, and this account has not been cleared yet. Chen Haonan tilted his little head and looked, if you want to calculate, just hurry up, I'm going to Wolf Tooth as an instructor to lead the team, you won't have a chance in the future. What? You're going to the instructor? How is this possible? How old are you? Wang Yanbing was a little confused. He Changwang on the side pulled Chen Haonan and asked, little brother, are you serious? What instructor are you going to be? The instructor of the special forces, bring out a team of his own, teach them what he has learned, let them all become my soldiers, and imprint my Chen Haonan's seed, a powerful seed. Chen Haonan's tone was full of confidence. As a soldier, who doesn't want to have his own team, it's like a man with a big forest, he has to find the other half, the same reason. Oh, my mother, we're still rolling mud, and Chen Haonan is an instructor. Li Ernia covered his mouth and exclaimed, and then found that he had poured mud into his mouth, where he vomited. Chen Haonan, do you think we are ironclad brothers? He Changwang's tone became serious, looking affectionate in the world. Chen Haonan glanced at He Changwang, lactic acid bacteria, if you have any questions, just say it, don't go around, just like a girl. Ha, happy, I like to be brothers with people with a character like you. That's the case. If you have the opportunity to become an instructor of the Special Forces, can you let me be a Special Forces? Being a Special Forces, it's my dream. By the way, you can also tell me what you've learned. Believe me, I'm a genius like no other. He Cheng Wang was full of confidence, and he felt that there was no big problem. Chun Haonan is an instructor, he can choose team members, and he can get out of the Iron Fist troop and become a special soldier as soon as possible. Isn't it more fragrant? He Cheng Wang was a little impatient. Brother, I apologize to you, for the comrades in arms who get along day and night, personal grievances are a fart. Wang Yanbing saw that it was profitable, so he quickly got up from the mud and rushed to Chun Haonan's side, eager to strip himself naked, indicating that he was a piece of ice. It's good that I'm an instructor, but unfortunately, this time it's a women's special forces unit, and all the people I'm looking for are female soldiers. Ah! He Cheng Wang was a little disappointed. Female soldier. Wang Yanbing on the side salivated his old face, rubbed his little hand and said, female soldiers can also be, I can. At this moment, the door to training opened, and a military vehicle drove in. After the car stopped, a sassy and heroic female soldier walked down. Dressed in a straight military uniform, slender and lovely, and curvaceous, it was Chun Hao's male and female assistants who came safely. After Ran got out of the car, Kong Tuan also walked down and followed Ran's side. It's just that Kong Tuan, who has a dark face, is more white-skinned and tender-skinned, like a white radish on an old tree trunk. Little guy, get up and wash up, sister, I'll take you to the wolf's teeth. And Ran raised the file bag in his hand at Chun Haonan, and threw him a warm smile from a confident big sister. Little guy, I brought out your file for you, and you will be a wolf's tooth soldier in the future, but your file is actually a virtual file. Indeed, Chun Haonan's appointment as a soldier was originally caused by various misunderstandings, but he registered his family information. As far as this information is concerned, it has now become the target of several commandos in the wolf's teeth. Kong Tuan's face on the side was here, and Ran had already looked for him just now, explaining that Chun Haonan was going to become an instructor of the Fire Phoenix Commando. This was his outstanding ability, so that the top was exceptionally reused, and he had to leave the Iron Fist Regiment. In this regard, Kong Tuan first objected to various things, but a mysterious phone call came, and he could only compromise. Chun Haonan, get up, I have something to say to you. Yes, Captain. Chun Haonan took small steps, slowly walked in front of Kong Tuan, and saluted him. Kong Tuan looked at him with extremely complicated feelings. How old is this? 10 years old, and he is already the king of young soldiers. He already has the strength of the Thunderbolt Commando, the ability to fight alone, and he is not under the Thunder War. The surprises again and again made Kong Tuan have a long face and regret it. Needless to say, what he regrets is that he always treated Chun Haonan as a child and missed a lot of opportunities to reuse him, until he suddenly alarmed the leader of the Southeast Military Region. However, in Kong Tuan's view, he still has a chance. After all, Chun Haonan is not yet an adult, just like before a woman gets married, even if she talks about a few boyfriends. Who here doesn't have a chance? This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Haonan, in the past, my Lao Kong was a little prejudiced against you, and this prejudice came from your young age, which was to protect you, but later, there was no such prejudice, only appreciation. You were the youngest and strongest soldier Lao Tzu had ever seen. Kong Tuan said seriously, you are still young, and the above should just let you try it and explore your strengths and weaknesses, but you will eventually grow up, and when you start to enlist in the army in the future, remember to come to the Iron Fist Regiment. This one. Actually, Chun Haonan wanted to say to Lao Kong that there should be no chance, even if he became a soldier in the future, he would start as a general. But he was embarrassed to hit the old regiment leader who had drunk twice together. Compared with Fan Tianlei's big flicker, Lei Zhan's arrogance and deception, and the rare confused Kong Tuan, there is a tradition of a real veteran. In his body, you can feel his hardness, his coldness, and the embarrassment that he sometimes makes mistakes and pats his head. He likes to brag very much, and he also said that he is a young man of literature and art. But anyway, this is his first chief, and he is also a drinking friend who is willing to carry a wine bottle to blow to himself. Don't worry, Lao Kong, I'll come back to see you with wine. Next time, don't bring a tape recorder. Ah, Kong Tuan laughed and scolded, you're embarrassed. I didn't learn from you, you kid also replaced my recording. When will you give it back to me?
In the third room of the bathroom, find it yourself. If you want to use it to threaten me, you can keep it, I don't have a problem.
You kid, ha, that's interesting. Kong Tuan was amused by Chen Haonan and laughed.
When the two were pulling each other, Wang Yanbing, He Cheng Wang and the others didn't listen to what they said at all, but stared at Ran, who was sassy and heroic next to them.
I'll go, what a pretty female soldier.
Even more beautiful than Mr. Tang who gave them a lecture last time.
Wang Yanbing almost wanted to whistle directly, but fortunately, he held back. Is this Chen Haonan's female assistant?
I'll go, this treatment is so good that it's enviable. Li Ernio couldn't help but admit, she does look a little better than Mai Tsuehua, and she has an indescribable temperament.
The temperament of a real female soldier, unlike Teacher Tang, seems to have a kind of Jianghu atmosphere on her body. If you offend me, I will you, and this Chen Haonan's female assistant, if you offend me, I feel like I laugh and pass by. He Cheng Wang summed it up wittily, and his heart was envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Lao Tzu suddenly doesn't look like a special soldier. I set my goal in the position of instructor. Everyone, goodbye, I'm waiting for you in the wolf's fangs, come early, or when you come, you will salute me and call me an instructor.
Chen Haonan followed and ran away.
It was Enron who drove the car, and Chen Haonan was asked to sit in the back because he was too young, and he was caught by the police. Shu Huang in front of him and would be fined. Enran lazily leaned on the seat and drove the car leisurely. Compared with the undercover profession of walking a tightrope all the time, it is too simple and relaxing to be an assistant. The only thing that made her heart flutter was Chen Haonan, a child.
No one believed it, she actually worked as an assistant for a child, not as a nanny.
Is it me in heat, or is the wolf hair crazy? The more I touch this child, the more ridiculous I feel. Enran quietly swallowed his saliva, withdrew his glance at Chen Haonan, and said, Little guy, how are you going to train those female soldiers?
As your female assistant, I should always know first.
Don't call me a little guy. First, I'm not young anymore, I'm no longer the kind of 7 or 8-year-old child. Second, I'm your boss, leader, but you can call me Shouhao, because you have another identity, you are my girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
Hearing this, Enran leaned forward and leaned back with a smile, and his waist under the round buttocks twisted like grass in the spring breeze.
Ah, laugh at me, laugh at me.
Really, that's Shouhao, I didn't mean to laugh at you, or haha.
Enron almost drove the car to the side of the road.
This damn heart arsonist always amuses me when he talks.
Chen Haonan raised his hand, grabbed the seat in front of him, and made a small face. Be careful not to roll over, talk about serious things. What's so funny, there have been 2 groups of enemies who laughed so arrogantly in front of me, but it's a pity that one made me Spider-Man and the other made me a black man. Are you sure you continue to laugh?
I don't want to go ashore with the first sword, and cut the person I want first.
Meaning? Lover? Woo woo woo.
Under the strong psychological contrast, Enran's cultivation told her not to laugh, but to hold back. But listening to Chen Haonan's old-fashioned appearance, it was really difficult to hold back.
In less than 10 seconds, poor Enron's collagen-full face was bulging and deflated, convex and uneven, and finally bulged into a cute little hamster, and finally couldn't help but laugh.
Also, Chen Haonan is a child on the outside, he is very strong in the inside, and the people of the entire Donghai city are discussing him, and this chivalrous man is sitting behind him.
It's pretty cool.
Shouhao, it's not easy for you to be an instructor this time. The venue, you have to choose by yourself. The wolf tooth didn't divide the base for us, the only base has been occupied by Thunderbolt. You Spider-Man, how can you play the role of a good instructor? I heard, if you lose, you have to call Lei Zhan's father.
Dad? He is only qualified to be my grandson.
Listening to Chen Haonan's words, Enran, who had finally endured it with hard work, straightened his body, raised his chin, and almost sprayed Chen Haonan again. This is a child who is not physically mature, but whose thinking has matured, and he cannot be treated as a child, he must be taken seriously. Thinking of this, Bing Shui is smart and ran, and he already knows how to get along with Chen Haonan.
You're right, we have to find a way to defeat Lei Zhan. There is another bet. Lei Zhan said that if you lose, I must be his girlfriend. I don't want to find a black-faced man like him, as if I owe him a life. If you follow Lei Zhan, you do owe him his life.
Chen Haonan muttered to himself. At this moment, the sound of the system thundered. The main quest of the young soldier king system, as the owner of the system who became famous at a young age, the binding host of the strongest system in the universe,
no matter what field it is, must become bigger and stronger. The bigger the wind and waves, the stronger it must be. This time the bet with the Thunder War, you can only win and not lose. If you win, you will be rewarded with 600 experience points. And if you lose, the male characteristics of the host will be magnified 10 times. In violation of the principle of physics. Magnification 10 times, groove. In Chen Haonan's mind, there was a scene of an elephant dragging its big trunk, dragging it all over the dust, which was terrifying to think about. 600 XP? It's so rich. Won the clubhouse, and the young model lost the rhythm of going to the sea to sit on the stage. Are you angry? And Ran took the time to sneak a glance at the little man, but found that Chen Haonan's face was serious, but the whole person exuded a strong sense of confidence. This and Ran was slightly stunned. That's right, this has the flavor of the young soldier king. After agreeing to be Chen Haonan's female assistant, and Ran checked Chen Haonan's family files. His parents are wealthy businessmen, one of the richest people in Donghai City, and his monthly pocket money alone is 100,000 yuan. This young master who was born with a golden key in his mouth, but he was actually timid and famous in the past, but I don't know why, he suddenly became bold. It is said that one day, he also called the police, saying that the teacher gave too much homework. Anyway, the contrast is very bad. Could it be that Staff Officer Fan is really a genius to discover good seedlings? It is said that he organized a youth summer camp, and Chen Haonan began to change qualitatively, but the letter of introduction was open to Yitsuanshin. Chen Haonan stole his cousin's letter to become a soldier, and since then he has shown a strong talent, pressing all the recruits in the same period, so that Kong Tuan has to keep him. This information flashed through in Ran's mind, and she made a clever decision. If you have a chance, ask Chen Haonan's cousin. And Ran is the kind of woman who does a line of work and loves a line of work. If she wants to conquer this little Spider-Man, she must understand everything about him, including Chen Haonan's strengths and weaknesses. If there is no base, we will choose the location, and I will find the wolf head to start construction. Okay. When the car entered the wolf's teeth, the guards had already known Chen Haonan, so they didn't stop the car at all. As for Enron, not to mention, the wolf's tooth is a flower, and he used to be their staff officer, and then he was transferred out to be an agent. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Anyway, whether Chen Haonan or Enran, the popularity is very high, and you can brush your face as a pass. Not long after, the car was parked on an empty base. Enran looked at the surrounding environment and was directly dumbfounded. This is the base drawn by the wolf's teeth. It still smells of, it won't be a farm in the past. And Ran grabbed a map, and a circle was drawn on the map, which was the designated area. But this land, in addition to the smell of, can only be described as a hairless white tiger. There is no water in front and no mountains behind, just like a song sings, empty. Chen Haonan looked around happily, his bright eyes turned quickly, and his little hand stretched out. This is the white tiger land, there is no hair, but I like the white tiger, the more there is nothing. It means that the operation space is large. Sister and Ran, what are you frowning for? Hurry up and contact the construction team, I will arrange it. You know the arrangement? I understand a little, I learned it when I was a child. Childhood. And Ran was speechless, she was worried that Zhong Zhong had gone to contact the construction workers. Finding people is Enron's specialty. However, when he left by hoodie, Enran made a phone call, and the remarks displayed were, Chen Haonan's first girlfriend. Hey, my favorite sister, what does this wolf head mean? Let's assist Chen Haonan, this child. I have no opinion, but the special training base given is simply a white tiger, there is no hair, and the selection of personnel will start tomorrow. How can this be done? White tiger? I love the white tiger. Relatively urgent, Tang Sini's tone was flat. You have to believe our little man, he has his own set of things. I teach recruits in the Iron Fist Regiment, drawing spear lessons, the skills of quickly flashing guns. I applied for a record, but my little boyfriend broke my record. I was surprised. Because of his revelation, I opened my mind, and this feeling has been getting stronger and stronger lately. Maybe I can create another technique for drawing a gun. And Ran was stunned when he heard it, and couldn't help but remind, Sini, are you taking a bath? I'm talking about the base, what guns do you pull? Is there more, is there still anything? What kind of train of thought did Chen Haonan open up to you? He directly snatched my gun, and told me that his gun drawing skills were not his own gun,
but someone else's, and just like that, I became his girlfriend.
Tang Sini muttered, a soft voice.
You're. What the hell, the voice is weird.
And Rant's hair stood on end.
What do you want? Comfortable. Tang Sini said intermittently, I'm in the gymnasium, lifting dumbbells. Don't say it, I'm afraid of pressing my neck, or that sentence, you just do what Chen Haonan does, he will surprise you. Enron was hung up, and then, her confidence also regained somewhat. It didn't take long for her to rush to the White Tiger base with the construction team. Chen Haonan did not leave, he held a pen in his hand, wrote and drew on the map, and when the workers entered, he immediately stood up and expressed his opinion. When digging and digging out water here, you don't need to use cement, you have to ensure that the original color and flavor of the yellow muddy water are intact. All the roads here have been dug up, we don't need roads, the worse the better. And Rant's bright eyes, looking at Chen Haonan and pointing, quite professional, it seems that Tang Sini, who doesn't know whether to take a bath or fitness, is right.
Believe in Chen Haonan, there will be surprises.
I hope it's not a fright. And Ran attaches great importance to this mission, and she hopes to hand in a perfect answer, at least not to lose to the women's commando team brought out by Lei Zhan.
That night, Chen Haonan stayed overnight, lived in Anran's dormitory, and the two of them slept together with a pillow. The next morning, under Enron's service, Chen Haonan woke up leisurely, and then found that the toothpaste had been squeezed by Enron.
There is a female assistant, which is comfortable, in terms of taking care of people. Sister and Ran is more professional than the big star, but the big star has long legs, and Sister and Ran has a soft waist. After sleeping all night, Chen Haonan made the mistake of all men in the world, compare. Breakfast was eaten in the cafeteria, and when Enran and Chen Haonan appeared at the same time, it also caused a burst of discussion. Of course, the discipline of the army was very strict, and it was all discussed in private. The topic of discussion is nothing more than that, a 10-year-old child is an instructor, and he dares to make a decision with the soldier King Lei Zhan, and there is also a theme, a flower in the army is safe and becomes a little man's assistant.
The latter theme is a little stronger, and some single male soldiers are already asking whether Chen Haonan needs a male assistant.
For these attentions and discussions, Chen Haonan, who has a strong heart, ignored it. Holding in Rant's hand, he continued to go to the White Tiger base to carry out pioneering work. After 2 busy days, the White Tiger base began to grow green, and was divided into several different areas, the Vermilion Bird Shooting Range, the Xuanwu Fighting Arena, the White Tiger Swamp, and the Blue Dragon Circular Runway. Chen Haonan was like a general, looking around his territory with his small hands, while the concubine was safe, following him, bowing her head.
It's like there's everything, and it's like there's nothing. And Ran is still worried about Zhong Zhong, and he can't be as chic as Chen Haonan's first girlfriend, so hands off.
It is worth mentioning that Tang Sini, who has a deputy position, never came, but called every day to ask about the situation at the base and how Chen Haonan was doing. And Ran felt that Chen Haonan was like Tang Sini's ex-husband, and after the divorce, Tang Demei wanted to ask him how he was doing, but she didn't want the other party to know that she was still in love.
Enron was ready to take a shower.
At the base, if you don't take a shower for half a day, it's like you haven't washed for 3 days, and it's as dirty as fighting in the jungle, and your body smells. The phone rang at this time, and Enran was a little surprised, only to see that the number showed that it was Wolf Head. After connecting the phone, Ji Jun's serious voice came.
Violet, tell Chen Haonan, you can come over to select female soldiers, the location is at the headquarters.
Okay, Wolf Head. After hanging up the phone, Enran said to Chen Haonan with a happy face, Xiao Hao, you can choose your subordinates, all the female soldiers gather at the headquarters, and the thunder battle has passed, just waiting for us.
It's finally here.
Wait, it's been 3 days. Chen Haonan felt that Ji Jun's handling of affairs was as annoying as a woman's bath, and he actually gathered a female soldier for 3 days. Isn't this something that started a long time ago?
You go drive. After the car drove over, Chen Haonan used to sit in the back seat.
As soon as he came in, he lay his little body on the soft sofa, and after 3 days of fatigue, he actually fell asleep. I don't know how long it took for him to be woken up by Enran.
Can you be serious? It's really important to choose female soldiers, you're actually asleep?
Enran hated her husband a little, and her charming and delicate face was worried.
Don't worry about this.
Chen Haonan stretched out his hand and pinched Ran's face, making Ran blush.
Little improper. When did you win the Thunder War? I'll let you pinch enough. Ran did not object to Chen Haonan's actions. Anyway, he is just a child. What bad intentions can a child have? In the past 3 days, the two of them have slept with each other every day, and Chen Haonan can't do anything, but sometimes he finds out in the morning that he is just a nursing child.
Chen Haonan smiled and let Ran pull him over. This is his second visit to the headquarters. Generally speaking, it is impossible to gather at the headquarters for daily training such as selecting female soldiers, but this time is different from the past. Gao Shiwei and the high-level leaders of the Southeast Military Region have come over and are reviewing the seeds of outstanding female soldiers from all major subordinate units. He Ji-jun also accompanied Mr. Gao. Next to him was the Thunderbolt Commando led by Lei Zhan, and in Chen Haonan's words, the 8 major nannies were all here. This is Chen Haonan, and Ran is a very good agent. She is willing to leave the Secret Service organization and come to assist Chen Haonan. Well, the child who was held by Ran is him. Listening to He Ji-jun's introduction, except for President Gao, including the cadres of Deputy Commander Wang, they all looked confused. They had heard of Chen Haonan's prestige, and they knew that he was a child, but they were held by the tall and delicate agent who was as beautiful as a flower, and it was like a young mother sending her child to school. Sure enough, it's better to be famous than to meet. Deputy Commander Wang sighed. Mr. Gao glanced at Lao Wang and said with a smile, "Don't look at his appearance as a bare child, but he is serious. The Thunderbolt commandos next to him are all sparring nannies." Deputy Wang chuckled. In ancient times, there were many teenagers. Gan Luo could be a prime minister at the age of 12, and there were many 8-year-old Xiaobalu during the war, but in the era of peace, like Chen Haonan's age, he still carried a small schoolbag to elementary school. The era is different, plus cramming education, except for some research geniuses, there is no practical ability like Chen Haonan. I didn't underestimate him. I was curious, can he lead a commando? If you can't make it, you will know if you look at it. After speaking, Mr. Gao glanced at Lei Zhan and the others next to him. Anyway, the wolf tooth needs to be changed. The change will be clear. The general will be long. The wolf tooth in the past is the soul brought by He Ji-jun, not afraid of death, dare to die. But in the new era, this is not enough, so that the wolf tooth can no longer enter the ranks of the top special forces in recent years. Mr. Gao, you're right, wolf teeth really need fresh blood, and since Chen Haonan can behead He Ji-jun, he is the key to change. Deputy Wang and others finally understood why Mr. Gao reused a child like this. This is an opportunity to break the situation with wolf teeth. After so many years, there is a Chen Haonan who cut off He Ji-jun's dog head. Who does he reuse if he doesn't reuse? Lao Gao is also old. Lei Zhan is good, but he is a little complacent. He has not advanced an inch over the years, and his temper has come up. As for Lao Fan, it is okay to fool Mr. Wen, but he can't fool the special forces of other troops, which are all about strength and tactics. Hello, chiefs. After Chen Haonan stepped over, he solemnly raised his little hands and saluted. The cadres headed by Mr. Gao also gave him a big military salute in return. Chen Haonan, do you think you can train the strongest female warriors for the Southeast Military Region? Chen Haonan spoke. Report, if I don't have this confidence, I am already sitting in the classroom at this time. Instead of standing here, I will definitely give them a strong team of female soldiers. Everyone laughed. And Ran on the side also secretly admired. Don't look at Chen Hao's small man and bold man. In front of so many leaders, his face remained unchanged. He was a very popular child, and he turned around and kissed him as a reward. In front of the chief, He Ji-jun praised Chen Haonan again, and said, "The veteran is not dead, but withering. The wolf tooth is my He Ji-jun's, but after all, it is your young man's. The revival of the wolf tooth has always been my dream, but this dream is not so easy to achieve, and a younger soldier king is needed to relay it. The characteristic of the wolf tooth is to always remain alive. The wolf tooth is not He Ji-jun's wolf tooth. It may also be the wolf tooth of Lei Zhan, Chen Haonan's. Wolf tooth, you young people should not rest on your laurels, but vigorously compete for the first runoff." Chen Haonan kept nodding when he heard this. The wolf's head is worthy of a cannon mouth, and he can really blow it. I have to say that anyone who can be a captain can blow more than the other, which is called boosting morale. Needless to say, Lei Zhan and his nanny also heard the war intent boiling in their eyes one by one, and even with tears in their eyes, they loved the wolf teeth very deeply. After He Ji-jun praised Chen Haonan, he went to lick those female comrades again. Standing in front of all the female soldiers who came to be selected, Comrade Lao. His voice was full of passion. Female soldiers, you are all the best female soldier comrades in 100 miles, and I Lao he admires one kind of person the most, that is, tough guys, and now when I see you, there is another kind, that is, tough guys among female soldiers, also called female men. The female soldiers all laughed, and their hearts were filled with the joy of being licked. He Ji-jun spoke very briefly, and after licking for a few seconds, he didn't lick it, and in the blink of an eye, he entered the topic and became serious. This time, your selection method is different from the past. It will be 2 instructors leading the team, and they will bring out the 2 AB commandos respectively. That is, you will have more opportunities to become female special forces, but in the end, the AB team still has a competition, and only one team can stay. 2 instructors, AB 2 teams? The female soldiers are serious, they don't feel how lucky they are, and in the end, they didn't eliminate the other one? Chen Haonan, Lei Zhan, come here. Yes. Chen Haonan and Lei Zhan responded, and stood up at the same time, facing the female soldiers of the major military regions. He Ji-jun stood in front of the 2 of them and spoke. A good special instructor knows how to select good soldiers and bad soldiers. How long do you need to select your own soldiers? Before Lei Zhan could speak, Chen Haonan took the lead. Wolf head, I don't need to waste time in the selection process. I only need to select 8 among the hundreds of female soldiers, and the other female soldiers can be handed over to instructor Lei to choose slowly. This sentence was extremely arrogant, which made the confident Lei Zhan look at Chen Haonan in amazement, and he didn't understand what meaning was hidden in his small figure at all. What does it mean to elect 8 female soldiers? How do you know that 8 female soldiers will definitely pass the later assessment? Or is it rubbish? A child is a child, and he has been a family. Just when Lei Zhan was about to choke him a few words, Chen Haonan spoke again. No matter how these female soldiers behave in the later stage, I will not make up any more personnel. I believe that they can be made into female men, and the most powerful seeds will be imprinted on these 8 female soldiers. He Ji-jun was also stunned to look at Chen Haonan, the little guy, not only him, but also the senior boss behind him. They were all talking to each other. On the one hand, they felt interesting, and on the other hand, they thought it would be too child's play. Do you dare to bet? I'll pick first. I only need 8 female soldiers, not many of them. Chen Haonan's little face was raised, and he looked at Lei Zhan with a provocative expression. Lei Zhan groaned for a moment. He felt that Chen Haonan couldn't sell any medicine in his gourd. Who can tell at a glance who is the best fit? Not everyone can be a special forces. Men and women are the same. If someone can't hold on halfway, they don't need to be eliminated by the instructor, and they will ask to leave. Otherwise, why let hundreds of female soldiers come over to participate in the selection? I'm asking you for one thing, don't think this competition is child's play, even if you're a child. Lei Zhan said solemnly, this is your own choice. Chen Haonan straightened his small waist. Don't worry, it's not a person like you, and you won't admit it if you lose. Lei Zhan's face darkened and he held back. Bear with it, there's no need to fight with a child. So, Chen Haonan took a small short step and slowly walked in front of all the female soldiers, and his bright little eyes looked at each female soldier secretly. He is familiar with the plot, so he naturally knows that what he needs is the female soldier, and if he takes a look, he will see if the other party is not there. In case the plot is different, and someone is not there, it will be embarrassing. Chen Haonan looked at the female soldiers, and the female soldiers with their heads held high did look at this little child who was a head shorter than them with a stunned expression. I saw him in a small military uniform, looking at them with a serious face. How to look at it, how funny. Why is it a child? It's quite cute. Listening to the chief, he seems to be our instructor? Yes, he's here to order troops. It's strange, a child can be an instructor? It looks like it hasn't dried up, he. This is my little cousin, with some respect in my mouth. In the team of female soldiers, Yi Tsuanxin first looked at Chen Haonan in amazement, a little unable to turn her head sharply, and after hearing that someone belittled Chen Haonan as a cousin, she couldn't help but turn into a mad demon to protect her brother. Hilu, Tang Xiaoxiao, Tiangui, Shinlani, Shubai Ajua, Yi Tsuanxin, Ouyang Qian, Tan Xiaolin, these 8 female soldiers stand up. Chen Haonan ordered 8 female soldiers in one go, and the speed was so fast that people couldn't turn their minds, faster than reading on paper. Lei Zhan frowned and looked at the 8 female soldiers who stood up, a little puzzled. Why did Chen Haonan remember their names? Is still reading fast, it's rare who gave him the list? And Ron? Enron's intelligence ability, Lei Zhan knows. Thinking of this, his heart is sour. Enran, you don't use it for me, you still sleep with a child every day, as someone else's nanny. You wait, Lei Zhan will prove that you are a game of playing house. Just when Lei Zhan was thinking about his own thoughts, Yi Tsuanshin, who stood up, suddenly spoke. Chen Haonan, when did you become an instructor? Aren't you fooling around? I will be your instructor in the future. I am younger than you, but if there is any problem in the future, I must report it. Comrade Yi Tsuanshin, can you become a qualified special soldier? Yi Tsuanshin was stunned for a moment, and said loudly, I can. That's right, don't embarrass me, don't ask why for other things, what you have to do is to carry out the order. Chen Haonan has a small face, small eyes flashing stars, revealing seriousness, plus He Jijun and other high-level people standing next to him. Everyone knows that he has been recognized by the above. Existence is reasonable, but it is outrageous. Report, I won't disgrace you. Yi Tsuanshin also figured it out, take one step at a time, and see what the hell Chen Haonan is doing. What do you think of these 8 female soldiers? Hades and the others were also looking at Yi Tsuanshin and the others, communicating in a low voice. The old fox said solemnly, Yi Tsuanshin, these 8 female soldiers are all the first batch to come, and the second batch was temporarily added to the selection. It can be seen that Chen Haonan is definitely not a random selection, he has a clear heart. Skywolf nodded and said, the eyes are vicious, these 8 female soldiers, they are not simple, things are not so simple, and Ran is a good assistant. Just when Lei Deng and these people were commenting, Chen Haonan had already left first with 8 female soldiers. Looking at Chen Haonan's hurried little figure, Mr. Gao, who had been smiling and groaning, asked He Jijun, Shouty, what do you think? He Jijun looked at Lei Zhan, who had taken away the remaining female soldiers, and said solemnly, Lei Deng is a team that has been tested, it is the whetstone of the 3 armies. Lei Zhan's ability to lead the team is undoubted, and his experience is much richer than Chen Haonan, and Chen Haonan's advantage is that you never know where his whole cards are. He is a physically immature soldier whose thinking has exceeded the standard, therefore, I can't see who is strong for the time being, and I won't know the result until 3 months later. Let's take a gamble. Mr. Gao smiled and said, I choose Chen Haonan, I feel that he has a very decisive and unique vision for people. Chief, the rest of the female soldiers are also the elite of the army. That's the case, but the best privates can't compare to the worst first-class soldiers, and Chen Haonan has already selected the best female soldiers. Mr. Gao smiled, and his tone was full of confidence. He Jijun actually didn't think so, but he didn't dare to refute. Mr. Gao, who Chen Haonan fancied was the best, so it would be the best. Let the time tell. The female assistant in Ran personally drove the personnel carrier and sent all the female soldiers to the White Tiger base. After arriving at the base, Ran stopped Yi Tsuanshin. You are the cousin of instructor Chen Haonan? Yes. Yi Tsuanshin looked at Ran with a smile. This is a pretty beautiful soldier sister, why is she willing to be Chen Haonan's assistant? It's strange, it seems that the beautiful women I have seen recently, from Tang Xini to the big star, are all rushing to be the girlfriends of their little cousins. I heard that Chen Haonan killed enemies in the supermarket, you followed him, he really relied on his personal ability to kill all the gangsters, and then became Spider-Man, and the Black Man? After a pause, Yi Tsuanshin's face showed astonishment, and he didn't understand why this beautiful soldier sister was so gossipy. I can say, but you have to keep it a secret, the little cousin warned him, he doesn't want to be pulled to slice. Yi Tsuanshin didn't want to say it. If Tang Xini asked her, or the long-legged female goblin asked her, she would never say it, but in the face of this beautiful and delicate face with 2 small dimples, the other party had a feeling of being very close, and she was embarrassed if she didn't say it. And Ran blinked his beautiful big eyes and nodded happily, don't worry, I am an assistant, and I need to have a clear understanding of the instructor's ability to assist me, and it is also to make it more convenient to assist him in his work. After all, I have never seen Chen Haonan do it himself, everything is heard, sister, I have no bottom in my heart. It turns out that I don't have confidence in my little cousin. Also, he's still young. Usually my little cousin is cool, but if his temper comes up, he won't say a word to you. When he became Spider-Man, I was indeed by his side, watching him kill people in person. In terms of ability, it seems to be playing magic, I can't understand it now. You can understand that he has 18 weapons, and he is proficient in everything. Yi Tsuanshin showed a contemplative expression, she actually couldn't figure out how Chen Haonan did it now. 18 kinds of weapons, proficient in everything. What about the black man? How did he force the other party to tell the truth?
He acted alone, and he said that he ran away at night, but when he came back, he smelled of blood. I deliberately slept with him that night, and interrogated him in the middle of the night, and he said it in a daze, saying that he used a toothpick to force him out, and he also registered a screen name, called Hero in the Dark, which is the source of Black Hero. I slept with him for 3 days, how could I not think of asking him in the middle of the night?
It turns out that he has a habit of telling the truth in his dreams, and this is easy to do. Looking at the beautiful female sister who had been sleeping with Chen Haonan for 3 days, Yi Tsuanshin was a little stunned, isn't it?
Chen Haonan, a little guy, has taken advantage of others again?
She suddenly thought of something terrifying, and subconsciously spoke, that.
You won't be Chen Haonan's girlfriend too, right? I'm his third girlfriend. It's funny, he's serious, but he can't do anything.
Looking at the laughing and joyful Ran, Yi Tsuanshin was dumbfounded. I'll go. Chen Haonan's little guy was so bold that he found another one. And Ran asked Yi Tsuanshin about Chen Haonan's situation. In addition to being curious, he really wanted to know what Chen Haonan's whole cards were. After understanding, she let Yi Tsuanshin return to the team. Soon, the female soldiers had been settled and all their luggage was sent to the dormitory.
The so-called dormitory is actually a tent.
After the female soldiers lined up again, they found that Chen Haonan was waiting in the playground with a serious face, exuding an aura of killing and decisiveness. Ignoring his height, he was completely a cold and cool instructor. Quite a handsome little instructor. I think with her, the days will be fun, at least in terms of food, it will not be too bad. It was Tianguo who spoke. She had the face of an angel and the figure of a devil, and she looked outstanding among female soldiers. Why do you say that? It was Ouyang Qian who asked. Both of them are foodies, and when it comes to food, there is a topic of conversation immediately.
The instructors are all in the stage of growing their bodies, where can the food be bad? Tianguo had a firm expression on his face that Conan reasoned. Yes. No, didn't you hear the instructor's bet?
He won't add other sources of soldiers, saying that it must be on us, branding his powerful seeds. In this case, the request should be very expressive. I'm very curious about why a child can become our instructor, as long as it's not a game of play.
He Lu looked serious.
At this moment, Chen Haonan spoke, don't be nervous, just come here and have a good rest first, familiarize yourself with the environment, and I announce the next free activities.
Female soldiers, you look at me, I look at you, they are all at a loss.
Before coming, they were all fully psychologically prepared, and they also heard that the selection of this women's commando team would be very strict.
Chen Haonan ignored the idea of the female soldier, and after giving the order, he came to find Ran with a frosty face.
Go and find their files, and print out all the achievements they have made in their respective units, so that everyone should not miss them. Has already obtained all the scenery and history of Chen Haonan, and immediately went to do it with a happy face. She also has a careful thought, that is, after dark, when she sleeps with Chen Haonan, she will interrogate her carefully. What other big secrets does the little guy have? Not long after, Ran handed over the information to Chen Haonan.
Do you want to praise them?
In fact, it is not necessary to buy people's hearts, and the training should be strict, and it can be used for 100 days, and if the training is not strict, it will be ineffective for 1000 days. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. When Chen Haonan heard this, he showed a smile that did not match his age.
Wait a minute, you'll know, it's a secret.
Ran smiled weirdly, made you embarrassed, made you mysterious, and didn't make anything clear to me, a female assistant, at night, On the other side, the female soldiers were walking, really walking, and chatting about their views on the instructors.
I think it's too childish to let a little kid be an instructor. What can he teach us?
Martial arts master Shinlani, her temper is very hot, she has been holding back without saying a word just now, and at this time her anger is about to gush out.
As soon as you come, you can move freely, and then you want to play eagle and catch chickens with that little instructor?
Think about it, I am here to be a special soldier, not to play games with my children. Everyone, it's better to make a big fuss and go quietly. Anyway, I can't accept it, a child will be an instructor. In the face of Shinlani's sarcasm, Yi Tsuanshin, who also questioned Chen Haonan, had a different opinion. It's okay for my little cousin to question it myself, and it's too much for outsiders to say bad things.
Your name is Shinlani, right? Miss Ben has long seen that you are unhappy. What kind of fuss has quietly gone? Are you going to die? I know you're the kid's cousin. What's the matter? You're going to fight. Afraid of you?
Yi Tsuanshin immediately fought with Shinlani, and no one could stop him. After a few rounds back and forth, Yi Tsuanshin suffered some small losses. She was not Shinlani's opponent, but her courage was commendable, and she kept attacking like a perpetual motion machine. In this way, Shinlani couldn't do anything about her crazy woman for a while. The two sides twisted together, their clothes were pulled apart, and the spring light leaked out for a while. Stop fighting, fight again, your clothes are stripped naked. The female soldiers were fighting nearby, but no one could stop them. At the moment when the fight was in full swing, a small figure seemed to fall from the sky. The eaglet spread its wings, grabbed the two girls who were scuffling, and threw them out with a whirlwind. With a snap, Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani fell to the ground at the same time, unable to get up for a while. Yi Tsuanshin is nothing. Since Chen Haonan became a soldier, that day in the hotel, she fought with Chen Haonan in bed, and finally lost her armor and collapsed into an army. She was mentally prepared for Chen Haonan's strength. But Shinlani was not a little surprised. She was the champion of the Fighting Youth Championship, and she had rich experience in fighting. Just now when Chen Haonan's detective grabbed her, she also grabbed the opponent's little hand, and it was actually herself who flew out? My god, is this the power of a child? How do you feel that Li Yuanba is reincarnated? The female soldiers were also stunned, silent for a while, and all looked at Chen Haonan in a daze, as if they had only known him for the first time. I went, thinking he was a little man, but I didn't expect it to be a great husband? The female soldiers were also stunned, silent for a while, and all looked at Chen Haonan in a daze, and the movie shots they had seen appeared in their minds. A palm that fell from the sky. I give you free time, not for you to walk. Good soldiers will race against time and be familiar with the environment here. What did you big ladies do? Chatting, quarreling, none of them are doing serious things. As a child, I look down on you big ladies. Don't think that I chose the 8 of you. It means that no one is eliminated. If you don't take this training seriously, I will treat this as a house game. Everyone breaks up, and each goes home to find his mother. Chen Haonan's little face was as cold as frost, and his tone was sinister, which was completely inconsistent with his immature appearance. But at this moment, the female soldiers didn't dare to laugh, they just felt weird. What's weird is that 2 female soldiers were thrown out of the air by a child in one move, which is 200 pounds, right? I see you, you are little girls. I didn't see a group of qualified female men, I saw a group of young ladies with the temper of all the big ladies. Chen Haonan snorted, and then took a bunch of materials from Enran's hand. Bang bang bang. He slapped the information in his hand, made a crisp sound, and then pulled out a copy of the information, and read it with a small mouth. Shinlani, the winner of the Women's Youth Fighting Championship. He Lu, a field doctor, a captain, has made a second-class meritorious service one time. Yi Tsuanshin, graduated from Qing University. Chen Haonan read it one by one, and when he read a person's glorious deeds, the female soldier's head was raised, and she looked condescendingly at the instructor who was one head shorter than them. Enran saw this scene next to him, and wanted to laugh a little. This scene is like a kindergarten meeting. The children stand in front of the principal, praise each other for doing a good job, continue to do it well. Then the director held his head high proudly. However, the next moment, Enran opened his mouth wide, like a toddler waiting to be fed, and couldn't laugh. Suddenly, she saw Chen Haonan take out a lighter from his crotch and light the information in his hand in front of all the female soldiers. These files, which represent the glorious events of these female soldiers in the past, lick the flames, stretch all the way, and finally turn into ashes. When the breeze blows, the ashes drift away. In the flying dust, Chen Haonan's voice was cold. Those who abandon me, yesterday's day will not remain. No matter what you have achieved in the past, come here and start from scratch. It's worth mentioning, the chief asked me to make a bet with Lei Zhan to set up a Fire Phoenix AB team. I don't think it's necessary. The commando team I created will not be called the Fire Phoenix. The Feathered Phoenix is just a chicken. I like the White Tiger. The White Tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts. He is clean and pure and powerful, can resist in fight, charge into battle, until the enemy cannot turn over to death. Therefore, the women's commando team created by my Chen Haonan will be called the White Tiger Commando. When he said the words White Tiger Commando, Chen Haonan raised his voice, held his head high, and looked fascinated.
White Tiger Commando? How does the name feel weird? It seems that there is an indescribable smell. Did I hear it wrong? The white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts?
It's terrible to have no culture. The white tiger is not only one of the 4 divine beasts, but also the divine beast of the town house on Bong, the White Tiger Commando, on behalf of pure and powerful, protecting the family and defending the country. The white tiger is infested, and the heroes of the world are all from it. I think the name of the white tiger is just right for us female soldiers.
Makes sense. I like white tiger. I like. 2. White tiger, can it eat it? Protect animals, you shut up.
Chen Haonan didn't stop the exchange of female soldiers. He turned his little head sideways, and slowly asked and ran on the side, Assistant, what do you think of the name White Tiger Commando?
White Tiger Commando?
After these 3 days, Ran has actually become accustomed to the role of White Tiger. In private, Chen Haonan calls her White Tiger #1, so she clapped her hands and smiled. The 4 divine beasts, yes, I like it. It's better than the Fire Phoenix. If the Fire Phoenix has no hair, it can't be called the White Phoenix. This is called the Soup Chicken.
And Ran thinks it's a little secondary, but it's acceptable. For example, Lei Zhan's commando is even more outrageous. A good Chinese soldier. What is Thor? Isn't Thor a foreign Superman? The foreign military mentality is too serious.
There are also wolf teeth. Every time I have a meeting, I see Chief He holding his head high, showing a mouthful of big yellow teeth, and when he learns to howl from a wild wolf, and Ran, who loves to laugh, can't help but want to laugh.
Man is stronger and wiser than a wolf, right?
No, it's just one of the wolf's teeth. In comparison, the white tiger is not bad. It gives people a sense of clean, powerful, and intimate feeling that people listen to and love, and it can also be a town. And Ran was held by Chen Haonan and slept for 3 days. There was a feeling that her husband sang with her wife, and she felt that it was good if Chen Haonan said it was good. The next moment, Chen Haonan nodded, sank his dantian, and yelled, White Tiger members, all of them, go to the Qinglong runway, run 10 kilometers for me, pay attention to the circular runway, don't run to the sweet potato field next door. A group of White Tiger members immediately headed for the runway. By the time they had just entered the runway and had not yet started running, a car had already pulled in. And Ran, as an old driver, skillfully carried Chen Haonan, an instructor, and followed behind the female soldier's buttocks. And Chen Haonan stood on the roof of the car, holding a small horn in his left hand and a remote control button in his right hand. Press down with your right hand.
Bang!
This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The runway exploded suddenly, and a huge sound was mixed with mud, and it shrouded the female soldier's head and face, accompanied by yellow muddy water, as if it was raining yellow ice.
The water is cold, this is water with ice.
The water beads are like naughty elves, all the way along the clothes of the female soldier's opening, all the way in, burrowing into the depths of the body, bringing bursts of cold shivers. It was so exciting that the female soldiers were stunned. Run for me, whoever falls behind, I will catch her and shave her hair. In the raging ice and rain, Chen Haonan's child's voice penetrated into the ears of the frozen female soldiers, like a demon king urging his life.
Very good, I like it, this is special training. What other tricks are there to come at me, Shinlani? Oops, I'll go, it stinks, what's this? Ah.
Shinlani, who was filled with her mouth, seemed to be stuffed with a huge object in an instant, forcing her tears and snot to come out, and when it was even worse, it was unacceptable. Chen Haonan, who was standing on the roof of the car, said coldly, This is urine, the cooking class is used for fertilization, it's cheap for you, if you want to be a white tiger with small wings, just give me a flight, don't talk nonsense. What I need is for you to take the initiative to cooperate, challenge your limits, and use crazy exercise to stimulate your potential.
That female soldier, don't lick it, this is real urine, it's a polymer of cat urine, cow urine, horse urine, you can't lick it, be careful of poisoning.
Fudi Tianhua also gloriously vomited. This is the first time in her life that she eats and vomits. No matter how unpalatable things used to be, she can swallow without frowning, at most complaining. It's really unpalatable.
Instructor, you. Isn't that too much? It's an insult, not training.
Chen Haonan ignored the protests of the female soldiers and used a long water gun to smash them.
Whoever protests, whoever shouts the loudest, will be slammed.
Running all the way down, the female soldiers were embarrassed and disheveled, in addition to being wet.
The consolation is that the only male here is a child. What bad intentions can he have?
A means of a little ruthless to breastfeed the child. But the following week of training, the female soldiers realized that they were wrong, and they were very wrong.
Time passed day by day, and the plantain became red and green. Soon, the female soldiers discovered a terrible thing.
That is, they don't have time to sleep at all, they sleep less than 4 hours a day, and they are abused to death in the sound of explosions every day, and this devil boy, he can always use various methods to make them experience the joy and helplessness of being a woman, such as when the eldest aunt comes, he seems to understand, and forces them to continue training. A week later, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was born in a literary and artistic soldier, was the first to hold back. Report, instructor, I have decided to withdraw from this assessment. I feel that this is not an assessment, but I don't want to become a brute without dignity. Chen Haonan sat on the roof of the car with his legs crossed, staring at Tang Xiaoxiao with small eyes, and said, "You can go. I will go back and send a document to the Ministry of Literature and Art, saying that you are the first to quit, a toothless white tiger."
You?
Tang Xiaoxiao, who couldn't tell whether it was mud or sweat, had never been so embarrassed, nor so angry. The key was that the man who made fun of him was still a 10-year-old child. She trembled all over, like an angry lioness, wanting to come over and fight Chen Haonan and tell him that he was just a nursing child. Chen Haonan spoke again, "Why am I qualified to make fun of you? I am only 10 years old, and I have already killed 8 gangsters in Donghai City. By the way, the people of Donghai City call me Spider-Man. Do you think I am not qualified to make fun of you?"
You? Are you Spider-Man?
Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned, wiped the mud, and his angry beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with an inexplicable light.
She knows Spider-Man, the legend, this hero who can climb walls with his bare hands and single-handedly kill hundreds of gangsters? He is actually the current junior instructor?
Not only Tang Xiaoxiao, but the other female soldiers who had a lot of grievances against Chen Hao's boys were completely stunned. I have to say that many cadres in the army are all mouth cannon kings, and they like to use heroic deeds to train their bear soldiers, so that everyone knows Spider-Man, but except for a few people, no one knows that it is Chen Haonan.
Come, finally tell the secret.
And Ran showed a happy look. She was looking forward to the day when the female soldiers would show her previous stunned and dazed expressions.
In the past 3 days, Ran, who was sleeping with Chen Haonan every day, secretly interrogated the man next to the pillow in the middle of the night, such as what strengths he still had not said, and the little man in a daze revealed a shocking secret. He actually said that he had great strength and could lift 20 enrons high, and that he also had eagle eyes and could see ants 10 miles away, and that when he took off his clothes, he would change color. For these so-called secrets, Enron thinks it's too outrageous. Why don't you say that you are Ant Superman?
And what hawk eyes, what discoloration, a child is a child, no matter how tough he behaves during the day, he still talks nonsense when he sleeps. Even at Yenron heard him say that this competition must be won, and he didn't want to have an elephant like JJ.
Report, instructor, how do you prove you're Spider-Man?
It was Shinlani who spoke, and she was abused the most during this time.
Chen Haonan said coldly, "I'll give you a chance to prove that if you beat me, I'll let you be Spider-Man, and even, the instructor can let you be it." This military obedience is a duty. How could I ever think of being an instructor?
Thinking of the figure that fell from the sky on the first day she came, Shinlani always felt that she had the other party's powerful seed, which had been deeply imprinted in her body, and she could just beep as much as she could without doing it. I don't want to be a white tiger in the zoo and be watched, so I can run and add wings to myself to fly.
Run.
With the stimulation of Spider-Man, the female soldiers feel that they are following a powerful man, although he is not yet an adult, but that man is not slowly changing from a small bird to a big bird? It's going to take a process, and they feel they can be witnesses.
You're still a black man, why don't you say it together? And Ran asked.
I will talk about it when I have a chance in the future, and slowly stimulate them.
Or, your identity, let me expose it. Enron's tone was a little coquettish. But Chen Haonan ignored her.
Why don't you let me expose it, and have the opportunity to let me, a female assistant, pretend to be forced and establish an image? There will be a chance to pretend to be forced for you. By the way, you go and see how many people have been eliminated over there in Leijian.
Okay.
And Ran was quite well behaved and immediately left the White Tiger base. The White Tiger base is not far from the base of Thunderbolt, and it will be back and forth in less than half an hour. A third of the female soldiers over there have been eliminated. The requirements are quite high, just Hell Week. It is said that in fact, more than 9% of the female soldiers are not qualified, but it is impossible to eliminate 9% at once. Speaking of which, Ran actually admires this little man who sleeps with himself every day. Not for others, he really sees people accurately. During Hell Week, Ran could see that these female soldiers had great potential, including the Tang Xiaoxiao in the team just now. She was as big as Tianguo, but she was also ambitious, gritting her teeth, and she could endure any big hardship. Special forces, not necessarily the best soldiers in the past, some soldiers put on different platforms, will burst out with different abilities. This principle is the same as major talents, such as a founding emperor's side of the hero, generally his fellow countrymen. Is it rare for this place to produce talents? The answer is not necessarily. The founding emperor is the rarest, rare in the ages. As long as he takes the lead in providing this platform, there will always be people who grow up. Many talents do not have that opportunity. No one is born stronger than whom. Sometimes the blessing of the platform is the greatest ability. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. If you follow the emperor, you are the founder of the country, and if you follow the wrong leader, you may be a thief or a bandit. What kind of generals and heroes are you talking about? Chen Haonan, who is bound by the system, is equivalent to an emperor who expands his territory, and the people who follow him, as long as they persevere, their results will not be too bad, and that's the reason. For example, if Ran followed Lei Zhan, she would not be the ace female assistant in the future, the most powerful female agent. She would die in a mission halfway, and the murderer would be Lei Zhan. Another week passed, and when the scorching sun was headed, Miss Ran drove into the White Tiger base and came to Chen Haonan's side. At this moment, the White Tiger base has become a mess, and it is completely impossible to tell whether it is a training ground or a war. Strafing at the front, artillery fire from behind. In the earth-shattering roar, the female soldiers holding machine guns were like water rats, constantly passing through the cold rain of bullets, and at this moment, the sky was not completely bright. In the corner of the training ground, Chen Haonan stood with his small hands, his small chest open, facing the cold rain, like a small puppet carved from wood. Ran bit his red lip, a little obsessed looking at the little figure. Sometimes in that moment, he didn't seem to be a little man, just like a strong man who had become an adult, exuding an amazing aura and attraction, so that the well-informed female agents all lost themselves. Anyway, the mood is complicated. The female soldiers over there in Lei Zhan have eliminated a third, and there are not many left. According to my observation, the remaining female soldiers are indeed not bad, but their potential is not as good as these 8 female soldiers. Ran stood in the rain without any scruples, reporting to Chen Haonan, and then she was washed by the rain, and her convex figure was fully revealed. Well, it's good, it's hard. Ran was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "I'll go back and wash your clothes first." After speaking, Ran twisted her soft waist and went back to play the role of her life assistant. The training of female soldiers continued. No one complained, of course, and this was superficial. After the intermission, after Chen Haonan went back to change into clean clothes, the female soldiers sat in a circle and began to sigh. I don't feel like we're a woman at all, when we're a beast. After 2 weeks of special training, all the hair on my body has been stripped off. Tang Xiaoxiao's slender 5 fingers rubbed his slender legs, and his little mouth immediately complained violently. P.S. Accumulate 86, accumulate 100, and add more. Ask for a reward. Rush, give a chance to explode, okay? Isn't it good to pretend to be Enron? If you want more parts, show me by clicking like, subscribe buttons. Also comment the part you like. Or if there are any errors in video, I will try to fix that. That all for today. Like, share and subscribe. Bye.